16 of Old School RuneScape's biggest and best content creators all fight it out tonight for a shot at $30,000. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the All-Stars PvP Championship. Woo! There are so many exciting fights to watch tonight, but before we can get anywhere, there are a couple things I want to run past you. First of all, as you might have heard, Sick Nerd was unfortunately sick. He didn't make the event. We had a replacement match yesterday, which you've already seen the results of. That was Sea Engineer versus Rakesy. Congratulations to Rakesy on winning. Thank you. In addition, this is a round-robin style tournament, meaning 16 people. We're gonna have 4 groups of 4. Everybody in a group will fight each other at least one time. The heats will be a best of 3. The semis and quarters will be a best of 5, and the finals will be a best of 7. We're gonna start out fights with a 70 defense fight, moving into a 1 defense fight, and then a 45 defense fight. And then if there are more, of course, we'll roll them again, do 70, then 1, then 45. Not gonna waste your time anymore. Guys, it's time to introduce you to the casters. We've got Maud Aiza and Revan.
Thank you very much, Archie. Wonderful introduction as always. I love the way he ends everything with that little woo.
Oh, absolutely. I was watching him, pace around the stage, rehearsing his lines, but he absolutely nailed it. Good job, Chris. And yes, welcome to the Old School RuneScape All-Stars PvP Championship. This is really kind of like the first time we've really ever done something like this. Normally you see our pretty faces when we're casting the Deadman Mode tournaments, but this is going to be something new for both of us.
Yeah, no, completely. I've been really looking forward to it. Very nervous as well. The kind of fights that we're going to be seeing go throughout the All-Stars PvP Championship are completely different to the fights that we see in Deadman. These guys are going in with the absolute best gear that they're able to take for the sets in terms of like the category that they're fighting under. It's not going to be the same tactics that you see in Deadman. It's going to be very high intensity, lots of gear switches, lots of prey switches, trying to duke out your opponent, making them make as many mistakes as possible and just trying to get an advantage.
Yeah, we'll highlight a lot of the little nuances and mechanics that these guys display throughout their fights, but we've been hanging out with these guys, so far all weekend, and they're really good friends off camera, but I keep reiterating it and telling them that as soon as you get on stage, you gotta act like the guy sitting next to you is your mortal enemy, and I'm hoping we see some good banter between all the players. I know Bitter, one of the players I'm more familiar with, he's been trash talking all weekend long, so I hope he could back up his talk.
Yeah, hopefully. And just a little shout out here to Gamebite, who are helping us with the broadcast today. If you haven't already, check them out. Go and check out the Facebook page where it's being streamed to, if you're not already. Otherwise, hello to everyone that's out there on Twitch as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like Chris was saying, we have 16 content creators here. That makes up nicely for 4 groups of 4, round-robin style. So best of 3 in group play. As Chris also highlighted, we're going to start with the 70 defense fights, move into 1, and then 45 if we get there. So best of 3 format. If one player goes up 2-0, then they win that set, and we'll move on to the next fight.
Awesome. One thing I just need to clarify, I've been sent a message through that apparently the quarterfinals are actually going to be a best of 3.
Okay.
The semifinals will then be the best of 5, and then we'll be in the best of 7 for the actual finals. If you were to look at all of the participants, which I'm sure we'll go over very shortly, but before we go into them in detail, before we hear anything from them, Revan, who do you think is going to take this tournament?
I don't know, man, especially when you take a look at Group 4 from top to bottom. That, for me, is the group of death. And there's so many skilled players here, even some of the players that we're not really expecting much from. They could come out and surprise us. Anything could happen once we get on that stage. But highlighting Group 1, you see Skill Specs, Alfie, Pure Spam, and Abyss. That's going to be the first group of 4 guys that are going to play on stage. Moving on to Group 2, this is where the Iron Men are going to battle it out. Mr. Mammal, MMORPG, Mika, and Perp. Group 3, of course, Torvesta, Bitter, Foe, and Rakesy. Rakesy, of course, you saw in the pre-roll leading up to the event, took down Sea Engineer to earn his spot, as Sick Nerd unfortunately couldn't attend. And then Group 4, the group of death for me, Framed, Manked, Bodhi, and Skidler. From top to bottom, skilled PKers all around.
That's the kind of group that you would not want to be a part of, and I feel for each and every one of them, because at the end of the day, only 2 of them are going to get through. So the top 2 ranking players from each group will make it through to the quarterfinals. So that was a look at Group 1 in a little bit more detail, and really get to know these players a little bit, if possible. Some very interesting graphics here. Skill Specs means business. Alfie wearing his beanie, I believe at the time he had green hair, which was invisible with the green screen. Pure Spam being as silly and as cute as always. And then Abyss looking very sincere and serious.
Yeah, Abyss, I think for most people out there, they might consider him to top out this group. You watch him PK all the time in Deep Wilderness and Max Tank gear. This time we're going to test his skills across all the different builds. Of course, Ian, Trader, man, he was supposed to cast this event with us. His spot opened up and he jumped right on it. We'll see how he's able to do here. And then, of course, Alfie and Skill Specs. And we're going to be bringing you guys some really cool stats all weekend long. And for Skill Specs, we'll be counting how many keyboards he smashes throughout all of his fights. And I'm excited to get all these ones going.
Most definitely. So favorite from Group 1. If you were to take the top 2, who's it going to be?
I think Abyss, for me, should come come out on top, but really that second place spot is up for grabs. I mean, I could see any of those 3 guys. Ian, if he's able to control his nerves, I could see him coming out in second, but if he falters a little bit, that's obviously going to open up room for either Alfie or SkillSpecs to come on through.
No, definitely. The type of the fights that we're going to see are very much open to everyone. However, if I was going to go with favorites, I'm going to go with SkillSpecs and Pure Spam. That being said, we have gone through the different players. Let's introduce them and actually bring them onto stage. So let's see who's part of Group 1, live in the flesh.
Needs per players.
Okay, guys, we're joined here with Group 1. We've got SkillSpecs on the far left. Jay, tell me how you prepared for this tournament.
Honestly, earlier on, we had some rehearsals and we were practicing. And now the nerves have hit me. I'm going to try my best to impress everyone, but if I go down in the first fight, I'm sorry. That's all I've got to say. I'll try.
All right, well, you've got 3 very difficult-looking competitors on stage here. Is there one person you're most scared of?
You can hear me. It's Ian. It's definitely Ian, I think, out of everybody.
Well, best of luck to you, SkillSpecs. Thank you. Alfie, how are you doing? An absolute veteran with PKing. How confident are you going into this tournament?
Well, most of the PKing I did was Edgeville World 318 Venge, and so Bridding is something that was out of my element until 2 months ago when I started practicing. So I'm excited to see if my training is going to pay off.
Do you have a particular combat style you're strongest in?
I would probably say my pure is a lot better than my 70 defense, just because the absolute advantage you create once you get an advantage on a pure is amazing.
And one person on stage you're scared of?
Honestly, I'm scared of Abyss because we were pretty even like a month and a half ago, but he's been training nonstop. Every time I log into a tournament world, I see him. So I'm actually super scared, and that's my first fight. So it should be pretty interesting.
All right, well, best of luck to you, Alfie. Thank you. Ian, one of the fan favorites, actually. Quite a few people here are scared of you. How does that make you feel?
These are all my friends, so I don't know why they're scared of me, to be honest. I'm very nervous, so that's kind of worrying as well. But I mean, we're all here to have fun, have a good time. We're just happy to be a part of the event, to be honest. So thank you for the invite.
You're used to casting things like this. What's it like being a player?
Twice as nerve-wracking, because I've got all these people watching me at home and judging me and my ability, and then, I've got to play all these great PKs as well. But I'm excited, though. I'm excited to just play some RuneScape and have a good time.
Right, is there anybody here that kind of scares you?
Honestly, everyone. Jay, if he sits on low HP, he's a wizard at doing that, can take me down easily. Alfie's been practicing for a month plus now, and Abyss is not new to the semi-defense format, which I am. So overall, I'm just want to get stuck into it really and get started.
Right, well, thank you, Ian. Best of luck. Abyss, first time playing on stage for us. How does it feel?
Feels great. Yeah.
Are you nervous at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
You didn't look like it. You look like you're so confident. What is your strongest build then?
70 defense for sure.
Have you been practicing one defense?
A little bit.
Anybody on this stage that you're scared of?
Absolutely not.
All right, the nerves have just left him just like that. All right, well, best of luck to you, Abyss. And guys, take it away.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot for that, Archie. Very interesting to hear that Abyss fears absolutely nobody.
A lot of players actually bringing up nerves, and it's important to note that aside from SkillSpecs, a lot of these guys haven't played on stage all too often, especially when you look at some of the other groups. I think that's certainly something that's going to play into effect as we move on later in the tournament, but the first fight coming up, it's going to be, who is it, SkillSpecs going up against Pure Spam. So Jay, he was saying that he's a little bit scared of Pure Spam, and Ian, we all know Ian, we love him. If he could get his nerves under control and he could find some confidence in these fights, especially when it comes down to the one defense, I could see him taking this.
Yeah, I think that's where Ian is going to shine through in the second fight here. Pure Spam, very formidable, pure PvPer, and that being the second match, could then tie them into a 45 defense fight. And the 45 defense isn't that too different. It's obviously not as high fast paced as one defense fight, but still pretty volatile in terms of the damage that they can take and receive. And maybe that would be an advantage of Pure Spam, but it's definitely an interesting matchup because both of them very good friends. Inside and outside of RuneScape.
Yeah, but just like I was saying, as soon as you get on the stage, you load into that map, You gotta wipe that friendship off the table. It's all about going out for blood and coming out with the victory. Here you see some of the specialties from these guys for skill specs. It's that 70 defense for pure spam. Comes with the name, right? 1 defense should be his specialty. So if we do get to that third fight, that 45 defense on the Zerker, it's a good middle ground between both these guys. And you see some of their rivals as well. Pure Spam, his rivals on the stage right next to him. Alfie for skill specs. It's going to be Torvesta, obviously. Hopefully we could see a matchup later on. But in order for that to happen, skill specs has to make it out of groups.
He does indeed. I'm really looking forward to this one in particular. One of the fights that's going to be happening that we're not unfortunately being able to see unless this one finishes a little bit earlier is going to be Alfie v Abyss. We'll keep you updated in terms of the results of that fight as and when we can. But yeah, in the meantime, we're just waiting for the players to get together their gear sets and jump straight into it. And it looks like we are ready to begin the first fight of the very first All-Stars PvP Championship.
All right, so it's going to be a 70 defense battle here. You already see some differences in their loadout as well as their inventory setup. So you see some different potions in Pure Spam's inventory. That's going to be the Bastion potions. You get those. You make them from Theory of Blood with the Vials of Blood. It's pretty much a super defense potion combined with a ranging pot, and he's bringing 2 of them. So you're going to see a lot of these players use actually the drinking potion mechanic to kind of hide their next attacking style and hide what they're going to come at their opponent with next. So that way you could try to catch them off of their prayer.
Yeah, and straight away, skill specs here looking quite shocked. I'm not sure what happened there, but it looks like something isn't happening the way it's meant to.
Ian's vibing out. He's feeling it, man.
He's probably just in so utter shock at the moment, the amount of damage that's coming his way. There's not really much that he can do about it. Pure Spam doing a good job of keeping on top of him and using the right attacks against the correct prayers for him. So he's obviously utilizing magic at the moment. Skill specs keeping up with the protect from ranged rather than protect from mage. You can see in terms of the items that they brought, each player is allowed to bring 1 +1 item, and a +1 item is something that's considered worth more than 5 mil. So looking in Pure Spam's inventory, he's opted for the Kodai Wand. So his focus is going to be a lot of magic because it's going to increase his accuracy, increase his damage, and he's probably going to catch more barrages overall than skill specs will.
Oh, without a doubt, and it's so important to catch those freezes when we're talking about these 70 defense builds because you could build up that magic defense so much with some of the gear that you're wearing. I mean, look at skill specs. He's got Carol's top and bottom, so it would be a little bit tougher for Pure Spam to catch those freezes. Like you were saying, he's got the Kodai Wand to help him out a little bit there. As both these players 1 tile away from each other. Currently in robes, his skill specs might be taking a little bit extra damage. The 33 with the bolt from Pure Spam coming out, just chipping away from his food. And Pure Spam, the only thing he's really eaten is 3 sips of brews. Take a look at skill specs inventory. He's starting to get a little bit low on food here.
Yeah, definitely. The advantage of this fight is definitely in favor of Pure Spam. He's just managed to get those early hits coming through really make the big difference in these kind of fights because as soon as you get that advantage of your opponent having to eat, they're just not able to deal any damage in return. And from there on, you are just snowballing.
Being able to control the pace is huge. We see it all the time in the Deadman tournaments when we get down to those final 1v1 stages, how tough it is. But skill specs going a little bit low on HP. The Onyx Bolt is going to proc there. Fortunately, no damage done, which means no HP healed for Pure Spam here, but still on top of the fight, controlling the pace really well. Skill specs, he has all of his specs ready to use, and with Pure Spam 1 square away from him, now might be the time to start unloading. And there you go, the 18 DDS through Melee Prayer, still a good chunk of damage, and catches the freeze after.
Yeah, so hopefully skill specs can start utilizing the step under mechanic when possible. It is allowed in this tournament. And what that essentially means is that when the player is frozen, they're obviously not able to move. The other player can then take advantage of that by, as you can see from skill specs here, for a brief moment, stepping under their opponent, not able to see what equipment they're equipping, what prayers they're using, and it really gives you a chance to just eat back up to full, have no risk of taking any damage, and then just pop out with an attack that will hopefully be in favor of you rather than your opponent.
So I'm looking at skill specs inventory here. I'm looking at his gear setup. What's his +1?
I thought the exact same thing, and I have a feeling that skill specs very shocked.
A 42
was around the fact that he forgot to bring in a +1.
Yeah, normally you'll see, maybe take like an ACB or even match the Kodai Wand of Pure Spam. The ACB is nice here just because of the armor penetration. You get a lot of bolt specs off of it. The extra range is also a little bit nice. But in the meantime, you see skill specs, unfortunately, he's completely out of food. He's got nothing left to heal with unless he wants to cast like a Blood Blitz, but that's not going to be able to out-hear whatever Pure Spam has. So Ian comfortably in control of this fight. Now all he has to do is deal some damage and finish.
Absolutely. So whilst we have a few seconds, let's just quickly run over the rules that we have here.
Wait, skill specs has no bolts? Oh, everything's just going wrong for Jay. This is the opening fight of the PvP All-Stars. Doesn't bring a +1, doesn't bring bolts. It's just unfortunate circumstances.
Indeed. So it looks like Pure Spam has taken off his gear for now and has paused the fight. Hopefully we'll get an update.
Look how nice Pure Spam is. If this was me in this fight, I'd be all over it. I'd be like, tough luck, buddy. This is my win. Catch the dub. Especially considering that Pure Spam specialty is coming up next in the 1 defense.
Absolutely. I think, for...
He finishes with the 49.
Bolt. Well, Unfortunate there for Skill Specs. Really needs to make sure that he's bringing in the gear. And props to Pure Spam as well for taking those few moments just to show really good sportsmanship. And it just goes to show, you know, what great kind of characters that we have in this tournament at the moment. So, yeah, unfortunately, it was because Skill Specs forgot to bring his ACB.
And he couldn't use his bolts.
Yeah, so he couldn't use the bolts. Now, it's worth just telling you a few of the rules. So we mentioned before, standing under your opponent, that is permitted. Dragonfire bolts in particular are not permitted. Venom items also not permitted. The use of a redemption prayer is against the rules. So no players can sit down low HP and use that to bring them back up with the extra prayer potions. Using long range on 1 or 45 defense setups is not permitted. And lastly, players are not able to use the command render self. It is completely against the rules.
So if you don't know what that command does, if you type : render self, it'll make your character invisible only to you. So when you stand under a player, you'll be able to see what gear they're switching to, what weapon they're attacking with here. Because that's disabled, now it's all about mind games. And you're going to see, especially as we move next into the 1 defense fights where things are going to move very quickly, you're going to see a lot of fake switches and players trying to catch each other off prayer. A lot of mind games are going to come into play, and you're going to have to try to outthink your opponent. That's where a player on stage, Abyss, that's where I think he's going to shine here. I watch him PK all the time, Deep Wilderness, and one thing that I love watching from his streams is his intuition. He always seems to know like when a team's about to come attack him, and when somebody's DDing under him, he has, you know, good anticipation of what attack style is about to come up next. But still, an unfortunate first fight for Skill Specs. Hopefully he doesn't forget any key gear coming up in this next fight.
Wonderful. We just had a quick update come through from backstage regarding the Alfie and Abyss fight. It seems like the very first one, the 70 defense, went in favor of Abyss. He ended up coming out on top. Even though Alfie had some pretty decent damage. He got a 33 DDS spec out there, hit a 39 whip as well, and then a 40 bolt, but it just wasn't enough for him to bring through the fight. Maybe down to the amount of splashes. So we've heard that Alfie splashed 9 times during the fight. But then looking at the post-game stats for Pure Spam v Skill Specs, we actually saw that Skill Specs had around about 13 splashes, or 13 hits and 9 splashes or so.
I mean, look, it's going to happen, especially with the high magic defense that these guys have on their builds. And it's important that when you're in the middle of the fight, I know how badly you want to catch that freeze, but it's all about balancing that. Do I want to catch a freeze, or do I want to output some damage? Especially when you see your opponent praying magic, like it's less likely that, you know, the magic attack is going to hit, right? So if you proc him with maybe a range hit, force him to switch his prayer, or maybe think about it a little bit extra, it could open up room to catch a freeze later on the fight.
And I think that's what a lot of this comes down to, is the mind games, the trickery, and just trying to create as many opportunities as possible for you to take advantage of. You'll see a lot of times, as Revan touched on, the whole, it's not worth it all the time to barrage, even though those freezes are absolutely critical to almost victory in your fights. If they are wearing the full tank gear. So for those of you that might not be familiar, they'll be wearing a Carol's top typically, maybe a Carol's leather skirt whilst they're in the 70 defense. When it changes category, they'll be looking at the black dragon hide, and I believe it's just the top that they'll be using. So if they are just camping in that gear with the protect from magic, it's very unlikely that you're going to catch freezes. There's obviously a chance, but that chance is also the chance of you missing and then actually taking damage.
There's also
yourself.
A chance you could catch that freeze while wearing full hides, you know, full
Exactly.
tank gear. You know, that's just the nature of the game sometimes. You just got to roll with the punches as they come.
So we have had word that there will be no rematch for the first fight between Skill Specs and Pure Spam. That's going to go ahead. So it is currently 1-0 in favor of Pure Spam. And whilst they're just getting ready for the second game here, unfortunate for Skill Specs, but really has got to make sure that he is taking in the right gear and that he's happy with what he's pushed forward with.
Yeah, I mean, we highlighted the nerves coming into this one, and maybe that's something that, you know, played into fact that Skill Specs was forgetting some key gear. Nerves coming into factor here, and now you're playing on Pure Spam's ground here. When we move into the 1 defense, this is where you should be feeling most comfortable. And this is a huge first matchup for Pure Spam. We talk about his confidence, we talk about his nerves. Coming out with a victory here, especially a convincing one at that, I think it's going to help him, you know, as this tournament goes on.
Definitely, but at the same time, he might also feel quite bad. Ian is a very, very friendly person. I've said that a few times now, but it's probably hit him quite hard knowing that he took out one of his best friends with a fight that was very much more favored in his way.
You know, sure, but at the end of the day, you got to be cutthroat, man. This is a tournament. There's money on the line. As a competitor, you're coming out for blood. The only thing that should matter is hoisting that trophy at the end of today, and that should be the only thing on Pure Spam's mind right now.
Absolutely ruthless mentality, but I think you're right. It's you're in it to win it at this point, and anything else is just not going to be able to cut it for you.
Plus, think about it. We know that these guys are such good friends out of the game. By winning these fights and winning the tournament, you get bragging rights for just about the rest of the year, and you can never let these guys live it down.
Absolutely not. So again, the fight's going to be starting in the next few seconds. I believe this one's going to go in the favor of Pure Spam. However, I would love to see a third fight come through.
Oh, absolutely, but let's not count skill specs out of this one. The one thing I love about the one defense builds is that there's always damage being done and damage being taken. And skill specs, every time I watch him stream, he's got the DDS in his back pocket, and
Absolutely.
this is something that could output so much damage on a one defense account.
Yep, and even if this was fight to go in favor of Pure Spam, we're not going to be watching the third fight because at best out of 3, it's first to get to 2. However, it's not out for him. It still has everyone else to go against within his group, and it is the top 2 scoring members that will pass through to the quarterfinals. So,
All right, so it looks like we may have had a false start. Getting an update right now from our admins backstage, trying to get an idea of what's going on, but also keep in mind Abyss and Alfie is going on off stream where he touched upon it. Abyss won the first fight on his most comfortable build, but look, I've been watching these guys play. You know, we had rehearsals yesterday, they warmed up, they came in, they're warmed up. I've seen them switch gears so many times, you know, swapping out your +1 after seeing what somebody else is using, swapping up your gear. Like, for example, when we came in here on day 1, everybody was using the D-Sim on the one defense build, even on the 45 death, and as they kind of grew to know one another, they switch over to the leaf-bladed battle axe. You know, that longer animation, it seems like you could hit almost from a longer range, or at least have that attack tick come in. We'll see how things change as this tournament goes on. But once again, we're waiting for Pure Spam versus Skill Specs. They're gearing up in one defense right now, and momentarily we'll be able to get into the fight.
So we got a few seconds again. Let's quickly just talk over a few other pieces of information you might find useful as viewers back home. Food and potion, they have certain caps. So you're allowed to take in 3 Saradomin brews, 3 super restores, all Sanfu potions, and 13 anglerfish. Other food can be subbed in for that, so you could take in Karambans, for example, if you wanted to have that additional combo food. Now we're back over here. The last other thing to just touch on is that you're allowed a +1 item we mentioned before. That's something that's worth 5 mil or more. And then lastly, the ZGS, the Zamorak Godsword, and Heavy Ballista both count as +1 items as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. And just adding on to that, like if you're out there and you're counting up, you know, how many inventory slots these guys have, you'll notice that there's actually going to be 1 inventory slot open on the pure build. So this brings in, like, you could bring like a ring of recoil or something else to aid you. You know, like you saw Ian in his inventory build, he had that extra bastion potion. He could use it either to repot up range since you're brewing down so often, or he could use it just to drink the drinking mechanic to hide your next attacking style.
Yeah, so Pure Spam actually opted at that point to only take in 2, I believe it was.
2 Karambans, right?
2 restore
Oh,
potions,
2 restores.
actually.
He also had 2 Karambans in his inventory.
Very interesting. So yeah, that's obviously his favored setup. Doesn't really, you know, maybe he doesn't really need as much prayer, and he's not going to worry about using brews. He tends to use them very late towards the end of the fight. So yeah, pretty decent on his point. We just got a little notification come up here reminding you all about Premier Club. It's one of our best value yearly membership packages. One of the good things about it is that it obviously allows you to have membership for the rest of the year, and with some great pieces of content that we've got lined up. For example, the Kebos Lowlands recently passed a poll, will be added into game very early next year. Lots of things coming along there, and subject to passing a poll in the future, we've also got potentially a new skill and even a brand new quest. Yeah,
so
Song
of the Elves. And if you're in the Twitch chat right now, you can type !membership and find out more details about that. But look, we all love membership. We all love playing the game. I mean, why not go buy some membership? Get
Especially if it's a little bit cheaper than it would be normally. Unless you're in a grandfathered rate, which you are, then, you know, good job.
You're just working the system. Good for you.
So yeah, we're just currently waiting on the next fight to pick up. Obviously, the first few ones that are going through, and then the rest of them should be smooth sailing from there on out.
Yep, absolutely. I believe Skill Specs and Pure Spam, they're just trying to figure things out. They're just gearing back up. And once again, this is the fight that's going on right now. If you're just joining us, Skill Specs versus Pure Spam. Unfortunately, in their first fight on the 70 defense build, Skill Specs forgot some key gear. He was using opal-tipped dragon bolts with a rune crossbow, which doesn't work. Forgot his +1.
No.
And it's just a little bit unfortunate. So he wants to make sure he's got everything proper before he moves into this one defense fight.
Absolutely, especially when this could potentially be his last chance to get an additional point. So the way that it works is that players are going to get points for a win. There's no points for a loss. So the 2 players, with the highest points at the end of their group will progress through to the next stage.
Also, keep in mind, Pure Spam, he's got Alfie listed up as one of his rivals here. They will be fighting later on in this group. And just to reiterate, we have 16 players here, 4 groups of 4. This is Group 1. After this, we'll move into Group 2, and so on and so forth until we have our bracket figured out. Best of 3 is all the way until the semifinals, which will move into a best of 5. Then the grand finals will be a best of 7, and everything's getting played today, right here, right now. So we will crown our champion at the end of the day.
It's going to be a long one for us, but I mean, I love talking about RuneScape.
We're used to it.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit longer than Deadman, but hey, as I said, I love RuneScape. I love talking about RuneScape, so it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I could certainly agree with you there. And just trying to get an update on everything that's gone on. I think Alfie and Abyss are kind of doing the same thing that Pure Spam and Skill Specs are doing, where they're just making sure they have everything right, double checking. And of course, the other players on the other groups, they have the option to warm up and make sure they keep their skills fresh. If you're out there and you've never really PvP'd before, it's important to just stay warmed up. I mean, if you could go out there and you could braid and practice for like 2 months straight, but then if you take 2-3 days off, it's like all that practice went to waste, right? You got to make sure that you keep those clicks going fast and accurate, and making sure that, especially when you are loading up into your fight, you don't want to go in cold.
Yeah, no, completely. And if you've never actually PK'd before, maybe you did a few years ago, you've not really done it that much, and your account's maybe not at the point that it could be to actually go against the high-skilled and high-geared and leveled players, you can jump into the tournament worlds. I believe they're still open at the moment. When you log in, you can go in a beta profile. Your character's like maxed. You can choose different loadouts from chests and different stats and all that kind of stuff, and just go in and wage war on everyone in the free-for-all portal. It's pretty fun. I tried it for the first time a couple of weeks ago.
You get worked?
Well,
there's no ZMI in the tournament worlds. What'd you do?
Well, yeah, I couldn't craft many runes, so I was a little bit of a disadvantage. But no, actually, it was very difficult. What these guys are doing is extremely skillful. It's very fast-paced, and there's a lot of like on-the-moment thinking. There's no chance to kind of like pre-prepare. It's very reactionary. And when you're doing that alongside your switches, and the amount of accuracy that they have with their clicks is just crazy. So yeah, I got absolutely stomped. But the good news was that I felt like I could get better at it if I carried on. And that's, I think, one of the great things about RuneScape in general. It's one of those games that anyone can learn. At the end of the day, it's a click and, it's a point and click game.
I mean, sure, you could simplify it like that, point and click, but just like these guys are on stage, like, you can only go so fast, and you might hear the countdown coming from the crowd. It looks like we're getting ready to move into the second fight between Skill Specs and Pure Spam, the one defense build coming up. Take a look at their inventories this time around. Skill Specs, he does have a +1. He's equipped that ACB.
Actually, with the Kodo wand. No, sorry, that's the inventories the other side around. Yes, a Pure Spam with the Kodo wand. And there we go, they're flipped now. So yeah, Skill Specs opting for the ACB. Pure Spam with the Kodo wand, favoring the freezes over the ranged accuracy and strength. Obviously, he doesn't have access then to the Dragon Bolts, which Skill Specs does. And we'll just see how that plays out for him. We ran a tournament earlier last week, actually.
Oh, the ACB spec.
Here we go. Nice, a 27-22 DDS.
That was
really good. All right, Pure Spam's got the confidence to ELMAO over to Skill Specs there. I probably wouldn't be doing that, but hey, he's confident enough to do so. Very interesting start of this fight here. The ACB clearly paying off at the moment for Skill Specs, getting a lot of damage, but that DDS just did wonders for him.
Absolutely. Of course, he's going to miss out on some special attack bar just because he used that ACB. So 35% left here for Skill Specs. That's at least one DDS spec. Another one coming up on his next tick. Freeze coming in.
Looks like
we'll connect.
Yeah, Pure Spam seems to be panicking a little bit. I saw a shake of the head there. He's not happy with his performance at the moment, it seems. And Skill Specs just looking very, very serious at the moment, concentrating to his max.
So it's really important, especially in these one defense fights, to always catch your opponent off prayer. And you could time your ticks and your switches to do so. Maybe your attacking tick will come in like a second later, but being able to get that hidden off prayer could mean the difference of the fight.
No, exactly. And you'll see here now that they often will sit in Mage for quite some time until they catch those freezes. But what you'll see in other fights is people will switch out to the range like we've mentioned before. I think you can see Pure Spam doing it a few times. Skill Specs doing similar as well now. Just trying to get that prayer to switch over. And they run in at the perfect time to get those melee hits because they are so important at the moment. When you've only got a DDS, you have to hit it when it matters.
Skill Specs trying to catch a freeze now in Pure Spam. Nope. Going to fake out to the range. This is where you're going to see a lot of reactionary plays in the one defense fights. Good DDS spec under Pure Spam, trying to take control of the pace right now. Skill Specs with an opportunity in with the Leaf-Bladed Axe, only a 5 there. But because he hasn't caught a freeze under Pure Spam is able to catch a freeze of his own, move back, and now move under Skill Specs. And now he has a chance to take control of the fight.
Absolutely crazy at the moment. Looking at the difference in food, Pure Spam has a distinct advantage with 4 anglerfish now, or 3 anglerfish, and a full brew still left to go through this fight. But as we've seen, all it will take is one decent spec. Unfortunately, the Protect from Melee was there from Pure Spam, which mitigated a lot of that damage. It would have been a really nice spec to come through if it had connected with full force. Unfortunately, didn't, however. And we can just see the freezes being exchanged here and there. Skillspecs has no food left now, so it looks like it's probably going to be the end of the road for him. Pure Spam taking no chances and eating up to max here.
Oh.
Really nice bolt to come through, though.
He has DDS spec. If he could get unfrozen and max out with his DDS spec, there's still a chance. There's still hope here. There it is. Oh, it's 12-1 on prayer. Pure Spam catches the freeze. The bolt spec, though, coming in. 1 brew step left for Pure Spam, but Skillspecs is left on 3 HP, coming down to the wire, and that final hit comes in. Unfortunately for Skillspecs, that blunder in the first fight is going to cost them as Pure Spam takes the first match.
And as you can see from there, absolutely shaking like a leaf. Bless them both. Amazing fight there. The way that turned out in the end, the difference in food to begin with, and for Skillspecs to have came back with something as low as 3 HP to bring Ian almost down to death.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed it out. He was up 3 anglers, a full brew, and it came down to that one final dose. When we're on stage in these fights, anything can happen. And of course, we have another match that's going on off stream. It's Alfie versus Abyss. Their 1 defense fight, Alfie actually took it. He dealt 210 more damage than Abyss. So that one will be going over to the 3rd fight, and we'll see them fight in Zerker.
Yeah, exactly. So we're not going to see the 3rd fight of Skillspecs v Pure Spam. Pure Spam coming out on top 2-0. But yeah, the other fight currently is 1-1. So it's a 45 defense fight. What do you reckon? How it's gone? 70 defense. That was like Abyss's kind of, you know, forte. Pure, obviously Alfie a little bit more comfortable and stronger with that. How are they going to deal in the 45 defense, though?
Well, I think it's a good mix of both, right? You still have some of the tankier gear that you would on kind of like a 70 defense build. Obviously not fully tanky, but still more than you would on a 1 defense. So Abyss should be a bit more comfortable on the 45 death, but because Alfie quick switches on the Pure, I think that's maybe where he caught Abyss off guard. Of course, we didn't see how that one played out, but I've been watching Alfie practice, you know, since rehearsals, right?
Yeah.
And he's gotten way more comfortable with that 1 defense build, and now it all comes down to this. The Zerker build, 45 defense, you're going to see these guys gear up in Infinity, probably a Slayer helmet.
Yep.
Curious to see what they're going to use as +1s. I mean, we haven't seen any God Swords brought out yet. So far, it's just been ACBs and Kodais.
Awesome. So we are actually going to be heading over and watching that fight between Alfie and Abyss. So their 45 defense decider. We'll get to see how they both end up playing. And there's a little quick replay here of the Pure Spam v Skillspecs fight. I still can't believe how close to the wire it came at the end.
I wonder at what moment during this fight does Skillspecs realize, 1, he doesn't have his +1, 2, he's using the wrong bolts with his crossbow.
Oh, yeah. Really unfortunate. You just see his face at the very start. He realized it was that moment that he knew.
And then here, because he ACB specs, that's, you know, a less DDS spec that he has throughout this entire fight. So comes down to 1 Brutos. That spec with the ACB turned out to be a difference maker.
No, you're exactly right. And yeah, when it was literally so close, that spec could have been what caused him to win.
And I'm so thankful for production that we didn't hear the game sound. We had it happen during rehearsal where someone accidentally ACB spec'd, and
The loudest ring I've ever
all our
heard.
ears were bleeding after that. But once again, congratulations to Pure Spam. He takes the first matchup here, despite his nerves. You saw him shaking at the end. Hopefully that win builds some confidence under his belt. And now Abyss and Alfie, we're just waiting for him to gear up in their Zerker gear, and then we'll see them go at it in the 45 defense.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup. Not seeing how either of these players have done so far in their previous fights. It's going to be a nice change-up, actually, from Skillspecs and Pure Spam.
Well, look, just the way the whole tournament plays out, you know, how we go 71, 45 in terms of defense, you wind up using the 45 defense build a little bit less. So these guys, for good reason, they prioritize their practice on the 70 defense, prioritize it on the 1 defense. Maybe they aren't as practiced in the 45, but the same mechanics, the same skill is going to carry over into this build.
No, absolutely. Talking about the 45 defense build, actually, there is a little point to note out here that the whip is not allowed to be used in either the 1 defense or the 45
Which makes
defense.
sense, right? You know, if you put it on control, it gives you defense XP. You wouldn't do that if you were normally on a Zerker.
No, completely. So yeah, looking at this results here, you can see Alfie 1, Abyss 1. It's going to be decided between this fight that's coming up next, which is the 45 defense category. I mean, we've got a bit of time again now. I can tell you through some items that are actually banned from the tournament that you can't use at all, regardless of them being a +1 or not. And those happen to be the Arcane, Spectral, and Elysian Spirit Shields, the Bulwark, Full Justicia, Dragonfire Shield, the Avernic Defender, Ancestral, an Imbued Heart, Ring of Suffering. For the 1 defense builds in particular, you're not allowed to use the Heavy Ballista. We've mentioned the whip can't be used in 1 defense or 45 defense builds. And on the 1 defense, you're not allowed to use the Magic Shortbow with Knives combination either. Just because those have been kind of like dictated as a little bit too strong.
Very fast, right? Especially off the
extremely.
Rune Knives, like you're just pelting someone knives and then you whack them with the God Sword, and it just outputs so much damage. I mean, imagine if you're frozen in place, you have a guy DDing under you, constantly just pecking you with knives and then whacking you with a God Sword. It's so tough to keep up with the pace of the fight. But here you go, the third fight, Abyss versus Alfie. This one's tied up 1-1. It comes down to this. The fight between Zerkers, and you can already see some differences in their builds already. I mean, you have the Staff of Light here for Alfie, you have the ACB for Abyss. Let's get right into the action.
Very interesting how each players at the moment have decided to opt for the magic offensive rather than the range, but both of them have done the same thing, just opposites.
Also, take a look at Alfie. He's got 2 restore potions compared to 3 on the side of Abyss. So depending on when Alfie decides to use his brews, he's got to make sure he manages his restores properly.
Absolutely, but with that, he's able to bring himself an extra ring of recoil, which is going to give him
free damage.
Is there 40 damage guaranteed from that ring alone?
Yeah, free damage is the best kind of damage you could deal in these types of fights, especially if you're just sitting there tanking your opponent's dealing damage like that. A 1 DDS spec, and then you recoil 1 damage back. It's just free damage that Alfie's outputting here. DDS spec comes in as Alfie takes that 22 bolt. DDS after that. Both players getting pretty low on HP, risking it here. Back over to Mage, catches the freeze. Can he stand under him? Yes, he can. Looks like Abyss frozen in place for the time being. And now this is where Alfie can output some serious damage.
Yep, really going to start taking advantage of the fact that he can stand underneath now. That freeze, however, didn't last a very long duration, probably because it was just off another freeze. But here he does come straight back in with 31. Wow, really showing the power of magic accuracy in this fight now.
And I'm trying to take a look at Alfie's amulet, because obviously the Staff of Dead gives you bonus magic damage. I'm not sure if he's using an Occult or a Fury, but Staff of Dead comboed with an Occult. And you really got to respect the magic damage output with that combination. But it looks like he only has a Glory on here.
Yeah, a very interesting choice there for him to have. But
plus climbing boots compared to Abyss's Infinity boots.
Yeah, maybe he's just getting the
maybe he forgot
a little bit lucky in this fight then with his RNG in terms of accuracy on his mage hits. However, the last few casts that he's done is failed. You'll see now he's given up on magic, basically, I'll get my words out, and opted to go for range, hoping to get some switches through from Abyss so that he can get the, extra little boost that he needs to catch those freezes.
Yep, without a doubt. And now we got to count the food left for these players. 2 anglers for Abyss, 4 for Alfie. He's up in the brew dose count as well. So this one pretty close for the time being. Still anybody's game. Alfie taking a little bit of damage, so Abyss gets some free shots in. Both players currently unfrozen to that 31 bolt into magic. Can he catch the freeze? No, he cannot. Abyss trying to do some damage onto Alfie's robes. Both players just trying to freeze each other in place. Splashes coming out all around, but it looks like that one should connect. And actually both players frozen in place, so we'll see how they decide to approach the final moments of this fight.
Absolutely. You're going to see a little bit of a back and forth here now, switching between just range and mage. Obviously, melee is out of the option while you're frozen in place.
Unless you had a halberd.
Yeah, completely.
But they don't.
No.
As we can see. But still worth noting, I think, because there's so much variety with what these guys could bring into the arena. But now unfrozen. And you can see as they see their opponent try to cast their own magic spell, they try to switch over to that tank gear to try to force the splash. Alfie down to bruise, but so is
really
Abyss.
Nice bolt coming in from there. 35 bolt from Alfie. Nearly out of food now. He's got his last 4 brew doses compared to 3 from Abyss. Abyss, however, does need to eat up a little bit, and that's him there, left with just 1 single Saradomin brew dose.
Alfie's up 2 doses. Plus, Alfie, I don't think he put on his new recoil yet. Yeah, you see, Abyss does damage, but there's no recoil back. He forgot to add on to his ring. Maybe nerves allowing him to forget about that. DDS spec now coming in. That's going to do 10 through prayer. And Abyss, he's using a Fury, so all the gear's in favor of Abyss. But Alfie, he's up by 2 brew doses. He's got to chug those. Does he know he has them in his inventory? Why is he not drinking them?
I think he really needs to do... I think it's because he doesn't have any restores, and knowing that
That's
drinking
true,
them...
Yeah.
will cause him to lose his stats, and unfortunately he does fall, so didn't choose to use the additional recoil. Could have been taken in a different potion in there, would have had the extra rescore bring up his stats.
But we highlighted it coming into this one. Alfie decided to bring 2 rings of recoil, and not only does he not use the second one, it forced him to only bring 2 restores in there, and that wound up being a game changer throughout that fight. But it's exciting to see the 45 defense builds go at it. Unfortunately for Alfie, his opponent Abyss takes that one.
Yeah, and given the very strong start that Alfie had in that fight as well, up a couple of pieces of food, Abyss on the back burner for a little while, managed to pull it back though with some really high damage hits. Even when Alfie was throwing out bolts left, right and center hitting 30s, Abyss managed to keep his calm, keep cool, didn't have to worry so much about all the additional things like, for example, the ring swap and managing his potions, because he knows that that's how many he has and that he can go with it, whereas Alfie's probably a little bit unorthodox in that, only bringing 2.
Yeah, I think the overall experience from Abyss was probably a reason why he remembered to bring all of his gear. I mean, look, a Glory versus a Fury, climbing boots versus Infinity boots. There are clear advantages that Abyss had in that fight, and I think if Alfie had those same advantages, he would walk away with the victory there.
Absolutely. And one thing just to note, if the viewers back at home, whilst we love having you in our channel here and we want to keep you for as long as possible, if there are fights that you're hoping to see that you've not been able to, whilst you won't get the wonderful commentary of Revan and the complimentary commentary from myself, you can check out the individuals' Twitch channels. Check out OSRS PvP on Twitter, and you'll get all the information that you need throughout there in terms of their player cards and where they're going to be streaming from. And they all should be pretty much live as they go through their fights, so you can watch it from their
Alfie
perspective.
splashed 11 barrages throughout that fight.
Wow.
That's a little bit tilting.
Compared to the 2 from Abyss, that has got to be depressing.
Yep, without a doubt, but maybe that's just a difference maker of the climbing boots versus infinity boots.
Oh yeah, no, completely. I think there are a few little things here or there that could have been a little bit different, but you never know until you go into the fight, and at that point, it's just too late.
All right, so that's our first round of matches done for Group 1, but we're not done with these guys yet. Remember, it's round-robin format, so they're all going to fight against each other. Everyone's going to fight against each other in their respective groups. So coming up next, it looks like it's going to be Alfie versus Pure Spam.
Interesting.
So Pure Spam, he won his fight against Skill Specs. Unfortunately, Alfie lost. So now Alfie, he's got to recuperate after that loss, right? You don't have a lot of time, downtime between these fights, so you just got to shake it off. You have more fights to look forward to, and just because you lose one fight, it doesn't mean you're out of your group, right? There's still a chance for him to progress on into the bracket play.
Yeah. Interestingly though, wasn't Alfie Pure Spam's most fit opponent? So that's going to be good. But you raise a very good point. Alfie's coming out of this from a loss. Pure Spam's going into it after a win. However, we saw how shaky his hands were, and is that going to have an impact on his switches?
Most definitely. I think it certainly will, and that's why it's also important to keep your inventory organized. So many times when you're watching various Brids fight, through their respective streams, you see them switching, and sometimes something will get, out of place, and it kind of throws them off for the rest of the fight. Pure Spam, when I watch him fight on his personal stream, I don't really see him make that many mistakes when it comes to switching, but this is a completely different environment, right? They're on stage, they're playing, there's a lot of pressure. Not only are you fighting for a big prize pool, you have all your friends out in the crowd watching you play, and the last thing you want to do is make a big mistake in front of them, because just like how you could banter them throughout the whole year, if you win, they'll never let you live down a big mistake.
You're not going to be able to forget that one. So if you were to pick a favorite from this one, who would you be voting on, Robin?
Ooh, from what I've seen so far, I think I'm going to go with Abyss. I think...
Oh, sorry, I meant this particular fight.
This particular fight? Okay. I'm going to go with Pure Spam. Pure Spam, I think he was, even though obviously he gets a little bit fortunate in that first fight that Skill Specs doesn't bring in his key +1s, I still think Ian more than held his own in 70 defense fights, especially from the practice fights I've seen from him. And I think his 1 defense skill coming in that second fight is going to be something that gives him so much momentum if he could force the third.
Okay, interestingly. Now, I know Alfie's practiced more. I think Pure Spam still might take it, but let's see if Alfie's practice is going to be paying off. And we'll find out right now as the first fight starts. Pure Spam v Alfie, best of 3 in the 70 defense category.
Okay, so difference between the +1s, it's a Staff of Light here for Alfie versus the code I want for Pure Spam. So obviously you have the melee capabilities of the Staff of Light, but he's going to be using a Temp Whip to mainly proc with his melee. The code I want actually has a bigger magic damage bonus than the Staff of Light does. So we'll see if that comes into play when we take a look at damage dealt plus barrages hit.
Absolutely. Now, Alfie opted to use 2 of his DDS specs right from the start of the fight. One of the things a lot of people don't do in fights like these, the higher skilled players obviously do themselves, and I'm sure that our opponents throughout this tournament will, but special attack does recharge during the fight, and there's no problem with dumping 2 specs at the start, and then by the time you're halfway through, they're back again. Yeah,
I was gonna say the exact same thing. It's good to dump at least 2 specs at the start of the fight. There's a third, and these DDS specs, they're doing
oh my god, a 31-29!
60 damage outputted by Alfie on the 70 defense build as well.
That was a ridiculous special attack, but, credits to him because he was doing it against the right player.
Absolutely.
That fight was completely in favor of Alfie from start until the point of Ian being absolutely knocked out.
Man, and we talk about nerves playing on a stage. That's definitely a tilting moment there. Alfie with a lot of momentum behind him there. A huge spec to close out fight number 1. Now, Pure Spam, you don't have a lot of time to recuperate after that. How are you going to refocus going into the 1 defense fights?
No, exactly. Now, is that going to have a big enough impact on Ian's confidence, Pure Spam's confidence, sorry? Even though 1 defense is his thing, that is his jam. It's what he's best known for. He's very good at it. However, we clearly just saw in that last fight that it sometimes doesn't matter. That defense level isn't important if those specs come through.
Well, even though you have, higher defensive bonuses, you also have higher offense ones as well, being able to equip that Dragon Defender, even the Nezi helm, the Barrows gloves, all these things when compared to like a 1 defense build, you just have more offensive bonuses as well as defensive ones. So you're able to hit these higher hits. And now Alfie, we were just talking about it. More momentum over to his side of the stage. Pure Spam taking some deep breaths as now they re-gear in their 1 defense builds. Absolutely. This is his specialty though. Going up against his rival, this is where he has to force a 3rd fight.
Really looking forward to how this one's going to play out. Really hope the nerves haven't impacted either of these players too much. Didn't seem to have that much of a problem for Alfie, however. Just kept at it, kept up the offensive, and it paid off for him. I'm wondering if Pure Spam is going to do the same now and retaliate in full force.
Yeah, it all starts with dictating the pace of the fight. And what I mean by that is like catching the first freeze. You saw Alfie got the first freeze, then immediately dumped 2 DDS specs. Even if those hadn't hit anything, just the fact that he gets those off early, he's able to take control of the pace of the fight, and your special attack is going to regen throughout the fight. So maybe after those first sequence of hits, he wouldn't have an opportunity to dump specs had he not dumped them at the start.
Exactly.
Then you'd just be sitting at 100% spec, doing nothing, not recharging. Your opponent would do more, which should equate to more DPS.
Completely. Well, we'll see if that tactic is going to be changed when we go into this next fight. Whilst we're talking about fights, what about the other fight? So we're currently still having the first fight between Abyss and Skill Specs
that
going
first
on.
fight was so quick, I'm not sure if the other one has even finished yet.
No, it hasn't. We're being told that it looks like they have very similar builds. The only difference is the potions that have been used. However, Skill Specs has been playing very risky and is up on food at the moment. Abyss has had a few very big DDS specs come out.
Skill Specs playing risky, and that's something we love seeing from his streams. Sometimes it pays off. More often than not, it does not.
No, definitely not. I wouldn't want to be playing it risky in this kind of tournament right now, but the guy is very familiar with Carols and Darox, and with Darox you want to stay at low HP, so he's just probably got a lot of kind of like habits that have just stuck.
And just from his playstyle, I even recommended that he might be worth to bring like one Phoenix necklace, right? It's something that's not on the banned item list that I haven't seen any of these competitors use in their inventory setups. And just the way he plays, right, especially on like a one defense account, this is something I do personally when I'm breeding, is sometimes you could lure your opponent to risk it a little bit more. Like when he sees you risk on low HP, you equip that P-neck, your opponent will proc it while sitting on low HP himself, and you could counter-spec him out.
Absolutely. But yeah, as you said, it's really interesting that no one's opted to bring out the Phoenix necklace. Maybe now that you've said that, they will.
Yeah, it's something I was holding in. I know a lot of them were using a recoil rings just because it's free damage, but the P-neck is certainly something that could save you. You see the reaction from Skill Specs. Look like he won the 70 defense fight. Congratulations to him. Certainly good to see him rebound after that blunder in round 1 against Pure Spam.
Absolutely, and to be going up against Abyss, who's obviously came out on top of his last fight,
and that's
it's
his
going to be a big
specialty.
confidence boost for him.
But here we go, fight number 2 between Alfie and Pure Spam. About to kick off. It's the Pure build here. And just real quick, highlighting the differences once again, staff of Light for Alfie, Kodai Wand for Pure Spam, but as well the D-Sim versus the Leaf-Bladed Battle Axe.
Unfortunately getting hit by 37 freeze, followed by a really big DDS spec straight off the bat from Alfie. He's really getting lucky with the hits here, even though I believe Pure Spam had his Protect from Magic up in time, but it just wasn't enough. He's just taking so much damage. Look at the difference in food already from the start of this fight.
Yeah, very quick action here in the one defense fights, and because these guys have pretty much infinite bolts, there's no real reason to run an accumulator here. So when you see them switching to range, they also have the Infernal Cape on, which could kind of fake out your opponent a little bit, because you see the Infernal Cape typically and you're like, oh my god, a DDS spec is coming, a melee hit is coming, and it might be something that could fake your opponent off and allow you to get a hidden off prayer.
So a lot of head shaking here from Pure Spam, managing to unfortunately splash at least 3 casts in a row. Does then cast an Ice Blitz, but it's not long enough to keep Alfie in place before he gets frozen again. They're now both frozen step by step. Alfie did a really good job there actually of managing to freeze Pure Spam whilst he did a step under. You don't get many opportunities to do that. Here's a big DDS spec coming out. Pure Spam not in the right prayer, but manages to tank the hits at least.
Pure Spam hasn't used a single special attack yet, still sitting at 100%. Alfie has already regenerated 20%, so he's about to get another DDS spec in after already using 4. Pure Spam has to get these specs in. He's unfrozen out. This is the moment. Stand on your opponent, get those specs in, and output damage. Right now, he's just giving Alfie opportunities to freeze him in place, and there you go. Now there's no chance to get any melee damage in.
Does a really good job, however, of trying to keep the damage up using his potions to his full effect to hide his attack style. Does get a few good hits through, but as you've mentioned before, he didn't manage to get any of his specs out, and at this point, he has literally wasted, he's wasted a full spec now by the time that Alfie has managed to regen that.
Yeah, also seen him fail on a little bit of his switches. Tried to catch a freeze with his chaps on. Looking at the difference in food, Pure Spam only has 1 full brew left, but 4 anglers compared to the 3 anglers, and 6 doses of brews here for Alfie. So small HP, actually it's fairly even across the board. Keep in mind, as Alfie brews down, he's going to have to restore up after, so those are going to be maybe missed attacking ticks throughout this fight.
Completely, but we know what these fights can go like. It's just one special attack can be the big difference between winning and losing these fights. And Pure Spam really needs to take advantage of the opportunity as soon as he
Hasn't
gets one.
spec'd once.
No,
Still got
hasn't.
100%.
Maybe he's just obviously focusing more on keeping himself alive, doesn't want to go into to risk it, but you're going to have to take some of those risks eventually. Alfie doing a pretty good job of keeping himself alive through these fights as well. Unfortunately, not getting his prayer up in time and getting hit at 34, I believe, barrage there. So nice damage coming in from Pure Spam. Mostly his damage has been magic-based from what it seems throughout this fight.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be curious to see how many barrages hit versus Splash for this fight.
Yep.
And here you go. Specs not being unloaded by Pure Spam. There's one, 15 total damage. Alfie staying in his tankier gear, even though 1 defense for now, but Pure Spam steps right under him, but he gets unfrozen. Does the freeze hit? Yes, it does. And now Alfie, this is a crucial moment to take control of the fight. He's only got 1 Brutos left. And now what he could do is if he steps in the diagonal squares away from Pure Spam, he won't allow Pure Spam to melee him. And there's the spec at the end. Alfie closes it out. A 2-0 victory over Pure Spam.
Really good job there from Alfie. At the end of that fight, he was completely up by 2 full special attacks, just because the amount of lost opportunities that Pure Spam had to spec. He was frozen a lot of the times, which just meant that he wasn't able to, utilize them as well as he could. But even so, there were opportunities that he could have taken.
Oh, without a doubt. And more so than the other builds. On 1 defense, you know that your dagger is probably going to hit.
Yeah.
Alfie used, 6 total specs versus 2 from Pure Spam, and Pure Spam used them at the end. Yeah, just being able to unload your specs earlier. And look at the barrages hit, 21 for Pure Spam versus 11 for Alfie, and that's a fight he loses.
Yeah, 9 splashes as well compared to Pure Spam's 3 splashes. So looks like the Kodo one did a little bit of work there for Pure Spam, just not enough.
Yep, difference in damage dealt around 50. 1 Brutos being the difference between the 2 as well. But that's a big confidence win for Alfie, and maybe that's why Pure Spam put down Alfie as his rival.
Yeah, potentially, definitely is true to his word in that sense now, because coming out 2-0 on top. So we've got 2 points for Alfie, 2 points for Pure Spam. We're getting updated points number on the other competitors as we can. I believe we're going to be jumping into the fight of Abyss v Skill Specs right now. So this is halfway through, nearly towards the end actually, in fact, in the 1 defense category for the 2 players. Looks like Skill Specs has got a favorable lead against Abyss. Used a lot of special attack. Really nice bolt of 48. Ridiculous amounts of damage from there. However, he needs to eat because 1 spec is all it's going to take to kill him, whether that be ranged or from melee.
Yeah, this is not a situation where you want to risk it too much. You have a big lead, and you saw in his inventory, he's using that P-neck now. Maybe listen to what I'm saying, but there's the DDS spec. Abyss only on 20 HP. There's the 17. Skill Specs trying to get away. Prey range. Oh my God, there's a chance here for Abyss to take a victory.
Come on, Skill Specs.
The P-neck. The P-neck rocks. The P-neck rocks. He heals some HP and comes out with the victory. A big round for Skill Specs to win, as after the blunder against Pure Spam, Skill Specs wins his fight 2-0.
Ridiculous that was. I thought there was never going to be a bigger throw of the century than that right there.
P-neck saves him.
Saved by the P-neck. Wow, what a fight to have tuned into. Congratulations to Skill Specs coming up here now 2-0 against Abyss.
And Abyss, a first-time fighter here on the stage. Skill Specs maybe a little bit more attuned to the environment. Nerves could be playing a factor there. And obviously the difference maker throughout that whole series was the fact that Abyss loses the 70 defense fight. That's his specialty. That's where he's most comfortable. And then Skill Specs just takes pure advantage of him there in the pure fight. Take a look at some of the stats. Let's take a look at how both these players compared. Nearly even in the damage, only 17 damage, the difference between both of them.
Yeah, I think the major difference there was that Skill Specs managed to get, 4 extra barrages off in comparison to Abyss, and at that point he's probably able to control the fight.
Abyss didn't splash 1 though, 100% on his barrage hits.
Yeah, exactly. I think each barrage is looking at, a 20-second freeze. And when you're hitting an additional 4, that's a decent 1 minute 20 against your opponent.
Yeah, and all that time, you're just DDing under your opponent, just trying to work them. Do as much damage as you can and limit the amount that you're taking. Also, just like I was saying in that first series, right, when you saw them DDing under each other and we knew that Pure Spam had full spec in, if you DD under your opponent and you go to a diagonal square, they can't melee you. So that's a way you could kind of fake them out. When you're the one who's being frozen and you have your opponent DDing on you, for the most part, you're just spam clicking, right? You're just hoping that you could do some damage as they step away from you. That's either with range or with melee, so your opponent could, maybe survive an extra attacking
There it is.
And there's that 60 DDS spec from Alfie to close out that first fight. This was a fun fight. I mean, both these series going on and finishing pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, exactly. They've been very, very fast-paced. I think that was the moment where Alfie just took the lead again. A really good spec coming out from him. He obviously got a lot of high-hitting hits actually coming through against Pure Spam. But still, very close when it came to it. 1 Bruce left from Alfie at the end of that. Pure Spam could have brought it back.
Yeah, without a doubt. And unfortunately, just like we were highlighting throughout that entire fight, for me, it came down to the fact that he just did not use his special attacks up until the very end. 6 specs versus 2 is going to be a huge difference maker on these one defense builds where you're always taking damage.
Absolutely. So we're going to see a portion of the one fight that we didn't manage to catch here, which was skill specs for Abyss in their 70 defense category. The food difference there, both players out of food, and then skill specs managed to win just by that bolt hit. And this is going to be the interesting moment where skill specs nearly actually lost when he had so much of an advantage. It's going to carry on a little bit more. And just decided to walk around.
Here, this is the moment, right? He eats the angler, eats his last one, switches to the P-neck, 3 HP versus 20. That 18 hit right there procs his P-neck, and he knows as soon as he gets that extra bit of HP, he knows he has the fight in the bag.
A lot of happy emotions coming through from him. So the next fight that we're going to be casting is going to be Abyss v Pure Spam, and off screen we're going to be having Alfie against Skill Specs. So interestingly, the Abyss's forte here is 70 defense, Pure Spam's being 1 defense. They're both going to be doing that at least once. So we might potentially have a third game. Both players lost both of their fights in the last fight that they had.
Is Legendary skill level above Epic?
I believe it is, yeah.
Okay, so Abyss, we'll see if his experience can carry him through here, but that must have been a pretty tilting fight for him. You know, he loses the 70 defense one to skill specs and then just unable to make it happen in the 1 defense one. And both those fights, they were, you know, the outcome was what, like 20 HP at max between both the fights?
Yeah,
like,
they were so close.
Really could have went either way.
And it's just 1 hit at that point, and there's not really much that you can do about it, but unfortunately, there's only going to be 1 winner. So we're going to jump straight into it now. We've actually had all players have won 1 fight each, at least. Interesting.
Okay. Things pretty even here in Group 1, which is sort of what we expected as the skill level pretty close with that 34 barrage from Pure Spam to start things out. You get the freeze, then the 42 whip after. This is exactly what you want to do. Even though he dumps that spec onto melee prayer, he's going to regenerate that special attack damage. And right now, he's just trying to catch Abyss off prayers. Good magic. Barrage there. Wow. 50 DDS spec to continue things here. Pure Spam in control for the time being.
Absolutely controlling this fight, as you said, from the start. A nice 42 bolt hit to come through as well. Ridiculous amounts of damage at the very start of this, but Pure Spam using the Kodo wand, that additional accuracy is really helping.
His food's all gone.
He is a golem. You gotta eat it all. And then Abyss has got the Armadillo crossbow as his choice, but he's not really been able to use it because he's just been eating the whole fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, the ACB might be a favorite for some of these guys on these high defense builds, just that extra armor piercing that you get with the Dragon Bolts, but catching that freeze proves to be invaluable. Being able to stop your opponent in their tracks, DD under them, and then moving with whatever attack style you want to attack with next. There's the DDS spec from Abyss. We'll do some damage through prayer. Dumps in 2. Now swapping over to range. Now the next goal for Pure Spam is to catch this upcoming freeze.
Yeah, and you can see the gear switches coming out really quick here from Abyss, trying to go from tank into mage, just for the times where he wants to cast. You don't want to be stuck in your magic gear for too long, because the lesser defensive bonuses really do make a big difference in these fights.
Oh, without a doubt. Agree with you there. As now both players, they got some spacing between them, but the barrage is about to expire for both of them, so we're going to be able to see some movement. Who's going to start things off with the melee hit. But take a look at the food. There's a clear advantage in Pure Spam's corner, right? A lot of anglerfish, still his 2 Karen bonds. And you got to figure, you could eat the anglerfish, sip of 1 brew dose of the Sourdough brew, and eat the Karen bomb all in 1 tick. So that's a lot of HP in 1 tick, and you don't lose out on your next attacking.
Completely. Now you'll see a few times here, Pure Spam's taking some damage hits that aren't the normal color. They're actually green because he's
28
poisoned.
DDS spec through prayer. Yeah, where's his Sandfew? Why do you not bring just 1 Sandfew?
He brought Super Restores instead of Sandfew Serums for whatever reason. Not really sure why there. Maybe a mistake on his part, because whilst it's not a huge amount of damage, it all adds up. And when we've seen these fights get down to as close as 20 HP between the winner, it can make a difference. However, looking at the difference in food between Abyss and Pure Spam still has, you know, what is that, 7 anglers and 7 doses of brews.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to have enough poison ticks to make up for that amount of damage, but we'll see. But look, coming into these fights, you know, as that countdown is going on, these guys could start sipping their potions. So typically you'll see them brew down and then they have to restore up. Why not just brew down and then restore up with your Sandfew, and then you have the immunity from poison for the whole fight?
No, completely. And that was a really nice fakey there from Pure Spam. It looked like he was using range, but actually I believe he went in for a magic attack. If not, he completely faked me as a caster. So props to him. However, he has got a freeze now anyway, opting to stand underneath Abyss. Ooh. Really nice hit again. He's got really high damage from these bolts. It's just that rune crossbow is in shredding people. And I think at this point, all I've seen is that ACB has been okay. It's a nice addition, but the Kodai wand gives you the massive magic accuracy increase, which is very favorable. And the rune crossbow has been doing enough damage to kind of like see it as something that isn't a problem to bring.
Oh, look, and something we haven't touched upon yet is across all the builds, all the diaries are active. So the Candor and Hard diaries give you, I believe it's 10% chance to proc your Bolt special attack, right, in PvP scenarios. So that's going to be a reason why you see maybe more Bolt specs than in typical fights.
Yep. Now Abyss here completely out of food. It's just down to pure spam to get these last few hits out. 21 HP left. Now down to 16. Opted to use a spec, but hits a 0-0 even on the right prayer. A nice 13-1 there to finish it off. And is it going to be one Bolt hit to go? A few more hits here, but I think this fight is definitely in favor of pure spam.
Yeah, with 3 HP, there's just not much you can do if you're Abyss. And there you go, pure spam. He's going to take the 70 defense fight, Abyss's specialty. And guys, look, you can go over to OSRSAllstars.com to keep track of all the matches that are going on. And throughout the group stages, these guys will also be streaming their own personal point of view. So if there's a match going on that's not on the mainstream, you can tune into their personal channels and catch all the action there.
Yep, we're going to all the brackets are updated on OSRSAllstars.com as well. You can see the player profiles.
Wow, look at that difference in damage.
Huge amounts from pure spam. It's like 240 additional damage there. So much less food eaten.
18 barrages.
Both with 12 splashes, which is very interesting. But the amount on there is like nearly 3 times as many barrages coming out from pure spam compared to Abyss.
And now, pure spam got to be feeling all the confidence in the world. 1 defense coming up, that's his specialty. It's in his name. 1 defense is his go-to build. But Abyss, he's still in it. You know, he's got the skill to back it up. And on 1 defense, just like we've been highlighting, it seems like you're always taking damage. You're always doing damage. And 1 DDS spec, 1 lucky 1 in your favor, outputs a lot of damage, will turn the momentum back in your favor.
The fight that we didn't manage to see, Alfie v Skill Specs. Skill Specs wins the first fight. The 70 defense round was going in favor of him. So maybe it's going to be maybe we will see pure spam Skill Specs going forward.
Yeah, and you know, I thought Abyss would be the one topping this group, but he's down at the bottom for the time being. And if Skill Specs is able to take out Alfie here, it's going to be certainly some interesting deciders to see who comes out top 2 in this group. And keep in mind, this is only Group 1. We got 3 more groups to go through here at the Old School RuneScape All-Stars PvP Championship 2018. Both these players now going to gear up for their 1 defense fights. I think, though, we're all favoring pure spam coming to this one, but can't count Abyss out of it just yet. Look, we're on stage. In this type of environment, anything could happen.
Absolutely. And, you know, some of them never really been on stage before. First time on there. It's going to be to something in terms of...
Pure spam's been on stage a bunch, but normally he's casting with us.
Yeah, he's normally chilling, you know, sitting on the sofa, nice and comfy, being on his little throne, carrying on talking at the speed of light. Bless him.
And I know this is important for pure spam because he wants to show the community that, yes, he could hang with the best when it comes down to these PvP fights. So he's got a lot to prove to the community, to himself as well, that he can do this. And hopefully each and every fight that he gets under his belt, the nerves are going to calm down a little bit and the confidence is going to build.
Absolutely, and he's doing a great job so far. I think all of our participants have done absolutely fantastic in their fights.
Aside from Jay in that first one?
Yeah, apart from the one where, you know, you kind of bring the wrong items and you can't really use your bolts. And
can't shoot any bolts at him, you forget your +1, but from then on out, he's been performing really well.
Absolutely, I think he's just kind of taken that and used it to his advantage. He's fueling himself with his own rage.
The only thing you can do is just laugh it off. Like, it's a silly mistake to make. First fight, get those first fight jitters out of the way. And it looks like he's certainly been able to stabilize here on the stage and provided some very entertaining fights so far.
So we're just waiting at the moment on the players just getting ready. We're going to be there in a few seconds.
Maybe you hear the countdown coming in through our mics. The crowd getting ready. We're about to load into the arena. 1 defense fight coming up. Abyss versus Pure Spam. Pure Spam up 1-0. Good luck coming to the chat. Once again, the code I want here for Pure Spam. And Abyss is going to bring his own out. Didn't catch that freeze. So it looks like Abyss early on. There's the DDS spec, and just like we were talking about, always doing some damage. 2 specs dumped in. Pure Spam forced to tank up, and while he's eating, he's not doing any damage back.
Now, hopefully that's not hit him in terms of the old nerves category, because if it has, he's going to be panicking a little bit, and this is not the kind of fight you want to be panicking in.
Oh, that was a huge freeze for him to catch.
Really does need to get it. Unfortunately, though, splashing, trying to do as much as he can to get Abyss to change out his prayers, and here we go. We might see Pure Spam bring it back. Wow! 2 DDS specs coming from each side.
Pure Spam at 115 HP, so he's going to look to restore it back up, get his offensive combat pot sips in, and then go back to dealing some damage. Abyss trying to catch this next freeze. Pure Spam for the time being, looking to get some off-prayer hits. 22 through prayer, that's a big one. Also looking at these guys, they're both using recoil rings as well, so it's just free damage from both sides.
Really nice barrage coming in there from Pure Spam, following on from the range attack. Abyss healed back up to full HP. So one of the things you'll see is a lot of times that they'll go above 99 HP to the 115, and that's because it gives them a little bit of a buffer. They can afford to take at least one hit before they have to worry about, you know, eating up again. It gives them a chance to get themselves together.
Yeah, let me let you in on a little secret. You cannot lose these fights if you do not die. So staying above max HP is definitely the safe way to play it. And while you're sipping brews, right, it's a quick tick, so you could attack right after, right?
Absolutely.
So let's say you cast a barrage, right? Then you brew down once. You could fake over your range, hit him at range, brew down again. Fake over to mage, go back to range, hit him again, and then time your next barrage with that restore, so that way you're not really wasting any ticks, but you still have a chance to fake out your opponent and deal some extra damage.
Talking about damage, there's been a lot of damage being dealt back and forth from the two teams here. Pure Spam seems to be up in the food category. He has 1 anglerfish and a total of 7 brew doses left, compared to Abyss, who is now actually out. Sitting at full HP, and a really nice spec coming out from there. Really nice counter spec, however, coming in from them. And there it is. Pure Spam takes Abyss down.
I think he knew that there was no way Abyss had any food left, and he just let it all rain, just unleashed all the remaining specs. And now Abyss, unfortunate for him, he's now out of this group. Pure Spam coming out on top of that one. Another convincing win for him.
Yeah, so Pure Spam doing really well. As I say, commiserations to Abyss. Tried his hardest, but unfortunately is now out of the tournament. That's the way that he goes. Didn't get enough points to make it through to the next round.
And now, you know, going on the off-screen fight, it's Alfie versus Skillspecs. We know that in the 70 defense fight, it was Skillspecs winning that one. And in the 1 defense one, Alfie, he's bringing some extra switches with him. Haven't got an update on how that fight played out. Maybe it's still gone on. But now we can see some of the post-game stats between Abyss and Pure Spam, the winner. 4 barrages splashed compared to 3. More barrages hit for Pure Spam. And then you see the difference in the damage. 164, the difference maker there for Pure Spam.
That was really quick maths, Robin.
You know,
good job
subtraction,
there.
It's not really that hard.
Yeah. I liked your comment earlier, actually, where it's talking about how, you know, it's impossible to lose the fights if you don't die.
Exactly.
And I really wanted to turn around and say, yeah, guys, it's not hard to win. You just got to eat.
Eat and do some damage. You know, that's why I tell my clan all the time, but they still don't listen. They always just die. Don't know what's going on. Maybe they're not eating their food, but they're certainly not doing any damage back. Anyways, that was a big win for Pure Spam, especially considering that Abyss had such a strong start to that fight, being able to catch the first freeze, being able to get his specs out a little bit earlier. I think for the most part, that's one thing that maybe Pure Spam could work on a little bit better is, you know, catching that first freeze and then immediately at least using 1 spec. You always want to save 1 for that opportune KO moment, right? So you don't want to dump all 4 at the start, but certainly using those specs because your bar is going to regenerate, allowing you to get more later on in the fight.
Yeah. So in terms of the tournament and moving forward, it seems like Skillspecs v Alfie, they're currently 1-1.
Okay.
So the winner of this next fight is going to determine which one of those 2 goes through to the quarterfinals.
Interesting to know. I mean, keep in mind, this is only Group 1. We got 3 more to go after this, and things are already getting pretty exciting. And it looks like Alfie is going to take the 1 defense fight, as you were saying, against Skillspecs, dealing just more damage overall than Skillspecs. So it's going to come down to the 45 one, and I believe if Skillspecs wins this series, he might make it on through.
Yeah, so we've got Pure Spam obviously going through now, Abyss falling out. This fight to determine who it's going to be. Skillspecs v Alfie currently 1-1. Alfie manages to win with the pure category. 45 defense isn't quite a pure category. It's not.
It's like half and half, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's the middle ground, and that's where we are.
You have the option to still output a lot of damage. You have more defensive gear available to you. Now, one thing that we saw earlier on, you know, some differences between the 45 defense builds, obviously aside from the +1, is making sure you have Infinity Boots on, making sure you have the proper amulet, whether it's a Fear and a Cold Switch, you know, over a Glory.
Boots.
Yeah, climbing boots. I don't think you want to use those over Infinity ones. It's so crucial to catch these freezes, right? That's one thing we could definitely agree on throughout all the builds, and that's why people are going for something like a Kodai Wand over an ACB, because they value that extra magic attack bonus, and being able to catch those freezes is just invaluable.
Absolutely. I think it's one of the most important parts about every single one of these fights here, and about the actual style of fighting in general. Hybrid, Tribrid is all about getting the right attack styles in, and those freezes mean that you just can control those fights completely. We ran a tournament earlier the week with around about 60 or so participants, and I'd probably say 80% of them brought the Kodai Wand, and it help them get on top of every single person that didn't. So I'd be very surprised if when we get to the later stages of this tournament, the thing that we see time and time again is just not the code I want. It has to be.
I mean, maybe it depends on who's going up against Bodhi. Maybe we'll see someone bring, you know, an AGS, maybe a Dragon Warhammer. Every special attack seems to hit on him.
A good old AGS spec. That would be an interesting way to KO someone, wouldn't it?
You never know, and if somebody's kind of trying to study you throughout the fight, they're like, oh, you know, I know this guy's going to bring a Kodai. You can certainly catch him off guard, you know, with a Godsword hit, and you never know if somebody like skill specs, you know, he likes to sit on lower HP.
Yeah.
One AGS spec, even though if you might be down in food throughout the fight, KO him right then and there.
I think it would be really nice to see another spec weapon. The DDS obviously everyone is using because it's just there, it's free, and they do want to take either the ACP or the Kodai, but I would love to see an AGS spec, or even a Claws. I think Claws would be really good. They're really powerful if you can get them on the right, if you're against your opponent when they're in robes with the wrong prayer. That being said, however, we are going to be moving into our next game, which is going to decide who from Alfie v Skill Specs is going to go into the quarterfinals. And this is the 45 defense category, currently 1-1 between the two players.
Okay, so Kodai versus ACB going to be the difference here between the +1s. Skill Specs going with the Aram staff to supplement his magic attack.
And
we lost Alfie.
Disappeared.
That's fine, no damage done. Wait, he's back.
They're back again.
He's back too.
That was interesting. I don't think that was meant to happen. So
yeah,
I believe
it's going
we're
to be
going
a quick restart. Fortunately, no damage was done, so we're not going to really lose anything there. It's not like in the first fight of the day we saw where, you know, towards the end, Skill Specs realized, oh, I don't have a +1. Oh, I can't use my bolts. So yeah, we're going to get a quick restart there. Bear with us here. But just like Aiza was just mentioning, the winner of this fight will make it out of the group alongside Pierceman.
Absolutely. I just had word come through that they were just warming us up, ready for the fight, making sure that we were
teasing us a little bit.
Yeah, we're like, oh, here you go. No, not just yet. Oh, no, we're going to go again in a minute. So, yeah, no worries on that front. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen. Who do you think is going to take it, Revan?
I don't know. Both these fights, both these players, they've had close ones, both skilled in their own right. I'm going to go with Skill Specs for this one. I feel like he plays with a lot of passion, a lot of emotion. I'd love to see him make it on through. But one thing we haven't really talked about yet is how good does this arena look that they're fighting in, man?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Shout out, I think, to, I believe, Mod West was the guy who designed this.
Mod West is the best.
Give him a few days. Yeah, Mod Best is the best. Wait, Mod West is the best, not Mod Best is the West. It could work either way.
Sure.
Anyway, yeah, you give that guy a few editing tools and a couple of days, and he can pretty much put together anything.
Yeah, it looks really good. Good job, Mod West, on that. But if you're just tuning in now, right now, it's the last match of Group 1. Skill Specs going up against Alfie. It comes down to this. The 45 defense build between both of them. Winner makes it on through. Loser, unfortunately, you start your night early.
Yep. And in terms of the other participants from Group 1, Pure Spam has already gone through to the quarterfinals, and Abyss, unfortunately, is out of the tournament.
I think that's a surprise to many.
Yeah, completely. He was a fan favorite of a lot of people when we saw on social. So let's get into the fight here and see what happens. Who's going to catch that first freeze? Skill Specs really fast off the bat, but does splash. Alfie manages to get it. It's a very low damage hit twice in a row now, only dealing 10. Skill Specs a little bit up in terms of how much has been come through. However, did take a spec, but wasn't enough of a hit.
Abyss literally has a front row seat to this fight. You see him on the outside looking in. A nice bolt hit from Skill Specs there, and that's going to be the difference between the ACB versus the Rune Crossbow. Look at their boots again. Alfie, once again, going with the climbers here over the Infinity boots from Skill Specs.
Hasn't brought out an additional recall this time. I think it's because you have more gear switches, so you don't want to sacrifice a piece of food. It's not worth that much, but less for him to have to worry about as well.
All right, right now both players going to DD under one another, trying to output as much damage as possible. This is the second time in a row Alfie catches that freeze before Skill Specs, as now they're going to look to output their special attacks. Both players severely low on that. 10% left for Alfie, 25 left for Skill Specs, and there, it's all going to go down. 15 with the DDS, not bad. You know, at least it's damage. 22 to follow that up with the bolt. Can he catch the freeze? But that's a 30 with the skim hit. 16 through prayer. Skill Specs now has the tank. Here comes the bolt follow up off prayer. Doing a little bit of damage. And another 30 to follow with the D-Sim. Alfie's doing a lot of melee damage here. And Skill Specs, he's going to give up on trying to catch that freeze.
Yeah, one of the things we obviously spoke about before was when they're in their tank gear, when they've got Protect from Magic, it's very unlikely, especially when you don't have that magic boosting weapon such as the Kodai. Skill Specs is going to have to stick with the Aram staff.
You have to range in this situation.
Yeah, you really have to just try and do as much as you can to force him to swap out a Protect from Magic and change up his gear.
0 freezes caught here for Skill Specs. There you go. Finally, he gets one. But can he close the gap? No. It looks like Alfie Noah did not catch that freeze. Now this is a chance for Skill Specs to do some damage of his own. Try to get some melee in there. You can't DDS spec. You only got 20% spec. And he doesn't have a melee weapon to hit with. Just the DDS.
Yeah, so interestingly, it looks like he's actually opted for additional cape swap rather than bringing out the another melee weapon. So he's got the Infernal Cape.
But the thing is, right, you bring that Infernal Cape to boost your melee hits, and then your only melee hits you're getting are with the DDS spec.
Yep, and that's if he actually puts the cape on when he does it as well. I believe he's just using the mage cape, though, for when he goes in for those splashes. Meant to be those casts, but I mean, it's not inaccurate to say that at the least. And that's probably due to the fact that he's not bringing the Kodai wand as his +1. He wants
the
to
big
get
advantage that Alfie has, sorry to cut you off, is the
No
amount of
worries.
brews that he has left, right? 3, 6, 9 total sips compared to 1 for skill specs. But of course, while Alfie's brewing down, he's going to have to restore it back up, bring his stats back up. But that 28 hit with the bolt through prayer, that's the dagger. As now skill specs going to try to get under him. One big DDS spec could change the pace of the fight here, but skill specs has to eat up.
Not managed to get it. Wow, there it is. Wow. Alfie dropped his prayer for a moment then.
Oh, if only he had something to melee whack with. Unfortunately, he only has a poke here, so Alfie, I'm not sure if he knows this or not, but he could safely just sit there on Pray Magic and Pray Range, swapping between the two, because skill specs on his next special attack restore, he will have one more spec to use.
Yep, so it's a little bit less for skill specs to have to worry about in terms of what gear to use. That was a really nice hit there coming through from Alfie, a nice 34 followed by a 28. But yeah, he doesn't have to think about it as much, but neither does his opponent.
Oh, wow, another big DDS spec from Alfie. He's gotten really big hits with his melee, both with the skim and now follow with the DDS spec. So now skill specs taking a lot of damage. It's like a little bit of interruption, but the fight can continue, maybe?
Both players able to move around, it looks. Very surprised looks on their faces. I'd imagine that at the moment the fight has been paused. We are getting word come through that the arena seems to have actually glitched out, and we may have to restart that fight.
Technical difficulties bear with us here. Maybe a bit unfortunate for Alfie as he's up in bruise. He's got 5 total sips compared to nothing left here for skill specs. But we could talk about what we've seen so far. Obviously, the Climber boots versus Infinity boots. Thought it would be in favor of skill specs, but he splashed so many times on his barrages, and you see them next to each other, right?
Yeah.
Alfie just found out that skill specs had nothing left in his inventory. No healing whatsoever. A bit unfortunate, but look, stuff like this happens, and now it's got to be a restart.
Yeah, and we do have confirmation that the match is going to be restarted. So back to us whilst those players get themselves ready. You saw a sigh of relief from skill specs, I think, when he got word of that, because that fight was definitely not in his favor.
No, without a doubt. And I really love to see him actually switch up his inventory coming into this restart fight. I really think you need something to threaten some melee damage with, whether it's a Leaf Blade, a Battle Axe, or a Skim. Even if you throw on like a Staff of Light, right, and Staff Bash him, you know, at least it's something. It's something to force your opponent to switch prayers and constantly have to worry about the threat of melee damage instead of just counter-expect and saying, oh, he used 4 specs, you know, maybe he's going to regen in 30 seconds, 40 seconds time. I don't have to worry about any melee damage coming throughout that whole duration.
Absolutely. I would kind of expect them to go in with the same setups because of the fact that it is a rematch, and that's probably the fairest way for them to do it. However, if Skill Specs does manage to progress through now, and his saving grace was the fact that that fight did get replayed, then yeah, potentially that's something that he needs to consider going forward, is that he should have that additional swap.
Without a doubt, of course, something that he would love to go in his favor is catching more freezes. You know, the Infinity Boot's not helping him out too much there, unfortunately, but you know, restarts happen. These things, now you just have to reset your mindset as well, right? Especially if you're Alfie, you knew you had the lead, you knew things were going in your favor, but it does not matter anymore. And this is a time where, as a competitor, it's important to have a short-term memory, right? Just forget it, move on. It all comes down to this. This is the decider to see who's going to make it out of Group 1 in that second place alongside Pure Spam. So still a lot on the line for both these players.
Yeah, I mean, given the last fight there, this rematch, I'm gonna give it in the way of Alfie because he did a really good job of controlling that fight. And I think the disadvantage of Skill Specs without that full melee weapon to use is not gonna work out for him. So I'd say that the fight is again gonna go to Alfie, and I'm gonna change from being a Skill Specs fan for this particular one.
I feel like I saw Alfie do at least 90 damage with his Stim throughout that fight. It seems like every
was
time he
really
went in
good,
for a whack, it was like 30 damage, and Skill Specs was like, what? Why can't I hit like this? So that's why it's important to bring multiple threats, you know, between all combat styles. And, you know, even though the ACB, I felt like Skill Specs was doing slightly more damage with his ranged attacks versus Alfie's ranged attacks, just that threat of the melee weapon, I'm going to bring it up again, was a huge key difference throughout that first fight.
Absolutely, definitely did make all the difference there. But there were some high hits coming out as well. A lot of freezes, a lot of splashes from Skill Specs as well. But yeah, we're just waiting for them to get together. Once they do, we'll jump back into their fight. and carry on from there.
And if you're just joining us now, there is no off-stream fight going on right now. This is the last one to decide Group 1. Coming up after this, we will move into Group 2. And just to reiterate, if there's ever a match that you want to see that is not on the main stream, you can tune into the players' own personal streams. They'll all be broadcasting on their Twitch channels. So if you want to catch one of the other matches that's going on, you can open up multiple tabs and make sure that you don't miss any of the action that's going on here at the Old School RuneScape All-Stars PvP Championship.
And here we go, starting back into the rematch fight here, the 45 defense category. The winner of this fight determines who goes through to the quarterfinals of the first group. Pure Spam already progressing. Abyss, unfortunately, out of the tournament. However, had a very strong run until he got to the point where he was out.
And there you go, Skill Specs already a better start to this one as he catches a freeze, taking some melee damage there off the spec, as now he's going to try to use some of his spec against Alfie here. The poke with the DDS, that's unfortunate, but at least he hits a 4 with it. The 30 with the bolt to follow up is certainly nice. 13 with his follow-up spec.
And you can straight away, see
even.
the huge difference in how these fights have gone down just because of the pure amount of damage Skill Set's been able to deal at the start. It's going to just help him snowball completely. Alfie obviously had to spend that time with not eating. And both
So the reason this one has stopped here is because Skill Specs has brought double hides, right? He switched his setup up, so we're going to avoid that fight. I'm not sure if it's going to be another reset or straight up forfeit, but because he, right, just like you were saying, the most fair thing to do because we had the reset, unfortunately, is to bring the same exact gear.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're going to try to sort that out, and we'll see what happens as we get word.
Wonderful. So once we hear back in terms of what's going to happen from there, we will update you all. That was a really good start for Skill Specs, though, so really unfortunate if he'd just taken his
It was
normal
already
gear.
a better start just from the fact that he caught a freeze, right? It seemed like for the first 45 seconds of that first fight in the 45 death category, he just couldn't catch a freeze to save his life, and Alfie was just able to run over him. But maybe that was that fight where the RNG would be in Skill Specs' favor, and because he brings a different gear setup, we would never know.
Wonderful. So we just had word come back that the fight is going to be restarted. It was an honest mistake from Skill Specs. Unfortunate, however, because he had a really good start there. I would be severely annoyed. I would be surprised if at the end of this he loses. He's going to be tweeting out so many smokes.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you had opportunities, right? That's the beauty of the game. You have opportunities, and the worst part about these fights is like when you go back and you watch back your losses, you're like, why was I praying mage there? Why was I praying melee here? Why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that? Every time you look back over things, right, hindsight's always 20/20. But just like we've been highlighting throughout all these fights, things happen so fast, so quick. You got to be very reactionary to what your opponent throws at you. And here you go, Group 1 deciding fight, Alfie versus Skill Specs. Let's get it going.
Third time lucky, who is going to be the one to go through to the quarterfinals? Is it going to be Skill Specs or is it going to be Alfie?
All right, fourth time is going to be the charm, I hope.
We'll get there.
This happened the first time around, right? Both players popping back in. Looks like it's just going to be another restart. Is what it is. Fortunately, no damage was done this time around, right? So quick restart. We'll hop back into it.
Absolutely. Does that count as that's 4 now, right?
Is that 4? Yeah.
I believe
Maybe
so.
fifth time will be the charm.
Yeah. Hopefully, fingers crossed that we can get this in. However, it is best to make sure that we do go into these fights and they are as they're meant to be. Obviously, the first fight that we saw with the incorrect items, well, that was just unfortunate. It was caught late on. Whilst these are at the very start and no damage has been dealt, we want to make sure we go into them and that they're the best that they can be and that it's going to be fair for both opponents.
All right, so it looks like I'm getting word that Skill Specs forgot to refill his potions. So that's obviously important, you know. Bring those 4 dose pots in, you know, they make a big difference, being able to boost your stats 3 times versus 4 times. Looks like the fight's ready. We're about to jump back into the action. Once again, the Group 1 deciding fight, Skill Specs versus Alfie, comes down to the Zerker build. Winner moves through, loser goes home.
Let's see who it's going to be. Who is going to catch that first freeze? It seems to be the pivotal point of these fights. Skill Specs opting to just go straight in for the DDS, but gets frozen in place instead. Doesn't get to utilize that.
Fortunately not. So now Alfie just buying time. Oh, 47 to start things off. 19-11 to follow up, but Skill Specs does catch the freeze. 3 specs down here for Alfie, but a lot of damage done. Let's see if Skill Specs can bring it back, because now he's going to have an opportunity, right? The freeze that Alfie casts on him expires first. So now Skill Specs could DD right back. And now he has a chance to spec if he wants to.
See what he does here. Doesn't manage to catch much damage, actually, during that freeze duration. Hitting a lot of zeros against Alfie, and Alfie has managed to burst him whilst he was stepping out as well. So now he can take advantage of stepping under and try and deal some damage back over to him. However, it does look like Skill Specs managed to freeze him whilst Alfie did the same thing as what he did to Skill Specs. So a turn of the tails here.
That's an important freeze to catch, and a hard one to catch at that, because Alfie's the one controlling the pace, right? He's DDing under you. Now skill specs starting to bring the fight a little bit back. Still down on food. Important to, compare the brews left. 2 full ones here for skill specs, well, 2.5 here for Alfie. So that's going to be a lot of HP that Alfie has. But of course, you got to restore back up. Regardless, 22 barrage coming in from skill specs as he's starting to take some damage. Should look to get under his opponent here, as that skim wax still doing some damage here for Alfie.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit at least 3 times with it so far, and it is really making a big difference. And that's something that skill specs just can't use.
Yeah, because once again, we're staying with his default build here, and his default build didn't have a melee whack weapon, just a DDS. So maybe he could try to poke his opponent, but it's only going to tickle a little bit. Not going to do a lot.
So looking at the cam here of skill specs, looks like he's having some issues. He's taking off his headset, not really sure what is going on at this point. Hopefully we'll get some information come through. Looking at what we had available to us here, Alfie seemed to be ahead in terms of food. We've got skill specs who is a little bit behind from the anglers in particular. And yeah, hopefully.
All right, so while we try to sort this out, let's go ahead and talk about maybe Group 2 that's about to come up. This is one that I'm excited to see because it's going to be 2 prolific Iron Men going at it, with MMORPG going up against Iron Mammal. I've been saying it since rehearsals. I feel like whoever loses that fight, we should just take away their Iron Man status. Why not?
Yeah, let's just do it. Now, interestingly, actually, those 2 players are probably the least favorite, let's face it.
Really?
Alongside Foe, I believe, because they're not typically known to be hardcore PvPers. However, I have to say that all of them have done a fantastic job recently in practice. MMORPG is absolutely incredible with his switches. They are so accurate, so on point. His clicks are crazy. Mammal, surprisingly, managed to actually beat Perf in the main category a few times, as we heard in the interview earlier on. So, or maybe I heard that during rehearsals.
I saw it happen.
I think it was during rehearsals, yeah,
live.
and you might end up hearing it later as well.
Yeah, don't count these guys out. I mean, we talk about it all the time whenever we're doing the Deadman tournaments, right? How Curtis is on stage. Typically, he doesn't PvP, but he always makes it far. Always makes it to the 1v1s, and he progresses pretty far through that bracket there.
Yep.
So won't be surprised to see him turn some heads here. And talking a little bit about Mammal as well, he's turned everybody's head here, right? Expectations are really low for him. So the fact that he's having success in rehearsals, we're hoping that it could translate into these, stage fights. Because keep in mind, you never know how players are going to react when nerves really start to set in.
No, exactly. And we've seen that already through players that are in Group 1, that being on stage is different to being at home. And the setups are different as well. They have got their own equipment. If they wanted to bring it, they were allowed to. So a lot of them are very comfortable. I believe Boaty is one of the most comfortable feeling players in this tournament at the moment. He's very confident, has said that he thinks that he's going to win it when I was speaking to him earlier today. I, however, don't know who is going to win. I have no idea. I was rooting for Framed along to win the entire tournament. However, I've seen that others practice. And I'm just gonna.
You're going back on your prediction?
I'm gonna bite my tongue for a little while and just keep quiet, because I have no idea. It could be anyone's game at this point, and we've seen how these fights can turn around within the space of one hit.
I think a lot of people are probably predicting whoever comes out on top of Group 4 maybe to take it. That's been deemed like the group of death for this tournament. But look, we have skilled players across all groups, right? We have Mika as well as a very skilled PK. You see him all the time in DMM. I had a chance to practice against him. Did not go well for me, unfortunately. He mopped the floor with me. We tried the pure Tribrid. And yeah, he dominated me in that fight. So I'm excited to see how far he could go. Manked up Mage as well. He's a very skilled PK.
Yeah,
we have a lot of top-notch PvPers here.
We do indeed, yeah. Obviously a lot of content creators, but all of them have been familiar with PvP. Some of them actually do it as their main pieces of content. Some of them Iron Men, but have still PvP'd, participated in Deadman, and yeah, very formidable opponents. And I think, yeah, Group 4, as you've mentioned, very stacked. Very interesting group.
Even though there might be people who don't PvP as much as others, they've gotten a ton of practice in these last few days. And that practice is certainly going to be the difference maker. They're watching their opponents. They're picking up on some of the key mechanics, right? They're learning how to switch. They're learning how to DD bridge. So they're getting acclimated to it. Maybe not as much as some of the other players, but there's always a fighting chance.
Absolutely, yeah. And we've seen it before in the fights that have happened. We're going to carry on seeing it. Having a quick overview of all of the groups here. Group 1, obviously, we're at the final fight of Group 1 to decide between who goes through. We're waiting for that last fight to start again. Unfortunately, a few problems here or there, but you know what? At the end of the day, these things happen. It's a live show. It's the first time we've done something like All-Stars PvP Championship, and at least they happen now at the start, so that come towards the end of the tournament, when we're really into the heat of it, the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the finals, we'll go ironed out all of those issues, and we're just going to move on and give you guys the best show possible. So thank you to everyone out there who's currently watching, Apologies for the few little hiccups here and there, but hey, as I say, it happens. It's live TV.
Yep, certainly. Thanks for bearing with us, and I put all the blame on Aiza. It's 100% all his fault, but you saw all the players
Just
that we
blame
have there. I'm excited to move into Group 2, but we got to find a way to get past this final fight. It looks like we're getting closer and closer to starting this one up, and I know I've hit it a few times, but I'm going to say it once again. This is the deciding fight for Group 1. Pure Spam has already made it out. He secured his spot when it comes in the bracket play. We're just waiting to see if SkillSpecs or Alfie will be the one to join him.
Wow, what a start already.
Yeah.
I can't believe how crazy close the
Think
fights
about
have
it.
been.
The way we started out this tournament was with SkillSpecs forgetting to bring a +1, bringing the wrong
Hold on a second.
rune crossbow, and now he can make it out of the group.
Yeah, let me just say one thing. You said let's blame Aiza.
Yeah.
This is now the 6th SkillSpecs fight that we've had an issue with.
Listen, Jay's an angel. I'm not going to blame him.
No, I do love SkillSpecs, and I'm sure there's nothing to do with it being his fault here. We had a few little technical issues, a few disconnects.
Okay,
Harder, I
one round
believe,
was his fault because he tried to bring in some extra gear.
One round, and yeah. So just a reminder for you guys that might be joining us at this point. There's a nice little golden speckle on Pure Spam's forehead there, with this kind of light in, which shows because he is in fact the one to go through from Group 1, the chosen one at this point, and yeah. We've got Abyss, who has unfortunately fallen and is no longer part of the tournament. And then this last fight to decide who is going to go through between Alfie and SkillSpecs.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. I definitely had Abyss pegged as one of my top 2 to make it out of this group. I mean, I watch his stream all the time, and he's a very good hybrider, you know, deep in the wilderness, but this is just a different environment. I mean, when I watch him play, he has really good intuition within the wilderness. He knows how to escape from just about any area, but unfortunately, just things didn't go his way, and sometimes that's how it plays out.
Exactly. And we've had 2 little things placed on the table here, Revan.
Got some goodies.
Yeah, very interesting. So for those of you that don't know, we actually recently released a lot of the soundtrack online to Spotify and other streaming services. But they're also released on CD and, more importantly and more interestingly, vinyl. Who would have thought vinyl would still be a thing these days?
These things were pretty cool. So this is the opening of one. You have the entire continent here of RuneScape. You could see everything, including you got Zao over here. So these things are really cool. And just like you're saying, the music's available on Spotify as well. If you want to be able to listen to them, you know, while you're playing, while you're streaming at home, you can. And you can bring them on the road with you. These things are absolutely amazing. Vinyl's coming back in fashion in a big way. And you know, if you're having a home party coming up pretty soon, you want to spice things up, get some RuneScape music on vinyl.
Yeah,
and show your guests a good time.
Pop one of these on your decks and do a little remix. Now, for those of you that aren't aware, the map that we were just showing you is game agnostic. It actually has both RuneScape and Old School RuneScape featured. Here's the Old School one in particular. The actual vinyls of this are red. I believe if you are viewing via Twitch, you can do !merch to send you over to our merch store. If not, just head over to the Old School RuneScape website, and there's a link on the left-hand side in the main categories. There's also a Black Friday deal going on at the moment, which is free shipping this weekend on any orders over £50. So save yourself a few pennies as well. And as I said before, you can also stream them on Spotify if you didn't fancy having the wonderful vinyl.
Yep, without a doubt, so go check that out. Once again, if you're in the Twitch chat, !merch, and you get more details about that. But if you're just joining us now, we're currently waiting on the final fight between Alfie and SkillSpecs. They're fighting in the Zerker build, and this is to determine who's going to match up with or move on with Pure Spam out of the groups and into the bracket stage. And coming up right after this final matchup, we'll move into Group 2, then 3 and 4, and so on, and until we move all the way to the end and we crown our champion.
Yeah, I really can't wait to see how that one pans out. I really want to see who is going to be the Alpha Iron Man. I believe that was Curtis's MMORPG's goal throughout this entire tournament, was to be crowned as the official Alpha Iron Man. It's part of his bio, and yeah, I think out of all of them, no offense to the others, they have shown very good amounts of skill with the practice they've had over the last few weeks. But I think out of all of them, it's probably his one to take.
Well, we know that anything could happen here, and it's important not to underestimate any of your opponents here, right? Just because you're going up against Iron Mammal or you're going up against MMORPG, these guys, you know, anything could happen on that stage, and they've been practicing their butts off, you know, trying to prep for this tournament. And we've already talked about it. Mammal's already beaten some of the top PvPers that we have here, you know, across all the builds. So, you know, he can make it happen. And, you know, one lucky DDS spec, things go in your favor, you KO your opponent, and that could be how you move on into the bracket play.
Will you take it back a few weeks to when we did the stream where we revealed the groups, and there was Mod Archie, the one and only, who announced that part particular person in that group being Mr. Mammal, and incorrectly called him Mr. Mapple because the names were drawn on an apple.
You did say that.
Yeah, that was
I heard
brilliant, by the way. Who'd have thought that back then, if we'd have turned around and said that this guy's going to go on to beat Perp, would you have believed us?
No, I wouldn't have.
No, but he did.
Yeah, at least in rehearsals, not the official fight. And I think it was on the 70 defense build as well. I think we certainly favor Perp when it comes down to one defense. But here we go. Now it's time to enter the final fight. It's going to be Skill Specs versus Alfie. Zerka build. Winner moves on alongside Pierceman.
The final fight, is it the final time that we will see this fight happen? Hopefully it is, although it is very entertaining to watch every single time. We've got freezes coming out from both players here, Skill Specs and Alfie managing to get each other stuck in place. So there's going to be no melee advantage from Alfie for the next few seconds at least.
Yep, either players don't have that option, at least for the time being. So right now you're just trying to fake your opponent out. Switch over to Mage, see if they pray Mage, and try to hit them with a range attack after. Catch them off prayer and maximize your damage. Alfie getting pretty low on HP here, but he catches the freeze. Skill Specs also catches his, so keeping the distance between them, but 30 coming out from Alfie. That's a lot of damage, but both players forced to tank up a little bit. And it's relatively even. I mean, Alfie, while he's up in HP, down on food, Skill Specs is down in HP. He's going to have to eat back up, so it's really rather even here.
Absolutely, but that is a really nice barrage coming in from Alfie, hitting in the 30s, going in for the melee, but the melee prayer comes up in time from Skill Specs, maybe learning from past mistakes where he doesn't want to take those hits because it can really set you back.
Now under his opponent is Skill Specs, trying to catch him off prayer. There's the bolt hit, 20, but it's matched by 23 barrage hit by Alfie, as now both, once again, using these ranged attacks, magic or ranged, trying to catch him off prayer. And it's important in these situations to learn how to one-tick barrage your opponent, because a lot of them, I mean, Alfie, he's got, well, it's going to be a three-way between range and magic. He's got the defender in there for a melee, so it's only a three-way switch for both these guys. Definitely doable to one-tick all your hits here. Oh, a 0-0 spec on magic prayer. That's unfortunate for Alfie, while Skill Specs turns around, bolts up a 26 through prayer.
Really nice hit there. For those of you that might not be familiar with the way the old school RuneScape combat system works, the entire game is run on a tick system where the game cycles are 0.6 milliseconds each. And what we mean by doing a one-tick barrage is that in the same game tick as they change their gear, hit the book icon, or use an F key for it, for example, a shortcut, and then cast the spell. That's all done within 0.6 seconds.
Yeah, and if you're out there trying to learn PvP, the first thing I would recommend to you is learn how to use F keys, just being able to get your switches down, being able to flick up those defensive prayers. Each of them, respectively, they reduce, what is it, like 40% of the damage coming in. So especially on a one defense build, that's essentially all of the defense you have.
Absolutely. Make sure you use those F keys. You do not want to be known as a clicker. It's not going to help you out in the long run.
I will definitely make fun of you.
Wonderful. Skill Specs throwing out a Blood Blitz there. Want to save as much of his food as possible, and when he can deal damage with it as well, it's just a nice little bonus to his health by having to worry about eating and reducing his overall damage effectiveness.
Okay, so this one's coming down to the wire. Skill Specs, he's up in Anglers, but down in Brew Steps only by one sip. Unfortunately, that DDS spec doesn't hit, and Alfie also catches the freeze, and this is a crucial moment in the fight, as both players, their supplies are going to be near expired. That extra melee hit that Alfie could use with the D-Sim, we'll see if it comes out. Both players trading specs, 0-0. Bolt hit coming in for Skill Specs, that's a 17, but a 33 to respond with the Sim.
Really nice hit there as well from him. It's helped keep Alfie in this fight. It's actually really close, but there's a nice 32 hit from Alfie as well. Skill Specs has to eat up. He's really known for risking it. He knows that his opponent doesn't have any special attack at the moment. He's probably wondering how much food he has left as well, knowing that Skill Specs is nearly out. This fight is so close.
Yep, does have a spec available to him, and Alfie on his next regen will also have a DDS, so 1-to-1 for both players in terms of these specs are available. And there you go, that tick just came in. He could DDS right here. Trying to catch him off of melee prayer, of course. Bolt comes in, hits a 6. Does he swap to the DDS? Do the freezes hit? Splash on Alfie, but Alfie connects on his barrage hit. Could go in with the DDS spec. 32 HP versus 22.
Skill Specs does manage to catch a barrage earlier on in that fight, and he's now unfrozen. He's going to utilize getting underneath his opponent. Alfie dropped his prayer for a moment. Skill Specs hitting there with the melee hit as well.
Go under him. Try to limit the damage, and Skill Specs takes it.
There
a difference of 8 HP. He moves on alongside Pierceman as he advances through Group 1. Through many replays, it took quite a few attempts, but Skill Specs does it. Won't be seeing him in the bracket play.
Looking there here, you can see that the two players very close to one another in terms of their friendship, and a little bit of just passing over emotions there. And very nice sportsmanship as well, shaking hands. Skillspecs, I believe they're probably feeling a little bit bad for Alfie, knowing that that fight that got restarted, he was on the back burner the entire time, and it probably was his to win it. However, it's the fight that ends up finishing that counts, and that's the one that Skillspecs won.
Yeah, I certainly feel for Alfie in that situation, but as a competitor, you have to understand that sometimes these situations happen. You have to roll with the punches as they come with you, and you have to have that short-term memory, be able to move on from losses quickly and be able to move past those hiccups that happen. But let's not take anything away from Skillspecs. He fought amazingly, despite, I'm always going to bring it up just because it is so hilarious to me how he starts off the tournament forgetting a +1, using the wrong bolts, but still he's going to move on with his friend Pure Spam, who's sitting 2 seats away from him. So those are the 2 that advanced from Group 1, and now coming up shortly will be Group 2, the Battle of the Iron Man.
Yeah, completely. The first fight of that going to be MMORPG versus Mr. Mammal. But before we go into there, let's move on over to the wonderful Mod Archie, who's going to be speaking to the players individually for us.
Hey guys, joined here with Group 1 players. We have Skillspecs, who's just won himself a proceeding in the tournament. Jay, talk to me about that roller coaster of emotions.
I started very, very disappointed by forgetting my Armador crossbow. Apparently you can't shoot opal bolts with a rune crossbow. Ouch. But I have to give a hats off to Alfie. I think he dominated me in the pures. I had a little bit RNG on my side there, but I did well in the 70 defense and the Zerker. I'm just happy I went through. I'm very surprised.
Well, congratulations. I see you've got some music up on your screen. Talk to me about the music choice.
Eminem, Chris. You cannot go wrong with some Eminem. But honestly, whilst I was listening to it, an ad popped up, and I was listening to an ad half the fight. It was so yeah.
Right. So you obviously proceed with Ian. You're going to have to fight him inevitably in the tournament. Are you a bit nervous about that?
I'm not going to forget my crossbow. So we'll see. We'll see, Ian. We'll see.
All right. Well done, and best of luck to you, Skillspecs. Alfie, that was something. Talk to me.
Congratulations on moving on, and technical difficulties killed me.
You did really well. It was really interesting watching how you competed against different individuals. Against Skillspecs, I feel like you guys were actually quite closely matched. Do you feel like you should have won that last fight?
Well, I mean, on the first fight, I had 2 full brews left, and he was out. And then that got reset, but like you can't say, oh, he wouldn't have come back, so it was an okay reset. But, and then I was up a brew and 1 anger on the second fight, and then it reset again. And then on the last fight, it was really close. But the fight that went to the end, he ended up taking the win, so congratulations, and please win.
Great sportsmanship from Alfie. Great friendship as well. Give it up for Alfie, guys. Come on. Okay, Ian, you won some time ago. You are the first for your group. You're in first place, rather, proceeding in this tournament. Moving on to the future groups, actually. Who do you fear most out of those groups?
All of them, to be honest. That was a train wreck of emotions, that fight. I didn't expect to be this nervous coming into it, and I don't know if you saw me on stream, you probably saw me tearing up almost. It was horrible. But I'm glad and grateful that I've made it through, and just want to try and enjoy the event as best I can and get these nerves down and just relax for a bit now.
And going up against Skillspecs, are you a bit nervous about that?
Again, I get to fight Jay again. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I am actually, because that first fight, I felt really bad for him. I happily would have offered him a rematch as well. It's unfortunate for him if he got his items. And the pure one as well. Sorry, I'm so flustered right now, but yeah, I look forward to fighting him as well.
I should clarify, if your paths do cross, of course, next up we have Group 2 coming on stage, and they'll be competing. We're going to watch all of this with those guys. But yes, congratulations again, and well done, and good luck in the tournament. All right, Abyss. Not so lucky for this tournament. Talk to me.
I think that after I fought Alfie, I got a little bit too relaxed, and then I underestimated Skillspecs for sure.
Do you feel like it has anything to do with playing on stage? As this is unfamiliar for you? Jay has, of course, played on stage a few times now.
Yeah, a little bit, but at the same time, actually was pretty good. Like, I felt pretty good about it, but I don't know. I had better man won. He got me today.
Ah, well, great sportsmanship. Thanks so much. And unlucky, Abyss. Right, guys, that concludes Group 1. We have Skillspecs and Ian Spam proceeding. It's now time to see Group 2, but I'm going to throw things back over to the casters.
Thank you again, Modarchi, and thank you to all of the participants from Group 1. Fantastic to hear words from their voices as well, and the level of sportsmanship between them all is just fantastic. I mean, Abyss at the end as well there. And a lot of times you get people in the PvP community that can be kind of like frowned upon
Toxic.
for their antics.
A lot of toxic players out there.
It's one of those things. I think of every competitive game, you like want to show, I'm better than you and you aren't so good, and I'm going to make sure you know about it. But as Abyss said there, in this moment in time, in this instance, the better man won. It doesn't mean he's the better man overall. It's just in this fight, and maybe that's what more of things we should adopt.
Well, look, we know these guys are great friends outside as well as inside of the game, so obviously they're going to show good sportsmanship to each other. But one thing they're never going to let each other live down is the banter. I beat you here, I won this tournament, and that's going to live on it until the end of time for these guys. So great to see them, maintaining that level of sportsmanship. Some emotion showed there at the end, and now we get to look ahead towards a new group. Group number 2 will be coming up next. We already know it's going to be a battle of the Ironman to kick things off, but we have 2 very skilled PvP players joining them in Mika and Perp. That'll be the off-stream match here for match number 1, but I think those 2 guys at the end are going to be the favorites to make it through this group.
Very interesting, very sincere kind of look from Mika, who decided to take alongside a D-Sim. Although we did get word that's not actually a prop, Mika decided to just become like a Gillenorian cyborg.
It's an extension of his arm. Not only does he click as fast as anybody out there, on his other hand, he's got a D-Sim popping out, so dangerous in and outside of game. I had a chance to fight against him earlier just to warm up, and he smoked me. Fights weren't really very close, so I'm excited to see him match up against Perp, even though it's going to be the off-stream match. I'm excited to see the outcome for that one defense fight.
Absolutely, I can't wait either. But in the first fight that we're going to obviously see is MMORPG versus Mr. Mammal, and I think this is going to be really good because no one is probably expecting them to be at the skill levels that they are.
And that could take a lot of pressure off both these players. If nobody's expecting them to do well, they shouldn't have any pressure to perform here. And I think already, at least from what we've seen from Mr. Mammal in rehearsals, he's exceeded my expectations. I'm going to be honest.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't really think the guy could click a mouse too fast coming into this one, but he's really surprised me. I mean, from the warm-up fights I've seen him fight, he's been hanging with Perp on stage, even though it wasn't like a win defense build. Like, you got to be well-versed across all the builds, and we'll see if he could exceed our expectations now in the official matches.
Absolutely, and just a quick reminder here, the All-Stars PvP Championship powered by Gamebite is streaming live from the Gamebite Facebook page. Make sure you leave your questions in there for the casters, pop them in the comments of the stream, and yeah, thank you again. In addition to that, we also have Premier Club, one of our best value yearly membership packages. Gives you access to membership for up to a year. And with some of the great content that we have coming up in the next 12 months, namely the Kebos Lowlands recently passed a poll. All of the questions went through with flying colors. The community seemed to be extremely stoked for that update. And I can tell you now personally, it is going to be one of the best things that's happened.
And alongside that, of course, pending a poll, we have Song of the Elves, we have the new skill awarding coming up. If that passes through, then obviously you'll want your membership so that you have access to that new content. And unless you're grandfathered in on the membership rate, this is a good deal to get a full year membership.
Yeah, why not? Now, enough talk about membership. Let's talk about players.
Okay.
And players in particular, I believe everyone from Group 2 is ready to walk onto stage. Let's have a quick look at them and see if any of them are sweating from nerves.
Needs per players.
All right, we're joined here with the Group 2 players. To my left, we have Mika. Mika, a very dominant Deadman player, testing his strengths in the All-Stars Championship. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident, but yeah, that's about it.
Okay, do you fear anybody?
Oh yeah, I think everyone has a chance. But yeah, we'll just see how it goes, really.
And what is your strongest combat style?
I'd say everything. I practiced everything, so yeah.
A well-versed player. Best of luck to you, Mika. Thank you. Curtis, again, to reiterate, you have, I think, the most on-stage experience out of all of the players here. Probably one of the more deciding factors. Do you think it's going to play to your advantage?
Yeah, this is like the 6th, 7th time I've been on stage now. Did a previous Deadman event quite recently, actually, and got one coming up. But yeah, I think the nerves is not a big thing for me. It's really going to come down to my clicks and just the practice I've put in overall over the last month or so.
Do you have any routines, anything in particular that you're doing to prepare yourself for this tournament?
I did a few PvP practice streams the upcoming week to this event, and I've also been doing basically 7-hour streams of PvP practice on all 70 defense, 45, and 1 defense.
And anybody on this stage you're scared of fighting?
I think all the fights are going to be pretty damn close. Mika's very good at his step unders on 70 defense, so I'm going to have to watch out for that. Me and Mr. Mammal have had some really close fights, and Perp, he's really good on the pure. That's the one I'm worrying about.
All right, well, best of luck to you, Curtis. Now, Perp, one of the favorites, I think, to win this tournament. It isn't your first time playing on stage, correct? Yep.
Yeah, no, I've never played on stage before, so pretty nervous. But I think if I stay calm, I should be fine.
Now, you're dominant as a pure, but how are you as a 70 def and 45 def?
Well, I'm actually quite confident on a 45 defense setup as well. For the longest time, I actually played on a Zerk as well. So my main is definitely my weakest part, and actually earlier in practice, Mr. Mammal actually beat me twice on a main. So I wouldn't be surprised if I do lose a few fights on a main. But I'm definitely going to bring a crossbow. Okay. Yeah.
Well, best of luck to you, Perp. Mr. Mammal. Now, you are definitely the fan favorite to win this entire tournament. Talk to me about the pressure from the community for this tournament.
Well, I think, honestly, I'm in a great spot. Would be better if I actually could win, but it's in a pretty decent spot when you don't have much pressure because people don't expect me to do well. So if I don't do well, it's like, oh, you know. But if I do great, they're going to be like, oh, my God, he won, like, you know. So I like where I'm at, honestly.
Do you see yourself as the underdog? Have you been practicing? Do you think you're going to take these guys out?
I've been practicing every day. I still don't think I'm on their level, but I'm going to do my best and see what happens.
All right, well, best of luck to you, Mr. Mammal. Thanks so much. That concludes Group 2, guys. We've got Mika, MMORPG, Perp, and Mr. Mammal. Back to the casters.
Thank you once again, Mod Archie, for the wonderful interview of all of the lovely players from Group 2, and thanks as well for their comments. Some interesting words coming out there. Perp admitting defeat against Mr. Mammal twice.
That's something I would say in public, personally. But now everyone out there knows. There's no going back on it now. But I love Mr. Mammal's mindset coming into this one. He knows there are really no expectations for him to perform here, and he's just looking to have some fun, see where it goes. And he does have some skill. I think he might be underselling himself a little bit.
I reckon
he has
he
a
is.
chance, but we'll see what happens, especially we'll be seeing him fight in this first matchup.
Yeah, so looking at the stats between the two, very similar in terms of age. MMORPG, British, against the American Mr. Mammal. Both of them Iron Men. Rival for MMORPG is all Iron Men, whilst Mr. Mammal is only really worried about foe. That's interesting because his first match is not against foe. I think he should be a little bit worried. MMORPG, on the other hand, scared of fighting nobody, whereas Mr. Mammal is actually scared of fighting everyone.
And then take a look at their skill levels as well. Good versus noob. It's going to be a fun matchup to kick things off here in group number 2. Of course, Curtis, he's out here for blood on a personal level. He wants to show everybody out there that he's the Iron Man to beat, the #1 PvPer when it comes to all Iron Men out there. And this is his start to claiming that title.
Absolutely. Just look at the pictures alone. I mean, Mr. Mammal went for the, it's still a serious face, but there's a little bit of an uplift there, a bit of a smirky, looking happy. Curtis, on the other hand, is very deadly serious. There is no upwards smirk of that face.
Nope, not at all. And we also have a great match going on off stream. That's going to be Mika versus Perp. Just to keep you guys all informed out there, all these players are streaming their own personal point of view. So if that's a match that you want to watch, unfortunately, you won't get the lovely commentary from myself and Aiza, but you can go check out Mika versus Perp. Find their two names there for a second.
Merc versus Pika. That would be interesting.
No, almost a Pokemon battle there, but you guys can go watch them on their personal streams if you're inclined to do so. But anyways, the battle of the Iron Men here. We heard that Mr. Mammal, his strongest suit might be on this 70 defense build, but I think that's also where Curtis is going to shine as well, considering that's typically the gear he's used to using in these Deadman tournaments.
Absolutely. And for those of you that might just be joining us now and have missed the first group, we are into the Group 2 section of the tournament. These are the qualifiers. After these, we'll follow into the Group 3 and Group 4, and then we're on to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals. A quick summary of how Group 1 ended up running. Pure Spam came out on top as the top point scorer. Very convincingly. Followed very closely by Skill Specs after a rather interesting back and forth between himself and Alfie. Unfortunately, both Alfie and Abyss are now out of the tournament. Commiserations to them, but put on a fantastic show, have been very good about the whole event and showed some really good sportsmanship. So yeah, we have Skill Specs and Pure Spam progressing through. Group 2 is about to go underway. We'll find out who the next two people are that are going to be heading in, and then we'll move over to Group 3 and finish off with Group 4.
So still lots of action to come here at the Old School RuneScape All-Stars PvP Championship as Group 2 starts to get underway. I want to hear your predictions, Aiza. Who's going to be the Iron Man to come out on top of this first battle?
It's going to be MMORPG.
Oh man, no love for Mammal?
I love Mammal to pieces. I love all of these guys here. They're all a fantastic bunch. Loads of people within the old school community are amazing. I think that's what makes the game so good. They're so passionate and friendly and welcoming. But I have to be honest, I've seen him play. I've seen Curtis play both in Deadman, casted about him, always been a favorite whenever he's been on stage. And I've been standing behind him today and watching him. He's got some ridiculously accurate clicks.
Yeah, he's actually like scary good. I watch Curtis play all the time just because, you know, during rehearsals, there's not really much for us to do. I kind of wander around. I take a look at what the players are doing, you know, what kind of setups they're using. And Curtis has surprised me just about every single fight I've watched him playing. But look, we have USA versus England here. I got to go with my USA brethren here. I got Mammal taking this one.
Okay, I see how it is. It's fine. I respect that.
USA.
Yeah.
USA. I got to go with him, man. Even though he doesn't have a lot of hype around him, not a lot of expectations coming to this one, I think this one for the Ironman pride, I think he could rise to the occasion here.
Yeah, I think he's got a very good chance. And, you know, whilst I'm obviously rooting heavily in favor of MMORPG, it doesn't mean that I think it's going to be a complete whitewash. I think it could actually be a lot closer than we believe. But I do have to give credit to anyone that can sit there and kill Ancient Wyverns for 3-4 weeks. I think he's got like over 30,000 kills on his Iron Man.
Not just Ancient Wyverns. The guy lived that Corporal Beast for what seemed like a year.
Yeah, but it's all worth it when you get those drops.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt, as they continue to add to their Iron Man collection on the actual server. This one, all down to their PvP skills, and I think for the most part, Curtis outweighs Mammal in that aspect. I mean, we already mentioned the wealth of Deadman tournaments, plus the stage experience that Curtis has under his belt. Not only that, do you think it adds to the nerves of these players that not only are they fighting on stage, but right next to them is the trophy that they might be hoisting at the end of the day?
It is a rather fantastic looking trophy, I have to say. It's taken from...
I think the only way we could top it is if we dump $30,000 into the goblet. So that way they see the trophy, they see the money. Kind of, you ever watch like the World Series of Poker when it comes down to that final head-vs-head match? They dump all the money on the table just to add to that final pressure. That'd be fun to see.
It would be interesting. I wonder what would happen if we were to just fill the trophy with 30 grand. I might accidentally just, you know, have to go outside for a few seconds.
29 grand remaining.
Make sure that everything's okay with it and count it, you know, and just ensure it's all there safe and sound. So yeah, we're just waiting on the players to get ready for the first match of Group 2. It's going to be MMORPG versus Mr. Mammal. We're going to be going into the 70 defense fight first, followed very shortly by a 1 defense setup, and then if we need to, the third fight will be 45 defense. Whilst we watch this fight, Mika and Perp are going to be battling off stream. If you do want to watch the action and don't want to listen to us talking, you can tune into their personal streams, and they're all streaming their fights individually as well. So you shouldn't have to miss any of the action. However, you will miss the lovely myself and Revan. And that was more directed towards Revan because I'm not really one of those.
Oh, you're pretty lovely, man. Don't worry. You're doing a great job, Aiza. But once again, thanks for bearing with us, guys. It's really important, especially for these first matchups. Just like you saw in Group 1, they don't want to forget everything. So these guys probably have a list or, you know, a memory bank of items that they want to bring. You know, make sure they have their +1. Make sure they're not bringing too many +1s. Yep. You know, making sure that they have, you know, exactly 13 pieces of food. There's a lot of things to keep in mind. But once it'll get rolling, yeah, right. You want to bring the right crossbow with the right bolts. Can't use dragon bolts with the rune crossbows. So these guys are going to keep that in mind, and they're going to make sure that they have their most optimal gear.
Absolutely. And I'm going to be very interested to see what these two players have opted in terms of +1s. The probably, you know, the lesser experience in terms of PvP overall. Maybe they've done something different. Maybe they're not opting for the ACB or Kodai Wand. Maybe it is...
Sure, we'd love to see something different.
Yeah.
AGS.
I want to see those claws. You want to see the AGS. We've got a few seconds before we go into the fight.
I was about to say, here we go. The first fight of Group 2 about to begin. Iron Man versus Iron Man. Who could claim the title and the bragging rights here? MMORPG versus Mr. Mammal. It starts right now.
Mammal coming off the bat straight away with a freeze onto MMORPG. Is that going to work out in his advantage? Opting to just stick with the range now, switching over to Mage. MMORPG is playing Mage at the same time though. And yeah, pretty even at the moment.
Yep, difference between the gear here, they're using the same +1 with the ACB Aram's staff. It's actually going to be in terms of the helmet. So we have the Nesna helmet for Curtis versus the Guthans one for Mr. Mammal. And Mr. Mammal, you're down to 24 HP. Food is on. Start eating, buddy. Tries to go for the whip hit, but he's still down on 40 HP. And your Opal bolts, they could, if you proc him with the bolt spec, it could hit over 40. So you got to make sure to heal on up. And there you go. Now over max HP, you can look to stabilize here, and this fight goes on.
Very good job of combo in there. I believe he did it twice in a row. However, I would not have sat at the level of HP that he did for the amount of time.
No, I wouldn't either. Like I said, you cannot lose these fights if you do not die. Safe, stay high HP. Like, you could sip a brew and attack them back in the same tick, even if it's just a range hit, even if you try to fake them out. Like, it's better just to heal over HP, play it safe, and go for the outlast on your opponent.
Now, Mr. Mammal here getting a freeze onto Curtis, has done a few decent hits, comes with a whip, but doesn't actually manage to get any damage coming out of there. Would have been really nice, could have helped him get back into this fight more so. He is a little bit down on food now, but it's actually not that different in terms of the numbers. However, a nice hit coming in from Curtis, making Mr. Mammal go back down to low health, and he's going to have to combo eat again.
And this, as a competitor, as a player, when both players are just 0 squares away from one another, you can't DD. You have to worry about all 3 styles coming at your forehead, and you have to worry about, are they trying to fake me out with, you know, this switch? Is he trying to fake with magic, hit me with range, or one of the other styles? It's a lot you got to keep track of, and that's why you got to set up those F keys and get comfortable with the location of all the prayers, so that way you could throw up any defensive prayer reactionary to what you think your opponent's going to attack with.
Absolutely, and Mr. Mammal in those few moments there thought he was going to be getting hit out by a melee hit, but actually was ranged, and Curtis managed to hit off. Really, really strong hits, and it's 31 as well.
Okay, pray melee, there you go. Force him to use a different style. Now you could start to switch things off. Mr. Mammal really has to try to catch a freeze and slow this fight down a little bit. Just take a look at the difference of food already. Curtis, the only thing he's really done, he's eaten a few anglers and 2 sips of brew. Mr. Mammal, he's just about exhausted everything here.
Absolutely, you've got 2 anglers left, 1 angler left, and 2 doses now of brew. He's actually down to his final 2 brew sips. Really on the back foot of this fight at the moment.
I mean, he hasn't used any specs either, mainly because he hasn't had a chance, but here you go. Curtis on low HP, that could have been the fight right there. A chance for Mr. Mammal to win it. Back over to range, a big freeze here as he could look to maybe take control of the fight and chip away at the food remaining here for MMORPG. Decent 20 hit with the DDS, but he has to be standing under his opponent. By backing away like this, he's given MMORPG a chance to freeze him in place. That's a huge bolt hit for Mr. Mammal. He's got to go back in with melee and make MMORPG worry about all 3 attack styles.
Yep, absolutely. Now, knowing that he has no food left, all Mr. Mammal has to worry about is his gear and his prayer. Curtis is going to have to make sure he's eating as well, because he's got to keep his HP up nice and high. Mr. Mammal has plenty of spec left. This fight isn't over until either of them dies, so there's a perfect opportunity for Mr. Mammal to pull this fight back. Oh! And there we have it! Nearly taken out by a whip hit. Just 2 more damage was that, and it would have been the fight over?
So many chances here for Mr. Mammal, and Curtis, he's got to play this one safe, man. This is what happened to him in the Dead Man 1v1s, right? He knows he has an advantage over the opponent, and he just tries to press it. The way you win these fights is just to overheal. Like, if MMORPG eats the full HP here, it's just going to, like, put a downer on Mr. Mammal's day, right? If you're sitting at 44 HP, you see MMORPG at, like, 115, you're like, all right, you know, this fight's over, and you start to lose that confidence.
So nice spec coming through there. Didn't hit a huge amount.
He's sitting on 44 HP. Like, you could DDS that.
Just doesn't need to, yeah. Mr. Mammal hitting with the staff bash and a really nice hit. Honestly, at this point, if I was MMORPG, I would not be sitting here not eating food. Just get rid of it all. Don't have to worry about it anymore. Heal yourself up to a full and guarantee your place. A nice 40 hit. What's this next hit going to be? That could have been it.
MMORPG's out of food. He's only got 1 brew set left. Finally, he finishes the fight, but that was way too close for comfort. We pointed it out within the first 45 seconds of the fight. The advantage that MMORPG built for himself was so substantial, but towards the later end, I mean, some fortunate hits coming in from Mr. Mammal, you know, through prayer, off prayer. He had many chances to close out that fight, either with a lucky DDS spec or even big whip hits.
Absolutely.
MMORPG has to play safer, and judging by the reaction from Mika there, it looks like he may have taken that first fight over Perp.
Yeah, and if you look at the difference here, there was just 1 brew dose left for MMORPG. However, he was up by like 5 barrages in total. Mr. Mammal a little bit less in terms of how many splash, but less casts overall. The damage was so close. Mr. Mammal was 70 damage behind that entire fight.
And also, just to update you guys, yes, Mika won that first fight against Perp, KO'd him with a 50 from the ACB.
Wow, that's gotta hurt.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, we saw some big bolt hits throughout that first fight between both these Ironmen, as MMORPG is able to take the advantage. Saw those stats flash up on your screen. So now both players, they have a chance to breathe a little bit, calm down, and gear up for the upcoming 1 defense fight. And just to let you guys know, once again, all these players, they're streaming their fights from their individual point of view. So Mika and Perp, they're gearing up for their 1 defense fights as well. That's the specialty for Perp. He was saying that he's weakest at that 70 defense build, so he's got to come back and get a strong start to this group in his next upcoming fight versus Mika. But the Battle of the Iron Men still goes on, as they're also going to gear up for their 1 defense fight.
So looking back at the last fight there, we can clearly see that MMORPG is a fan of risking it. Risking it to the actual, like the actual max. that I would not have been in that position. Well, I probably would have because I'm not very good at PKing. But if I was good at PKing, I definitely would have made sure that I ate food. Now we're going into a 1 defense category. You don't have the armor to negate those hits all of the time and hope for the RNG zeros. You are going to get hit and you are going to take a lot of damage. Now, this could potentially be in the favor of Mr. Mammal. If Curtis carries on keeping it with low HP, taking those unnecessary risks, all it's going to take is 1 hit, 1 spec, or 2 hits in a row, and then he's done.
I feel like we've already seen a couple of 60 DDS specs, and we could see another one coming into this next matchup for sure. And just like you were saying, you know, if you have an advantage in these fights, like you secure it just by showing your opponent that you could go over max HP, and you just let that doubt set into the back of their mind, because you said at max HP, like with the gear that they have, there's no way that they could combo you out from that amount of HP.
No, absolutely. And when you have those advantages, just take them completely.
For those of you having fun in the Twitch chat, you could copy this camel to help Mr. Mammal. Get that spamming up. Get some energy behind him. It's USA versus England here. Iron Man versus Iron Man. This is not official, but whoever loses this one, I will take away their Iron Man status.
Do you have permission to do that?
I do not.
Okay.
Maybe I gave it to myself.
Well, you have a few contacts, I guess, on the older Jagex moderator side. I'm sure we can sort something out.
We'll see. Of course, it would be fun just to put a friendly wager on them. You know, maybe they elk like a important to gain item. Definitely not the Ellie, maybe something like Prims or something. Would be fun, but we'll see as we start to look forward to this 1 defense fight coming up between both of these Iron Men. Of course, just like you were saying, anything goes here, right? You know, if MMORPG wants to decide to risk it again, Mr. Mammal could come back with, you know, flying out with a DDS spec. Maybe we could see a death trade happen. Lots of different ways they could play out, but we're on stage in this type of environment. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. And, well, we saw that with the last fight. There were at least 3 opportunities where I thought he was going to fall, MMORPG against Mammal. He did take it out in the win overall, but we are heading into the second fight very soon now, and we're going to see, is this going to be MMORPG's game? Is he going to win 2-0, or is Mr. Mammal going to pull it back and force a 3rd fight?
Looks like the gear setup nearly identical for both these players. Leaf Bladed Battle Axe, ACB. They have the Amulet switches as well. While we have the Occult here for Mr. Mammal as well as the Fury. It looks like MMORPG, he won't have that Amulet switch, but also Ring of Recoil. So just like we were saying, the way things work out, big DDS spec coming in for MMORPG. All of his specs now exhausted. A lot of damage done under Mr. Mammal, but as I was saying before, just continuing my thought, the way the inventory is set up here, you have like an extra space, so that's why you see him.
Wow, nice hit coming in from Mr. Mammal there to balance things out, actually. 2 DDS specs in a row. The first one doing nice hit. Yeah, as you said, really focusing on balancing these fights.
And here you're going to see a lot of switches trying to fake out your opponent. These overhead prayers that you see these players using, this is the only defense you have on this account build, reducing 40% of the damage that's incoming. So being able to catch your opponent off prayer is how you win these fights. Now, one thing that I've seen Mr. Mammal do that he is not doing is he has to DD under his opponent a little bit more. Goes in for the poke. At least he gets a 15 there. That's a decent melee hit, but he has to be able to stand under his opponent. Make MMORPG think and allow yourself some breathing room. Control the pace of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that he is managing to pull off quite well, though, Mr. Mammal, is these fakies. And for those of you that won't be familiar with the term fakey, essentially is where they're faking their attack style, so they'll quickly change the gear. Is that it? Oh, the DDS poke, the protect from melee is up. So back to the point of faking now that both players are full HP. The point here of the fights is that because they don't have much defense, you want to make sure that you're using the right styles against their wrong prayers. So if they're protecting from ranged, you want to try and not use range as much as possible. Go for melee or go for magic. So what they'll do is they'll quickly change into their mage gear or their ranged gear to make it seem like they're going to use those attacks, but in the same game tick, then switch back and get a hit off as well. So very good mind games. It's a very good tactic to pull off. It can sometimes work against you because they'll realize that it's a fakie, they know it's going to come up, but most times it pays off really well.
Oh, exactly that. And look, the more clicks you force your opponent to do, the more switches you force them to do, the more likely they are to make a mistake. So if you force them to worry about all these different combat styles, you know, they don't exactly know what's coming at them next. You just time your next attack and tick on whatever they're not praying against, and you just maximize your damage output.
So Mr. Mammal out of food here now. It could be these last few bolt hits to take him down. MMORPG not taking any chances with his food situation, keeping himself at full HP. There we have it. Looks like the last thing that went through from Mammal was an extra sip of his Sanfew serum. It could, however, be a 1 hit. He's got 1 HP. If he can tank this and get 1 more hit off, is Curtis going to eat? Oh, Mr. Mammal unfortunately panicked at that last moment, didn't get a hit off, but Curtis didn't actually eat. He could have taken it.
Yeah, once again, you know, maybe risking it a little too closer to the end, but for this one to start out group number 2, it's MMORPG with the big win over Mr. Mammal, just securing and building that confidence. It's a good start to the group for him, but also going up on the side stream, we still have Mika going up against Perp. But real quick, here are some post-game stats between that fight you just saw. Look at the difference in damage between both these players. What is that, 113? Oh yeah, 113.
No, yeah, it's the other way around. This is why you do
trying to mess me up, dude. Trying to mess me up. Throw me off my game. Come on.
I was trying, last time you did it so fast, I thought, oh, he's going to be really fast this time. Just trying, yeah.
Anyways, Barrage's hit nearly identical, 7-5. They both splashed the same amount of times as well. But that's one thing I love about the one defense fights, man. That's why it's my preferred style as well. As things happen so quick, there's so much to think about, and they're just a lot of fun. Like, if you're out there and you're just starting to get like one defense hybriding, if you go out there into maybe like a tournament world and start getting going, as soon as you get into that rhythm, I guarantee you'll be out there fighting for a good 2 hours, and you won't even know where that time went.
Absolutely, yeah. Time does fly. In terms of other things flying through, however, Mika has flown through his fights. He's won 2-0. So the second fight, the one defense category, Mika v Perp, Mika actually won by 4 HP. Apparently, there was a lot of splashes coming through from Perp's side, although actually Mika ended up splashing his barrage 16 times and Perp 11. So
16 splashes on one defense? That's a little bit tilting for sure. I'd definitely be a little bit upset. But
or maybe they were using the right press.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, look, Mika, that's a huge win for him to get, especially Perp. That's that's a specialty, that one defense build. So for now in Group 2, topping it is Mika and MMORPG. Still lots of fights to come. No deciding ones just yet. But right now they stand on top. Pressure now put onto those two. Of course, we highlighted it coming into this one. Not a lot of expectations for Mr. Mammal, and we're kind of unsure how Curtis would do. Yes, he's had some big performances in the Deadman Mode tournaments, but this is a new type of element, a new type of environment.
Absolutely. Quick replay here of the fights and catch up on the action if you missed it. MMORPG versus Mammal in the first fight, 70 defense. So many close opportunities here that he could have fallen.
Yeah, I mean, Curtis, he tried to risk it, man. A little bit too close. Even right here, I think there's or maybe a moment before where Mammal gets a big bolt hit, drops MMORPG down to lower HP, but I mean, you see it, an angler, a brew left. There's that 40, brings him down to 8 HP. Moments there for Mr. Mammal to get the KO, but ultimately a poor start for him, lost him the fight.
No, completely. And here is just the crazy moments where a man that had so much food could have just ate up and stopped him from dying. But when your opponent's on so little HP, it's not all that bad to take the risks, although it's just unnecessary. So.
And there are some things you could do throughout the fight to regen a little bit of extra HP. You know, while you have your opponent frozen, maybe you throw in like a Blood Blitz or two. If you're using a Kodai, you could also bring Soul Runes, put them in your rune pouch so you have Blood Barrage available to you. So there are certainly ways to, get some extra HP here or there, but maybe it's just something in the moment that you're not really thinking of. I mean, first and foremost, you got to try to negate the most damage possible that's coming into you, and maybe it's just something that they're just not thinking about.
Yeah, no, you're probably right in that sense. And, when they're on stage, it's a little bit scary and intimidating for them.
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah, exactly. You did mention Blood Barrage, actually, and interestingly, we've not seen anyone that's using the Kodai wand bring Soul Runes. Next fight in the series, however, is MMORPG against Perp. So MMORPG currently 2-0, and Perp currently 0-2. So he's down at the moment, alongside himself and Mr. Mammal, the bottom of the category, so he really needs to make sure he pulls through some wins here, else he is potentially facing not getting through to the next bracket.
Yeah, so this is an important fight coming up here for Perp. And it's just like we were mentioning, lost that first fight to Mika, and I actually had a chance to catch up with Perp a little bit. It's my first time meeting a lot of these guys. Obviously, he plays from Australia, and he plays with a lot of latency out there. You're hopping through all the different worlds, trying to find fights throughout the wilderness. Sometimes you're going to hop into a world that's not favorable for you. He had a pretty tough time adjusting to this LAN environment. He was like, wow. Oh, my clicks are registering. This is a little bit weird. It took him a little bit to kind of get adjusted to, but he's had a lot of practice, and I hope it's all paid off here. As we were pointing out, this could be potentially a deciding series for him, a deciding match for him. As he's currently down 0-1, he's got to find a victory here or there to move himself up in the group.
Absolutely. Now, knowing the experience of the two players, I'd probably say this is going to be in the favor of Perp. However, MMORPG has shown us some pretty good skill so far. He does like to risk it. Let's find out if in the first fight between MMORPG and Perp, who is going to be the winner.
Bolt hit to start it out. Catches them off prayer, no damage done. Perp with the first freeze, but MMORPG is right there to catch one back. Difference in the +1s here. Kodai versus the ACB. It's been the really big difference between the +1s we've seen, at least in the 70 defense build so far. We'll see who comes out on top of this one.
Absolutely. MMORPG there opting to do a fakie from mage into range, but it didn't pay off because Perp just stuck with the range prayer. However, it doesn't matter because his nice hits through prayer anyway. Both players sitting on very similar HP, dealt similar damage now. Perp's opting not to eat, knows that whilst his opponent is frozen, he can't get spicked out. He has now decided to eat, however, because I think the freeze timer is probably due to come up and he doesn't want to take those chances. But a little difference that some players do instead of other players, that they don't eat when they know they don't need to because they can carry on dishing out damage. Because as I've mentioned before, if you do start eating, you're putting yourself on the back pedal of the fight from the start because you're not able to dish it back.
Yeah, it's almost like you're playing catch-up throughout that fight. And there's a moment right there, as you pointed out, where both players are fairly low HP, now deciding to eat back up. Another difference between the inventories that we're seeing is the Bastion Potion versus Range Potion. For those who are new to RuneScape out there, the Bastion Potion is new, came with the Theater of Blood release. It combines a super defense and a ranging potion. So if there's ever a moment in the fight where you're not brewed up or you didn't sip your super combat, you could replenish your defensive stats by sipping that Bastion pot.
Yeah, it's almost like there's literally no negative to bring in one. There's only benefits, whilst the benefits might be minor in terms of when they'll actually be at use. It's one of those things, it doesn't cost you anything to take, so why not?
Unless you just don't like the color, right? You prefer blue, you prefer, you know, keeping things standard to what you're used to at home. But yeah, you might as well bring it. Why not? It's also some of the new content that some of these PvPers might not be attuned to, you know?
No, yeah, completely. And we can currently see here a bit of a stalemate, both players frozen in place. Ooh. Dishing damage between the two and so many hits that are going through prayer that are just hitting so much higher than you'd expect. MMORPG currently standing under Perp. Perp's kind of predicting the next attack coming through as magic, and he was actually the other way round. It was MMORPG frozen and Perp trying to predict the right prayer. But he manages to get it regardless.
Also take a look at the food remaining for both these players. You have 8 total anglers here for MMORPG, 2 brew seps versus a full brew for Perp, along with 7 anglers. So fairly close here as now that 30 bolt spec going to come in, and that's the power of the Opal bolts combined with the ACB. You just proc so many bolt specs, and I know I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but across all builds, all of the diaries are active. So that means the Candor and Hard is achieved for all builds, which increases your bolt specs, the chance for a bolt spec in PvP by, I believe it's 10%.
Could have been a really nice spec from Perp there, ran in with the DDS whilst MMORPG was in robes, had the wrong prayer, but did switch to protect from melee at the last point. We are getting a quick update from the other fight that's off screen at the moment, Mika v Mr. Mammal. Apparently Mr. Mammal is winning.
Okay. Hit a 50 on Mika, 24-24 DDS as well. That's going on in the off-stream match. You could take a look at each player's individual stream if you want to catch all the action that's going down here at the Old School RuneScape All-Stars PvP Championship. But right now, MMORPG still in the middle of a fight between Perp. It's a 70 defense build, and now supply is getting very low for all these players. 3 anglerfish remaining here for Perp. Same amount for MMORPG, but he still has these 2 brew sips remaining, so the ability to heal, you know, more than Perp, as Perp currently sitting higher HP.
Yep. He's having to take the time now, however, to eat that food up, and it's obviously time where Perp can damage, but he's been hitting zeros time and time again. Now, we did have a little flaky issue with the website earlier, but I believe OSRSallstars.com/standings is getting live updated with the match results again, so you can head over there and check it out.
Okay, spec now about to be replenished here for MMORPG. One more tick and I'll have that DDS spec available. There it is right now. Perp currently sitting on 31 HP. There's a chance here as Curtis starts to get unfrozen. He also has a sip of the super combat left. So what he's most likely going to do is sip on that super combat and then go right in for the DDS spec, trying to hide his attacking style as he moves closer into Perp. There's a chance for him to get a KO.
Sure, now both players on very low amounts of food. Perp opting to eat up to full. MMORPG has 1 angler left, and the HP there basically identical. 1 HP between them, but MMORPG with the upper hand of the additional food slot. These last few hits are so important right now. Perp needs to make sure that he's getting the right attacks when he can. He's faking whenever possible, and he's just making sure he doesn't get caught off guard.
Yep, and a lot of players might sit on camping your range attack style here just because of that armor-piercing penetration. DDS spec comes in, that's a 0-0. Now Perp, he has a DDS spec available as well, sitting at 30%. Spec Bart. Oh, that's a big 25 barrage from Curtis. And yeah, all he wants to do is use these diagonal tiles to his advantage. While he goes back and forth, Perp can't melee him. And now he's messing with the barrage click from Perp. And MMORPG taking the first fight here against Perp.
Commiserations to Perp there, splashing a lot of those last hits, I think 4 or 5 at least in a row, but that's sometimes the way that it goes, and for MMORPG to be in the position to be constantly able to take those potential hits, he still had the extra piece of food as well, had a little bit of an advantage, and well, it goes to show that, you know, these guys are better than you think they are.
18 barrage splashes for Perp in that fight. The difference between damage was it like 108 total. Significant there as MMORPG takes it. And a quick update on the off-stream match. Mr. Mammal takes that 70 defense fight against Mika. Lots of big hits coming in. I believe Mika had a 36-30 DDS spec. Mammal had a 24-24 and a big 50 bolt spec as well. So lots of big hits going down there.
Absolutely crazy. The two Iron Men have just won both their fights.
Man, maybe we're underestimating the Iron Men here, huh?
I did say, you know, people are going to be shocked.
I mean, look, Mika is obviously well-versed in PvP. We've seen him all the time in Deadman tournaments, but, you know, it's nerves. You take these guys out of their comfort zone. They're used to, you know, playing at home, you know, maybe a little bit less clothes on, you know, getting a little bit more comfortable, sitting pretty in your home setup. It's different. You have your friends in the crowd spectating every mistake that you do, and, you know, us casters highlighting everything that goes on in the action. It's vastly different from what a lot of these guys are used to.
Yeah, completely. I mean, we get the perfect opportunity and position to sit here and be ever so critical as if we're the all-knowing masters.
Oh, I love it.
When reality is that we're not, but hey, they don't have to know that right now. We can keep talking as if we're aware. Looking at the game stats now for off-stream, you can see that Mr. Mammal actually had like a 70 or so damage lead against Mika. Less barrages being hit out there, but it just didn't seem to matter. Must have just focusing on that range. I assume that 50 bolt spec was a big game changer.
Absolutely. I was talking to a lot of the more skilled players that we have here, and they're talking about how if they match up against someone that they think they're vastly more skilled against, they're going to favor using the magic tech more, really prioritizing their freezes and probably going with the Kodai first. I'm sure that's why you see the differences between barrages hit between both those players there. Is Mika probably feels like he's the better player than Mr. Mammal, so prioritizing mage, really focusing on the catching that freeze, but that also means he's spending more times in robes, right? So he's going to be taking more damage, you know, from a bolt hit, from a melee hit when available.
Maybe it's just not worth it. Don't underestimate these guys, because it just goes to show that they have got what it takes to win fights and maybe even progress through from the group. The next fight that we're going to be moving into momentarily will be MMORPG against Perp once again. However, we're going into the one defense category. Perp's strongest point, and probably, I believe most people say, one of the most skillful types of no honor fighting.
Oh, I'm certainly going to favor that as well, because I mainly PK on one defense builds myself, and of course I'm going to favor my own personal build, but there's just so much to keep track of when you're in the middle of these fights. One, you're taking so much damage that you have to manage your HP, right? You got to make sure you know, like, the max hit of your opponent, what they could hit, and try to stay out of that range. Two, you're constantly swapping styles and swapping prayers, trying to negate all the damage that's coming in. If you don't know, the overhead prayers that you see these players using, they reduce 40% of the incoming damage to that specific style. So it's important to get those right, especially on these one defense builds. But here you go, Perp versus MMORPG. Could decide this series if MMORPG takes it. Perp looking to bounce back after that first map lost.
Absolutely. I think this is if this is a win for MMORPG, it's pretty much guaranteed to go through. Perp might be at risk of not progressing. Really nice hits coming up from the bat from MMORPG as well. Just damage after damage after damage. Perp is really having to concentrate on eating up at the moment, not able to do much in retaliation, but is doing the best that he can and is managing to put out some damage. But we've seen time and time again, these fights can literally come down to one hit and it's all over.
Uh-oh, this is scary here. DDS spec comes in. MMORPG on dangerously low HP. Bolt spec to follow that up, keeping him down. Combo eats now coming in. Perp starting to take control of the fight. Could DD under his opponent here. Certainly available, but he knows that as MMORPG is tanking up, he's obviously not doing damage back. Now the fight, it's going to reset for a little bit here. A 27 DDS poke. Even though you don't get the spec off, I think you take that hit.
Absolutely, and you can see now, this is obviously experience from the one defense category coming out in favor of Perp. He's opting to fakey as much as possible. The inexperience from MMORPG of not expecting those fakies. He's swapping his prayers down to a T. Perp had him exactly where he needed him, and you can see the damage that dealt, because look at the difference in food at the moment.
Oh, absolutely, and sometimes during these fights, you just don't feel comfortable bringing out mage. You don't feel comfortable equipping the resort.
Whoa, 23
for 31. 1 HP's him right there. Perp could KO him here. Unfortunately, Leaf Blade Battle Axe does not connect an MMORPG. He's about to get his second DDS spec regenerated here, so still a chance for him to take control of the fight. Catches that freeze right next to Perp. Could stand under him. Will do so as he looks to slow down the fight and heal back up.
Perp taking no risks here and healing himself straight back up to full HP, especially whilst he's frozen. He knows he's going to get his opponent stepped underneath him. He does manage to catch a freeze on MMORPG as well as he comes and steps under. So there's going to be no melee here because they're diagonals. It's just range and mage.
Range and mage for the time being, but Perp severely ahead in the food count. Bolt Spec
Oh,
comes in,
there you
and
have
there's
it.
the KO off the back of that leaf-bladed battle axe. Some big specs coming in from Perp, and I think you can clearly see how much more comfortable he is on this one defensive setup. The movement was just way better, but I will say I love the use of the mechanics here from Curtis. Not only is he constantly DDing under his opponent, he knows that he has to go on those diagonal squares, right, to hit with range. And you saw early on in that fight, like Perp wanted to counter DDS spec, but he couldn't, and he missed out on some attacking turns because of that movement from MMORPG. But also going on in the off-stream match, it's still Mr. Mammal going up against Mika, and right now Mr. Mammal's up on food.
Mr. Mammal also apparently nearly took Mika out in the early stages of that fight. Very interesting to hear that. I definitely believe these guys have been severely underestimated.
Wow, so if Mika beat me and Mr. Mammal beats Mika, does that mean Mr. Mammal's better than me?
Probably right there, Evan, yeah.
Is that how the logic works?
It's not a bad thing, though.
It is to me. I got to go home and practice, man. Loading up the tourney worlds as soon as I get back. But anyways, Group 2, Game 3 going on right now. MMORPG facing off against Perp. So MMORPG was able to take the first 70 defensive build fight, but he just got outclassed, simply put, in the one defensive fight. But, you know, even though MMORPG, he's known for being an Iron Man, his actual account is a Zerker. I saw him practicing on stream, so maybe this is a build that might have a little bit more experience than others on it, but also Perp has a lot of experience on a Zerk as well, so both these players should be on even footing going into this final fight.
Completely. It's going to be very interesting to see how this one ends up panning out. We just got confirmation come through, and you can look at that smile on Mr. Mammal's face. It's enough to melt butter, and he is so happy because he beat Mika. He 2-0'd Mika in his fights.
Wow, this group is starting to get very interesting, right? We're almost in a situation where all players have won one series. So it's going to be important to tally up all these points as we head over to the end. And because of that, like, I'm going to be a little bit hesitant to call it because I'm not adding up these points. There's someone in the back doing that job for me. But Mika maybe losing a little bit of confidence now after that loss to Mammal. It's going to be tough to rebound for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to... It can't be easy, and it's horrible to say this because all of the players that are participating in this tournament are fantastic in their own rights. But Mr. Mammal, let's face it, is the least, one of the least experienced PvPers overall, and Mika being renowned for PvP, and to lose to someone like Mr. Mammal and his experience that he has, that can't be an easy deal, like blow to deal with.
Oh, certainly, and an unexpected one at that. As now both these players, they'll have a chance to breathe, calm the nerves, and reset for the next upcoming fight because we still have a Game 3 between Perp and MMORPG about to go down.
Deciding fight about to start soon, and it just so happens to be MMORPG's favorite setup. 45 defense is his forte. So let's have a look at how that pans out. Who is going to be the victor of that? Now that you've seen both players fight, now that each of them have won one, who do you think is going to take this one?
Honestly, I feel like on this specific build, they're both even. I mean, on the 70 defense, you saw Curtis, or MMORPG was definitely more comfortable there, but the movement on the one defense build vastly in favor of Perp, and I feel like you're going to have to have a combination of both to succeed in that 45 defense build. And obviously, you know, MMORPG, he put it down as a specialty for a reason. Maybe he's got something in store for us.
Yeah, I think he has a really good chance to pull through and be the victor of this fight. However, if Perp plays the way that he did in that one defense fight, he controlled it entirely, and I think that is what it's going to be. Maybe the first fight was just the nerves getting the better of him. Now that he's warmed up a little bit, he's ready to go in, and he's going to stomp this Iron Man back into the ground.
And here you go, the fight about to begin. Bolt hit to start here for Perp, but MMORPG catches the freeze. Now he has a chance to DD under his opponent just like this. And you see what he's doing. As he steps on the diagonal square, he actually steps like a little bit back in before he attacks. That's to mess up the barrage click, right? If Perp has a barrage ready, queued up, and clicks on MMORPG as he's going in, the cast won't happen, right? Whereas if you're just spam clicking with range, like, you'll get that hit in.
Yeah, and you can see already MMORPG opting to load out a few of his specs whilst he could. Perp doing the same. Unfortunately, 0-0 against the right player. And a nice little poke there in the stomach with the DDS.
Little tickle.
Yeah, you know, I mean, last time it worked out for him at 27. This time, not so much of damage. And a really nice barrage coming from MMORPG here. Nice 31 hit. He's had quite a few hits, actually, that came through that have been really good. I'd like to see Perp kind of like take control of this now going forward. He's just finally catched the freeze, but he is still frozen at the moment. That is a decent spec to come out.
Yeah, 44 HP is a lot. And that freeze that MMORPG just hit was a crucial one to have, as Perp was just kind of DDing under him, right? You limit your time you spend away from your opponent, but that's a big bold hit to follow up. So even though Perp gets a big DDS spec, MMORPG has done a good job at rebounding in the total damage output here. Just off of good barrages, big bold hits as well. He's about to get unfrozen, so he could go in for a leaf-bladed battle axe hit here, or even another DDS spec.
I'll have to wait and see what he does. I'm wondering if MORPG will try and utilize the fact that he can run away, make it seem like he's trying to do a range or mage attack, but actually then use that to run back in and use a melee. Perp used it a little bit earlier, didn't work out, unfortunately, because it hit zeros. However, could change all with one hit, so I always say.
Oh, absolutely. 8 total anglers left here for Perp. 7 on the side of MMORPG, but he's higher in the brew count, so that's more HP represented. Also has a lot of boostable potions left. 3 doses on his super combat, 3 on his range potion. He might as well drink some now if he's brewed down, or start sipping on those brews and go over max HP.
Yep. Maybe just something that he's not too worried about at the moment, focusing on trying to, keep himself alive and deal as much damage as he can to keep Perp off his back. There's a really good hit. That's such a good thing about the Leaf Blade Battle Axe. It's also a bad thing for some people. The delayed hit, the delayed damage that comes through from it. Players just don't expect it. You can start to stack those hits up as well, and I think it's one of Perp's favorite weapons to use.
Wow, he's absolutely shredding with that battle axe. A 30th follow-up, and now it's MMORPG's turn. Both players, no squares in between them, so you got to worry about all 3 styles coming at you here. Because right now, Perp, he's got the advantage in this fight, but still anyone's game.
Absolutely, and we can see them switching between the range and mage. MMORPG, unfortunately, with a dagger poke there and gets hit by a bolt while having protect from magic and robes up. So probably the worst situation he could have been in. A 0-0 spec coming out from Perp, and then again smacked in the face with that axe as well.
Running low on anglers is MMORPG. A little bit more in the tank here for Perp. 20 bolt for Perp, trying to force MMORPG to here. Trying to DD under one another, I think, for the time being. Still trying to fake each other out. Do the most damage on off prayers. A nice bolt hit there. Slowly but surely bring this one back, but MMORPG has 75% spec. You might as well just throw some DDS specs out there.
Yeah, completely. He's now down to just brews alone, whereas Perp has 1 anglerfish left. Very similar in terms of their food. However, Perp will probably have a little bit of an advantage because he only has to click once, whereas MMORPG is going to have to try and sync those over the course of a few game ticks. But those specs coming out. Wow.
He's out. Perp is out.
Literally out of food right now. And there's a hit coming up from MMORPG.
The Iron Man coming out on top here in Group 2, stunning everybody out there, exceeding all of our expectations. Mammal takes out Mika, MMORPG takes out Perp, and we have ourselves one hell of a group here.
What an incredible fight. I don't think anyone would have predicted that to have happened.
No.
Absolutely ridiculous the way that turned out. Perp had a few opportunities, but MMORPG just managed to just absolutely dominate.
I am shocked at what I'm seeing here at the PvP All-Stars, man. 100%, I thought Perp and Mika were going to be the top 2 clear-cut to make it out of this group, and I was wrong.
Nearly 100 extra damage coming out from MMORPG throughout that fight. You can see, though, however, look how many splashes he got from Perp. 7 more in comparison to MMORPG. That's pretty damning.
95 damage looks like. No, a little bit more than that. I'm not going to do this math. And yeah, 95, I think I'm right on that. Anyways,
that's why we just go over around about 100.
Some replays coming up from the off-stream fight. I'm really curious to see how that one panned out, like exactly what happened, because it shocked me that Mammal, not only did he take out Mika, he did it 2-0. I didn't expect him to win the pure fight at least, but some big hits, and there you go, the replay package coming up. Let's see how Mr. Mammal was able to take it, a 40 bolt hit, wow. And this is early on in the fight too.
Yeah, lots of food for both players here. Maybe just showing us how big those hits were that were coming through. Looks like Mr. Mammal there, he gets frozen.
Hello.
Interesting damage coming in from Mika there.
And these are on 70 defense builds, right? These are high DDS
Yeah,
specs.
look at the food here. Mr. Mammal was 1 up on food. Mika at this point panicking, but a nice bolt to come through from Mika. How did this fight end?
We're about to find out. I mean, it's just 1 hit for Mammal.
There it was, a whip hit.
Yeah, the whip through prayer to finish off the 70 death fight. And now moving into the 1 defense. We know that Mr. Mammal takes it. We'll see in what kind of fashion.
Well, at the start of this fight, we can clearly see Mr. Mammal was up in the food department. Gets a nice freeze here. Seems like his ACV is doing work. And then a DDS spec to nearly take him out 0-9. Mika's out of food. He's got 1 brew sip. Actually, no, sorry, out of food. And yeah, wow. Mr. Mammal in both occasions was up in food.
Very impressive stuff.
That.
I mean, maybe we kind of undersold him coming into this one, and we have ourselves a pretty tight group 2 here. Coming up on the on-stream match, it's going to be MMORPG going up against Mika. I believe this has to be a must-win fight for Mika, right? He's lost 1 fight. He's got to win this one, otherwise he'll be 1-2 in the group, and if Curtis wins this one, he should go on through. Of course, I'm not saying my word is official on anything because everybody's won, everybody's lost here, so things are pretty tight here.
Yeah,
so I'll wait on official word.
Yeah, I believe that MMORPG is almost definitely going through.
Well, look, he won his first fight.
Yeah.
He won his second one, so yeah, if he wins this one, he's got to be 3-0, and he'll be good to make it on through.
Pretty sure. Perp still has a chance to go through, depending on the amount of damage that gets dealt, if there's a kind of like a tie situation in terms of wins. So there's always a possibility there, but it does still mean that 2 people aren't going to get through, and at the moment, it looks like it's going to be MMORPG and Mr. Mammal.
All right. That would certainly turn some heads. Nobody quite expecting that result. But here we go. The final matchups of Group 2 about to begin. MMORPG facing off against Mika here. 70 defense build to start things off.
Mika's most preferred build setup compared to MMORPG's 45 defense. So let's see if this is going to work out in his advantage, or whether MMORPG can show that actually he is a force to be reckoned with.
So small difference between these players is Mika actually started the fight off eating an anglerfish, so he was at 121 over max HP.
Okay.
MMORPG didn't eat one off the start. That's why you see the blank inventory space. So he figures that if I start with more HP than my opponent, I could pick up the pace a little bit quicker. He should be able to, well, he should have to eat before I do.
Yeah, and I mean, it does overheal for the 22 HP, and at that point, it's the same as eating one anyway, so you may as well.
And here you go. The fight now continues on. As MMORPG picks up that freeze roll, that's a 34 bolt hit through prayer, trying to DDS, but Mika on top of his prayer switches. And still using that diagonal square to his advantage, right? As long as he keeps going diagonal across his opponent, Mika can't melee back, and that's a 35 DDS spec. Big to catch him on the hide there, off prayer 2. As now both players, distance between them, they're gonna look to catch a freeze here, and then try to get under their opponent.
Yeah, MMORPG did a really good job then of getting damage out whenever he could. Mika's doing some really good prey switches and gear switches as well, but the damage is just coming through still, and yeah, it's definitely helping out. Food situation, very similar at the moment. MMORPG still up on those brews. Tends to use those a little bit later in towards the fights. He obviously adopts the keeping the potions for the later end, where it probably matters most for him. He just wants to focus on staying alive and doing what he can. You see here a nice spec from Mika at that point. He's currently got his opponent frozen. MMORPG wants to go in for the freeze, but knows that every single time he does, he opens himself up to getting attacked by either the ACB or a melee hit.
Got me excited there. I wish we had an AGS in one of these. You never know what could happen with a God Sword whack. Could completely change the outcome of a fight, but both +1's the same here for these players. ACB on each end. Outputting a lot of damage, you know, considering the fact, and a lot of spec available for both these players. 75% on Mika, 80% on MMORPG. So you figure on these next kind of distance closing ones,
nice,
they're going to try to use that. Yeah, that's a 45 bolt spec coming up, but a 33 regular hit for Mika through prayer as well. So he's still doing damage while he's taking damage. That's important. You're going to force MMORPG to eat.
And now he has 8 indeed, and 8 up to above his full HP. A little bit of a hit to take him down again. Mika is going to try and get himself back into this fight because he is currently down a fair little bit actually by food. 1 or 2 here or there. Both players not sitting at full spec, so have opted to use them. MMORPG soon to have a restore spec though, so probably wants to try and drop one of those out very soon.
And you saw what Mika was doing there. While he was DD'd under MMORPG, he took the time to heal up, right? And he waited until his attacking tick was coming up. That whole time, MMORPG thought an attack was coming, so he didn't tank up. He didn't eat. So Mika was able to jump ahead in the HP lead, but still down on overall food, I guess. 1 angler, 1 brew set being the difference maker for the time being. So still anybody's game. But you have 100% spec here for MMORPG. He's got to start to use something.
This might be the moment. Here. It could be indeed. It looks like he's going to go for the DD. He's healed himself back up to full, opting for the tactic that Mika used against him just moments ago. Probably going to see him step out towards a diagonal very soon. And what's he going to opt for? Mika preempted that with the protect from melee, knowing that MMORPG probably has his spec regenerated now. And unfortunately, 0-0 on the right prayers as well.
Unfortunately, but at least you're using the specs, right? It's never a good feeling to end a fight, and then you're like,
oh
hey,
yeah,
use a single spec throughout that whole thing. And now it's Mika's turn. He hits with his DDS. The bolt hit the follow-up. And now MMORPG is left guessing. The DDS to follow up. Mage here will hit through prayer, as it's 3 brew sips left here for MMORPG and 3 for Mika. They're on even footing.
He is doing a really good job at the moment of making sure his prayers are right whenever he can from the side of MMORPG. I actually think Mika is 1 step up because he has an additional anglerfish hidden away in the corner there.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I mean, wonder if Mika's seen it as well. Do you reckon he's going to opt to use it? At the moment, he doesn't need to. His full HP. MMORPG really at a disadvantage at the moment because those brew sips, they're not going to heal him much each one. Their best use is combo food. That's it. He's now out of food.
I wonder if MMORPG has remembered to pop back up. Now he's going to sip his super combat and range potion, but there's quite a time there where maybe he wasn't boosted over max stats. Either way, he's down on HP, down on food. He's going to need a miracle to come back into 31-17 KO there for Mika, and a must-win match for him. He starts up 1-0 over MMORPG.
An incredible spec to come out at that point, knowing that MMORPG really had to clutch that freeze in order to keep himself in the fight. Mika took full advantage of the opportunity, countered it with that spec on the robes, on the right prayer, and well, you saw what happened.
There you see the difference in the damage dealt, 128. Mika, the winner there. The difference between some of the other stats, 12 to 13 barrages hit, 9 versus 10 barrages splash. So
very
some
even
of the other stats, very even, but you also have to consider the fact, when are these guys using their barrage? Are they barraging while their opponent's already frozen, or the majority of their barrage is coming in while they're unfrozen? That kind of context also matters a lot.
Exactly. Now, in terms of the off-screen fight, Perp v Mr. Mammal, we had confirmation that Perp actually won his semi-defense fight. Is this the resurgence of the PvPers?
Maybe. The pressure's on them now. The Ironman, they've shown up. They've shown that they came here to play. And keep in mind, anybody could still be knocked out here. If Mika winds up winning this fight, there's a chance for, a big tie between the majority of these players. We'll wait on an official word.
Yeah, no,
before,
absolutely.
we confirm anything, but keep in mind, there's a lot of crazy scenarios and situations that could still happen to determine the outcome of this group.
Yeah, definitely. I think I said earlier that he's almost definitely made himself through, but well, actually, maybe not. All it takes is one other person to win a fight, and I think that might be enough for him to be knocked out now. If Perp manages to do really well against Mr. Mammal, if Mika finishes and beats MMORPG in the one defense pure category, it could be a completely different story from what we saw in the first two fights.
Yep, without a doubt, as Group 2 continues on. These are the final fights of this group before we move over to the third group, and then after that, fourth, and then bracket play to look ahead to. It's still early on here at the Old School RuneScape PvP All-Stars Championship, but this event has been fun so far. We had a pretty funny start to the event with Skill Specs forgetting to bring us +1, the wrong bolts, and things have certainly gotten way more competitive since that point.
Absolutely, which is, I thought, as we said, it would happen at the start, as with everything, live production, some things happen. There's a few little teething issues that need to be ironed out, but now that they are, we've been in full force action ahead from the start, from the end of the start of the end.
The end of the beginning?
Yeah, one of those works.
The beginning of the end?
Basically, from when they stopped having issues, we carried on since then, and it seems like everything seems to be running smoothly. So thank you to everyone involved making such a wonderful production. We gave a quick shout out earlier to the arena in-game by Mod West. However, let's just take a moment to appreciate how fantastic does this stage look. ESL always do an absolutely fantastic job of putting together a great show. We've had a lot of involvement as well from our creative team inside of Jagex, who have put together a lot of the assets that you're seeing now, the kind of like green screen effect and the wonderful kind of like lobby entrance has actually been materialized into something in real life. Who would have thought?
Oh, I love everything here about the PvP All-Stars event. Very fun to see the different changes, especially because we're used to seeing, the sets from the Deadman mode tournaments. And even though we love the environment they set for us up there for those events, this is a completely different environment, and that kind of, different props that they add to it certainly adds to that feel. But still waiting on both these players to gear up. It's going to be a one defense fight coming up between MMORPG and Mika. We'll see how this one plays out. If Mika takes this one 2-0, then we're going to have a very interesting finish to the group.
A message coming in from Michael Wiles from GameBite, assuming that is from the Facebook stream. Hello, Michael. It says, MMORPG risks so much harder than anyone else. Could be his rise or his downfall.
Yeah, things got scary in his first fight against Mammal there, even though he was up so many food, so much HP. Couple whip hits, DDS spec, a big bolt hit. Almost took him out there, but the fight about to start off as MMORPG continues his quest to take down Mika. Mika currently up 1-0 in this series. It's time for the one defense fight.
Let's get it and see who manages to catch the first freeze if they both opt to do that. Instead, one of them seems to be going for a DDS straight away. MMORPG was going to use ranged, but decided against it. Maybe wanted to spec. Ooh. Mika, really nice spec coming in from there. It was like about 46 damage in one go.
Yep, about that. Is now back over to Mage, and you see him moving around in with the DDS again. That's a 39 spec. Just continuing to deplete the food resources that MMORPG has, and this is exactly what you want to do as a pure. Take control of the fight early on. Dump those specs, do a lot of fight, do a lot of damage, and just try to DD back under your opponent and continue to freeze them. Keep them frozen in place and don't let them spec you back.
MMORPG manages to get a freeze there, doesn't deal any damage from it, but that's not so important right now. Two really nice bolt hits, a 30 followed by an 18, a melee hit, but unfortunately Mika has Protect from melee on, whilst it only mitigates 40% of the damage that you would normally receive. It does actually still hit quite a bit because of the fact they don't have any defensive armors.
And Mika knows that these specs are coming, right? He knows that he's dumped all four, and MMORPG hasn't used anything, but maybe MMORPG risking it a little bit here. Granted, he knows that no big DDS spec could come in. Big bolt hit 36. He's just waiting for that opportune moment to go for the DDS spec. And that's why he's just proccing with the Leaf Bladed Battle Axe for the time being.
Yeah, and the biggest problem for Mika at this point now, knowing that MMORPG has those specs and he could turn around the fight, is that he is opting to protect from melee a lot. And you can see the bolt specs that come through, if they're hitting against the wrong prayer, if you don't have protect from range on, they hit a lot.
Yeah, and now just compare the food between both these players. 4 anglers, 2 brew sips versus 6 anglers. A full brew and an extra dose there. MMORPG dangerously low on HP and food down to 3. A big Leaf Bladed Battle Axe. But this could be the moment. A chance for him to maybe get some DDS specs in. Praying melee. Here comes the bolt from Mika. And now it's just 1 brew sip left here for MMORPG. Down, but not out just yet.
Absolutely. He's definitely up against a brick wall at the moment because Mika is not falling. He has a lot of food left. He's controlled this fight entirely. Whilst he's had the full specs, MMORPG hasn't really been able to use them, and now that recoil damage is just shining through against him. He's not even having to do anything himself, Mika. He's just letting that little ring deal it for him.
Yeah, he's just going to run away. He knows the situation. He knows he's up in food. Those 2 DDS specs from MMORPG were just desperation throughout that whole fight. Mika did a great job of just controlling the distance between the 2.
And there you
That's
have
going to be a 2-0 victory for Mika, showing and displaying his PvP skills there. He just did a fantastic job at just making sure MMORPG could not get any of those specs off.
Absolutely, you could see that. I think it was probably coming down to experience. As soon as he unloaded the specs at the start, this snowballed all from there. MMORPG didn't have the chance to use his. Even though Mika was protected from melee a lot and he took big hits from the ranged hits, it didn't matter because he could combo eat out of it, and by the time that any more damage came through, he was back into the fight and dealing damage back at MMORPG.
Well, look, it's a trade-off. It's like, I'll take, the maybe 25, 30 hit from the bolt potentially versus taking, a 60 from a DDS, right? So a good job from Mika early on. Take a look at some of the stats here. 2 barrages splashed by either player. The difference in the damage, 120 on the dot. Difference in anglerfish, of course, eating, drank the same amount of brews, but also because MMORPG loses that fight, unfortunately, that also means that Perp is now eliminated from this group.
I believe so, yeah. Perp did require MMORPG to get through to have a chance. We needed MMORPG to get through for him to have a chance of getting through. In other news, Mr. Mammal actually ended up beating Perp on the 1 defense category.
What's going on here, man? Things are getting wild, especially in Group 2. I mean,
Completely.
the Iron Man have come out to play. We've already had 1 PvPer in this group eliminated. That is Perp. But now he's just trying to spoil the chance of Mr. Mammal. And playing spoiler is always fun, too.
How interesting. Really hope we managed to get a replay of that in some time to come. I would never have thought that would have been a thing. Okay, so if Mammal ends up beating Perp, it's going to come down to the most amount of damage dealt over their group fight, because it's currently 1-1, so it's between either of these 2.
That's interesting, right?
Very interesting.
I'm trying to think of, right, the thing is, Mr. Mammal was able to deal so much extra, damage in the first fight against MMORPG in the 70 defense one. It's going to be interesting to see how this one is going to come down. Group 2 shaping up to be pretty wild. We already know the advances from Group 1. If you're just joining us now, it was Pure Spam coming out on top, skill specs to follow him through to that one. And now we're going to find out who could potentially be matching up with those guys later on in the bracket as we're looking to see who advances from Group 2.
For those of you that might just be joining us now, if you haven't been made aware already, I'll let you know now that these other players that are fighting that we're unable to stream are actually streaming on their own individual personal channels. Head over to @OSRS PvP on Twitter to find all the details of their actual streams, as well as the other social media that they use. And having a quick replay now, looking at the fight that happened between Mr. Mammal and Perp. The semi-defense category, it looks like Perp controlled this one quite a bit. Mr. Mammal's out of food, and Perp still has a lot left. No wonder he won that one, and does a nice little 21 to finish. And this is the pure category that Mr. Mammal ended up beating, even though Perp is known as one of the best 1 defense pures in game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens here. I mean, it looks like Perp was able to get his specs out early. Mr. Mammal is 75% at this time. Looks like Perp was controlling everything early on, but now Mr. Mammal catches that freeze, moves around, and Perp is out of food at this moment in time, but so is Mr. Mammal. And look, this is where he wins it. And another big difference that you might see these players using is the difference of bolts, right? If you're out there using Onyx bolts and that spec procs, you have a chance to heal some extra HP.
And just like that, you've seen, he actually managed to heal up, which left him in for 1 more hit, and it was so close. So we have Mika confirmed to be going through. There's potential for Mr. Mammal to go through here. It all's going to come down to damage differentiation if he manages to win this fight against Perp.
Wow, so not only was it the Battle of the Iron Man to kick it off, it's going to be one of the Iron Men, making it through either MMORPG or Mr. Mammal, so that's going to be fun.
The damage coming out from Mr. Mammal, what is he on?
I'm not sure, but he's hitting a lot right now. See if he can keep it up throughout the whole fight, though. Of course, as the barrages, the freeze are about to expire for both these players. A 40 bolt spec for Perp, but the 37 leaf-bladed battle axe to follow up for Mr. Mammal. Now's the moment in time in this fight where you want to try to expend, you know, 1, maybe 2 DDS specs, and there's one coming in from Perp. A freeze should be looking to come up to follow this up.
Especially the
spec.
The
still
health
hits a
that Perp is at,
33.
yeah. I think, was he intending to do that? Did he want to go for the DDS?
I think he wanted to go for the DDS for sure.
Perp was on such low HP for such a long time. He could have just spec'd out straight away. Even one bolt hit would have killed him.
And you saw Perp's face as he saw that coming out. Maybe he had game sounds on it. The noise from this spec, you know, throwing him a little bit off guard.
It is a little bit irritatingly loud.
Yeah, who designed that?
I have no idea.
Who do I blame?
Yeah, I'm going to find out as well.
Anyways,
after hearing it earlier.
As this fight goes on, you see Mr. Mammal starting to fall a little bit behind on food, but he's up in total brewdosis, so still a chance for him to overheal. There's now a DDS hit potentially coming in. Swaps back over. The spec coming in from Perp. Unfortunate to see a 0-0 there. 13 through prayer, though. Mr. Mammal does respond, as there's still spec available for him, and he brings Perp down to 26 HP there, forcing him to heal back up. But once again, this is where you want to be DDing onto your opponent. You want to try to limit the amount of damage that they could output while you maximize your own damage output.
Yep, does seem to be a tactic that Mr. Mammal doesn't like utilizing. Maybe it's just because he's not as experienced of using it, or he's just being very honorable in this almost no honor kind of fight.
There's no room for honor here. You're playing for money. You're playing for pride.
Oh, I remember,
representing all the Iron Men out there.
Or is it Ruthless Revan? That's what they call you on the streets of Villanor, right?
Yeah, that's what they call me, the streets of Varrock as well.
So looking at a difference here in terms of food, they both have, Perp seems to be 1 anglerfish ahead of Mr. Mammal, but Mr. Mammal has the advantage of, I think that's an additional 3 brew sips. So very even. However, there's a lot of damage coming his way now from Perp, managing to just deal as much as he can when he can. Mr. Mammal needs to try and get a few hits out there and stop eating so that he can focus on actually dealing damage to Perp.
Both players with specs available. Just looking for an opportunity where the distance can be closed, looking at their boostable potions as well. You just have the super combat left here for Perp. So at least when he goes in for melee, he'll be able to boost back up, whereas for Mr. Mammal, you got nothing left, only brews.
Absolutely, and neither player managing to catch a freeze for a while. There we go. Perp manages to get a freeze, although it only hits 1. The freeze itself is probably more important for him at this stage.
Yep, absolutely. As he has the advantage, he just wants to overheal, which is exactly what he's doing now. And now there's no healing available for Mr. Mammal. Maybe he could Blood Blitz. Maybe if he's using Onyx Bolts, that could proc, but nothing in his inventory to sustain some damage. That's a big freeze for him. DDS to follow up, but he takes a big bolt hit in the process. Perp, low HP, but at least he has a chance to heal on up. Mr. Mammal, how much damage can he output? A 29. Perp left on 10 HP. There's a chance here for Mr. Mammal. He's got a DDS spec, but he's left on 1 HP himself. Is he going to go for it? Is it worth the risk? He goes for
Oh my
DDS.
god!
Oh my
on
god!
robes! 26, 24! No!
Perp takes it!
Wow, I thought that was going to be it for Mr. Mammal. I thought he'd taken it.
Oh, what an exciting finish to that final game of Group 2 as Perp takes it 2-1 over Mr. Mammal.
Well, I'm almost speechless. That's a first for me as well. That was incredible.
Almost coming down to the Ironman make it through. We know that Mika, he was safe on through. And now is it Perp joining him?
I believe so. Hopefully we'll get confirmation come through exactly of who it is that's going to go through. I'm still trying to catch my breath after that. That last second turnaround where it was like, is he going to go for the melee hit? You could see that Perp had Protect from melee on, but as he stepped out, he put Protect from range.
That tick.
Yeah, and he still had robes on and the 24, 26 to come out. Oh,
Look at
wow.
the damage dealt. 5 total damage being the difference maker there. Such a close fight towards the end.
It really
they splashed
was.
the same amount of barrages. 1 extra barrage hit for Perp there.
Well, just think, if Mr. Mammal had decided to step
I'm
under...
sorry, not 5. 45.
No worries at all.
I thought it was 599.
Look, if it was me, I'd be in the hundreds off at least for just a few. Don't worry about it. But yeah, imagine if Mr. Mammal had did a few step unders then.
Yeah.
And had mitigated just 1 hit. That could have literally been what made it so that he won.
I forgot that going into that fight that we knew that Perp was out, so he's just trying to play spoiler. And yes, he denies Mr. Mammal from advancing from the group. So it's going to be Mika and MMORPG advancing from Group 2, 1 skilled PvPer, 1 skilled Ironman advancing from Group 2. They're going to join skill specs as well as Pure Spam, who advanced from Group 1. So we have 4 players already set in our quarterfinal bracket. And now as we look ahead towards Group 3, we're going to have 4 more making it through.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you were to ask me earlier if I thought that either of the, if MMORPG or Mr. Mammal were going to get through, I'd have probably said no, especially when they were up against, Mika and Perp, both very formidable PvPers and a lot of experience. But these kind of fights, we've said it time and time again now, it literally comes down to the wire every single time, and anyone can win. These guys aren't as bad as what they've been portrayed to be.
Not as bad as what they seem or as the community portrays them to be.
No, exactly. Now let's just hear a little bit about the actual players themselves. I'm going to pass you over to the once again wonderful Mod Archie, who is going to have a chat with them and figure out what's going on from here.
All right, guys, we're joined here with Group 2. We have Mika, MMORPG, Perp, and Mr. Mammal. Mika, you are one of the 2 players to progress from this group. Talk to me about those fights.
All right, so first fight, I'm against Perp. He takes Kodai, I take ACB. Everyone's telling me to take Kodai. And then I practice with ACB a bit more than with Kodai. I was like, all right, I'm gonna try with Kodai, see how it goes. I end up winning that fight pretty nicely. Then the second fight, it's a pure fight. I think I survived with like 3 or 4 HP in the end. So it was really close fight, 2-0 for me. Then I fight Mammal, and don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure he got 7 bolt specs in a row or something crazy. I couldn't believe it. I kept getting bolted 50, and in the situation I was just eating, right? I wasn't putting range spray on for some reason. And then I lose the first fight. I'm nervous, right? I'm shaking. Then I go into the second fight, the pure fight, and the same thing, I just keep getting bolted. And I'm there like, I just lose the fight. I lose the second one. And then against MMORPG, I had to calm myself down a little bit, and then it went fine from there. Got 0 and got through.
You did really well to compose yourself, especially after taking that loss from Mammal. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of the tournament. All right, Curtis, you also progressed in this tournament. It was a very interesting round to watch. Talk to me about what just happened.
So Mammal, 2-0 on him. Honestly, props to Mammal. He brought it back in some of those other fights there, but went 2-0 on Mammal, beat Perp in the semi-defense fight. Came down to the 1 defense. I was a little bit nervous about the 1 defense with Perp. I knew I was going to get taken down in that. But then it came to the Zerk fight. My specialty is Zerk. That's the most hours I've put in, so I managed to take that on Perp to get the 4 points there, fortunately. And then against Mika, I was like, this is going to be some close fights, close semi-defense fight. And then, as I said, 1 defense, I just got slapped again. But luckily made it through. I don't know how, but whew.
That was a very, very close outcome indeed. Mammal almost actually surpassed you in the end there. But yeah, congratulations and good luck in the rest of the tournament. Perp, unfortunately the first to fall out of this group. You were actually, I believe, one of the favorites to win out of this group. What happened?
I choked, to put it straight. I think my biggest regret was taking a Kodai instead of an ACB. I think in the main fight against Curtis, I had something like 19 splashes with the Kodai. So when you take the Kodai, that's what you take it for, you know, for the magic accuracy and to ensure you get every step under. But you know, if I'd have taken an ACB and an ARAM staff, I would have had the DPS to, you know, win the fight. Right. But yeah, it was good. I had some close fights and enjoyed fighting everyone, and yeah, I'm happy I participated. Yeah.
Definitely. We appreciate the good sportsmanship. You played an incredible tournament. Mr. Mammal, though, is the upsetter, so we need to have a word with this guy. Mammal, you weren't supposed to do anything this tournament. What happened?
I got some really good RNG on Mika. I mean, hey, sometimes RNG giveth, RNG taketh away. So I just got some good luck on Mika, and yeah, I'm happy I at least killed 1 person. That's all I wanted, so I'm happy.
We were absolutely freaking out upstairs. We were like, oh my God, Mammal, he's improved so much. Watching your switches, watching you predicting your opponents, you are making moves. You have seriously improved this tournament. Do you think you're going to continue to practice PvP?
I almost want to. I was just telling Perp, it's like almost inspiring. Like being a part of this makes it's like a side of the game that I never really experienced. So it's been a lot of fun. So maybe I will.
All right, well, thanks so much. And that concludes our interviews for Group 2. Back to the casters.
Thank you once again, Chris, and very interesting again to hear from all of the players.
Look, if Mr. Mammal can do it, anyone can do it. If you're out there looking to get into PvP, you might as well start. You never know what could happen.
For sure. We have been asked to show off the wonderful vinyls once more time.
Yeah, these things are sick.
They're actually incredible. I think this one is the RuneScape orchestral one that I have in my hand here with the map. That is game agnostic. It has both old school and RuneScape areas in. So we've got Zaya, we've got Priftiness in there as well, and some other areas that you might not be familiar with if you're a player of old school rather than RuneScape. But definitely one of the nicest parts about this. I mean, the music's brilliant, don't get me wrong. if you're interested in the map, there's actually, they sell that on the merch store as well as a canvas kind of like print out. And at the moment we do have a Black Friday deal with free shipping. The old school vinyl that Revan is holding is actually red vinyl as well. I'm not going to embarrass myself and try and be a DJ on stream once more. If you want to see that, go back and find the past clip. I'm sure it's on Reddit.
I'm sure someone out there is going to try it. You might as well buy, play around, see what kind of cool tracks you can make. But just like Aiz was saying, the music's also available on Spotify, so you could add it to your own personal playlists at home. But these are great. You're throwing a home party soon, spice up the music, get the guests into some dancing, play some RuneScape music, and hype the place up.
There's nothing better than being sat in traffic. You wind down the windows, turn the heaters on though, because it's pretty cold at the moment, especially in the UK, and just put Sea Shanty 2 on full volume and just sit there and just enjoy it. Everyone else
how many people around you start banging along with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I need to stop saying absolutely because I became quite aware of the fact that I'm saying it a lot now. So
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely saying absolutely an absolute huge amount of time. So let's absolutely stop talking about absolutely and move on to have a look at Group 3 and who is a part of that.
So yeah, a lot of skilled players to round out this group. You're going to see them pop up on your screen now. Rakesy, who took out C Engineer to take over Sick Nerd's spot in this group. Next to him is going to be Foe, another prolific Iron Man competing in this tournament. And then next to them, maybe the favorites to make it out of this group, Torvesta as well as Ditter Bitter.
Very interestingly, as you can see, Torvesta, as he walked into his graphic, was a case of pointing at you and pointing down, telling his opponents that they're going down. Ditter Bitter looking very serious, staring straight into my soul right now and pointing at me as if he's not messing around. Rakesy going for the more kind of like, I'm here, fearful, but I'm also a nice guy, and Foe just looks very serious too. He's kind of just like, yep, I know what's about to happen. Now, let's talk about the actual players, and in terms of their individual skill. Rakesy, I had very difficulty pronouncing this name during rehearsals for absolutely no reason, because we've spoke many times and I've never had an issue saying his name before. However, he has done quite a lot of PKing in the past. Recently started playing, I believe, an Iron Man account, but has been doing a lot of practice, but was dropped into this tournament very last minute as a backup. So when Sick Nerd fell ill, we obviously had to look for a replacement. So the engineer was listed as a backup alongside Rakesy, and managed to come out on top and actually beat the engineer in a best of 3 to earn himself the position that he's in now.
Yeah, now he finds himself here, a fighting chance within the group. I mean, look, we saw Mr. Mammal cause some upsets. There's no reason to think that Rakesy can't do the same exact thing, but the guy that's pointing us on your screen, Ditter Bitter, he's been talking a lot of trash, feeling very confident coming to this tournament, and it's a first time for him competing on this stage. Let's hope the nerves don't play too big of a factor there, because he's got to back all that talk up.
Yeah, and then we've got Torvesta. Obviously, every single YouTube video he puts out pretty much, I think, is related to PvP. He's always coming up with different kind of things that he can do. And, oh, surprise, I actually had this weapon when I thought I had this. Very many types of those videos, but he does a lot of PvP. He's got very far in a lot of the Deadmans as well. Apart from the last one, he was the last person to die.
Unfortunate. One more second and he would have advanced on through, but he feels he's the most practiced out of all the competitors in this tournament, so let's hope that practice pays off. And then the last player we haven't talked too much about in this group is going to be Foe. He actually flew in today.
He did indeed. I believe he got here around about 2:30, 3 p.m. Arrival, and considering the fact that we started the show at 4:30 p.m., hasn't had a huge amount of time to practice. However, given the timings and stuff, it being Thanksgiving, hope you all had a wonderful time, by the way, if you celebrated Thanksgiving. He wanted to spend some time with his family and bring him to where he is now, and arrived a little bit late, but he's still feeling confident. He just says he's going to see what he can do and roll with it. Talking about seeing what he can do, let's see what they can do on stage. The players are ready. Let's introduce them and welcome them, and head over there now.
Needs per players.
Okay, guys, we're joined here with Group 3. We have from the right, Torvesta, Ditter Bitter, Rakesy, and to my left is Foe. Foe, you arrived just earlier today, perhaps the least amount of practice out of everybody here, would you say?
Yeah, I'd say so. I've had some time too. I've put in about an hour or so since I got here, so hopefully we've worked out a few kinks and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, now repping the Iron Man, we've seen Mammal, we've seen Curtis. absolutely do numbers. They have been doing so well. Are you looking to follow that trend?
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure on me on that one. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, but I mean, I start with Ditter. That's a tough one to start with. We'll see if we can. If I can get one upset, I think I'll be pretty happy.
All right, well, best of luck to you, foe. Moving on, we have Rakesy. Rakesy actually finding out he's competing in this tournament as of yesterday, fighting Sea Engineer for that replacement spot, replacing Sick Nerd. How are you feeling going into this tournament?
I feel tired, to be completely honest. Yeah, I'm ready for it. I mean, I've only been able to train for probably about 6 hours this week, so I'm pretty rusty, but I'll do my best. We'll see how it goes.
All right, well, best of luck to you, Rakesy. Ditterbitter, one of the fan favorites. Also one of the all-star favorites. These guys all look to you and say, we're scared of Ditterbitter. Not all of them, actually. That's a lie, but some of them. How does that make you feel?
Well, it made me feel good at the start, but I've seen some crazy things happen today. Starting with Jay forgetting his bolts, Ian getting spec to 30-30, Mr. Mammal beating Mika, so I don't know, anything could really happen now.
And are you feeling confident after getting warmed up and practicing here at the studio?
I've got Paul as my first fight, so I better be warmed up or he's gonna destroy me.
All right, well, best of luck to you, Ditterbitter. And to wrap things up, we have Torvesta. Torvesta, how are you doing?
A little bit nervous. I mean, I changed mouse last second because, yeah, some of the clicks didn't register, but I'm trying to get used to this mouse, so yeah, I'm feeling a little bit nervous, but yeah.
Okay. Anybody on the stage you're particularly scared of?
Mainly Ditter. Apart from that, I'm feeling pretty confident. Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck to you, Torvesta. That concludes our interviews for Group 3. Back to the casters.
Wonderful. Thank you once again, Archie. Group 3, very interesting combination of people here. We've got two pretty formidable PvPers. Yep. Rakesy as well, obviously a good PvPer, but out of practice in comparison to the other two. If you were to put a name, well, sorry, who out of those four are going to progress? Is the easier way for me to say that?
I think it's easy to look at this group and say Torvesta and Ditterbitter will probably be the top two making it out, but just like a couple of those players were saying in their interviews, and just like we've seen so far throughout this tournament, anything could happen. You know, upsets are going to happen. You know, sometimes just because you're favored to come into the matchup, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're guaranteed to win that fight. So as long as those two perform to their best of the ability, they should be able to come out top two in their groups.
Yep, I think I'd have to agree with you on that one. Obviously, you make a very good point that anyone can essentially win this. We saw that with MMORPG and Mr. Mammal. Who would have thought that would have turned out the way that it did? Maybe this is going to be Foe's time to shine. We're going to have to wait and see. But yeah, I think I'm going to agree with you that the two players that are going to go through from this fight are going to be Ditterbitter and Torvesta. In terms of the fights, the first one that we're going to be seeing is Torvesta v Rakesy, and then off screen is going to be Ditterbitter versus Foe. So we'll get you updates on that one as and when we can. However, if you do want to catch the action live yourself, maybe load up on your other monitor if you have one, or just slide next to this one, or just completely leave us entirely if you really want to. You can check out each individual player's stream at the moment, and they should be streaming their fights. If you want to find out information as to where they're streaming to, head on over to Twitter and go to @OSRSPVP, or check out the website osrsallstars.com. You'll see all the information, including updated brackets, as we go through, so you can figure out who's won against who at what point and how many points did they get in their group to progress.
Absolutely. Take a look at the all-star rival here for Rakesy. They're going to be matching up later in this group. Excited to see how that one plays down. But the specialty for both these players to kick off Group 3 is going to be that 70 defense build. The opening fight here will be fun to watch, as it's going to set the tone for the rest of the group. Now, I guess I know a little bit more about Ditterbitter than the rest of those players on the stage, just because I've played against him in the climbing scene so often. So he certainly probably has maybe more PvP experience, than some of these other guys, just because, when you're in a clan, that's pretty much all you do, right? Yeah. You log on the game, you hop on with the group, or even if you go solo, like you're always spending time in the wild or within clan wars, so he definitely has the mechanics down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think between the two of these here, Torvesta and Rakesy, we're probably going to be looking at, it's really tough to say. In practice, I haven't managed to catch anything from Torvesta, so I've only seen Rakesy, and I think that he's probably going to have the chance, the better chance of taking it, just from what I've seen, in comparison to what I've seen Torvesta perform during Deadman's. He's been very secluded and secretive about what he's been up to recently. So.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm not going to sell Rexy a little bit short here. I've been watching him play in practice, and he's certainly exceeded some of my expectations just because it's my first time meeting a lot of these players.
Yeah.
You know, some of them I don't really even know all too much, and Rexy is one of those guys. I was wondering, what he could bring to the table in terms of PvP, and I'm impressed with what I've seen from him so far, but that's where the real action begins. You're on the stage, you're in the official matchup, so you just got to leave it all out there on the stage. And, speaking about Torvesta a little bit more, I was watching him practice a little bit. Of course, he kind of had to swap out his peripherals, his equipment. Hopefully it doesn't impact him too much because we do expect him to come out of his group.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. Also very interested to find out what happens between Ditter Bitter and Foe. I would absolutely love to see Foe beat Ditter Bitter.
Oh, me too. Without a doubt, I'd love to see some upsets, especially coming from Foe. And like I said, coming into this one, Ditter's been talking a lot of trash to all his opponents. He's been feeling very confident coming to this one, and rightfully so, just because he has a lot of experience. He's been performing well as of late, and he had some good practice as well. Now, one thing I did see when he was practicing in his loadouts, he wasn't using any defensive shields. He was using all offensive books. So he's using the Book of Darkness on his mage switch, and he had the Cyrodomin book on his defensive switch. So
very interesting.
We'll see if he sticks to that setup because you lose out on a lot of good defensive bonuses just by using the books. Even though you might increase your offense ones a little bit more, defense is pretty important too.
Especially in PvP. Obviously, a lot of times in PvM, players don't tend to, choose to go for the defensives, but it does make a huge difference here. You've seen that in the one defense fights when they don't have the armors and the defense level to kind of mitigate that damage, they can take some huge hits. Maybe it's just a case of he is more confident than his opponents and feels like he can afford to take that extra bit of damage, or that his prayer switches are going to be on point and that's what he's going to use. And then that extra offensive will just help him get those pokes when he needs them.
Yep, everybody's been saying that Ditter loves his magic attacks here, and he's been good at taking those barrages in on these high defense builds. So we'll see if that comes into play. But also, if you start to learn the tendencies of some of these players, you could, comfortably camp magic prayer going up against Ditter Bitter and, just react if he's going to throw a different style at you. But if that's his favorite style, then you could play against it and try to counterplay him.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I saw whilst I was watching a lot of the players practice on stream in the build-up to the All-Stars PvP Championship was that they're aware of certain times that their opponents like to use their special attacks and what kind of health they'll get down to before they start to eat. And they've started to kind of use that and document it all so that going into these fights, they can hopefully have the upper hand. However, when you are on stage and when the lights are shining down on your face and you're in the thick of things, it is probably one of the least important things to remember.
Oh, for sure. And look, everybody has their own type of style when it comes down to fighting, across all these different builds. And if you could, pick up on some of those, tips or tendencies that your opponent has, it could certainly aid you in some of these upcoming fights. We're going to be getting started momentarily here with Torvesta going up against Rexy, the off-stream match, Ditter Bitter going up against Foe. Once again, these players, they're streaming on their own individual Twitch channels, so if there's an off-stream match that you want to catch, you could tune in and watch from their first-person perspective.
Absolutely. I just said it again, but it doesn't matter because we're just going to roll with it now, and it's just going to become a thing, Revan. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, not at all.
Good. All right. Now, in this first fight, it's going to be the semi defense fight. It's Torvesta's kind of it's his thing, it's his jam. He says that he is a 70 defense pro. Very, very bold words to use there.
What was his PvP rating? It was epic. So you better be able to back that rating up. And look, he even came into this one saying he's the most practiced out of all the competitors. And you're saying in the build-up to some of these DMM tournaments, he lives in secrecy. Maybe he's been doing the same for these PvP All-Stars. Maybe he's just been throwing everyone off guard during rehearsal and not giving it his full effort in some of his practice fights. But this is where it all counts.
Yeah, you're right. It does. This is definitely where it all counts. It's coming down to this now. I do have a lot of faith in Rexy, and I think that he's going to do pretty good. I'm still going to root for him, even though we've discussed all the different options. Even though he's going into what is potentially not his most favoured build, but I think he's going to take it. I think the nerves will get the better of Torvesta.
Yeah, getting an update from the off-stream match that has begun. Currently, Ditter Bitter is destroying Foe, which, you're kind of thrown into the pit of lions there if you're Foe, right? He's one of the strongest players in this group. Maybe you would have preferred a warm-up fight against Rexy, for example, but still, you got to beat everybody in the group, and you got to beat the best in order to be the best, right? So it's a fortunate start for him, but also waiting to get the on-stream match going, which is going to be Torvesta versus Rexy.
Yeah, he does look to be focusing very hard now. I think quite ironic, his name used to be is it Focus? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he's definitely sticking true to that.
Interesting to see how that one plays out. It's going to continue to progress on forward, just waiting for these players to get into the action before we swap into the in-game arena. By the way, another shout out to Mod West. The arena looks beautiful. Love what you brought to the table here for the PvP All-Stars. Looks great.
Yeah, thank you, Mod West. As we all say, who is the best? Mod West is the best.
I agree with that. Certainly better than you at least got him. Anyways, as we look ahead towards Group 3. Once again, guys, throughout the whole tournament, we finished Group 1. We finished Group 2. Advancing forward to the quarterfinal bracket, we're going to have Pure Spam topping Group 1 alongside Skill Specs. In Group 2, we're going to have Mika alongside MMORPG advancing to the quarterfinal bracket. Now we have 2 group play remaining Group 3, and then Group 4, the group of death to round things out. Then we'll have a short intermission, I think, before you move into the official bracket play.
Yep, I think that's the way that it's going to run. A quick update on the fight that's currently happening between Ditter and Foe. Apparently, Ditter has only used 6 brew sips.
All right.
Yeah.
And Foe has used like pretty much all his food. So I think that match is kind of gone, you know, how we expected, a little bit one-sided. So maybe that'll build some confidence over on the side of Bitter. But Foe, he's going to have to find a way to rebound. As that 1D fights is going up, I know that's probably where Ditter is going to feel most comfortable. You know, Battle gets him the pure scene many times. I know he's familiar with that gear. But I hope you guys hear the countdown in our mics. The on-stream match is about to begin as Torvesta faces up against Rexy. The 70 defense fight starts right now.
And straight away, we can see Rexy going in for the freeze. However, gets a splash. Torvesta opting to use his bow, but doesn't get a hit whilst he's going against the Protect from Mage. Neither opponent's managing to freeze each other just yet. It seems like both splashing again on the barrage casts there. Interestingly, it looks like they have both decided to opt for the ACB as well as for their +1s. And just as they happen to catch a freeze, they both freeze one another.
Yeah, only the big difference here is between the gear is Torag legs versus Varrock's skirt, Gutlin's helm versus Torag's helm. So nothing, you know, too major between both these players. They got the same weapon, same spec weapon. They got the same +1. So pretty even. They're even both using Bastion potions.
Yeah, indeed. Both opted in for the same number of brews as well. And their Stand Fuse, not one of them decided to opt for the recoil, which I don't think is a good choice in the 70 defense matchup.
Ooh, a 41 there. Now it's looking like Rexy really outputting a lot of damage. Torvesta forced to eat up, so that's going to give the food advantage over to Rexy, but he's still fairly low HP. There's going to be a moment of opportunity here for Torvesta, especially now as he catches that freeze, maybe to start standing under his opponent. Control the pace a little bit more. That's a good whip hit on Robes. Following up with some more damage, and you can even see the names from the other fight across in the other arena. Right now, Mage trying to hit for both players, swapping over to range, extra armor piercing. Rexy 44 with the whip hit. That's a big one to bring out here.
Absolutely massive damage to come in as well. Just off that one chance where you can't really do anything against it. You just got to hope for the best that you're not going to get a high rolling hit against you. But unfortunately for Torvesta, it was probably one of the highest that he's going to get hit by a whip this tournament.
All right, Rexy, lower HP currently than Torvesta, but up on food, up in brew count. And actually take a look at Torvesta's inventory. He's got 1 sip of Super Combat, 1 sip of Bastion Potion left. And he has so many brews available, so
wow.
If this fight goes on, he's going to just have less offensive stats unless he saves them until the very end.
Yeah, it seems really odd, actually, that it opted to do that. I guess maybe his just tactic is that he's going to brew up now and keep himself
All right, where's
not
the
boosted?
melee play on that? He ran from 30 squares away. You got to be able to flick melee on that.
Neither opponent managing to catch a freeze just yet. Both splashing. There we have it. Rexy has managed to get a freeze on Torvesta. Is he going to opt to do a stand under? He's doing fair enough damage at the moment with his ACB, even though his opponent is protecting from ranged. And it's a nice barrage coming in there. Hits a decent 20. That's another piece of food gone down for Torvesta.
Yep, Rexy still ahead. For the time being, 100% spec available for him as well. So as this freeze starts to expire, maybe he's going to look to get those DDS specs in. And him too, he's also down on his offensive potions. That's a big whip hit. A 38 there, still 100% spec. And look, I guess if you're truly desperate, like if you really can't catch a freeze, maybe you want a 10 spec, but that's only like a 3-second freeze.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the worst case scenarios, but it could
That's
be.
desperation at its finest.
Yeah, it's better than not using any specs at all, which, you know, Rexy still hasn't used any of them yet.
And I think Torvesta knows this, right? That's why he's kind of camping this melee prayer. That's a big 21 hit for him as he's looking to bring it back, but he's down on brew doses, he's down on angler potions, so he's going to be fighting from behind for the rest of this fight.
Now, I don't even think Rexy needs to worry about special attacks with the amount of damage that his whip is dealing. Torvesta's probably camping Protect from melee because of how scared he is of that.
Rexy, I feel like he's also caught the majority of his freezes. That's a big ball hit.
Yep.
Melee here to follow up. That's 0. And now he can start to unload some of his specs. And what this is going to do is kind of force maybe Torvesta to rely on that melee prayer a little bit more so Rexy could proc more damage with his range or magic if he chooses to do so. But as Torvesta gets that freeze, obviously that option goes away.
Yeah, and we can see that he's now got the freeze. However, look at the food differentiation here. Torvesta with just 1 brew sip left. He's got no attack stat boost in potions. Rexy has 3 anglers and 3 brew sips left. No stat boost in potions for him. I don't think it's going to matter though unless Torvesta gets some RNG Rambo spec, but I think he's probably going to fall before that manages to come out.
Yeah, he had to hit like a 40-40 with that DDS to bring himself back into this one. Another big whip hit coming out of Rexy. I feel like he's outputted, what, like 130 damage at least from his whip alone. ACB spec there just to, you know, maybe showboat a little bit. He's got 2 anglers and a brew sip left. We've seen close comebacks almost happen in some of these fights, but I think Rexy has this one in the bag.
I think there was a point where Torvesta could have actually won when he got his ranged hit because it was actually a special hit, and there we have it. Rexy has managed to win this fight. Congratulations to him. Torvesta does unfortunately perish in the first fight. We're going to be moving on to a 1 defense fight very soon, but that was Torvesta's favorite category. Yeah, just quickly running back, he had a chance to win when he bolted against Rexy, who had the wrong protect from prayer up. He got the special attack. He had something like 40 HP. If he had got a high roll, that would have been the fight over.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen that Opal Bolt spec hit, you know, 50. I think it might max, you know, around like a 52 if I'm not mistaken. So it could certainly hit high, and you have to keep that in the back of your mind as you're progressing through these fights. You see the damage taken there. 116, the difference between the two.
And I think that was just from whip hits.
100%. I feel you on that one. It seems like every time Rexy went in for that whip hit, it was like a 39, a 40. Even through prayer, he was hitting pretty hard with that whip. A key difference maker throughout that fight. But another update on the off-screen fight between Ditterbitter and Foe. Ditter crushed it in the first fight. He actually absolutely smashed Foe. We're going to have some replays a little bit later on, but Foe did half the damage that Ditterbitter did in that first fight. Not a recipe for success.
No, unfortunately, one could probably say it's more of a recipe for disaster.
Hey, I see what you did there.
Well, I took what you said and did the opposite, and just so happens to be a quest name, yeah. Anyway, apparently, Rexy accidentally ACB spec'd. It wasn't from disrespect. It wasn't to try and screech the ears of his opponent. It was more the fact that it was a misclick.
I'll tell you what, if I'm in that same exact situation, I do it for disrespect. Pure disrespect only, get in my opponent's head. And right now in the off-stream fight, Ditter's crushing it in the 1 defense build as well. So it's not a good start to the tournament for Foe.
Doesn't look like that way at all.
Ditter's focused.
Yeah, he's really concentrating. There's nothing that's going to deter him right now from this fight. We do have a replay package that's going to be available so that we can see what happened between them. We'll see the showdown, or should we probably say the massacre that ensued.
Yeah, at least get a chance to see some high hits, but Foe, I mean, you know, he said it coming to this one. You know, he flew in today, didn't get the chance to practice as much as his opponents, but he gets thrown into the wolf pit here in the first round matchup. Maybe it's going to be a learning experience for him. Maybe there are going to be some things that you know he could take away for his future fights. Obviously, it's the first fight of the group. There's still a chance for him to make it out, and he goes up against arguably the toughest opponent in this group to kick things off.
Yeah, it's probably best to get Ditterbitter out of the way now, being one of the strongest ones in that group. And then, you know, he's looking at going up against Torvesta, who, if he ends up losing again, that could crush him. That could mean that he's going into the next fight not thinking the way that he would normally, and that could have a bit of a disadvantage to him. He could also go against, Rexy, who could have potentially won 2-0 against Torvesta and then completely dominate Foe and, with that newfound confidence.
Yep, a lot of scenarios that could play out here in Group 3 as well. Rexy and Torvesta, they're currently gearing up for their 1 defense fight. You see the annoyed look on Foe's face right there. I'm going to assume that means that he lost, especially now that Ditter's hand is off the keyboard. So should be a convincing round 1 win there for Ditter, trying to build the confidence. And there you see the official result, a 2-0 victory for Ditter over Foe. Pretty much how we expected.
Pretty much, yeah. He is still smiling, though, so at least he's having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a learning experience. Look, we realize that a lot of these players don't come from a PvP background, but still some have been able to cause some upsets, specifically in Group 2. You saw the Ironman come to play. Foe trying to live up to the expectations now from the other Ironmen. They set the bar pretty high, and now he's got to rise to it.
We'll just have to see how that pans out throughout the rest of this bracket. However, coming up very shortly is going to be the second fight of the first fight within Group 3. Torvesta v Rexy, and it's the 1 defense category. Less than 3 seconds now.
And here we go, entering the arena. Rexy versus Torvesta. As it stands, Rexy up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. It's time for the 1 defense fight. Both players starting out with the range hit. Now it's going to be Freeze to follow up. Who could catch it? Looks like it's Ratesy, but Torvesta also catches his, so 1 square between both players.
Going to be exchanging hits here a little bit. You can see between the magic and ranged. Neither player's opting to use any fakies at the moment. Torvesta trying to get in a magic hit as fake back down into range, but Ratesy didn't change his prayer once. So worked out in his favor. They are now both trying to fakey these switches out. Both of them sticking, however, nice DDS spec from Torvesta. Could have ended the fight there and then.
That 34 through prayer, pretty impressive. And also looking at Rakesy's inventory, he opted to bring 3 Karambwans here so he could combo it with the Angler, the Brew, and the Karambwan, healing a lot of HP in just 1 game tick. So forcing him to use that Karambwan early on. Sure, that's why Rakesy brings it, but just limiting the overall food is good for Torvesta here. Both players currently frozen away from each other, but that freeze is close to expiring. Look for him to throw some Haymaker DDS specs at one another again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if those manage to hit. And here you can go, you have it! Wow! Just like that, the fight is over. Both players go in to spec against one another. And unfortunately, for Rakesy, the Torvesta DDS poke was just too much.
That's why we love one defense fights right there. We knew it was going to happen.
But look at that little smirk on his face.
I called it almost perfectly. As soon as that freeze expired, they just went right at one another's throats. The DDS connects big time there for Torvesta.
Oh, yeah.
As he evens things up. What was that, a 15-second fight?
It was ridiculous. You know for sure that he's going in Torvesta's next video, and the title is going to be, "You won't believe what I spec'd against Rakesy."
You won't believe what I spec'd at the OldSchoolRS All-Stars PvP Championship. You see the difference in the damage dealt.
He didn't see that spec
damage
coming.
Dealt for both these players, a 70 damage difference.
Only 4 Anglers and 5 Brews, 8 at most. 4 barrages going out. That fight was fast.
You didn't have time really to do much else. 70 damage difference between both players. That's almost in that 1 DDS spec alone. But that's got to build some confidence for Torvesta. A quick win for him as we look ahead towards the upcoming 45 defense deciding match between both these players.
Yeah, so seeing how that one went down, very interesting coming into this third fight, sorry. 45 defense, the middle ground between 1 defense pures and 70 defense. It's difficult to say who's going to be able to take it, because after seeing what happened in that last fight, it could happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. And on these 45 defense builds, we say it's a nice middle ground because you have like good defensive bonuses, but you still have the capability to hit high and hit consistently high as well. There's going to be an extra added switch in for both these players as they start to add on more defensive gear, the defender to increase your offensive output, which means when you're comparing like inventory setups to that of the pure fights, you might be wondering, well, how come they're not using a ring or recall for the Zerker builds? It's because they just don't have the room for it, right? For the pure fights, you're constantly doing damage, so that recoil is going to have added effect as you're always doing free damage back at your opponent.
Yeah, and when they're opting to bring, anywhere upwards of 2 recoils, whereas some players aren't bringing that, can make all of the difference. I'm really excited to see how this fight goes. Hopefully, it doesn't progress faster than the receding of my hairline.
Wow.
But we'll just have to wait and see.
Wow, going for some self-depreciation humor here. I respect it. Look, if you can't laugh at yourself, then you're doing something wrong, right?
There's no point trying to deny the obvious.
Yeah. Don't worry, I think your hairline's fine, man. Don't worry.
Thanks, Reverend. You're a very kind man.
We're getting closer at the point in time in the future where we could genetically engineer it out. So maybe during your lifetime, we'll be able to fix that hairline of yours.
All right, I'm optimistic. Here we go, baby.
Anyways, as we've been highlighting, we have 1 fight left here in the first round of matches for Group 3. We're just waiting on Torvesta and Rakesy to gear up in their 45 defense gear. Get that Infinity strapped on, throw on that Slayer helmet as well. Get your +1 ready, and then we'll enter the arena. As both these players are looking to a good start from their group. Of course, we already know the outcome of the off-stream match as Foe unfortunately fell down to Ditterbitter 0-2. A rough start to the tournament for him as some confidence builds over towards Ditterbitter.
Wondering what kind of +1 the players are going to bring into this fight. Are they going to play it safe? Are we going to see another ACB Kodai? Or is someone going to whack out the AGS?
AGS, claws, something. I mean, since everybody's been using the same +1s, I know consistently, right? If you look at, the best of like a million fights, those +1s might outperform some of the others, but you'll be able to catch someone off guard. If they're not expecting an AGS and they're sitting at like 50 HP, AGS can certainly hit that. Claws can certainly hit that. So if you're trying to surprise your opponent with a quick spec early on in the fight, you know, why not? Bring it out, especially if you're not expected to win against your opponent. Catch them off guard.
It could be the one thing that just moves you into victory. And with the volatility of these fights at the moment, having those kind of like really high-hitting special attack weapons could really be the difference.
Yeah, without a doubt. And look, your special attack is going to regen over time. So even though the weapons that we're mentioning, they're 50% attack bars, or 50% spec bars, if you use it early enough in a fight, there's a chance for you to get like 3 specs off if the fight goes the distance. And you know, like we've been saying, it could add up to a ton of damage over time.
Yeah, would be really interested to see that. However, I have a feeling that most of our players in this tournament are going to be playing it safe. So we'll have to just see about that. Yeah, can't wait.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Torvesta, you know, we came into this one hyping up his 70 defense capabilities. He fell a little bit short to Rexy's whip, as that shown on through, but for these 1 defense fights, the 40 defense fights, the whip is not allowed, right? So he doesn't have to worry about that one coming into play here. Of course, players should be strapped with a, you know, Leaf Blade Battle Axe or even a D-Sim to, you know, be able to whack some melee damage in there. And once again, both players just double checking their setup. Make sure they have the +1 they want. Make sure they have the proper amount of food and all the exact gear they want. We saw some differences in previous fights, right? Climbing boots versus infinity boots. All these little bonuses they add up, and they certainly do make a difference.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. You're definitely right in saying that, and it's very interesting to see the kind of different pieces of gear that each player is deciding to bring out. You know, actually, one thing, we haven't been asked to say it, but because I'm a huge fan of old school RuneScape, I think I'm going to do it anyway, and if I get into trouble, then, well, so be it. But you guys might or might not be aware. If you're not, I'm going to make you aware now that old school RuneScape is officially available on mobile.
Oh, what do you think I'm playing under the desk, man?
Yeah, we're both getting gains this entire duration. It's no problem. It's a 5-hour broadcast when we're getting 5 hours worth of XP. So it's available on both iOS and Android. If you haven't already, head over to the App Store or Google Play Store, download it, type !mobile in the chat if you're a Twitch user. Now that I've got that out of the way, let's head straight into round 3 of Torvesta versus Rexy.
What a perfect segue from you, Aiza. And look, some of you out there may even be watching this on a mobile device, so go out there, download it, and there's no XP waste while you're away from home. But here you go, Rexy versus Torvesta. This is the deciding fight as the action, well, now starts off.
You can see Torvesta opted to go for the Mika tactic of Anglerfish as the fight starts. So he's already up on a little bit of HP. That's why you can see he's currently got 1 event space free, but has only somehow lost a small amount of health. That's a really nice hit to come in from Rexy as well.
3 big bowl hits in a row. The spec there. DDS to follow up. Unfortunately, 0-0, but a chance there for Rexy to get the KO. Freeze looking to come on in, catches it, trying to stand under his opponent, but Torvesta catches it just before it's about to happen. So now that there are no squares between these players, they have to worry about all forms of attack.
Wow.
A 30 DDS spec through prayer, as Torvesta should be taking a food advantage here.
Really nice hits to be exchanged there. Very close call for Rexy as well. He could have been taken out by Torvesta at that moment. I believe he changed prayers just as he got hit by that spec. Just in time, but then nearly changed it wrong afterwards. However, both players now have a little bit of a gap between them. Rexy has managed to freeze Torvesta in place, opting to do some step unders here. He might have just been counter frozen though. He's now stuck in a diagonal position, meaning we're only going to see mage range.
Through Torvesta caught the freeze there, so that was a little bit awkward for Rexy because you saw he wanted to do a melee attack right after.
Yep.
So both players, as you're saying, frozen on the diagonal square, which means no melee damage available. So you're just swapping between magic and range, looking to fake out your opponent. And we've already seen that range can do some big damage even through prayer, just like that.
Yeah, completely. You see a 23 to hit through prayer. That's a really nice hit. Torvesta actually getting a nice melee hit in there as well, something we've not seen Rexy after, you know, kind of like opt for very often in this fight. I think he's gone for it once or twice with the Leaf Bladed Battle Axe. He's obviously going to have a delayed hit in comparison to the Scimitar, but it can deal a lot of damage.
Wait, you see Torvesta simultaneously walk under Rexy and scratch his forehead at the same time? That's some impressive, you know, hand-eye coordination right there. I wouldn't be taking my hands off my mouse or keyboard in this situation, but Torvesta not feeling the pressure for the time being. Currently up in food by a little bit over Rexy. Of course, Rexy actually they're tied in brew sips as well. And Torvesta just has 1 super combat to boost his offensive stats back up.
Yeah, whereas Rexy actually has none. He doesn't have any way to boost his stats above his base 99s now, so there's going to be a brief period where Torvesta has an advantage until he ultimately needs to sip a brew's dose, take that super combat, and then sip another brew, which will take him back down.
Now both players frozen away from one another. Big bolt hit for Rexy, as now he's taking the food advantage by a significant margin. He's up in HP, up in food. Things looking good for him. But Torvesta, he's got some spec available, whereas Rexy doesn't. One more tick, and he'll have 2 DDS specs to throw at his opponent.
Wow, there's a really nice barrage as well.
There's the DDS spec. He was waiting to brew up, right? I think he had a super combat active, so he didn't want to brew down for his DDS spec. But unfortunately for Torvesta, losing the first fight there to Rexy as he takes it 2-1.
A fantastic finish from Rexy as well with that nice combo. As we said before, the leaf-bladed battle axe has a little bit of delay as to when the damage registers. So you can stack it with things, especially if you have a barrage at a little bit of a distance and you can run in on the same tick that you've cast it. Next thing you know, both hit splats are coming in at once. And even though Torvesta had no food, if he did, there was probably very little chance that he would have been able to survive that anyway.
I remember first watching someone use that mechanic. I think it was like an I'm a Hat My Eye video way back in the day. I watched him throw a blitz and then time a DDS spec right after, and you see all 3 hit spots come up at the same time. It was revolutionary at the time, but now people have figured that mechanic and they know exactly how to use it. Look at the damage dealt.
Nearly twice as much damage compared to Torvesta.
Yeah, that's a little bit insane. As Rexy, the winner there, 2-1 victory over him. And just to reiterate, there's another match that's going down off stream. Bitter took it convincingly over Foe, 2-0.
Yeah, interestingly, the second fight was a little bit closer than the first. I think there was 130 damage between them. This is the first fight of Foe v Bitter. You can see quite a convincing lead from Bitter here. Lots more food, whereas Foe's completely out. But you know, he's actually done enough here to take away at least half of the supplies. So fair shout to Foe there.
And this is what we are highlighting. Bitter loves casting his mage, who's really good at one-ticking barrage and using it to his advantage here. You know, we highlighted that a lot of these more skilled PvP players, you know, when they're going up against someone that they know or they think that they're better than, they'll try to camp magic a little bit more, make sure that they're relying on catching those freezes and make sure that they control the pace of the fight and don't let your opponent run around too freely.
No, completely. And seeing the final moments of this fight now, a lot of damage being dealt by Bitter. And yeah, it actually got really close. There was 2 food left for Bitter, and you know, that could have just been a spec.
Yeah, I mean, you know, closer than maybe what we would have thought, but, you know, that's the danger with these one defense fights. It's not too hard to output a lot of damage. You know, you get a DDS spec out at the right time. We've already seen some high hits so far throughout this tournament, and maybe a chance there for Foe, but definitely that second fight was closer than we would have expected.
Yeah, now due to the way that this whole tournament bracket is working, being round robin, everyone does have the opportunity to fight everyone within their group at least once. So whilst Foe did lose here, he's not entirely out of the tournament. He still has a chance to bring it back. He's got a few more fights ahead of him. Talking about the next fight we're going to be watching is Torvesta versus Foe. And then off screen, we're going to be looking at Rexy against Bitter. So 2 very interesting fights going on at the same time here. Torvesta, again, opting for the 70 defense as a speciality, but also so is Foe. But you've got to kind of like respect the skill levels here, Epic versus Noob.
Yeah, I think that's a good indication of how this match might go, but you know, let's not count anyone out just yet. Anything could happen. Of course, we do favor Torvesta, but it's not like a 0% chance here for Foe to win. It's, if he gets the RNG in his favor, you know, as Mammal was saying earlier, RNG giveth and it also taketh away. So it's definitely a chance for Foe here, but this should be a confidence-building match for Torvesta, and it kind of works out where we have the losers of round 1 matching up, and then the winners of that first matchup going at it as well.
Who is your money on, Revan?
This matchup, if I'm a betting man, I'm putting my life savings on Torvesta.
Okay, well, in that case, I think we're going to be partying hard tonight because Torvesta's about to throw his match and Foe is about to show what he's worth.
What platform can I bet this on? Where can I make this happen? Because I will. I wouldn't shy away from that. But
let me just grab my wallet and I'll open it ready for you.
Okay.
How about the other fight? We've got Rexy against Bitter.
This one's going to be a little bit closer for me. I think Rexy, maybe he got a little bit fortunate with his whip hits against Torvesta in that 70 defense build, and I'm excited to see how that one defense outcome goes out. I see Rexy winning 70, Bitter winning 1, and then going out with the 45. I think Rexy's going to take it 2-1.
Interesting choices there. Interesting. I thought that you would be more of a Bitter fan, but I'm inclined to agree with you on that one. I believe that actually Rexy might end up losing the 70 defense and he'll take the other 2.
Really?
Yeah, enough talk of those, however. We're going into the first fight of Torvesta versus Foe. Normal Iron Man against the PvP YouTuber.
Too soon, man.
70 defense category.
Too soon. Torvesta putting his glasses back on to focus up as he's currently DDing under Foe. waiting for the opportune moment to go for the hits, and there's a 40 with a bolt. Just like we saw how MMORPG was using these diagonal squares to, make it so foe can't do any melee damage while he's being frozen in place. Just using it, trying to take advantage of it, getting those extra range hits in. There's a freeze from foe, and now he should be looking to get under Torvesta and do the exact same thing back.
Yep, really nice job there of getting distance from himself, which is going to throw off the mouse placement for Torvesta. He's probably going to have to zoom out so that his opponent is closer to his inventory. That's pretty much the style that players typically tend to use. However, whilst he did catch that freeze, Torvesta has managed to pull it back completely and seems to be taking hold of this fight in its fullest.
Okay, so an early lead here for Torvesta. Now going to unload some of his specs. See 35% remaining versus 100 over to foe, but to be honest, foe hasn't had a chance to use any of his specs. And there, the whip hits now coming in for Torvesta. You see him swapping over to his tank gear, trying to make it so foe splashes, but there's the freeze, and now he's gonna have a chance of his own to unload some specs and do some damage, but just tanking up for the time being.
Huge food difference between the two players now. You can see that Torvesta has ate 3 anglers in total. Hasn't touched any of his brews just yet.
Look at the facial expressions from Torvesta as this fight goes on. I've been cracking up watching him go.
I'm just more concerned for the very, very concentrated look on foe's face. He is obviously trying very hard right now to keep himself in this tournament. Being the underdog, so to speak, he's probably wanting to show to his fellow Ironman friends that he has got what it takes to pull this together and get a victory.
Yep, absolutely. And look, there are a lot of little key small mechanics that these PvPers are going to have over players who just don't PK as often, just like DDing under your opponent, switching it and faking your styles, getting on top of your prayer switches as well to mitigate the amount of DPS incoming your way. So it's certainly something that foe's going to have to play a little bit of catch up in, especially as this tournament progresses, but he's got a steep learning curve and not a lot of time to adapt to what's coming at him.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll have an opportunity to pull this back through, especially as he moves into the next category. I think if he can manage to get a few decent hits off Torvesta, it will even it out. However, I don't think it's going to be looking too good for him. He's doing a really good job, though, of keeping himself in the fight, especially now. Maybe he's panicking a little bit less. The nerves might have got to him at the start. He is actually managing to hold himself quite well. He's doing the right switches when he needs to. He does seem to favour protect from melee quite a lot. Maybe he's just worried about those specs coming out. But it doesn't seem to have caused him too many issues apart from the quite huge lack of food that he has at the moment.
Surprised he actually hit that barrage with his crossbow out, but unfortunately no freeze there. There's now Torvesta once again on top of the pace. DDS spec available for both players as they're just tanking up, looking to slow down the fight, stabilize for a time being. In this spot, I feel like Torvesta knows that he's ahead, so he's just trying to push his advantage, right? Healing on up. Would have been a good DDS spec potentially there on Robes, but also maybe trying to fake him out, as he's got 0% spec left. Foe now looking to catch a key freeze here. Could allow him to come back into this fight.
And there's the freeze coming back in from Torvesta. Foe, unfortunately, getting a lot of splashes there, but we've spoke about it before. When your opponent's sitting in tank gear, it's probably not the best to just try and constantly catch that freeze, because the chances of you getting it are so much more lower. One thing I do want to point out that it seems to be a common trait of Torvesta is that he tends to take these brews, but he sips through his combat potions so fast. He has one dose of each left, but he's got, we're talking about, what is that, 4, 7, 8 brews doses left?
No, I completely agree with your point there, and it's something that he's going to have to improve on as he progresses in these fights, especially in his group. That's a big whip hit, but just being able to space things out, right? As you're brewing down, you want to drink, maybe like a full brew, restart back up, then pot up, right? You want to make the most out of these offensive potions while you can, because you only have 4 doses of each.
No, you're completely right on there, and you can see now Foe is down to his last brew sip. He has a few restores, so he's going to be able to get his stats back up, but he doesn't have any combat, stat boosting combat potions. Finally, using a step under, going to try and, collate himself a little bit, bring himself together. Really nice spec coming out, doesn't hit as much, but he does also get a retaliation hit of a 24, which has taken him down now to 27 HP. One more big hit, and this is going to be the end of the first fight for Foe.
So there you go, he's learning. He's starting to go diagonal when he wants to hit with range, staying close when he wants to hit with melee, getting some hits through prayer. I will say, as the fight has gone on, Foe has gotten way better. If it wasn't for these starts, I think he'd have a way better chance of this fight, trying to call for some peace here at the end of the fight as Torvesta finishes it with a big spec, 40 total damage, as he pretty much cruises in that first round fight.
Yeah, bless his soul on that little message at the end. But he did manage to do a very good job of pulling it back. I think, Torvesta was down to around about 4 or 5 brew sips in total. I think he had 2 brews left, and some of them had sips taken. So, you know, a little bit longer. If he had maybe used some of the tactics that he was using in the later fight, Foe could have had a very much better chance of making that an even fight.
166 difference in the damage dealt between both these players. And you guys, if you're just tuning in now, there's a match going on off stream. It's Rexy going up against Ditterbitter. Ditter had a huge spec in the 70 defense fight, and he took that first matchup, but Rexy is currently winning in the 1 defense fight. And I believe Ditterbitter may have brought a Sour Sword in, so a little bit of a BM there, but the Sour Sword is a very good 2-handed melee weapon, fast as well, you know, same speed as a whip. So maybe he's just trying to combo it. We'll see. As the premier matchup, the one that's on your stream right now, Torvesta going up against Foe. You just saw Torvesta take that first matchup in the 70 defense category, and I feel like he's going to do the same in the 1 defense, but also saying that, we saw in the previous replay package, Foe going up against Ditter. Foe kept it pretty close.
Yeah, he was like 130 damage between the 2 of them, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this one turns out to, you know, plays out. I think Torvesta, again, has the upper hand, but we've said it so many times now, anything can really happen. We've actually had a quick update to say that Rexy actually ended up winning.
Oh.
So it's currently 1-1 in the fight against Rexy versus Ditterbitter. There will be a replay package available, so if you have missed it, then you can stick around and catch
Can you see the future, Aiza? Because that's exactly how you called this one going. You said Ditter would take the 70 defense, you said Rexy would win the 1, and we both had Rexy winning the 45.
Well,
maybe Ditter's trolling is going to work against him here.
You know, in all the times that I might messed up when I speak and I say the wrong phrase or the wrong thing at the wrong time or just can't pronounce Rexy's name, the one thing that maybe I can do is predict fights. I also said pure spam and, you know, skill specs would go through. They're through.
You did.
Said that MMORPG has a very good chance and is more skilled than people give him credit for, and he's through.
Okay. But did you predict them to go through?
I can't remember now.
I'll give it to you. You know what? Let's say that you're 100% on your prediction so far.
Well, do you want to go and buy a lottery ticket after the stream?
Yeah, we should. Maybe you should be the one placing bets, not me.
There we go. I'm not a betting man. Maybe I should be. Gamble responsibly.
Actually, nah. Screw the lottery ticket. Let's go to the duel arena, man. I need to get my bank up. Anyways, just like we've been highlighting, these players in the first matchup, Foe versus Torvesta, they're currently gearing up in their 1 defense build. Off stream, it's currently tied 1-1 between Ditterbitter and Rexy. If you want to see how that match finishes off, you can either wait for our replay package after the on-stream match, or you could go tune into everybody's individual stream. All players on stage for the group matches, at least, they'll be streaming from their own point of view, so you could go see the first-person action from there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that they're all doing that at the moment. You can see it from the their perspective as well on stage and get a real good close-up of their expressions.
Yeah, I was laughing. I was dying at some of Torvesta's, you know, facial expressions in that first fight. He started that fight with glasses off, catches the first freeze, puts his glasses back on. Just some of his facial expressions were so funny.
There was the step away and scratch the head.
Fun stuff going on here at the PvP All-Stars Championship. And we're only in Group 3. Group that to come up after this. And we're still pretty early on in Group 3. Still another set of matches to come after this. Still waiting to see who's going to advance on through. I think a lot of people favoring Ditterbitter and Torvesta to do so, but Rexy's starting to make some noise, and if he gets this victory over Ditterbitter, he puts himself in a fantastic position to make it on through the brackets.
Hopefully we'll find out about that very soon, but for now, let's check out what happens between Torvesta and Foe when there are no armors to help protect against those hits.
Take a look at Foe's inventory. He's got a P-neck, he's got a recoil as well as some Karen bombs as well. He's playing this one super safe, even taking 1 less restore than his opponent. They both have amulet switches as well. And I believe you mentioned it, but they're using the same +1s in the Armadillo crossbow.
Yep, opting for, I believe, the same as they did in the previous fight. Foe, actually, I would say, probably has the more interesting but probably advantageous inventory for his very much play style. He's probably accepted the fact he's going to be on the back burner for a lot of this, taking a lot of damage. So that combo food is going to help him get back to full HP faster, so he can start going out and dealing damage in retaliation rather than relying on making sure he doesn't take that damage in the first place. And that's a really good bolt spec coming out as well.
And Torvesta anticipating a DDS spec to come up after this. That's a good melee prey. Hits 4, but the 26 to follow up. Foe left on 25% spec. Torvesta on 100. Seems like every time Foe shoots a bolt, it's a spec coming off.
And then a retaliation spec to come through from Torvesta against Foe as well. A nice 22. Catches the freeze as well. We're going to be going into a mage range fight for the next few seconds.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, I know I said this a little bit earlier, but all the dowries are enabled for all the fights. So Cannon hard dowries, you have increased chance at proccing your bolt spec in these PvP fights. So I'm sure that's the reason why we're seeing so many, especially in this fight. But anyways, both players now maging raging. There's distance between them. Torvesta looking to close it as the freeze is about to expire. Camping a little bit on low HP there. A chance for Foe maybe to close him out, but both players are going to tank up. Look to catch a refreeze and then go back at it.
Foe getting a little bit of distance here. For a while, he had Protect from melee whilst he was at range, and he was getting a few bolts hit at him. Did then switch over to melee as he ran past Torvesta, who pulled out the DDS, then ran away again and kept his Protect from ranged up. Unfortunately, he's frozen at the moment, didn't manage to catch a freeze on Torvesta in that whole time that he was running around, and now Torvesta has the opportunity to stand in, come out, and just do damage. Unfortunately, though, frozen. Really nice from Foe to catch that, especially on the diagonal. It's going to reduce the amount of stars he's going to have to worry about, and now he's going to go for the spec. Unfortunately, doesn't hit.
And Torvesta's just waiting. He's still sitting at 100% spec. He had a chance maybe to do so a little bit earlier, but Foe was just camping melee prayer as Torvesta stepped on the diagonal square. He saw that, so he's like, I'm going to just hit you with my bolts. You know, why not? Let me try to get the full brute force of my melee specs. Does get 2 in there, but he's down to just 29 HP. It's still a fighting chance here for Foe. He's got a lot of brews left, and he's been saving his combat potions as well.
Yep. Whereas you can see once again, Torvesta has done a better job than he has in the previous fights, but he does only have 1 sip of that potion left. It looks like he's going to be using it up very shortly as well, because he's just Sourdough Improved, which is going to reduce those stats for him. There it is. There's the first one. A very nice double stack coming in from Torvesta.
There
and
it is.
Spec to finish him off.
He's been waiting the whole fight to get those specs off. Going to close it out there.
He has, and on the retaliation as well, as Foe ran into what was probably going to look like a really good hit from him. That fight was so much closer than the previous one.
Yeah, I mean, just like the replay we saw when Foe matched up against Bitter, he kept that pure fight pretty close, and it was fairly close here. It's just the starts here for Foe. He's got to have better starts, and I think that's just going to come with experience and practice. You know, being able to get that first freeze and then knowing how to work your opponent's prayers, like get those specs in early, use those diagonal squares. A lot of little small mechanics that, if you're able to master them, you could work huge advantages over your opponents.
Yep, most definitely, and you can see that play through those fights from start to finish. I do just want to quickly say, though, Foe did a fantastic job that fight. It was a massive improvement compared to the first one that we saw.
Every fight he gets better.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the beauty of PvP in old school RuneScape. I know I said earlier about the fact that it is just a point-and-click game. It is, but there are so many little intricacies that you have to learn and understand, but it's the type of game, and the point that I was trying to make is that everyone has the opportunity to be good. We've just had news actually coming through that Rakesy actually ended up winning. So he did go 2-1 against Bitter, which not only means it's fantastic news for him, but also for me because I predicted it correctly.
Hey, we both predicted Rakesy to win. That's a win for both of us. Let's get it, buddy. I can't wait to see the replay package from that one, because I just want to see how did Bitter wind up losing that one defense fight. I figured that would be his specialty coming into this tournament, but that's a huge win for Rakesy. And speaking of replays, here they are.
Maybe you're the psychic one now because, well, you've just said there was replays, and then those replays appeared, and that first fight was an unfortunate way for Rakesy to go down from the bolt, actually, more than anything.
Dominated in this fight. Look, he's bringing his Sour Sword in his inventory, trying to troll a little bit, but Rakesy dominated, it seems like, from the start. I mean, look at the food he has left at this point in time. Maybe cuts a little bit closer towards the end. Bitter does a decent job at bringing it back, but good starts could snowball into big victories.
Yeah, interestingly, I wonder how that panned out for him. I know it meant that he lost the game, but was it because of the Sour Sword, or was it just the fact that Rakesy was so good during that entire fight that helped keep him ahead?
So I heard that Rakesy got some big specs in throughout this fight. Huge bolt hits as well. Look at these switches as well coming in, just forcing Bitter. The more clicks you force your opponent to do, the more likely they're able to make a mistake, whether it's with gear switches, whether it's with prayer switches, trying to force mistakes out of your opponent. And this one comes down to the wire. Those couple big specs coming in from Rakesy early on paid off big time. You see one Brudos left as Rakesy takes it 2-1 over Bitter. And now we're looking to enter our last couple of fights here in Group 3. We're going to have Torvesta versus Bitter. And I'm not an official by any means, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be a group deciding match.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out who is going to go through and who is not at this point, and if there's anything that we need to be aware of in the sense of it could be down to one game to stopping one person from going
I hope
through.
I'm not making stuff up. I think that's how it's going to work. Either way, Rakesy, he should be sitting pretty, especially considering that, you know, he's beaten Torvesta, he's beaten Bitter. He should be pretty comfortable going up against Foe. I mean, Foe, I will say he's been getting better every fight, and had he gotten the same amount of practice in the studio, I think he would have fared much better in his groups, but unfortunately, he flew in a couple hours ago, had like an hour to practice, but he's done well so far. He's kept the pure fights pretty close. Just needs to get some better starts, man. Like I've been saying, every fight he gets better. As he gets more familiar with these mechanics, he gets more comfortable on stage.
And hopefully we'll get an update with good news in his fight that's going to be happening off screen. So it's going to be Foe against Rexy off screen, and we are going to be having a look at Torvesta versus Ditter on screen. So probably one of the closest matchups, I believe, in this entire group.
Just got word that Foe's going to switch things up for the 70 defense build. He's going to be bringing a Darrock switch in.
Wow.
Definitely the capabilities, especially because, he's, for the most part, he's getting worked in those fights, so he's lower HP than his opponent. You never know, one big hit, you see a 70 pop out, you win the fight.
That would be a fantastic way to see one of those fights, and the axe just sweeping down and chopping their opponent to pieces.
Here you go, the matchup on your screen. It's going to be the one to finish off Group 3. Torvesta going up against Ditter. Specialty for either guys are going to be the first two matchups we see. 70 defense for Torvesta, 1 defense for Ditter. Legendary versus epic skill. But Ditter, just lost to Rexy. Torvesta come up off a victory of his own. And yes, we are getting word here, trying to figure out as we look ahead, who's going to be advancing top 2 out these groups. The winner of this matchup here will advance through to the bracket stage.
And that would mean that Rexy is already through.
So congratulations to him. Look, he was a play-in, right? He was a substitute. On the outside looking in, Sick Nerd winds up getting sick IRL. Unfortunately, can't attend. And Rexy faces off against C Engineer. You saw that leading up in the pre-roll stream here. Wins that fight, earned himself the spot in this group, and now he comes out on top.
Yeah, he's coming into this fight with a vengeance and wants to show that he is definitely worthy of the spot that he's taken. And here we are straight away, Torvesta against Ditter. First fight against them in the Group 3 stage, 70 defense.
Okay, take a look at the shield switch that Ditter has. He's got the ward as well as the crystal shield. Love the elven weaponry in RuneScape. The crystal shield great against high range defense, and then the ward as well for the magic attack bonus. That's going to help him catch these freezes on the high defense builds, and that Ditter, he's starting to build an early lead.
Yeah, so he's using obviously the ward, as you mentioned, alongside the Kodai. So his magic is going to be pretty strong, and as well, at the same time, it's going to be pretty defensive. So it's a little bit less offensive than a book that he would have brought earlier, but has that extra defense that maybe is going to be more important to him.
Okay, now Torvesta going to try to bring it back. So the key here for Torvesta is trying to limit the amount of range hits on this crystal shield and try to hit with other styles, right? You want to try to hit range on those rows while he's got the ward out. For the time being, both players diagonal across, so no melee damage. You don't got to worry about just yet. Here comes the first DDS spec. Ditter not going to connect on that one as he's down to 35%. Torvesta down to 85, but also lower on HP. And just like we've been mentioning, we've been looking at Torvesta and how he bruised down and been trying to save his combat pots. Doing a good job at the start of this fight.
Yeah, much better difference now compared to the first fight that we saw of this Group 3 stage when he was at 1 sip left with 2.5 brews. Nice little staff bash there from Torvesta. Doesn't hit, unfortunately, though. Probably good for his own sake, because when they do hit, it's kind of like, it could have been even better. Just got frozen by Ditter as he went in for the DDS spec. Really nice from him there. And yeah, you can clearly see that Ditter has the advantage here in terms of food.
He's only eaten 1 angler, and that was at the start of the fight to overheal.
Yeah, and decided to use the brews early on rather than the angler. And obviously using those brews, you're going to have a high defensive stat throughout this fight. And maybe that's giving him a little bit more of an edge compared to Torvesta, who has opted to use all of the anglers.
And look, in these fights, you could always brew down and then hit with your range right after. Even though you lose some offensive capabilities, at least you're still doing some damage back at your opponent, right? And you want to time that next restore sip when you're about to cast your barrage. So you restore your stats back up, and then you just one-tick the barrage straight after.
I think we saw Ditter a moment ago try and poke Torvesta's eye out with the wand as if it was the troll in Harry Potter. But that's not going to work in this fight, buddy. You're going to need to get those spells casted.
So now Torvesta's starting to chip away at the food that Ditter has left. 3 anglers remain for Torvesta. Still 2 full brews and an extra sip. 6 total sips here for Ditter for the brew count. But he's got a lot of anglers left. 4, 7, 10 total. A lot of HP remaining in the tank. Well, we could still see a big KO happen.
Yeah, we're seeing not a lot of damage come out of the way from Torvesta towards Ditter, and that's just shown he's been able to control this fight the entire time. And Ditter has just slowly but surely chipped away at Torvesta with each kind of like, transfer of hits.
Yeah, I feel like that just has to do with the fact that he prefers attacking with magic over some of the other styles. I'm sure a lot of you out there have watched, if you've ever watched like a singles PK video, you may notice that, those types of players prefer just sitting with Magic, even though like those players that they're killing typically aren't attacking back. Magic is very accurate when you could just sit there and auto-cast Barrage on your opponent, right? So Bitter's kind of taking that into effect, but he's just one-taking all of his Barrage ticks instead of just sitting there auto-casting.
Yeah, it looks like he went into to go for a DDS spec there, but then pulled out at the last moment and actually managed to get a really fast barrage off against Torvesta.
Ooh.
And there it is. Wow, a really nice spec, 31-23. And that has just demolished the last supplies of Torvesta. Question mark in that. I think that's what you call a big hit.
Yeah, absolutely. You won't believe what this guy spec'd against me in the All-Stars PvP Championship. Down to just 2 brew sips is Torvesta as Ditter. He's got complete control of the fight, and right now you just need to safe up. And in this moment, he could really just auto-cast Barrage for the rest of the fight, and he should walk out with the victory.
Yeah, Torvesta's not having the best of luck of getting these hits in there. He is getting some decent barrages, though, but just overall, his hits I've seen more zeros than anything in any other fight so far.
Yeah, I think the shield switch here for Bitter really paid off. That extra mage offensive bonus that he gets from the ward really helped out, catching those freezes. And, Torvesta, unfortunately, fell behind early on, was never able to catch up. So the first fight in the deciding matchup here in group number 3 goes over to Bitter, where it's Torvesta's specialty, but coming up in the 1 defense fight, it's Ditter's specialty. And once again, the winner of this goes through. So this is to see who's going to advance on to the quarterfinal bracket. We already know that Rexy makes it on through. And a quick update on that fight. He's having a fun one with Foe over there. Foe got KO'd in that first fight. 355 total damage versus 110. Not a lot. And, we were talking about how Ditter likes Mage. Look at how many barrages he hit versus Torvesta.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of difference in damage dealt as well. And you could see that throughout the entire fight. As I said before, Torvesta had a lot of zeros coming out.
Double the amount.
There was a lot of times where, as you mentioned, Revan, where he was using ranged against the Crystal Shield. That's not going to go down too well for him because it has huge defense bonuses against ranged. It's a really wise choice, actually, to bring that along rather than using the Spirit Shield that they have, especially when he's also opting for a second switch with the ward.
Yep, also going down offstream, that fight is continuing. It's pretty even so far in their 1 defense fights, and it's looking like Rexy's slightly ahead in terms of supplies, so assuming, all goes to plan, he should be able to take that fight as well. We already know that Rexy is through. He's advanced on top of this group, and to determine who's going to follow him up is the victor of this one, either Bitter or Torvesta.
And 2 very big names as well to be knocked out at the very first stage of the tournament, and that's just the way that these things go.
Yep, Foe has just lost. Unfortunately for him, his tournament comes to a short end, so they will not be playing that 45 defense fight. But congratulations to Rexy. I mean, we hit it coming into this one. Substitute wasn't initially going to compete in this tournament, has an opportunity to do so, takes out Sea Engineer to qualify, and he's made the most of this opportunity, man.
It'll be very interesting to see how this pans out during the rest of the tournament. An underdog or an outsider, so to speak, Rexy coming into this very late throughout the entire build-up to All-Stars, replacing an Iron Man, and then also having the success stories of the Iron Men getting through and qualifying. Yeah. I wonder if it's going to be a showdown between MMORPG and Rexy. That would be interesting to watch.
That'd be a lot of fun to watch. And look, we almost had a situation where both Iron Man advanced on through in Group 2. Mr. Mammal causing some serious upsets, but Mika was able to prevail.
Smoked Mika, but, managed to, as you say, get through. And we've got a few seconds before we go into this fight now. The second fight of Torvesta against Bitter, and it's the 1 defense category.
Oh, he's got a ring switch as well as the Sour Sword again. No Ami switch here, just the P-Neck if things get a little bit dicey. Starts things off with the range hit. Both catching barrages, so just mage and range to kick things off.
Now by doing that, he is sacrificing 1 additional anglerfish, I believe, unless he ate that, and that's why he's got a free inventory spot, and I'm just unable to see. But yeah, so no, it is in the same number of switches. He's just not got the cape switch that you see from Torvesta here.
Big barrage for Torvesta to hit there. That's going to give him control of the pace, but it doesn't freeze Bitter in place. Moving away, catches a freeze of his own, but Torvesta responds. And now you got to worry about all 3 styles. A big DDS spec coming in from Torvesta. Follows up with another one as well, taking control of the pace, forcing Bitter to tank up for the time being as his prayers drops. Range hit 0 off prayer, as now Bitter heals back up, and now he can attack back.
Huge amount of food in favor of Torvesta here. Ditterbitter really had to chomp down those anglerfish to keep himself in it. There goes the Sarah Sword, doesn't get a chance to use it. A nice DDS poke as well, hitting a 14, followed by the DDS spec, all hitting through prayer. Both players now having opportunities with their prayer has dropped. Sarah Sword swing unfortunately only hits a 12, but followed up by a very good DDS spec from Ditterbitter. Now finally Torvesta can take a few moments to breathe because he's just got a freeze on Ditterbitter and he's doing the step under.
Exactly that. Let's see what style he wants to attack with next. Ditter ready to DDS spec back, a 2-0 on prayer. Now it's going to be the Sour Sword. And once again, Torvesta, you want to be using these diagonal squares across from Ditterbitter. Make it so that if he wants a melee hit while he's frozen in place, he can't do so. As now it's starting to do some damage back. Still fairly even in terms of total food available for these players, but this is a big opportunity for Torvesta. Ditter has to tank up, and Torvesta still has specs remaining.
Ditterbitter with no spec left on that Sarah's Sword is not going to be able to deal a huge amount of damage through a a sneaky magic damage special. Torvesta still in full control of this fight at the moment. It has brought it back a little bit for Ditter though, especially with this freeze. It might be the opportunity he needed. He's going to get a step under, but Torvesta is unfrozen and 2 melee hit swings in a row. 3 now in a row. That Sarah's Sword is doing absolute work for Ditterbitter.
21 through prayer, bringing the B-ring switch just so he can maximize his output with his melee attacks. A DDS spec, there's a chance there to do some serious damage. But back in with melee is Ditter. The freeze does not connect here for Torvesta. He's got 3 anglers, a brew left, 1 angler. A couple brew sips left for Ditterbitter. This is a chance here for Torvesta to force that 45 final match.
These next few hits are going to decide the rest of this fight, I believe. Ditterbitter is looking at 1 Phoenix Necklace and 1 brew sip left to go through this fight. He doesn't have any stat boosting potions.
Torvesta has to put on his other recoil. His first one broke. He hasn't put on the second one yet, so he's been losing out on some extra free damage just because he hasn't noticed that his first recoil has broken.
Both players now out of food. Ditter, however, having the Phoenix Necklace that might be able to save him in this fight. Very similar levels of HP, and wow, a 28 bolt through prayer. Torvesta falls. It looks like Ditterbitter has managed to go through to the next round. Torvesta, unfortunately, is alongside Foe and is going to be joining the audience very shortly to watch the rest of these fights unfold.
Yeah, just to bring it up again, because Torvesta doesn't put on that second ring of recoil, that's 40 damage that he doesn't do there.
Yep.
Ditterbitter ends with 48 HP versus 0. So that recoil, had he put it on, it would have been 8 HP remaining there for Ditter. Maybe a chance for Torvesta to KO there. And there you see the difference in the damage. 48, as I just mentioned, 10 barrages. More barrages hit here for Torvesta, but Ditter made the most of it, especially while he was frozen. That Sour Sword wound up actually dealing a significant amount of damage. Not as much as, actually more than I expected it would.
Yeah, I said at the start that it wasn't really doing much for him and it's not, going to pave way for the damage. But when he gets 3 melee swings in a row that each hitting above like 20, at that point in the fight as well, you could clearly see Torvesta had a lead in terms of food compared to Ditterbitter by at least 2 or 3, and well, that was just completely nullified.
And Torvesta had such a strong start to that match. I mean, he caught the first freeze. He unloaded his specs out first. It was looking like he was going to be able to take it, but Ditter was just able to outlast, and he rounded and adjusted to the mid-fight better than Torvesta did. And just like I was saying, forgetting to put on that second recoil ring, that's 40 extra damage that you're not outputting to your opponent. Wound up being obviously a difference there, but also the ring switch for Ditterbitter when he had that B ring equipped, to doing extra damage with the Sour Sword. Every little thing, every little bonus adds up in the end, especially when you're on these low defense accounts.
Yeah, for sure. When something can be as close as 48 HP, every single point of accuracy in terms of strength and also defense is going to matter.
And just like we were mentioning in the off-stream matchup, Rakesy took that 2-0 over Foe. Not that it mattered, all things considered. Rakesy was already guaranteed through to the bracket stage.
Yep. Let's have a quick look at how those fights panned out. We can see here the first fight, 70 defense, Rakesy against Foe. Not that much of an advantage to Rakesy. I know he's only 8-2, but Foe has managed to keep himself in. He's got a fair amount of brews left as well. However, yeah, you kind of I think your advice sticks true to this one. You can't die if you eat.
Yeah. True facts have never been spoken. Was excited to see if the Dowrix was able to do anything, but Rakesy knew the situation, just made sure to camp magic, and you saw Foe kind of hugging his melee prayer there. This fight, a lot closer. Seems like Foe had a much better fighting chance in the 1 defense builds for the most part, at least from what we've seen from the replays. They've only been decided by a maximum of 2 pieces of food, a few brew sips left, so keeping those fights a little bit closer than expected.
Yeah, for sure. Now, we've seen from the players in game. Let's about hear from them from stage. I'm going to pass you over to Mod Archie, who is interviewing them right now.
Hey guys, we're joined here with the Group 3 players. We have Torvesta, Ditterbitter, Rakesy, and Foe. Foe, you had a really interesting playoff versus Torvesta there, particularly the last fight. How did that go?
Yeah, my Purify versus him was okay. I think, definitely the 70 defense, that's not my area. Actually, none of these are my area, so it's very new. But I feel the most comfortable. That's what I did the most practice with, was the 1 defense, and I did okay. I had a hard time, I think, in all of my fights catching freezes, and I think a lot of that just comes with my inexperience. I tend to put my prey mage on before I put my offensive mage prey on, and a lot of times I barrage before I put that offensive on, so that's where a lot of the freezes are missing. So I'll learn, definitely something I want to keep trying since I'm new to it, and I've enjoyed it a lot. I think I got hooked to some of the practicing this week, so we'll see how it goes in future Deadman modes and maybe even some of these.
Yeah, I'm really glad to hear it. I think you and Mammal would have some great practice sessions, and you really improved, especially towards the end there. You made a very noticeable improvement from the first fight to the last. So well done, and thanks for competing. Rakesy, you have moved on out of your group to move into the quarters. How are you feeling?
I feel exhausted, honestly. I'm super, super tired again. That was fun. That was really fun. I felt really sluggish to begin with, the first 2 fights. I was so nervous, and then got rid of it, got into it, and yeah, I feel like I did quite well, so.
Right, so it's yourself and Ditterbitter progressing. How do you feel about potentially fighting him again in the future?
Right, so like I just said to him, when I was fighting him, he was fighting a lot worse than what he actually is. And that's no disrespect, it's nerves, do you know what I mean? Like, I was fighting him, I was like, he's way better than this, but it comes down to nerves. I expect when I fight him next, he'll kick my ass, That's my prediction.
Are these tactics? What's going on? You trying to big his ego up?
I don't know, I feel high on life right now. I'm just talking shit, to be honest. I don't know.
Right, Rakesy's just glad to be here, and he's doing great. He moves on. Ditterbitter, you also move on. That was a very close few fights there against Torvesta. How'd it feel?
Obviously, I had a first fight with Paul, so I kind of got a little warm up there. I know he's just here for the fun. He's not really trying that hard, so it made me feel a little bit easier. But then when I fought Rakesy, obviously, I think I won all my main fights pretty smoothly, but I just wasn't as confident in the Zerker and Pure categories, and that's where he beat me. So I think I'm going to fight him again in the semifinals or the quarterfinals, maybe the semifinals if I do progress to that. So hopefully I can get some more practice in and be better for that fight.
Well, competition only gets more difficult from this point out, but congratulations on moving forward. Now, Torvesta, unfortunately taking the loss there at the end versus Ditterbitter, but you did do very well. Are you proud of your performance?
Yes and no. I think I was just a bit way too nervous. Yeah, the nerves just got the better of me, literally. Yeah, I was far too shaky. In the first fight against Rakesy, I splashed I can't remember how many times in a row, and then I started panicking. I just couldn't get a freeze, and then from there, it was just the nerves, yeah.
Well done. You played a really good tournament. Unfortunately, you do fall out here, though. That concludes our interviews for Group 3, guys. Group 4 is next. Back to the casters.
Thank you, Archie, and as always, wonderful to hear from each of the players. Unlucky to our 2 players that are not going to be making it through to the next round, that being Foe and Torvesta. However, huge congratulations to Ditterbitter and Rakesy for getting through. And I mean, what a closing speech. The guy is just high on life at the moment, happy to be here and just riding the wave, as they would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, at the end of the day, fortunately, everybody can't win. You have to have losers in a format like this. So, I mean, look, if anybody can win it, it might as well be that guy. Rakesy right now having a lot of success, finding a lot of, important switches during his fights, and he's performing really well. But we have one final group to get through before we could take a look at everything, how it all plays out in our upcoming quarterfinal matchup.
Big one.
This is the group of death. I think this is the group that everybody's kind of been waiting to see how it will play out. Taking a look at the players that round this one out. Manked, Framed, Bodhi, and Skidler, top to bottom, all these guys skillful in their own right.
Yeah, this is the most skilled group by far. Each one of these has the potential to win the entire tournament, I believe. I'm going to go straight in to picking favorites.
Okay.
Originally, I was rooting for Framed to win the entire tournament. However, I apologize, Framed. I saw you practice today, and I've seen others practice that are a lot better than you. And I don't think I can support him as much as I did before.
Wow, killing the guy's confidence at setting up on stage. Damn.
Yeah, Framed, prove me wrong, please, mate. Do well. I'm sure he will. I think Boaty is very confident. He is a confident person in general, but he, I believe, is the type that if there's a particular thing that's off, it's going to completely throw him off. But he has said to me that he is absolutely confident, extremely comfortable. His setup in particular, he just feels like it's right. There's nothing wrong with it, and that's really important. He's obviously got the no issue with being on stage. He's been in that position many times before, and obviously, you know, with everything else that goes on. Skidler, one of the, probably one of the better skilled players in the entire tournament, but the least practiced. Recently, a lot of practice, but you know, we all know Skidler now has moved over to Ironman and he prioritizes that account and doesn't do as much PKing. But back when he did, he was incredible. Manx, obviously we all know Manx from Deadman.
Manx is sick.
He's got himself so far in so many Deadmans to even have ended up winning one. However, I do have to try and pick a favorite, and I'm actually going to turn around and say now, out of all of them, I think it's going to go to Mankt.
Yeah, me too. I had Mankt as my favorite to top this group, and maybe second place between Bodhi and Skidler, between one of those guys. But just like you were saying, Bodhi's a fast and accurate clicker, and that plays a lot, big time with these switches when we talk about one-tech barraging, trying to fake your opponents in these one-defense fights. That's where I expect Bodhi to shine on through, but it's also a lot about rhythm. And also, like you were saying, like if one thing goes wrong, you miss a switch, you miss a prayer flick, things can tilt out of control and out of your favor. It's really easy to get like tilted away from a fight. Like if things just constantly keep going your way, like you're switching over to range and you only get your chaps and other switch on, right? And you forget like to equip your crossbow. A lot of things that could go wrong, but as long as everything's accurate, I mean, I'm excited to see Bodhi versus Skidler. I mean, a lot of fun matchups that we're gonna have coming up here.
Yeah, and the first fight that we're gonna be looking at is gonna be Boaty versus Framed, and then off screen is gonna be Mankt versus Skidler. So we're going to get a chance to see how well the two beasts, so to speak, can perform. Boaty being one of the fan favorites with his following, and Framed, I mean, he has been practicing really hard, and like let's not kind of like put Framed down here when I turned around and said I thought he was going to win it, but I've seen people practice better than him. He had literally just flown in yesterday. He hadn't practiced when he came here, and it was his first few fights. He's very good, and I still think he has a chance to win it. But seeing Manx and the amount of hours that he's put in recently, I'm interested to see how that comes out. So I want to look at who's going to win, I think, between Boaty and Framed is going to determine the person that's going to go through. So either one of those two are going to go through, and then obviously it's going to be the Mankt and Skidler because there's only 4 of them and 2 of them have to go through. But I'm probably going to say it's between Boaty and Framed and Mankt.
Yeah, I think you put any of these players in like any other group and they automatically become like a favorite to make it on through. I mean, it's just how draws work. You know, there's going to be a group of death somewhere, somehow. Just wound up playing out to be group 4, the way we finish things off. But this is the final set of group play that we'll have. After this, once we find out who advances from group 4, we'll have our quarterfinals set, and then we can move on to the real action in the bracket play.
And then we get into where it all matters even more so than now. Starting off with best of 3s, moving into a best of 5, and then finals being a best of 7. Yeah, so I've got a few moments here. Just quickly mention that if you haven't already, and if you're not aware, you will be in a moment, that the stream is actually powered at the moment by GameBite. We are streaming live from the GameBite Facebook page. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments and we'll try and answer them as and when they come through.
Yep.
In addition to that, Old School RuneScape is actually officially released on mobile. So for those of you in Twitch at the moment, if you type !mobile in the chat, it will give you some more information. Available on both iOS and Android, and we are both getting some serious experience gains right now.
They can't see what's happening under the desk.
Well, it's...
The XP gains, they don't stop. It's funny because we all went out to dinner last night, and there was what, like maybe 25, 30 of us? At least half of us were all on OSRs and mobile, just getting those gains in, you know, fishing, whatever it might be. So wherever you go, you travel for work, download the game. XP gains don't stop no matter where you are in the world.
They absolutely do not stop, and what is also not going to stop is these players forcing their way onto the stage. So before they do and create an accident, let's move over to them right now and see how they're all getting on.
Meet the players.
Okay, guys, This is it, Group 4, the Titans, the stacked group out of all. Anybody could make it through this thing and potentially win the entire tournament. To my left, firstly is Manked Up Mage. Manked. The Deadman veteran playing on stage so many times. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling a little bit tired, but I'm just hoping RNG goes my way and it all plays out.
All right, well, best of luck to you, Seb. Following Manked, we have Framed. Framed, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty confident.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I can win this.
I'm really, really interested to see your fights. I remember mentioning in the draw stream saying that you were PKing against people who didn't PK quite as well. This is your chance to prove yourself. You can take out the best. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty confident. Let's see if we can do it.
Okay. Best of luck to you, Framed. Twice as confident. How you doing, Elliot?
Yeah, not too bad, Chris. How are you, mate?
I'm really good. Skidler, you've been a hybrid PK for a very, very long time, but as far as the 1 defense and the 45 defense, that's relatively new to you.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I've been practicing a lot on the 1 defense, not so much on the 45. The last week I've put a few hours in the 45. I feel quite comfortable with it because the prayers are in the same places as the 1 defense, but I feel like I improved so much on the 1 defense. I'm really confident in that category.
Okay. Well, best of luck to you. Skidler, last but not least, we have Bodhi. Bodhi has been practicing consistently since the announcement, really. You've been pretty intense with this. What's the practice regimen been like?
So most of what I was doing on stream was me just practicing clicks and stuff. I call it suicide breeding. So I die almost every fight, but it's not bad. I was just practicing the clicks. Most of my real strategies, real PK style, all tactics and stuff I was doing off stream with my coaches. I did about 80 hours off stream, so I'm going in. I've watched. No one's pulled any. Oh no, Ditta pulled one of my strats out, but I'm not using that these rounds. So that, well, you might see that later. But the one I'm using now is different, which you'll find out a bit later. But other than that, I've been fighting my coaches who are all disgustingly good at PKing. So they've been beating me down left and right and teaching me. So I feel when you train against extremely difficult opponents, when I fight people on the stage, I'm hoping it just feels a bit easier compared to like what the other people have been doing against me.
Just the fact you have coaches teaching you for this event is intimidating. These players should be very nervous. Best of luck to you, Bodhi. That is Group 4, guys. Back to the casters.
Thank you, Archie. And what an interesting group we have here. The first fight coming up, Boti v Framed. And to hear that Boti has had coaches.
Yeah, where do I get a RuneScape coach at?
Yeah. Next, it will be signed by a professional esports team. That would be very interesting, would it not? However, Framed as well, also feeling pretty confident coming into this. He's had a lot of practice himself. I'm still kind of blown away by the fact that Boti has put in like 80 hours of off-stream practice and kind of like showing his viewers a little bit of what he's been up to with his term of suicide breeding. First I've heard of that before, but it makes sense. And I'm interested to see what his secret little tactic is that he mentioned.
Me too. I think one of them that he mentioned was the shield switch that Ditterbitter brought out between the ward and the crystal shield. Just, you know.
Or was it the Sarah sword?
I don't think it was the Sarah sword. I don't think that's like a super secret strat. I'm going to go over with the shield switch. But he also says that he has other ones hidden up his sleeve. So we'll see what he brings out.
Yeah.
Although one thing's for sure is that Bodhi doesn't really tend to fare too well against some specific special attack weapons, right? So Framed is looking to get a 1-up, maybe catch Bodhi off guard, bring out an AGS, bring out our Dragon Warhammer. Who knows what could happen?
Yeah, that's the beauty of these fights, is that we actually have no idea what's going to happen, apart from the fact that 2 people from this group are going to progress through to the rest of the tournament, whilst another 2, unfortunately, will have to say goodbye to the stage and hello to the audience seats.
Yeah, you see, take a look at their rivals and who they're scared of fighting. Bodhi, very afraid of Ditterbitter. There's a chance that they could potentially match up later on in the tournament. But just to let you guys know once again, this is the final group stage set of matches that we'll have in the tournament. After this, we will know everybody who's advanced on through to the bracket portion of the Old School RuneScape All-Stars PvP Championship. I'm excited to get this final group on the way. This has been the most anticipated, group by far.
Yeah, it's definitely got the strongest opponents in there. Looking at the first match, however, who do you think is going to win, Revan?
I think Bodhi's definitely favored coming to this matchup against Framed, but I mean, just like we've been highlighting throughout this entire tournament, feels like on this stage, especially with players who have, lesser experience, playing in front of a crowd, playing on a stage, playing for money, nerves are going to come into effect here, but it's just about anybody's game.
Yep. I think I was going to finish it up if you didn't already with anything can happen.
Anything can happen. In case you guys didn't know, anything could happen here on this stage. I mean,
absolutely. anything can happen.
Aside from you winning a fight against anybody here.
Yeah,
but
all right.
Between these guys who are actually practicing it and playing the game, like Bodhi puts in 80 hours off stream, like he better be feeling warmed up and confident. I mean, I've watched him warmed up throughout rehearsal. He plays a lot of like aim booster to like warm up his clicks, and he's super fast and accurate, and he better be using, you know, those mechanical skills to his advantage.
Yep, it would be very interesting to see how much that coaching has paid off for him. However, if Frame does manage to win against Boaty, that is going to be such a big confidence booster. Imagine knowing that you beat the person who has probably practiced the most on an off stream out of everyone in the entire tournament, the one that everyone thinks is going to win, and then you just smash them.
Oh, that's definitely a feel-good moment for him, and what a way to kick off this group as well. I think for the most part, from top to bottom, Framed is probably the guy who's maybe not like expected to come out on top like convincingly, but he could certainly make some noise, right? He's a capable PK. He knows what he's doing. It's not like these guys on the stage are completely clueless with the PvP mechanics, and that's why we keep saying that it's really anybody's game out there. Who's going to show up? Who's going to, you know, battle off the nerves a little bit better? And at the end of the day, whose hits are going to go in their favor?
Yeah, exactly. And we've had a little bit of information in terms of the tactics that Boaty might end up using, but we'll wait on releasing that until the fights start for obvious reasons. Let's just remember back to a thing that Framed actually said, was that he was most scared of Perp. Perp's now knocked out of the tournament. Does that mean that Framed is no longer scared of anyone?
Well, technically he should be, but there's still some strong competitors left. And, you know, I'm just thinking back to some prior DMM tournaments where we've seen Bodhi perform in the 1v1 stages. I remember last time we were watching him in the most recent Deadman tournament with the introduction of the PvP weapons. I remember his fight vividly because he just couldn't get his special attack off. He was using the Sadius Warhammer, and, you know, throughout the whole fight, he was just frozen away. So that's going to be a big thing I'm looking out for here, trying to get those specs off early. You know, when you're on frozen, capitalize on it.
Yeah, I'm going to be focusing mostly on who's going to take advantage of the step unders the most. And obviously, as you say, throwing the specs out at the start. Interested to see what their potion management is like. It seems to be a pretty important factor for a lot of these fights now, where towards the end of the fight, they've opted to keep their brews, and it means that they don't have any stat boosting potions left, and they're left with just base stats.
Yeah, just like we were watching with Trevester, right? There are times where, like, he would have, you know, 2 full brews left, and then 1 dose of Bastion, 1 dose of Super Combat. It's like, well, you know, you're just going to get brewed down, and then you can't really boost back up after that. So we'll see how these guys decide to use those offensive potions. As we look ahead towards the first matchup here, Bodhi versus Frame to kick things off, and in the off-screen fight, it's going to be Mank going up against Skidler.
Talking about the off-screen fight, I guess, then, who are you looking at coming out on top of that one, Reverend, if you had to pick?
You know, I got to go with Mank, man. I was watching him practice, and he was practicing against some of the best sprids in the game. You know, he's part of a really well-organized team that has a lot of skilled players. I was watching him going up against Jur, Sykin game. So he's had some top-tier practice, just like Bodhi coming to this one. And, you know, Bodhi's talking about his RuneScape coaches. Well, I'm sure Mank might not call them coaches, more as like practice partners, right? And I think he's definitely my favorite to come out on top of this group.
Okay, interesting. Well, I'm not going to be, oh so boring and copy you with every prediction. And I reckon Skidler's going to take that fight.
Okay.
Actually. I think Skidler will end up, I'm going to say that he will lose the 70 defense, win the 1 defense and 45 defense. That's what I'm going with.
Well, last time you made a prediction like that, you were spot on, but you guys hear the countdown come through the mics. It's time to enter our first set of matches here in Group 4. Bodhi versus Frame to kick things off. 70 defense build. Let's get things going.
And you can see here that Bodhi has actually opted to bring in an SGS and Soul Runes. So he does have access to Blood Barrage. That SGS spec is going to help him heal and also bring back Prayer. I'm really interested to see how he's going to utilize that. Framed opting for the ACB as his +1 of choice.
Yep, DDS specs now flying out. 29 total damage done so far, 16 on the first, 13 on the second, and he's just letting it rain for the time being. Obviously, we can tell by Bodhi's setup, he's going for the outlast win here with the SGS, with the Blood Barrage available. He just wants to try and out-heal his opponent, but it all starts with catching this first freeze. Frame trying to retaliate with a bolt hit. Whip doesn't connect here for Bodhi as both players. Well, there's Frame catching the freeze. Now he has the chance to DD under his opponent. A big 35 spec coming out there.
Nice spec indeed. It could have been enough to take him down to the point where Bodhi would have been healing for at least the next 4 to 5 seconds. Bodhi's brought himself back up to full HP now. He's going to try and catch a freeze back on Frame. He manages to get it as Frame steps out. Really nice bolt hit to follow up as well. Going in for the melee, unfortunately, doesn't hit anything though. Framed is now trying to make sure that he doesn't get hit by those melee hits as Bodhi is stepping back in. Bodhi goes to try a fakey actually with Mage, but hits with the ranged.
And this is really good movement for Bodhi. You see, as Bodhi notices that Framed switches to magic, he makes sure to walk under Framed, right? So he's trying to mess with the barrage click. So Framed is probably panic clicking that barrage and then immediately trying to swipe over to Bodhi to get that cast off, and Bodhi's just delaying that step under. As Framed gets that click off, Bodhi's no longer in range. He's under you now, so that spell's not going to get cast.
Yeah, and you can see the sheer concentration in both players' faces at the moment as well, really concentrating on the game at hand. Bodhi not using any of his specs at the moment, whether that's because he's feeling like he doesn't want to use them at the start because he wants to go for this Outlast game.
Oh, and now it's been given away.
As if just like that, he gets frozen in place and cannot use the spec.
It's like, what is that? You're using a God Sword against me? And, even though Bodhi also has the whip to do some standard melee hits with, you could also bring out the SGS and whack with that as well. And Bodhi's also using out expodes. Everything he has here could heal him back up.
Yeah, and you can see that Bodhi is doing a fantastic job of switching his gear, trying to fake out his opponent, but Framed is an experienced PKer, and he knows what kind of hits that player should be going for at those times, and he seems to be doing a really good job of mitigating as much damage as possible. Looking at the food situation, we were talking about potion management. Seems that Bodhi actually does favor taking his brews earlier rather than later. He's probably going to want to try and save himself at least one combat potion dose towards the end of this fight, whilst he has the SGS in hand.
Maybe I underestimated Frame coming into this group. Right now, he's in a good position in this first fight against Bodhi. Of course, Bodhi's still on 100% spec. As he catches his freeze on the Frame, you should be looking to get, maybe an SGS hit in. Goes for the whack, only hits a 9, still 100% spec. And for those of you who are paying super close attention to these fights, you may notice that in some of these 70 defense fights, a couple of these guys have double hides on, whereas in like the 45 def ones, they don't. The 45 def, you're not allowed to use double hide, so you're only going to see it in the 70 def build.
Yep, really good to have pointed that out in case anyone was wondering. So at the moment, they're opting for the Carol's top and bottoms rather than the Dragonhide top and bottoms. And as we go down into 45, they'll only have access to one of them. And I believe most of them are taking the...
Now I just got to know, who's the coach out there that gave Bodhi this strat? Because it's not working out at all.
It's really not. Frame seems to be doing a fantastic job of keeping himself not only in this fight, but also controlling it. And Bodhi with a nice hit there, but a retaliation hit is really good. And that was a really good spec from the DDS from Framed on Robes, on the right prayer, but it just didn't hit. And that could have been a KO right there. Bodhi now out of food, still hasn't used a single special attack. There's the first one. Heals him up for a minuscule amount. Probably wasn't worth holding on to it for so long.
Yeah, of course, you also lose on the potential regeneration for a third upcoming spec, potentially later in the fight. Framed is about to get another DDS spec. That SGS hits a whopping 0 hit here, as he's just looking to heal, right? He's using 5 total blood barrages here. Hasn't healed a lot of HP. I don't think his Onyx bolts have, spec'd too often.
I've only seen a few come out, and I haven't seen the blood barrages coming out. And Framed has now managed to catch Bodhi in a freeze, so that's going to really put a hindrance on his performance at the moment, because he's just going to be stuck right next to him. Whilst Framed is on full HP, he can unload every single hit he wants to, and all Bodhi can do is pray that he gets hit 0.
Blood Barrage heals him 4 HP there. Trying to stay in this one, but the 20 is going to finish it off there as Frame takes the first fight here against Bodhi. A strong start for that man under screen right there. And just a quick update on what's going on in the off-stream matches. Manked going up against Skidler. Manked takes that win. 583 damage versus 363.
Skidler opted to use the ACB, whilst Mank used the Kodai. I wonder if it was a case of barrage that ended up causing him to win. We'll see in the post-game replay if it's available. Have a quick look here. If you look at the damage difference, Frame nearly double the damage of Bodhi.
Wait, I got to see these barrages splash one more time. Did I see Bodhi splash 23 barrages?
Wow. Okay. That might
look,
have...
What did we highlight coming into this match, right? We were talking about how Bodhi likes to play to his rhythm, likes it when things are going his way. That match, things clearly did not go his way. His strategy did not play off. Splashes 23 barrages, and look, that's a little bit tilting.
It's a lot of hits as well when you think the amount of damage potential that would have brought in, and, well, unfortunately didn't bring in the end because of that. I would be pretty tilted right now, and especially when Frame threw in those double question marks, you're probably thinking, yeah, I'm questioning myself too.
Right? Like, is this strategy really going to play off like I expected it to? The best part about that moment in the fight was Frame caught a freeze on Bodhi as he was running in, so he's just like, what are you doing running at me with the SGS? A crucial freeze for Frame to catch in that moment. As once again, he starts off this match up 1-0 over Bodhi. A fan favorite coming into this one. Lots of practice, and now it's going to be coming up to this one defense build as he tries to stay alive in his match against Framed.
Yeah, I think looking at that, Framed is really strong, and I might have just ended up eating my own words when I said that others were better than him in this tournament.
Hey,
but that is the motivation he
as well.
needed. I think it's the motivation he needed. I did think that he had a chance from way back when we first announced the people in each group that Framed was going to win it. However, you know, I'm going to stick true to my word.
Your word.
And no, I'm not going to be one of those guys now that goes like, he's going to win it,
did.
he's not going to win it, he's going to win it. I don't think he's... he might win. I think, however, from this particular group, I think Frame's going to take this rock, by the way. I think he's going to beat Boaty in the next fight, and he's not even going to hit 45 defense. I just don't think Boaty has a chance, unfortunately. And that's mostly down to the fact that Boaty has very precise skills, very fantastic switches, but Frame has the experience, and Frame knows how much damage he can probably take. Although I've seen a few clips here or there where he gets specced out when he really shouldn't have been specced out. But overall, he's not going up against your typical opponent. Boaty isn't going up against someone who isn't familiar with this kind of style of fighting. This is Frame's home ground, so to speak.
Yeah, this one defense is Frame's specialty. That's what he listed, you know, coming into this one, and it should be where he feels the most confident. So the ball is now in his court, the momentum as well on his side of the stage, as he could start things off on top of his group with a 2-0 win over Boaty. Of course, I know I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but off stream, it's Skidler facing off against Manked Up Mage. All these players on stage are streaming their own individual point of view. So if you don't want to miss any of the action here at the All-Stars Championship, you could go to their own Twitch channels and catch all the first-person action.
Yeah, check them out. You get to listen to old Boaty be frustrated when he loses to Framed, without a doubt there. What do you think about the Saradome and Godsword that you brought with him?
I mean, he had one good whack with it where it hit a 46. If only that was a spec. But just like I was talking about when we saw him last play in the Deadman tournament, when it came down to the 1v1 stages, he just has to use his specs a little bit earlier in the fight. And I know he was maybe waiting for like the opportune moment to use that SGS, hoping for like a big heal, but rarely do you see that happen in a PvP environment.
Well, we've got a few seconds left going into this next fight. Let's see if I can predict it correctly. Is Framed going to beat Boaty in the one defense category? We're about to find out. Looking at it, Boaty has opted to take Soul Rune, so he does have access to Blood Barrage, whereas Framed does not. Framed has opted to take in the Recoil instead, so he's going to get an extra bit of damage over towards his opponent as he takes it. Boaty managing to deal some decent hits at the start of this fight. Framed, however, being able to retaliate and give himself some breathing room. Boaty's opted not to eat yet.
Boaty's stacking magic attack damage here with the Staff of Light combined with the Occult Necklace. It's a lot of magic attack damage that he could bring to the table here, so Framed has to respect that, and you got to swap to that Mage Prayer when you see him swap over. Yeah. Right now, Boaty controlling the early pace of the fight.
Maybe in these kind of like one defense pure categories, the extra bonuses that ACB does don't really weigh up as much because your opponent has so little defense, but actually opting for the magic defense is just better because you get those guaranteed hits every single time that you need them. It'd be very interesting to find out from those players what kind of thought process they went into when they were deciding on their +1s. You know, did they weigh it up? Did they ever do any calculations? Was there any kind of theory crafting behind their decisions?
I mean, well, who knows what the coaches of Boaty told him, but you saw that while Boaty had
wow, a
frozen in place,
36 bolt, 32 bolt. This rune crossbow is ripping Frame to pieces.
And Framed is really scared of a DDS spec right now. Boaty's sitting at 100% spec, and he's doing a good job of, you know, using those soul runes, using the Blood Blitz, the Blood Barrage, just to heal when he can while he has Framed frozen in place.
Maybe this is where I was wrong, and Boaty's fast switches and changes into his different attack styles is actually throwing Framed off so much because he's not used to fighting someone who plays like this. You can see him constantly going in and out between melee range, but he's actually using the movement tricks that he can after casting to make himself, you know, quickly move across the corners of
Boaty
the
hasn't eaten a single anglerfish yet.
He's just gone through his brews and made sure that he's keeping consistent DPS. Obviously, when you sip a potion, it doesn't interrupt your actual, you know, your attack sequence, whereas eating food does. So he's been able to pump out that DPS whilst he's taking those few big hits from Framed.
Man, Boaty's just making Framed run laps around the arena right now. He's doing a good job of just getting out of there after he melee.
Whoa, there we have it.
Spec to finish it off at 25-31. Boy, was that a convincing win for Boaty as he forces the 45 Zerker standoff.
Really, maybe it was just the first game nerves that got to him because that movement and those switches from Boaty were something else.
Absolutely. I mean, from start to finish, I mean, Boaty had a great job of just mechanically being better than Framed. I mean, you saw it as he caught those freezes, you know, as he had Framed frozen in place, he was moving off screen, making it so Framed, it was tougher for Framed to get a click on that barrage. Also doing a good job, you know, utilizing Blood Blitz, utilizing Blood Barrage. So while Framed was frozen in place, Boaty was, you know, also doing magic damage, but healing at the same time.
Yeah, and you can see here, even throwing in blitzes when Boaty needed to, the damage difference, it's like over double the amount of damage coming out from Boaty in comparison there.
3 anglerfish eaten.
But, you know, both chugged down pretty much all of their brews, and I think this is a really important thing that not many players are doing, and maybe it's because of a personal preference, maybe it's because it's not as good as a thing as I think it is, but in those early moments of the fight, when you take those big hits, keeping your damage output up is very important, because the more that you're not dealing back to them, the more your opponent has to focus on dealing damage to you. And if you have brews, and we've said before that they don't interrupt your combat sequence, you know, use them. Use them at the start of the fight. Don't hold on to them.
Yeah, exactly. And now both players are going to gear up for the 45 defense fight. Also, an update on the off-stream match. Mank faced off against Skidler, and Mank won it pretty quickly. A 2-0 victory for him. We already talked about the 70 defense fight, but in the 1 defense fight, Mank took it 629 damage to 444. Mank staying with that Kodai +1, and it's paying off for him.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like I am probably not going to go and get a lottery ticket this evening, because I am not a psychic, and I did not get the predictions
Could have
right.
fooled me. Thank God I didn't buy into that.
Well, you could have also went into the bet, and, well, I don't know where we'd be at now.
50-50. Either we win or we don't, right?
Just like every drop on Old School RuneScape, you either get it or you don't.
Exactly. I love those statistics. You can make anything sound like it could be in your favor or not. But anyways, right now, things are tied up. Bodhi versus Framed, 1-1. They're gearing up in their Zerker builds. We'll see what Bodhi has in store for us here. He brought out the SGS, lots of soul runes in that first matchup for the 70 defense fights. And, you know, he's stuck with the soul runes for the 1 defense 1. I assume he's still going to have it for 45, but what's his spec weapon going to be?
I'm very interested to see as well. I'm super keen to find out what is going to happen in this fight. I believe it's probably a fight that you're not going to get the opportunity to see in full, Revan.
Oh, I got to use the bathroom real bad.
Yeah, so if I'll say farewell for now, and I'm going to welcome the wonderful Mod Archie, who is going to sit next to me and help me cast this fight. Thank you for everything up to this point, Revan. I'll see you shortly. Right, so we've got a few moments whilst the guys just get their gear together, make sure that they've prepped everything, not forgot their crossbows, and they've got the right equipment and aren't trying to break any rules. Once they've done that, we'll get ourselves into the fight. We'll hopefully have some replays a little bit later on for you of the off-screen fight. But if you are interested in watching any of the fights that we've not been able to broadcast, please do tune in to the individual streamers' actual streams. They're all live at the moment on Twitch. If they're playing, they're going to be live. Check out OSRS PvP on Twitter for more information, or head over to osrsallstars.com for all the player profiles, links to every single one of their social media profiles as well. In addition to that, live schedules being updated as it happens. And welcome, Mod Archie. How are you feeling?
Hey, Ben, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well,
You've
Max.
got a great setup up here. You get to sit down.
Yeah, it's really comfortable, actually. It beats the Dead Man setup by far. I'm not having to worry about hunching over a table, and, you know, I wear pretty tight trousers. It gets pretty uncomfortable after a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
but you have been casting for how long now? A couple hours at least?
It feels like 20 minutes, honestly.
You're doing great.
Oh, thanks. You're doing a great job hosting. So.
Oh, thank you. It's difficult asking these guys 1 or 2 questions as I move.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a really tough job that you've got down there. You know, you're on screen for about 15 minutes, and you're just kind of like, so, talk to me. And then they talk to you, and you just move on and ask the next question, which is the same question to the next person. But no, you do a good job. And how have you found the tournament so far?
Amazing. This group is amazing. I'm absolutely loving this. I love that Framed was talking a little smack about Mank yesterday, and now he's losing to him. I loved that, or sorry, not Framed, rather, Skidler was.
Oh, Skidler was
Skidler was, yeah. And Framed, rather, had a point to prove that, you know, I made a comment when we were drawing the heats. I was saying, you know, Framed and YouTubers, PvP YouTubers, they're often killing the noobs in PvP worlds, guys who don't really PvP all day, every day. So I was wondering how he was going to compete against the guys of this stature, and he is doing so well. I love it.
Sure, he did really, really good in that first fight. And I think if you remember back to when we first drew the golden balls, apples, I predicted Frame to win.
Yep.
We are heading now into the third match of Boaty v Framed, 45 defense category. This one's really important for both of them because the more points they get, the better chance they have of progressing through.
Yep.
And obviously to be able to turn around and say that you beat Boaty is a fantastic feat in itself. A really nice early hit coming in from Framed against Boaty for a 34. However, Framed is now frozen. Boaty's stabbing him with the Dragon Sword as his weapon of choice.
I just love this. I love the variety. I love that Bodhi is ballsy enough to bring out something unique. He's got the heavy ballista. He's got the dragon sword, rune defender, blessed d'hide. Some stuff that we're we haven't seen yet, have we?
Yeah, so first person I've seen actually to rock the Blessed D hide. It's got the same defensive bonuses as your normal Dragon hide, but it offers 1 extra prayer bonus. So quite nice when you've got prayer up these entire fights. And I'm just loving the creativity from Boaty here with the, the heavy ballista being his +1, which means he doesn't have the consistent output that he would with the ACB, but it doesn't really matter for him in these instances because he's looking for those big hits. He doesn't have a crossbow. That was a really nice spec though from Frank.
Go in for the double spec. Yep, of course. You get a little bit greedy. As soon as you start to do a little bit of damage, these players seem to get a little bit greedy, go back in for the follow-up and get the KO. But I don't know. Would have liked to see a refreeze there, stand under. I really shouldn't be giving advice. These guys are way better than I am.
You're more than welcome to at the moment. That's the beauty of being a caster. We are the experts, even if we are not.
Of course.
Really nice freeze from Boaty now as well. If Frame can't catch that freeze back, Boaty's going to have a lovely opportunity to really snowball ahead in this fight. The food is relatively even at the moment. Framed is a little bit behind, I believe, looking at this from here. However, he has obviously got a lot of consistent damage output with his ACB, whereas the Ballista is more of a last hit weapon. But that's a really nice spec coming from Boaty as well.
Ooh.
Followed by Ballista.
That Ballista can really do numbers as well. Remember the PvP championship we did last year? The heavy Ballista being a real determining factor on who won those fights. And what really fascinates me here is the resource management and when they decide to get through their brews and their extra potions. As you can see, Frame still has 2 doses of his super combat and ranging. Hasn't gone so much into the brews. Boaty decided to use his brews a bit more early on. He's got 1 dose left of those potions. He's going to save.
Yeah, so it's interesting, when is he going to use those? Because now he has basically 2 full brews. He has, I believe, that is 7 doses of Saradomin brew left, but only 1 dose of combat and ranged potion. So the next time he takes a Saradomin brew sip, that is the last opportunity he has to increase his stats above the base.
That was an ACB spec, wasn't it?
It was. I think that was probably a misclick from Framed.
Yep,
but
looks like it.
We'll have to find out in the interview. I'm sure you can ask him for us, Archie. Maybe you'd add 1 more question to the list you would normally.
This is looking rather even. I'm not gonna lie. Boaty's obviously got more food. Framed being full bar. You know what? They're both green bar.
Yeah,
Already trying to go in for a DDS.
At the moment, it's definitely in favor of Boaty, given the fact that he has 4 anglerfish and a whole Saradomin brew left, whereas Framed is sat with 1 angler and only 1 Saradomin brew dose. However, he has got the Ranger Potion, and he does get a nice spec there, and we've seen time and time again that the specs make all of the difference in these fights. If he can get a good DDS, it could have changed it for him. Unfortunately, he doesn't hit very high, and he's now out of special attack. He's got to wait for the next regen, but he's on 0%. We're going to be seeing some time before that happens.
Yeah, but we've also seen the players that get through their food the earliest then get to go on a bit of a rampage. They don't need to worry about eating or anything at all. They can really just focus on pure DPS.
You're absolutely right there. And talking about eating, Boaty really needs to do a good job of eating that, and he has just comboed it straight the way up to above full HP. I wonder if he's going to take that last brew dose sip now so he no longer has to worry either. And just like that, actually, this fight is very even. Both players have so similar HP levels. Boaty with the slight advantage of 1 extra brew dose, but it looks like Framed currently has hold of this fight and could force Boaty to have to use that, and they'll both be on the same level playing field.
A little bit unlucky there from Boaty, speccing a 0.8, I believe, on high.
Oh,
there it is again,
wow.
Speccing on robes, hitting the 0-0. Framed getting a little lucky, but maybe that won't be lucky enough for him to win this. He's looking likely to lose 4 hit points left. The Dragon Sword poke, you love to see it.
It's going to come down to literally the last hit or 2.
That might cost him. That might cost him.
Wow, did that Dragon Sword poke lose Boaty the fight? Oh, it was a double death. Oh, wow. Who would have expected that to happen?
Well,
so in terms of the
adjudicators, I'm so grateful I'm on the casting desk and not over there because I'd have to make this decision.
Yeah, I believe, did we not say that it's going to be decision based on damage differentiation?
There it is, decision on damage.
Yeah, whoever dealt the most damage during that fight is going to be considered the winner.
Yes.
Because it was 1-1. And that was the deciding fight.
Worth reiterating, the damage difference is not a damage counter per se, it's a damage differentiation.
Wow, and there you have it. It looks like Boaty is going through. Well, the winner of this one, sorry, not going through. Yeah, the first set of fights in this group. Incredible. Can you believe it? The first double death that we've seen, and I think that just goes to show that, you know, yeah, Boaty had a lot of practice. He's lot of practice.
Immediately, isn't he?
Hell yeah, you know he's sending that out. He's like, boys, I got it. Yes.
I was checking the All-Stars Twitters just in between games here, and they're going nuts. Everyone's tweeting mid-game. I love to see it.
Yeah, I was sneakily checking my phone every now and then while I didn't have to talk that much, especially when you were interviewing, and that's where I figured out I was saying absolutely way too many times. I got tweeted about that an absolute huge amount.
It's easy. I've been up here for 5 minutes, and I've said you'd love to see it like 7 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the way it is.
Especially when, the conversation's flowing and everything else goes on. But yeah, what a fantastic fight between those two.
This group is so strong.
It really is, and it's such a shame to see them all stacked into this one, but at least it gives all of the other people a fair standing chance.
Yeah. I think if we were to do seeds, we would have probably put these guys very far away from each other.
Yep. I'm still shocked, so I'm going to take a moment to catch my breath, and in that time, let's have a look at some of the off-screen replays for the Manked v Skidler fights. I'm super stoked to see how these played out, even though Manked ended up winning 2-0. Apparently some really big specs coming out.
Oh!
And considering Skidler low on health at this point in the fight, no food, Manked has a clear advantage of him over here.
Yeah,
but
and Skidler clearly the more aesthetic build there. He has the Gutham's helm, the Darok's legs. Just a beautiful setup there.
Rocking the Saradomin cape though, rather than the Guthix, and I have to say, probably a poor choice because Guthix is the best cape in game.
And Manked bringing the Sarah Sword out. This is the second time we've seen this tournament, and it seems to pay him a favor there as he ends up winning
40
that one.
bolt spec straight between Skidler's eyes.
There it is, Manked 2-0, and Bodhi's going to 2-1 framed, so they'll proceed. And I believe I'll be heading down for post interviews shortly. We have a couple more games to play.
Yeah, so I think the next fight that we're going to be looking at is going to be Boti versus Skidler.
That's
and then
right, yep.
Off screen is Manked v Framed.
That's going to be a very interesting one.
A very interesting one indeed.
I'm still so confident in Manked. We've been saying it all along since the beginning of it, and I've said it a million times on stage already, I know, but he has played on stage so many times.
Yep.
He's not nervous at all. He's not shaky. The other guys, they might say they're not nervous. Everybody is nervous down there. There is so much money on the line.
Yep.
So many people watching. This is so much bigger than playing in a Deadman because there's so much pressure on you. You're
Oh yeah,
one of 16.
there's a spotlight on every single individual here, whereas before in Deadman you've got 2 hours of build-up where it's a lot about the story of how they got there and the clans that have helped them, and then just what they have available in those fights, whereas these ones are literally you, the gear choices, and how good you are at the game.
Yep.
A little bit of RNG sprinkled in here and there, but what's a good game without RNG?
And in Deadman, of course, you can die to anything. You could die to a clan hitting you out of nowhere. You could die to a random guy in Darox. It doesn't.
You could
really
die
matter.
to going down a cave into an underground area that's not in the safe zone.
Right. Whereas in the All-Stars PvP Championship, you die because of your own mistakes.
Yep.
And your opponent's skill.
And that's probably one of the worst things as well, because as soon as you make a mistake, you just keep making more because you're then on the panic and you're trying to catch up and you're trying to recover and you're thinking about what you did before. You're then trying to think about what you're doing to do next. And before you know it, your opponent is just like reading you like a book.
And what's interesting here is Bodhi has put his scared of fighting and rival as Ditterbitter. Now, I was speaking to him about this a while ago, and he was saying, actually, he's kind of hyping Ditterbitter up intentionally. He was saying he's trying to boost his ego as much as possible so that when he gets on stage, he's overconfident and he can easily just wipe the floor with him.
Okay, so he's going for that, I'm going to keep your friends closer and your enemies even closer. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Let's see how it plays out for him. Maybe his ego got the better of him in this one, and maybe in the future fights, if Bodhi manages to get through, Ditterbitter will take him down. But in the meantime, he has got a pretty formidable opponent against him, Skidler. Both good friends. Everyone that's in this tournament are good friends, which is fantastic to see. But Skidler is a very experienced hybrid fighter, not to the point of having 80 hours and a coach of practice, but we're about to find out how much the last few weeks have paid off, as well as the 10 years of experience that he has. Boti against Skidler in the first round of the second fight of Group 4, 70 defense category.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how these fights start. Skidler started by eating the Angler immediately. Bodhi hasn't touched anything, even any potions.
Boti here seems to have taken the AGS with him rather than the Saradomin Godsword. He's said to himself, do you know what? Really nice bolt, however, from Skidler at that point as well. He's no longer worried about the extra health and prayer that he gets from the SGS. He wants to see those big numbers. He's going to take Skidler down in the same fashion that Skill Specs took him down and made that infamous clip back in the day.
Skidler, I saw sipping on some pre-workout before this fight, so clearly that is doing him wonders.
Pumped.
Look at him. He is just energized to the max. He's not really showing it with his face, but he is absolutely charging ahead in this fight. Confident as ever. Those switches are looking on point, and Bodhi with the double carrols is taking some significant damage due to the lack of the tank legs.
Yeah,
Not
and you
sure
can
about
see
the decision.
that. No, Skidler's definitely taken advantage of that as well. He's opting to fakey range a lot and actually hit with melee.
Fought Skidler. I fought a couple of people before this tournament just to kind of see where I landed. I fought
And
against...
AGS 18 against the Pro. Really good job from Skidler. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's all right. I fought against Ditterbitter and Skidler. Both of them wiped the floor. I will say Skidler did a much better job. With Skidler, I struggled significantly more. He really has an excellent strategy as far as faking out the opponent and getting inside of your head and understanding the way you work. So really, I think, I don't really know how I would fight him, to be honest. I wouldn't give any advice at all to Bodhi.
No, he seems to be doing a fantastic job, and I think one of the best things that I like about Skidler and his style of play, as you mentioned, is the way that he does fakie, his switches and his step in and outs, especially when he starts to do his moonwalking tactic. He likes to do that a lot, not opting to use it here. Is unfortunately frozen, so we do have Boaty and Skidler a little bit of a stalemate at the moment, exchanging ranged and maged hits. If you're unfamiliar with the term of moonwalking, it is essentially the process of stepping under and outside of your opponent.
Oh.
Unfortunately,
that's off prayer. That's
didn't do
unlucky.
much. It's basically step under and step out and keep consistently doing that to the point that your opponent can't ever attack you back, but you can consistently attack them. And you kind of like float as you do it, hence the term.
So this is it. Bodhi has used both of his specials at this point. His +1 is the AGS, so really he's only got an AGS smack at this point, which is significant damage. However, he does have the Abyssal Tentacle and the Defender. We've seen some people, such as Manked.
Wow, a 52 damage spec coming in from
the DDS.
Skidler. That was an incredible hit, and is really going to help put the pressure against Boaty now, because he's got to make sure that he's keeping himself up to full HP. You mentioned a moment ago, Boaty with the +1 no longer has any spec. He's not going to have spec for at least a good few seconds here. Skidler is probably aware of the max hit that AGS can swing.
Oh my goodness, never mind.
All right, well, thankfully he didn't die there, because that would have completely thrown my theory out of the water. But he knows how much HP he needs to sit on so that he can't get one hit, surely.
Yep. I was going to say, we've seen the whip do some real damage in this tournament, and neither of these guys have touched it one time, I believe. Skidler trying to keep some distance, scared of that AGS, going for the mage range combo, doing a great job at faking both. The DDS occasionally when needed, and Bodhi just relying on that AGS smack at this point. The whip is kind of redundant.
Yeah, but looking at this, Boaty seems to be actually in the upper hand of the fight. When you look at him, he has 4 anglers and 1 full brew dose compared to Skidler's 2 anglers. However, he is overhealed 120, so that's effectively an additional anglerfish in his inventory.
Yep.
And yeah, these next few freezes are really what's going to make sure this, is going to secure the win for either player, I believe.
Yep. And Bodhi, really, with that God Sword, just needs to put it on for a fraction of a second. Skidler's going to change to his prayer tab. Whether he makes the switch or not, he's at least making him work.
Yeah, with a weapon like that, you can't afford to get hit by it without protect from melee, so you're always going to have to change, and that's probably one of the best parts about it, aside from its special attacks. In these kind of fights, it's really useful of, just making your opponent worry.
And we can see Bodhi, I believe he came in with 10,000 soul runes. He's got 8 used so far, so what's that, 4 casts so far with the Blood Barrage? I'm assuming it's 2 per cast.
I think he might have actually brought in the same runes from last time.
Has he? I was going to say, yeah,
yeah,
really
I've not seen him used it, and might have used it once.
This would be the time. There it is.
We have it in, yeah.
A 25 heal.
Really nice barrage, and then the blood barrage as well. So Skidler's currently frozen in place. You can see Boaty utilising step unders quite a lot here. Every time he goes out to AGS, Skidler has the right prayer on, so he's doing a really good job of that.
Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, the melee prayer against the ranged hit, and that's a nice hit. Not enough to take Skidler down, but Skidler now is out of food. It's going to come down to these next few hits. Is that freeze going to catch? No. Can Skidler get underneath him in time? Unfortunately, he's frozen, and that was probably his only chance that he had. Boaty manages to take that fight quite convincingly in the end. However, up until those last 30 seconds or so, it was very even between the two of them.
It was indeed, really. Bodhi really played well that last 30 seconds there. I don't know if Skidler got a bit worried or if Bodhi just kicked it up a notch, but there we have the statistics. Look at that.
Really interesting. You see how many barrages
wow.
were hit.
22.
An incredible amount from Boaty. You can definitely tell that he likes to utilize that mage. It's probably because he's managing to get in some very consistent, probably mostly all of them are 1 to 0 tick barrages as well, that he's getting in on the same ticks like times, and it's just paying off for him. And that's probably where his forte of accuracy and clicks come into play.
And it's a really interesting strategy. I think Bodhi went to use his AGS specs quite early on in that fight, so that was relatively close distance. And as soon as those were out of the way, he did well to keep a little bit more distance. Skidler not getting to use those DDSs as much as he'd like to, perhaps. That fight actually had quite a bit of movement for a 70 def.
Yeah, but there was a lot of movement in there indeed. In terms of movement, I'm also going to say goodbye to you.
Oh, thanks for having me. It was
I'm going to bring
a lot of
back Revan. Thank you so much. I do enjoy casting alongside you, but you know, Revan is my boy at the moment, and yeah, I'll speak to you later, no doubt.
But good luck.
Thanks, buddy. Whilst we get Revan all mic'd up, we'll talk about the off-screen fight. Manked v Framed, the 70 defense one. Manked ended up winning. He dealt a total of 589 damage compared to Frame's 404, and they both had the same amount of splashes. So very interesting fight there. I wonder how the one defense will play out. And talking about one defense, I'm actually really looking forward to the old Boaty Skidler, especially given how that fight went. And believe...
I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Chris Archie saved my life. I'd used the bathroom really badly, and fortunately he was there to tag on in. Thank you very much, Chris. Because of you, I'm alive.
Well, I'm sure that I will take full advantage of that kind of little situation in the future, because I'm definitely going to need a break in a while. However,
we got one coming up as we start to enter in the bracket stage, but how fitting is it, like, the match I go to sit out, it winds up being one of the crazier ones that we've seen so far?
It's just unfortunate timing, I guess, to say the least. But yeah, it was a brilliant fight. You managed to catch it at least, and you didn't miss it on the big
I was
screen.
worried that the length I took in the bathroom would actually be longer than the length of the fight, but fortunately it went down to the very last tick of damage.
Yeah, and it was such a good fight as well, that first one. Yeah. Hold on a second. Am I being slow here? The last fight that we watched, it was 70 defense, wasn't it? Boaty v Manked. Boaty v Skidler. Okay.
It was.
You're
losing it.
Yeah, I am. Maybe I do need to take that break. I thought for a moment, I was like, hold on, man. Didn't we just watch them do one defense? But then I was thinking back to Skidler's previous fight before that. But yeah, so we're just currently waiting for the next fight to come up. Alongside that, the off-screen fight is also currently waiting to start off. Once that kicks off and we get some information that we can share with you, I will do so.
Well, did you update them that Manked won the 70 defense fight at least? Okay.
Yeah, I got that one covered whilst you were getting all mic'd up.
All right, perfect. I mean, one thing that I do respect about Bodhi for sure is that he's bringing in different spec weapons, right? We were wondering when we were going to see an AGS. SGS, I don't think that's something we ever thought we would see, but at least he tried, right? He tried to make it work. This time around, he's going back to the old trusty DDS.
And we finally saw an AGS as well come out. Although the specs weren't as high hitting as I'd have hoped, it still worked out pretty well. Now, however, into the second fight of the Group 4 groupings. Boaty v Skidler in the one defense category. It's pretty even at the moment. Skidler opted into pre-anglerfish as well as the last fight. Boaty not doing that. So there's going to be one food differentiation, but the same amount of damage pretty much between the two of them at the moment. Boaty not eating is now up to 63 HP and has actually finally decided to overeat. This is where Skidler can really take the opportunity to control this fight. Unfortunately, though, splashes on his cast and Boaty gets it.
Back-to-back on both specs there for Skidler. Allows him to heal up towards max HP. Now Boaty trying to find his rhythm in this fight, as both players are currently frozen away. This is where Boaty shined in his last one defense fight. Because he uses the Staff of Light combined with the Occult Necklace, you just increase your magic damage output by a significant amount, so you have to respect that. And plus you see him, one ticking into his range hits, so it's really tough to get those defensive prayers up in time to negate that damage. Yeah, so Skidler actually favoring the Cape switch over the Necklace switch, so he's going to be sticking with the Fury throughout this fight, whereas, Boaty obviously has that Occult for the magic damages and bonuses, as you said, but Skidler has the upper hand when it comes to melee. And Boaty knows this, so that's why when you see him have separation between his opponent, he tries to increase that by even more squares, by increasing the distance between them, right? You're going to see Skidler have to cross more distance to try to get in melee range, and hopefully Boaty catches a freeze in time to stop him in his tracks. There's his first DDS coming out there, a big hit. Range follow-up, not so much, but still forces Skidler to eat on up, and there's the stat bash. I'll tell you what, man, you do that against me in World 25, I'm coming at you strapped with nothing but a crystal bow.
The staff itself, though, has pretty decent offensive melee stats, so it's not the worst thing to have staff bashed with, especially considering there's no defense.
No, it's not that. It's not that it's a bad weapon to bash with. It's just that, you know, typically, like in these no-honor fights, right, you only bring that staff out when you want to do a magic hit. That's why you bring the D-Sim for the melee.
Really unfortunate 7-3 hit coming from Skidler with his specs. And here we go, running straight in as well. Nice damage, but a retaliation hit from Boaty. And then we have it, wow! Boaty needs to remember that he can't die if he eats food. He just gets hit by a bolt.
Food is on, by the way, as well as protection prayers. An unfortunate ending there for Boaty as Skidler, he's going to take it. And he's going to force the 45 Berserker fight here. Taking a look at some of the post-game statistics. 10 barrage hits there for Boaty, of course, favoring Mage. Only a 3 barrage difference. And it's funny, the difference between the hits is the difference between the splashes as well.
Yeah, and if you actually have a look at the food, well, look at that. Anglerfish eaten 6 against 7 and 11 brew doses against 12. Maybe if that was 7 against 7 and 12 against 12, but it would still be in this.
Yep, and just 30 difference between the damage dealt. Let's point out, close fight, all things considered. I think if Boaty eats up there towards the end, maybe he could extend it a little bit further, but close until the very end. And just give you an update on the off-screen fight. Right now, it's a pretty close fight between Manked and Framed. Once again, you can catch their individual point of views on their respective Twitch channels to catch all the action here, but it's looking like that one's going down to the wire. Maybe Framed is going to take it, so there's a chance that both these fights are going to go the distance.
It'd be very interesting to see, especially if we have 2 round of 3 fights. Especially as it's the last group and some of the strongest players during the entire tournament. But I mean, I've got to go back to that point of Boaty not eating. That has got to hurt.
Yeah, it turns out eating's pretty important in these fights, huh?
Yeah, who'd have guessed? I mean, a great win for Skidler, and I've got to give it to him. He was doing fantastic during that fight. Even so, you know, we know that, you know, Boaty could have survived if he ate one more piece of food with a brew dose or something like that. But that entire fight from the start to the end was almost entirely Skidler's.
Yep, at the end of the day, Boaty presented Skidler with the opportunity for the KO, and Skidler found that opportunity and exploited it to his full advantage. Now, something I saw Boaty do in his last 45 defense fight was bringing out the Ballista. I wonder if he's going to stick with that here. That was the crazy fight against Framed. And, you know, speaking of Framed, he actually just dropped 0-2 to Manked. Looked like Manked was able to bring it back, and he won on a single point of health left. I cannot wait to see that replay coming up once we figure out who wins this matchup that's on stream. But a big win for Manked as he's coming out and performing on top of his group.
So 2-0 to Manked then against Framed with a 1 HP victory. Close as close can be. Hopefully, yep, replay will be coming in, and we'll get over to that as soon as possible. We do have another game that's going to be coming up, however. It wasn't as decisive when it's Boaty v Skidler, because it's currently 1-1. So we are going to be heading over to a third and final match for their little altercation. And it's going to be the 45 defense category. And I'm really, really interested once again to see what kind of combination Boaty is going to be coming out with. It's really intriguing, actually, because it's a little bit unconventional. When you look at what all of the other participants have brought with them, it's very similar. And Boaty is kind of like being the only one at the moment that is not following that norm. Now, is that going to be a benefit because players aren't used to it and they don't know how to play against it? Or is it a downfall for Boaty because it's not the conventional things that you would bring?
Well, just because it's not conventional doesn't mean it's not optimal. And yeah, he's going to stick with the Ballista here. I mean, look, I think in terms of like total damage output, like in a 1v1 Brid fight like this, you might favor the ACB just because of the faster attacking tick, right? Yep. You're able to get to your other styles a little bit quicker. But with the Ballista, especially when you're being DD like this, hit. That's a 45 to open things up, but a 21-23 with DDS to negate that. As I was saying, when you're kind of being DD'd on, like you could hit the Ballista and then tank up a little bit, right? You have that little bit of breathing room between your next attacking tick.
And this is one of the things that Skidler's so brilliant at, and we saw it there with 3 attacks in a row pretty much, where he was just switching his gears constantly, throwing Boaty's prayers off. And yeah, we saw a really good DDS spec on the robes, and now they're both trying to catch a freeze against one another. Boaty does catch the first freeze there. It'd be interesting to see if Skidler opts to go for it. Doesn't want to risk it so much yet, and now he's going to go for it. Changing back, faking in there the robes, which is exactly
so annoying to fight against. When someone's just doing all these movements against you, you're trying to track him with the barrage, you misclick once, and you feel like you're almost tilted for the whole fight. A nice DDS spec from Boaty, but once again, risking it. He's on, you know, sub 50 HP now. He's going to start to tank up, looking to catch a freeze on Skidler, and then force the range fights again.
Potion management doing really well for both players here as well. We've got one brew actually left in the inventory of Skidler. 2 doses of that with 3 super combats, whereas Boaty actually has a total of, I believe, 9 brew doses to his advantage. and still a decent 2 of his super combats. So I reckon in this point, the later fights are going to be more advantageous towards Boaty. Skidler needs to do something now, I believe, else he's just going to fall behind.
Yeah, this is his opportunity right here. Catches the freeze, and he gets under Bodhi. Now just looking to get these hits in off prayer. Bodhi does wind up getting at least 1 cast off before he swaps over to Ballista, gets a 23 hit off prayer. That's nice, but another freeze coming in from Skidler, but the DDS from Bodhi connects. Bodhi now swaps over to his Dragon Sword. Gonna wait for Skidler, who's gonna tank up and now try to use some specs of his own, but instantly catches the freeze.
And you've got to bear in mind that Skidler has no combo food now, so he is chomping those anglers one at a time. If he gets a big damage hit against him, he's not going to be able to out-heal it.
Skidler forced to use, what is that, 3 specs in a row to try to bring the pace back over towards his side of the stage. Both players now gonna create some distance between one another. Ballista have been doing some pretty big damage for Bodhi this whole fight, but another opportunity for Skidler to get some damage in.
Doing a good job to do as much as he can here whilst Boaty is in on his robes. Looks like he's waiting it out. He's just finishing off the rest of his food. And now Boaty has managed to catch a freeze on him the second that Skidler steps out from underneath.
And in case you're wondering how the quarterfinal brackets are going to play out, I'll wait a moment as big hits coming out from both players' range attacks. As things are going to slow down a little bit. Whoever makes it out on top of Group 4 will fight skill specs in the quarterfinals.
We're seeing some fantastic bolts coming out from Skidler here. Unfortunate DDS poke there. He just didn't quite have the special attack, I believe, that he thought he had. However, it's unfortunate. He's getting a lot of hits coming through. Boaty's doing a fantastic job of making sure that he got the right attacks when he needs them.
Yep. Just not enough food to heal back up. Not enough HP available for Skidler, but it's just 1 brew dose left for Boaty. We've seen close fights throughout the day. There's still a chance for Skidler here. It would be important to catch a freeze. The DDS coming in, trying to catch it, but unfortunately just not enough to stabilize there as Boaty's going to take it. But a close fight nonetheless throughout just about all the battles here between Skidler and Boaty. But Boaty comes out on top.
Yeah, and 1 brew dose to see the end of that as well. Could have been it for Skidler. Very, very good job to have got as far as he did, and everyone else as well. I believe we're looking at Manked and Boaty both going through, and then Manked versus Boaty is going to decide first and second.
Ooh, interesting. So whoever wins this upcoming matchup between Manked and Boaty will face off against skill specs to start off the quarterfinals. Here you can take a look at some of the post-game statistics between both these players.
Just see how close it was.
Being the difference maker between these guys.
So if you want to keep in tune with all of the action, make sure you head on over to osrsallstars.com/standings for the matchups, how exactly they're progressing, what score people have got, and where we are currently at with the tournament. This is going to be the last fight that we're going to be going into. I believe it's Boaty against Manked. The winner of this fight determines who faces off against skill specs in the quarterfinals. But before we get onto that, let's have a quick look at some replays from the games we didn't get to see on stream.
Yep, this is what was going on. Manked going up against Framed. Manked's been killing it throughout this entire group. I'm really excited to see his upcoming matchup as he's looking to face off against Boaty. But Manked, he's just been on top of his switches. Does a good job at just keeping his opponent guessing. You see constantly switching styles. And as an opponent, like, it's so annoying. Like, whenever you see someone just switching styles so fast, it seems like every single game tick, they have a new style that they're coming at you with. And you're like, oh, I was just praying range, now I got to pray melee. And you're just constantly looking back for it. This is going to be the 1 HP difference. This is what I really want to see between both these players. How does this finish off?
It was a really nice spec the moment before this, and we're seeing now a nice bolt at 31. Wow.
You know what's so annoying? Framed has a full ring of recoil in his inventory.
It's just one of those things when you're in the middle of those fights and you're probably not looking at everything. You're not concentrating on everything because you're just trying to survive, that it just...
Oh, without a doubt, especially in those pure fights where things are happening so quick. There's a lot of information being thrown your way, and you're also trying to fake out your opponent a little bit. There's a lot to think about, and something like that, you might not notice the little notification in your chat box that your ring is broken.
Yeah, no, and if you're not going to swap out to it, but unfortunately we do have to point it out because that probably is what meant that Frame lost
1
that
HP.
fight. Yeah,
I mean, you put on the ring at any time in that fight.
It's like a 40 guaranteed damage. So.
Yeah.
Commiserations, however, we are going to be looking at the next fight being Boaty v Manked. Off screen, it's going to be Skidler versus Framed. The winner of Boaty versus Manked decides who faces up against skill specs.
It's going to be fun. You see skill levels equal between these guys. Both of their rivals did or bitter. I feel like this is going to be a very fun matchup to watch. And This will determine who will come out on top of the group. Whoever comes out on top of this group will face off against skill specs in the quarterfinals. Just to reiterate that real quick. Specialty for both these guys, 1 defense for Manked Up Mage, 45 defense for Bodhi. So 70 defense, they're both fighting on even ground.
Yep. However, Manked apparently is scared of fighting nobody. I wonder if he's still feeling the same way after facing up against Bodhi. We are about to find out in less than 5 seconds as we go into the last round of fights in the Group 4 category of 70 defense, Bodhi against Manked.
Bodhi going to put away the God Sword for this one, it looks like. +1 is going to swap over to the Kodai Wand. Matching that setup that Manked has brought to the table as well. And look, the way Manked has been performing so far in this group, he shouldn't be afraid to fight against anybody.
Yep, and Manked is just as experienced, if not even more so experienced than every other competitor that Bodhi has faced up against so far. I'd probably say that he's looking at his performance up to this point, he's doing better than Framed has done. So yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how this one pans out.
All right, early on, looks like for the time being, Bodhi doing slightly more damage than Manked. Nice whip hit there onto Bodhi, doing 31 damage. With that freeze, obviously he's going to be able to control the pace. Bodhi now trying to create some distance between Manked as both try to catch a freeze on one another. Manked connects, but it's a big bow hit from Bodhi. As Manked, for the time being, was sub 30 HP, going to heal back up nearly instantly. So now we'll see what he decides to do next.
Currently just a little bit of a stalemate. A nice spec coming out, but with Protect from melee up, doesn't deal the damage that Manked was looking for. Take those time to heal up to full. Manked is sitting way above 99 HP. Bodhi, however, sitting down at 38. Did catch the freeze on Manked. Is going to utilize the step unders now and probably take that time to heal himself up. Actually not opting to overheal and wants to deal more damage.
Look how good Manked is with switching his overhead prayers. I mean, Bodhi's standing under him, and Manked was confident that he was going to hit with melee, stuck with that Protect from melee prayer. He's done a good job of just negating as best as he can what damage is going to come his way. As Bodhi's starting to go a little bit low on the Bruceps. Expended some anglers as well. For the time being, looks like maybe a fairly even fight. Maybe Manked ahead a little bit.
Yeah, looking in terms of the food here, we've got 9 anglerfish, and I believe that is a total of 7 brew doses for Bodhi, compared to the, what is that now, actually 6 anglers and, well, it's a decent 10 brew doses actually from Manked, so fairly even. Manked a little bit of the upper hand with the spec, 80% against 25%. The next couple of freezes, there we go. We've got a freeze coming in from Manked, the step unders. He doesn't have to worry so much, I believe. He's probably going to eat once. There we have it. He's going to actually overheal. Is this the point where he's going to repot as well? He is. He's repotting at the moment. Going to try and deal as much damage as he can. A nice 40 bolt coming in from Manked, I think that was. Straight away followed up by a magic cast. And then a DDS spec as well. That was a lot of damage being pumped out in those last few seconds.
Yeah, even just that 19 through melee prayer, it's still nice damage to get in. Plus you're using that special attack, which is still going to regenerate as this fight goes on. But now it's Bodhi's turn. As he catches the freeze, he has a chance to do the exact same thing back over to Manked. And there you go, 25 barrage. Does he catch the freeze there? I'm not sure. That one should have caught though. So Bodhi now has a chance to step under Manked.
Did notice a moment ago actually Bodhi bopped Manked in the head with his Kodai wand, so that was very interesting to see. Hopefully that's not going to put a dent on his performance too much. Both players now currently still in a stalemate. Manked has finally managed to catch a freeze onto Bodhi, so he's going to try and turn this fight back into his control. That was a really nice spec, but just didn't hit the damage that he was looking for.
Yeah, just a 6 on robes off prayer too. But you saw him with 60% spec at that moment in time. He wants to try to dump some spec onto Bodhi's head, right? You have it, you might as well use it for try to gain some damage as this fight goes on. Nice whip hit from Bodhi, even though it's a 0, it's off prayer. Just keep those mechanics flowing. Trying to stay in the rhythm. As now we're getting towards the tail end of this fight. Supply's getting pretty low on both sides of the screen here. More brew doses available for Manked, but Bodhi's got more anglers to combo with.
However, Manked still opting to keep 1 dose of his stat boosting potions, so he still has a super combat and a super range potion, whereas Bodhi has none. So now Manked should have the upper hand as soon as he takes those, because he will have higher stats than Bodhi does the next time Bodhi uses a brew dose. One of those yellow potions, every time they use them, it reduces all of their stats pretty much apart from defense, and they have to then use one of the pinker looking potions to restore them.
Yep, there you go. Plus, along with the Sour Brews, you're able to heal over max HP. So that's why you see players, even though it's a max of 99, they could go up to 115 off a brew dose, 121 if you eat the Angler while at max HP. You got 4 Anglers left here for Bodhi, 1 left for Manked, 2 doses of brew for him, 3 total for Bodhi. So more food, more healing available here for Bodhi. But towards the tail end of the fight, big hits, obviously crucial at this stage of the fight. Still anybody's game.
Yeah, and you can see Mank, at every opportunity he gets, he's trying to cover his attack styles with potions or with food use. A moment ago, he stepped out with crossbow, but actually ate a potion and then ended up using Blood Blitz. And he was against the Protect from Range prayer, because that's what Boaty thought he was going to do. So it really does help out every time. And no, Mank is just getting hit after hit after hit. But he's having a really hard time to actually get any damage dealt out in this fight.
Yeah, Bodhi didn't want to eat there because he still had his stat boosting potions active, but now as he's going to brew down, he's just going to be capped at max stats, 99 attack, strength, etc., etc. That's a huge freeze if Bodhi's able to catch it, but Mank stands right under him. And even though there's no healing available, this is where he could turn the tide of the fight.
Yeah, we can see that Boaty has one Angler and one Brudos left, actually, whereas Mank is completely out of food. However, both players now even. Mank with the slight upper hand of 86, in fact 92 HP after that nice blood spell compared to 36 of Boaty. Boaty manages to get a freeze. He's going to have to pull it back now.
Even the Onyx Bolt spec proc in there, healing a little bit of HP matters so much at this stage, since there's no healing, no substantial, like, no food, no brews, and there you go.
38 Bolt spec.
Yeah, he's going to close it out there. A close round one fight between both these players to determine who's going to top the group of death.
Really interesting fight. Came down literally to the last few hits. Mank had a pretty big advantage, actually, in the end, but that was mostly because Boaty's hits, he's just really unfortunate. He got a lot of zeros. Didn't seem to be doing that many things wrong either.
Yeah, sometimes that's how it plays out. And look at the damage difference. I didn't think it was that severe. I'm not going to attempt to do the math on that one, but roughly
it's
like
around about a 160 or so.
158, I believe that's what it plays out to.
Oh, okay,
24
look, he's not going to do the
for
math,
Bodhi. Took me a little bit. See, I said that so that I can do the math, right?
22 barrage splashes compared to 15 as well. There was a lot of splashes. It was a very long fight, though, so a lot of casts coming out from both sides. Both of them have a very similar style of play, from what I've gathered here. I wonder if the people that have been coaching Boaty are people that, you know, Mank might play along with when he's in his Deadman tournaments.
You know, it's possible. Who knows? I know Mank does play with a lot of skilled Britters out there. You know, Wiggled, Psych, a lot of strong members in the team that he's a part of. So he's definitely getting the top tier practice. But I mean, look, it's Boaty. If he's going out there and getting a RuneScape coach, you know that's going to be the best of the best, or at least some practice partners that definitely know what they're doing. And just like you were saying, both players very on top of their switches. The big thing to notice while these guys are fighting, especially in the 70 defense fights, is how they tick their magic attacks and how they swap between styles. And they always keep their opponent guessing, which makes them a little bit uneasy on the defensive end because you don't know exactly what style's coming at you, but you can always make an educated guess based on the feel of the fight. So now, as both players are going to gear up for the one defense fight, we can give you an update on the off-screen fight that's been going down. It's Skither going up against Frame. Skither did bring his D-Claws as his +1, even though this fight, it's essentially for last place in the group. Frame does take that first matchup.
Probably just wanted to have a little bit of fun. I'm glad that he brought those claws. Can't wait to hopefully see a replay package where those get used to their full effect. It'd be interesting to see if he ended up hitting a lot of hits. I've stopped saying absolutely and started saying interesting a lot more now.
All right, now you can start switching up. You got both words in your repertoire. Now you just got to go every other.
I'm expanding the range of vocabulary I have available to myself. So, coming up, we're going to be going into the second fight of Boaty versus Manked. It's going to be the one defense category. We've seen Boaty typically in these fights opt for the Dragon Sword alongside the Ballista. Whereas
45 death fights?
Yeah. 45 death. Yeah, I was not one defense.
You're jumping ahead. We got to get to the 45 death one first.
I keep thinking about all of the other fights. So,
it's all right. We've had an exciting day of matches so far, and there's still so much more to come here at the Old School RuneScape.
What I'm going to do from now on is wait until the fights start and then have a look at what they have in their inventory. And you can see here that Boaty's actually opted for the DSIM and the DDS, his +1 being the Staff of Light.
Wow, so Mank also going with the Sour Sword here. Copying a page out of Data Bitter's book here. Phoenix Necklace in his inventory as well if it goes the distance.
So it's quite a nice weapon to take, especially when he has the Kodai wand as well, because he can use it to do your melee swings that you would lose. You'd normally have a whip. Really nice spec coming through actually, and a really nice bolt to follow it up. Could have been the end of the tournament right there.
This is why we love one defense fights so fast-paced, as now both players are going to take a second to just breathe here. Freezes are about to expire. Boaty catches one right onto Mank, and you know his next move is probably going to be right under him, and he's going to have a chance to kind of stutter step. See if he could output maximum amount of damage. DDS spec to follow up another big hit.
Very
Mank can't respond. Even taking the smite.
Was that a misclick or was that an actual smite? I always do wonder when I see that. Mank finally getting to bring himself back into this fight now as his froze boat. He gets to do the stand under. He's going to take a few moments to figure out what he needs to do moving forward. Ooh. Wow, a 3126 DDS spec. Would you look at that? And then a 33 as well to follow up. Incredible. Running after Boaty with his dagger
Where are you
in
going,
hand.
mate?
Boaty's taking him into the corner, wants to keep him in the side of that ring, and is, yeah, really trying to pull back together in this fight. But Mank has just dealt so much damage in the last few seconds. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mank is certainly taking complete control of this fight, at least for the time being. Another pretty big DDS spec coming in there. 39 total damage is Boaty. He's getting pretty low on food. Mank, he definitely has more healing available. But it looks like Boaty was the one who caught the freeze there. Let's see if he can bring this fight back.
Boaty here now with 3 anglerfish compared to the pretty stacked inventory of Manked. You know, he has, what is that, 7 anglers and 3 Sara Brewdoses left. Yeah.
Yeah, you figure just by healing, Mank has this one in the bag. But look, anything can just about happen. Unfortunately, there's no DDS spec available here for Boaty, just down to 51 HP. 1 anglerfish left, he's going to eat it there. 52, Mank, he's got this one. He's at 110 HP, over double the HP remaining here for Boaty. And it's looking good for Mank to advance in this group.
Seems like we are going to head over to a 45 defense fight against the 2 of these. Wait, did Mank win the first one?
I believe so. Am I crazy?
I actually don't even remember. Let's get back to this fight quickly, and someone will let us know, because I actually can't remember, even though it was only a few seconds ago. The score's right there in front of us. Yeah. It's Manked 1. And there we have it. It's now 2-0.
Now 2-0.
Next time, we just look ahead, and it will tell us exactly. It was because I'm focusing so much on the amazing damage coming out from Mank there. That was a really, 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 really solid performance from him. Fantastic specs coming in. The damage hits were just insane.
We've been going on 5 hours. We could make a mistake here or there, but a very fun fight to watch between Mank and Boaty as Mank takes it 2-0. He advances first place in his group. Of course, Boaty already solidified his spot in bracket play. So we'll see. That also means that Mank is going to be matched up against skill specs in one of the quarterfinal matchups.
Do you know what else Mank did?
What?
6-0.
Wow.
He didn't lose a single fight. Wow. Who'd have thought? Probably a lot of people, actually. Mank's being one of the most formidable opponents in the entire tournament due to his experience of PvP, but also his stage presence as well. He's been familiar with it before through Deadman. And just general, his kind of like focus on this has been to really practice and go hard, and he's showing that he is a really good PvPer.
I mean, look, he's a 1v1 specialist at the end of the day. Every time we talk about him in the Deadman Mode tournaments, he's just like, if I make it to the 1v1s, I'm good. I'm going to win this tournament. And he's showcasing his skill here once again, goes 6-0 in his groups, and certainly one of favorites still to take the entire tournament.
Yep, most definitely. That was probably the best series of fights, I think, throughout the entirety of the tournament. So if you are only just watching and tuning in now, we have just seen Mank absolutely rip Boaty in a best of 3. The next series of fights that we're going to be heading into are going to be some replays of the fight of Skidler versus Framed. I believe that it went 2-0 Framed for that fight, but we'll see how it panned out exactly. Some of them
brought in claws in the first fight. I wonder to what extent he was able to use those. Another new spec weapon coming in, even though that fight was essentially for last place in the group. Both those players were unable to advance out.
No, well, how about we have a quick look at them now and check out those replays and just see exactly how the fights did end up finishing up. So we can see here that Framed and Skidler, both similar in terms of food. Framed does have the upper hand in the fight. You can see the claws in hand of Skidler. He's used one of the specs and he went to him for another, but he was frozen in place. Framed didn't even have to wince a tiny bit because he knows that you can't come to him. And, well, an AGS as well. Smacked him in the head. And
this must have been a fun
finish.
Series of fights to watch. And then they went back to the DDS for the one death fight. Okay, I would have liked to see claws here as well. I mean, claws are a lot of fun to use because your next attacking tick after comes super fast, right? So you're able to just combo it with a lot of damage.
There were some really big things coming from Skidler in terms of those special attacks, and he did a Boaty and just didn't eat. The same thing that happened to him, that let him win against Boaty, he then decided to do against Framed.
Well, just like we've been talking about throughout all these one defense fights, there's just so much going on. Sometimes, you forget, right? And you can't keep up with the pace that's going on.
Exactly. Now, I think that's enough from us for now. What I'm going to do is pass you over, in fact, to Mod Archie, who's got a few words from the players on stage. Let's see if he asks them more questions than just talk to me.
Well, Aiza, thanks so much for the throw. I would ask the more questions than talk to me, but we're severely over schedule, so I will make this very brief. Manked, you are 6-0, absolutely bulldozing the competition. How are you managing this?
Well, on stream, I basically let my ego go and just played a bit like a noob and hopefully put some people off thinking I might be a noob. And I had some strategies off stream, so hopefully it's paid off now. Hopefully it can go all the way.
You have intentionally let people beat you in the build up to this event so that you could throw them off at the actual event.
Yes.
Amazing. Well, congratulations, Manked, and best of luck in the tournament. Framed, you put on a great display of skill, but unfortunately you do fall here. What happened?
First of all, I don't know about all that. I think I still won fairly. So against the fight with Bodhi, I had a very good chance at the end, but I unfortunately panicked throughout the entire thing. I caught my nerves more towards the end, but we both had a double death that was really unfortunate. I figured maybe I won, but no. Unfortunately not. Against Manked, I 1 HP'd him for the second fight, and I found out after the fact that I didn't put on my recoil the second time around, so I probably would have gotten him on the pier. As for Elliot, I mean, him and I, towards the end, we just kind of wanted to use the AGS clause and everything. We wanted to see who would win. I got 2-0'd, or rather, I 2-0'd him, but again, that was more for fun, so I don't necessarily know if we were really treating it seriously.
Right. Well, thanks so much for participating. We appreciate the good sportsmanship. And now we move on to Skidler. Skidler, unfortunately, like Framed, you also fell a little bit short in your group here, but you did have a lot of fun. What's this tournament been like for you?
It was so much fun. When I didn't know what it was going to be like because this is the first time I've played on stage. So I go up against Manked, and we're starting the 70 defense, and I'm up so much, and I'm feeling confident. And then about halfway through the fight, I thought I was going to be like trembling at the start. Halfway through, I just shook. Like literally halfway through, I was like, oh my God, I can't click anything. Lost the fight, 1 defense pure, I did exactly what Frame did. Didn't put my second recoil on. Then against Adam, I can't even remember the 70 defense. I remember I lost it. I won the 1 defense, and then the Zerk fight came down to the wire. I hit him a 48 with the Opal Bolt, and I was like, I've won. And then he hit me a 48 with the Ballista straight back. And then he had one Brudos left, and then I died. And then obviously me and Frame just wanted to mess around at the end and have a good time.
Yeah. Well, you definitely had the most difficult group here. I think you did really well. It was a ton of fun to watch, so thanks for coming. Right. Yeah, you can clap, come on. Lastly, we have Bodhi. There it is, thank you guys. No studio audience this time, it's just +1s and special guests, but they're doing great. Lastly, we have Bodhi. Bodhi bringing out something unique, something different. Finally, we have the Dragon Sword, we have the Blessed D'hide, the Heavy Ballista. Talk to me about the strategy.
So 70 defense, I had about 5 or 6 +1s I could have took. It didn't really matter. So I thought to myself, I'm going to play all 3. It's probably my weakest, if I'm honest, because I feel 70 defense can be anyone's game all throughout the tournament. So I was like, I'm just going to change my +1 every time and mess around a bit. So my first strat was SGS. Sometimes I'd use that strat off stream, and it was broken. I'd finish with like 10 anglers left in the inventory, purely because my Blood Barrages and SGS presence was really good. In my fight with Framed, I got destroyed. I was pretty shaky, to be fair. After that fight, all the nerves went, and I was super calm for the rest of them. But I don't think I utilized that strat as best I could, but I think I'm going to get rid of it. Then I was like, there's been no AGS yet. I've got to pull the AGS out and see what I can do. It honestly didn't hit anything, really. But again, I got a good swipe in there, which meant it made its worth. But I could have had a better +1. And then final one, I decided to opt in for the Kodai and then give that a go, because again, that's one of the +1s that most people have done. That's all for the 70 defense. As for the Pure and the Zerker, I think I'm the only person taking Ballista so far, and it showed its worth in both fights. Very happy with that. And then the 1 defense, I take Staff of Light, because I think it's very important to have 2 spec bars on 2 of the styles that you've got. So it's either Armored or Crossbow or Staff of Light. I think I preferred having the Mage confidence in my barrages. And then I think Pure was probably my strongest one out of all of the 3 that I'd done there. As for the brackets, yeah, I lost the first round to Framed, and it was very close. I didn't know if I'd actually won. When the double death happened, I was like, do I win? And I was like, I didn't cast a single Blood Blitz, so maybe he healed a touch more health and I got like 3 more damage than him. Luckily that came up my way, and I did win. Very lucky to get that. With Elliot, again, I got KO'd on the 1 defense. My brain turned off for about 5 seconds. It just switched off and I got bolted and just died, so we'll ignore that. And then, yeah, with Manked, I truly didn't think I was going to beat Manked. I think I did okay in 1 defense, but he was the toughest opponent that I think I'm going to meet in the entire tournament. So losing to him, not a confident shake at all. I'm pretty confident going on, if I'm honest. I'm very happy to as well.
All right, well done. You do proceed, of course, as does Mangt. Mangt being the favorite, I think, right now. That being said, guys, it is finally time for a bit of a break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we have knockout stages with the semis, obviously the quarters, and the finale. Okay, guys, we are back from the break. What a moment that has been. The heats were absolutely incredible. We saw some upsets. We saw some people making it through. Of course, we have 8 individuals proceeding into the quarterfinals. I'm actually going to throw you right over to Madaiza and Revan to take us through what we're about to watch.
As always, Archie for doing a wonderful job of introducing the next section and us as casters. So yeah, as Archie touched on there, a very interesting heat that we had. What's coming next though? We're going to be looking at going straight away into the quarterfinals. So from here on out, we're going to be looking at best of 3 fights that are going to follow the same format as the heats did. So we start with 70 defense, go into 1 defense, and then if needed, we'll go over to a 45 defense fight. As soon as we come out of the quarterfinals and move over to the semi-finals, we're going to be looking at best of 5. The way they're going to work is we start off on 70 defense, we move over to 1 defense, back over to 45 defense, then we start from the start again. So if needed, we'll hit 70 defense and then 1 defense to finish it off.
And here's a look at how the bracket plays out. Pure Spam versus Bodhi, a round 1 matchup on the same side of the bracket. Manked facing off against Skill Specs. Now take a look at the right-hand side. Mika versus Ditterbitter, another round 1 matchup. And to round things out, Rakesy facing off against MMORPG.
What a bunch of people. Definitely not what I would have expected to be coming into this, but this whole tournament so far has been very, very unpredictable, apart from, I believe, Rex's fights that I got perfectly spot on.
Yeah, you did. You had a spot-on prediction there, but thank you all for bearing with us throughout this entire day. We're still alive in this tournament. It's still rolling on, and it's rolling on strong, but now these competitors, they have no lifelines left. In the group stages, you're maybe allowed to have a loss here or there. Now, you lose your match and you're out of the tournament.
That is it, yeah. There are no loser brackets here. It is semi-finals straight into the finals after these quarters. So really important. It's all on the line now for each participant. Looking at the people that we have here, who do you think is your favorite overall, Revan?
I mean, the way Manked came out and just dominated his entire group, you got to favor him. Didn't drop a single fight. He's been performing top-notch. And on the other side of the bracket, you're looking at Rakesy as well as Mika, even Ditterbitter, all 3 strong contenders, but we always sleep on MMORPG. Sometimes we down just because, oh, he's an Iron Man. He doesn't really PvP, but he always exceeds our expectations, and he always shows up when it comes down to these 1v1s.
So I would probably say, for me, my favorite overall out of them is probably going to be Bodhi, based on his performance. But there's a lot of things that we can talk about as this tournament goes on. We've got some time. However, now it's time for us to actually have a look at who is going to be heading onto stage for the very first fight. I believe it's Pure Spam, and his opponent is going to be the one and only Bodhi. So I'll pass you over to them right now and let them get their seats.
Pure Spam versus Bodhi.
Well, those two, if that wasn't an loving embrace, then I don't know what is. I thought for a while they were going to hold hands whilst they were standing on stage. 2 very good friends, have been in the old school RuneScape content creation scene for a very long time, have a very good history. 2 really good players as well.
Dude, Ian's our co-caster, man.
Yeah. I mean, Ian, you'll know Pure Spam from Deadman if you haven't watched Deadman before. It's a different type of PvP competitive game that we actually run here as part of the old school RuneScape team. But yeah, there's him against Bodhi, and we've seen how Bodhi can play, and he's been doing some fantastic switches, some fantastic pieces of movement, and really taking every opportunity that he has to get ahead of his opponent. But Pure Spam, who came into this and said he was extremely nervous, you saw he's shaking at the very start of this, he was the first one to fight. He has the opportunity now to watch everyone leading up to this moment. He knows every single person's strategy, unless they have something new. He's seen how they all fight. He's probably even had a chance himself to practice. I wonder if that's something that he's utilized, or whether he's decided to kind of like keep it cool and see how it goes, just like he did in the first group, and it worked so well for him then.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope he's not iced. It's certainly been quite some time since he fought in his group matches, whereas Bodhi, he's just come fresh off that fight from Manked, you know. Sure, we had that 20-minute intermission, but he's still played more recently than Pure Spam has, so maybe he's a little bit more warmed up.
It could also work against him, though. He could be, a little bit fatigued after having to do so many fights in a row, especially how intense they were as well. It wasn't like they were, clean sailing for him from start to finish.
Well, I mean, we're getting pretty tired casting all these matches. I'm sure it's even way more difficult as a player. You have to pay attention to every little movement. Every single click has an impact on the fight.
Absolutely. We got it easy in comparison, just getting to sit up here on our nice, lovely, comfy chairs and just talk about these people. Yeah. I try and figure out and make it seem like I know what I'm talking about.
All right, excited to get this quarterfinal underway. Pure Spam, let's not underestimate him. Once again, the story about him is just if he could keep his nerves under check, right? If he could just, take a deep breath and really just focus on his skill. I mean, his skill is there. Mechanically, he's there. He can compete with the best of them. He just has to install that confidence in himself.
Yeah, and I think with one thing I want to touch on is something that Boaty brought up in his post-game interview with Mod Archie, was that he thinks that the 70 defense category is the one that he cares about the least because it could pretty much be anyone's kind of game. One defense is the place that he's really trying to make sure that he does his best at, and that is also Pure Spam's favorite category.
Yeah, I was about to say, one thing's for sure is the one defense fight between both these guys is going to be a treat to watch. We know that's Pure Spam's specialty, and the way Bodhi's just been moving around the arena on top of his, switches, his clicks, his prayer switches, it's been a lot of fun to watch. I can't wait to get that second fight underway, but we got to get past the 70 defense first. I know you brought it up earlier, but just to reiterate for everybody out there, we're doing the same rotation of fights. So it goes 70 defense, 1 defense, 45 defense, and then for the semifinals and the best of 5, you just run it back, and the same for the grand finals as well. It's the same rotation since the start of the tournament.
Yeah, if you were to have a prediction as to who's going to come out on top of this one, what would you say?
I know Pure Spam's our friend and co-commentator, but at the end of the day, he's a traitor. He decided to play over casting with us, and for that reason, I'm going with Bodhi.
Okay, fair enough. I think I did mention earlier that I believe Boaty is in it to win it. However, I do have a soft spot for Pure Spam, unconditional love for him. And so because of that, I'm going to be voting for my buddy over with the cap.
Fair enough. And if you guys are kind of wondering how the prize breakdown works out, it's a $30,000 prize pool. First place will walk away with $15,000. Second place with $7.5. Third and will get $2,500. Fourth place, $1,500. And if you make it to the semifinals, you get awarded $500. And if you make it here to the quarters, you get eliminated now, you still walk away with $200.
So everyone's a winner.
AKA drinks are on the players.
And just a quick reminder that the stream is powered by GameBite, who are streaming live from the GameBite Facebook page. If you haven't already, do leave your questions in the comments section for us casters here, and we'll try and read them out as best as we can.
Also, as well, check out the Premier Club. If you're not a member out there, this is the best value for yearly membership, of course, unless you're grandfathered into the old rate. If you're a member, you get access to all the best content, including some new content that could be coming up, such up to a poll like the Kebos Lowlands, Song of the Elves quest, as well as a new skill, perhaps warning, perhaps coming out. If you're in the Twitch chat, you can type !membership for more information.
Few seconds to go until we head into the first fight of the quarterfinals. We have Pure Spam against Boaty. 70 defense setup, probably one of the most interesting ones for us to keep an eye on until we get into the semis, I believe. Starting the fight, strung by Pure Spam with a nice bolt hit onto Boaty, dealing a considerable amount of damage.
Different +1s for either player. You got Bodhi with the Kodai wand. You got Pure Spam with the Armadillo crossbow. It's been really the key difference, I think, throughout the tournament, right? Most players picking between these two, but Bodhi's switched it up, brought out an SGS, brought out an AGS, shown some different things, but for the time being, both players are trading hits with range and magic back and forth.
Yeah, Pure Spam getting the advantage of the nice early freeze, but didn't opt to do anything in terms of step unders. He's just utilizing his switches, just at the moment shredding through Boaty, and you can see he's nodding away. He's having an absolute whale of a time.
I see what you did there as he's trying to slay a whale on his screen here. Trying to catch that blitz, not going to get the freeze there, but still not a lot of food eaten here by Pure Spam. No consumables, just only brew sips for the time being, along with his Bastion potion. So you can see he's saving the super combat for when he wants to go in for melee.
Yeah, at the moment hasn't had any opportunity to do it or hasn't tried to find an opportunity. So yeah, just keeping that sat in his inventory when he needs it the most, and also using it to potentially hide his attack styles. A little thing that we use is an animation hide or animation stool, and that's what you can do whenever you eat or whenever you drink a potion, and you'll see them utilize that quite a few times throughout these fights.
All right, absolutely. So now this is going to be another crucial moment in the fight as both players trying to catch freezes on one another. Looks like they're actually going to catch the same freeze. Pure Spam with his Blitz, Bodhi with his Barrage, so distance between both will be held for the time being. As now they're just trying to fake each other out, looking to maximize your damage and try to catch them off prayer. Pure Spam dropping down to 25 HP there. maybe a small opportunity for Bodhi, but fortunately, since both were frozen, right, Pure Spam didn't have to worry about any melee coming his way.
Exactly. So playing it as safe as he can whilst taking the risks that are available to him, just to try and maximize that damage output. And you can see it looks to have been paying off so far. Pretty overwhelming advantage to Pure Spam in terms of the food department. Boti is now having to, continue to eat. He has one sip of his Sourdough brew. No brews left. Boti is out of brews. He has 1 dose of Super Combat and 1 dose of Ranging Potion, and only 5 Anglerfish to see him through this fight, compared to the pretty stacked 6 Anglerfish, 2 Karambans, and 4 Sourdough and Brew doses for Pure Spam.
I will say it's good overall potion management from Bodhi. He saved the last dose of his range and Super Combat Pop for this moment. When he's out of brews, he could restore his stats back up over 99 and try to output maximum damage. Nice whip hit, even though it's a 0, it's off prayer. It was good to see the basic mechanics there. 1 Karen Bomb remaining here for Pure Spam. So his idea here is that if he drops down to like significantly low HP, he could combo with the Angler, the Brew, and the Karen Bomb after and heal a ton of HP all in one tick.
Most definitely, and that damage that he is potentially avoiding is actually consistently coming in from Boti, because you can see now that the tables have not quite turned, but he's done a very significant dent in Pure Spam's food stores.
So Pure Spam waiting for Bodhi to bring out magic before he stepped under him. Nice DDS spec, 29 damage done there. Because now he's just looking to close things out. He's got the food advantage, health advantage as well for the time being. 70% spec as well compared to Bodhi's 85. So both these players should look to get in some DDS specs, especially at this stage in the fight.
Pure Spam going for the freeze on Boti whilst he's currently stuck in place. Unfortunately, unable to catch it. Does get a fairly low hit in Bolt, which is going to be enough to, keep Boti at bay. Ooh. Really 2 nice specs coming through from Boti, but just didn't hit the damage. One of them a 32. And there goes the wand up the nostril.
Oh, but follows up with the whip hit. So big melee damage coming in for Boti towards the tail end of this fight. Pure Spam down to just 1 sip of brew left, whereas Boti has got an entire Anglerfish. So actually the HP advantage in favor of Boti here. He's taking control of the fight. He's taking the advantage. Now he's looking to press.
At full HP compared to Pure Spam with only 55 HP left. This fight really did turn around in the last 30 seconds or so. Boti just managing to pull through both players. Now out of food, it's going to come down to these last few hits from each attack. Nice 0-0 for Pure Spam, but bad for Boti. And well, there you have a nice spectre coming through. The poke back, and that's it. A barrage takes him down. Boti manages to pick it up, and make himself get through that fight.
Sigh of relief after finishing off Pure Spam there. And Pure Spam had a really good start to the fight. He was controlling the pace, he was getting the hits in, and it took a while for him to even eat his first consumable, only sipping brews at the start. There you see the difference in damage. Just 17 total, the difference between Boti and Pure Spam as Boti closed things out. You saw it just happen there. 16 barrage hits compared to 19. Pure Spam splashing 18 times with this barrage cast.
Very interesting damage dealt. I'm not even going to touch on that any more so than I have already. And instead, let's talk about the next fight that's going to be coming up. I know we're going to be looking at the 1 defense category for Pure Spam v Boti. However, after this, we will be looking at Manked versus skill specs. Now remember, folks, we are in the quarterfinals. This is a best of 3. If Boti takes this next fight, which is the 1 defense pure category, Pure Spam is out.
Out of the tournament. A lot of people maybe not even expecting Pure Spam to make it out of his group, but he did so at top. First place, Boti coming in second in the group of death, as he currently leads in the series. 1-0, as we were just mentioning, the 1 defense fight coming up. Also keep in mind, there are no off-stream matches from here on out. All these matches will be on the official stream that you're currently watching right now.
Yep, you are stuck with us. Unfortunately or fortunately, that is for you to decide.
I think fortunately.
I would say so too, but I don't want to, I don't want to try and blow my own trumpet, as they would say.
Also coming up next, the following matchup in the quarterfinals will be Manked versus Skill Spec. So finishing off this side of the bracket, which will also set the stage for that side semifinal, and then we'll look ahead towards the other side of the bracket, right? With I believe it's Miko versus Bitter Bitter, and then Rakesy versus MMORPG. Speaking of which, there's the bracket on your screen now. So there you go, currently in the middle of a fight between Pure Spam and Boti. Right below that, Manked versus Skill Specs will be coming up. And then on the other side, Mika, Bitter Bitter. That's going to be another great round one matchup. And then just like I was mentioning, in the bottom right-hand side of this pretty graphic, Rakesy to MMORPG to round out our quarterfinals.
Wondering how this is going to play out. I believe Pure Spam did a lot better than most people would have expected. Even I had expected as well. to get that fight so close against Boaty, who has really just shown that he is a
had it.
formidable opponent. Yeah, he had it at the start, and whether it be RNG or nerves or just a few mistakes here or there that made him lose it, you know, unfortunately, that's just the way that it goes.
Yeah, sometimes that's just how the game plays out. Roll with the punches and roll with the situation at hand and press forward. Is now Pure Spam. At least he has his specialty to look forward to, right? It's in his name. A pure fighter for a reason. Been pure PKing for so many years now. Always watch him on stream. He's currently making a pure Iron Man. See how far he could progress there. But right now, it's all about his tri-breeding skills. Going up against Boaty, one of the fastest and most accurate clickers we have in all of Gillinor. Certainly going to be a tough uphill battle, but Pure Spam's capable of it. He showed it there in the 70 defense fight. He just has to have a better mid and end game.
Yeah, we just have to exactly see what happens, see if he gets you know, fortunate with the special attacks. We're going to find out in less than 6 seconds as this second fight of the first round of quarterfinals matches continues. Pure Spam against Boaty, 1 defense category. Boaty currently 1-0 up compared to Pure Spam. If Pure Spam can pull it back and get a win here, we'll be moving on to a 45 defense fight. Straight away, Boaty gets the barrage and freezes Pure Spam in place, and Pure Spam manages to get the retaliation barrage straight onto Boaty. Damage is pretty much similar at the moment.
All 3 styles a threat here. 34 with the leaf-bladed battle axe from Pure Spam. Boaty responding with some bolt hits of his own. Of course, sticking with his Staff of Light for the +1 is Boaty, whereas Pure Spam, he's going to go with the Kodai wands. Both +1s here for both players are more for magic damage attack.
This being Pure Spam's kind of forte, you'd expect him to have a strong hold on the fight. It does seem, however, that Boaty is currently in control, dealing a lot of damage in these first few kind of like, you know, back and forths of damage being dealt.
Yeah, the tough thing about being trapped in a corner like this is your opponent can easily DD on you just by clicking on the outskirts of the map, right? It's going to drag you right into the corner, so you don't have to right-click walk under it. Does make it a little bit easier for Boaty to control the tempo here, but Pure Spam, he's got 75% spec left. As he looks to catch this next freeze, well, that's a poke. But still, the melee threat is here, and you want to force Boaty to respect that. Have him constantly switch back and forth, and maybe try to catch him off melee and stack your bolt hits here.
Yeah, most definitely. So one thing Ian's not choosing, sorry, Pure Spam's choosing not to do, although they both nearly died there, is move as much as Boaty. We heard that Boaty likes to move as much as he does to put his opponents off. Maybe that's just something that you know, Pure Spam isn't as comfortable with. I think he typically does it when he likes to stack damage with an MSB, but he doesn't have access to that at the moment. That was a really nice, you know, blood spell coming out from Boaty there. It's going to heal up a significant portion, probably 50% of an actual whole piece of food.
Yeah, we saw this in Boaty's last 1 defense fight, right? Whenever he has his opponent comfortably frozen away, the remainder of his spells would usually be that Blood Barrage or Blood Blitz if he's brewed down, just to try to heal up that extra bit of HP. Bolt hit off prayer, fortunately only does it 2, trying to go in with the sim. Follows up with his barrage, taking a look at the food remaining for both players. Right now the advantage going over to Boaty.
As we've seen before, though, that can change within the next few attacks. Pure Spam having some real unfortunate luck with his spell casts, is getting splashes.
On.
Yeah, it's just whether that's his fault or RNG. Boaty coming in for a melee hit actually turns out into using range.
Yep, and he hit off prayer. Not a lot of damage done though. Still moving around the arena, just being a nuisance for Pure Spam. You see him just trying to click the barrage. This is exactly what Boaty's strategy is, tailored around, just making it frustrating for the opponent to try to get a click on him. Another barrage coming in. Pure Spam trying to gear up that DDS spec as he's currently sitting at 100% spec, but he just can't close the gap.
Currently sitting on just 1 brew dose here. Boaty having the advantage of 3 anglers and 2 brew doses. We really need to see some step unders and specs coming out from Pure Spam. It looks like he has finally managed to catch a freeze, but is he going to be instantly frozen back? No. Boaty is actually not frozen. He's still able to move around. Pure Spam drops his prayer at the last moment as he gets bolted. Unfortunate for him, that is Boaty going 2-0 up against Pure Spam.
Yeah, unfortunate for Ian, that ends his run here at the PvP All-Stars Championship. Boaty, he will advance to the semifinals. I think pretty much what people expected, but still a lot more great matches to come.
Absolutely incredible showcase of skill from both players here. Great job, Pure Spam making it all the way through to the quarterfinals. He had some pretty tough opponents and have to go against Boaty as well in his first fight.
11 barrage splashes.
There's a lot of splashes. I'm going to be hearing a lot about Dragonhide, I believe, from Pure Spam over the course of the next few weeks. If it's not PID, then it's going to be Dragonhide.
One or the other. As, Pure Spam obviously very passionate about how things work in RuneScape for good reason as well. Take a look at some of the other stats. 13 barrages hit on Pure Spam compared to 17 for Boaty. And look, we know that in these pure fights, because Boaty brings the occult switch, because he brings the Staff of Light as well, he's stacking that magic attack, so you know he's going to be favoring that type of damage output. And even though, you know, like if you're going to camp Magic Prayer, he's just going to one-tick range off Prayer.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the worst part there for Pure Spam is that the amount of splashes that he had were probably those points where it was perfect for him to go in and use a spec. We saw he was at 100% spec for quite some time. Maybe if he had just risked it a little bit more, but it didn't seem like he even had much of an opportunity to do that, considering how hard Bodhi was hitting him the entire time.
Plus, I mean, it's so frustrating. Bodhi's moving in every which direction around there.
Yeah, you imagine trying to like click him, it's just here,
and catch that barrage too.
Yeah, it's like playing like the worst version of Whack-A-Mole. Yeah, no, really good job though for getting as far as he did, and obviously, you know, Bodhi now progressing through to the semi-finals.
Yep, congratulations to him. Of course, that secures him even more percentage of that prize pool, but you know, we'll still walk away $200 in his pocket and making it out of groups. I think that was his initial goal coming into this one, along with just having fun.
Yeah, he just, you know, as I think he said before, he wanted to just show to players that it's more than just a voice that he has. He does have the skills to kill players in game, and he did show that.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm taking a look down at the stage right now. I know it's normally not my job to throw down, but it looks like Chris is standing by with both players to hear their thoughts after that series. Maybe they're not ready.
Maybe we should wait for them, and then we'll push over.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
So-
I'm hearing that they're not ready quite just yet. Jumping the gun a little bit, me as always, but still an exciting way to kick off our quarterfinals here in the bracket play, and I think we're all
Absolutely.
looking forward to the rest of the matchups.
Okay, so on that note, what I'll say is let's move over to Mod Archie, who is going to have a little chat with Bodhi and Pure Spam.
Thanks, Aiza. I'm joined here with Ian to my left, Bodhi to my right. Bodhi, you went on to win this, secured yourself a place in the semifinals and at least $1,500. Ian, you're walking away with a minimum of $500. There you go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Talk to me about those last couple of fights.
My nerves just got to me, man. I'm shaking like crazy. I just can't do the on-stage stuff. It was a close fight, though, and it was a lot of fun to fight Adam, but like, I started off, I just wasn't thinking straight. I was going through my brews, just not really using my pots correctly. I think in the pure fight, I didn't even use a single DDS spec. Like, what was going through my mind? It's just the nerves got to me, man. It's my first time being on stage, and it's a completely different feeling than being at home in your own setup and just playing like that. So hopefully I made some people proud at home, though. I got the opportunity to, you know, to play for the first time on stage. I'm very grateful to be here, see my friends again. So yeah, I'm just grateful for the opportunity, obviously. So I'm slowing my words, I'm so nervous. Apologies.
You did so well, Ian. Playing against Bodhi, how difficult was it? His strategy seemed unreal. You were so good at movement on a one-def pure, but Adam was everywhere, and you didn't get to use your specs at all.
Well, I could have used them, I just didn't have any pots left, and I just wasn't thinking straight, like I said. But yeah, Adam on the semi-defense, fantastic. On the pure as well, really good. I just kept bullying him because he kept maging me the whole time. We're very mage heavy. So we'll say for your future competition, maybe don't use mage quite as much, because I was just praying mage and tanking so many hits. Well, I mean, you're welcome. I want you to win this thing now. You beat me, you're better. Otherwise, I'm gonna look like a complete loser. So, but yeah, it was fun, and I wish you the best now, Adam.
Great sportsmanship. Give it up for Ian, guys. Come on. Bodhi, you are moving on to the semis at least. How did those fights go?
They went really well. I was on stage, I got my warm-up fights done, which is technically getting out of the qualifiers. Like, not meant to disrespect the competition, but my monitor, I couldn't actually practice behind stage, so I literally had to just go on and perform on the spot. My first fight with Frame was just awful, but after that, nerves are gone. I got there, sat down, felt the mouse, moved a bit, everything was on point. My mind was working, the brain was working, and then I just performed to the best of my ability, really, and luckily it got me the 2 wins. I did think it was gonna be a best of 5, though, but as soon as he said, you've won, I was like, oh, okay, nice.
We're doing a best of 3 for the quarters, best of 5 for the semis, and then the finals will be a best of 7. So going into the semis, who are you really hoping doesn't make it in there?
Manked me. He beat me 3-0, so. I think Manked is about to face off against, is it, I don't know, I think it's me.
Skill Specs?
Skill Specs, yeah. So in all honesty, I would love to fight Skill Specs in the semi. I think it'd be great. I believe Manked is flawless so far, though, so I think you have to root for him. To fight him again, I think I did well, but I think he semi-destroyed me in our fights in the qualifiers. I'm fairly terrified to fight him again as well, so I'm hoping Skill Specs wins.
All right, well, thanks so much, Bodhi. Congratulations again. That being said, guys, let's throw things back over to Mod Aiza and Revan.
Thank you, Archie. As always, nearly called you Aiza. That would have been an interesting way to thank you by calling you myself. Anyway, Pure Spam, what a darn lovely character he is.
Certainly gracious in defeat, and he had some good performances throughout this entire tournament. Topped his group. Unfortunately, got matched up against Bodhi. Round 1 coming out of group play, so a bit of a lopsided matchup there. But congratulations to Bodhi once again as he makes it on through. Now he's awaiting the winner of this next upcoming matchup, SkillSpecs versus Manked.
Yeah, really interesting to watch out for that one. Bodhi obviously being a little bit scared of Manked. But we do have a question actually coming from Nathan Denny, who asks, do you think YouTubers like Framed and Torvesta have a disadvantage over streamers like Boaty because they're not used to the pressure of a live environment?
I think so. I think it's completely different to produce like a YouTube video for, potentially like 100,000 plus views than playing in front of, like 3,000 plus people who could see your instant reaction, your live reactions. With a YouTube video, you're able to edit out those moments where, you maybe missed the switch or you messed up during a fight.
It's definitely more forgiving.
Yeah, you don't have that luxury in a live broadcast.
I reckon if this wasn't live right now, you wouldn't hear a single mistake from me. I would sound so professional.
Oh, absolutely.
We would cut out every single time I say a silly thing. However, I think Torvesta maybe is a little bit of a disadvantage because of that pressure. Framed is quite familiar with streaming actually. He normally streams in the evenings and then puts out YouTube videos during the week. But do I think it's going to impact them overall? I think regardless of the fact whether you're used to a live environment or not, that be through Twitch or through anywhere else, the moment you get on stage, there is nothing else like it.
Yeah.
As soon as you are sat there and you know that there are not only thousands of people watching back home, but also people in the audience, people that you know in person, and they're all just staring at you, I think the nerves get to everyone, and there's no way that you can get around that, regardless of whether the fact that you've been a live streamer or a content creator.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Plus, you have all your peers in the crowd watching and judging each and every move you make. It's certainly a fun time, though, to be on the stage and compete against all your friends. And I mentioned it at the start of the tournament, but you get bragging rights over all your friends, and you can never let them live it down again.
I know, it's very true. Now let's have a quick look at the next fight that we're going to be going into, which is Manked versus SkillSpecs. Bodhi a moment ago mentioning how he was semi-destroyed. I've never heard of the term semi-destroyed. I mean, you either get destroyed or you don't, and I think in this case he did. Manked, obviously the one to beat him, who didn't lose a single fight in the entire group stage. So very strong opponent here. SkillSpecs, well, I think if you were here for Group 1, you'll remember SkillSpecs, and that's all I need to say. In terms of actual skill, I think Manked has more experience of the type of fights that we're going to be going into. Obviously, the 70 defense, 1 defense, and 45 defense. SkillSpecs more variety in the sense of he likes to mix things up and use different kind of builds, and there'll be, just a bit out there with how he PKs. So I think for me, Manked going into this is the favorite to win. However, I would love to always see the underdog come out on top, and if SkillSpecs can bring in the victory, having the SkillSpecs versus Boaty fight would be incredible to watch.
Yeah, that would certainly be a fun potential rematch from back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
But look, just like you're saying, Manked, at least for me, he's the clear-cut favorite coming to this one. Didn't drop a single fight in groups, just as you mentioned, and not only that, he looked damn good doing it. I mean, certainly some close fights here or there, but when he goes up against an opponent that's like clearly lesser skilled than him, he just makes it look so easy, and he just completely dominates there. So I think, unfortunately for Jay, he might be a little bit outmatched, and I feel like he has to have something special up his sleeve to bring in this upcoming matchup.
Yeah, I'm going to be really looking forward to the way that this fight ends up panning out, both with very different styles. Manked seems to have been a lot more reserved in his group stage fights, staying at full HP whenever he can, doing the anglerfish as soon as the fight starts, taking every opportunity to keep himself ahead of his opponent, whereas SkillSpecs likes to take risks, likes to play a little bit different, and however, both of them do seem to be taking similar terms of +1 items.
And look, sometimes those risks that SkillSpecs takes, sometimes they pay off. Other times they do not. It's kind of like a hit or miss thing. 50-50 chance. Either it works out or it doesn't, right? So we'll see if he decides to risk a little bit more. Of course, it always helps that you bring, the +1s that you want, the bolts that your crossbow can shoot. So definitely want to make sure that SkillSpecs is bringing in all the correct gear that he wants to, because you don't want to be fighting Manked at a disadvantage.
Definitely not, especially someone that is as fearsome as Manked is. Looks like we're ready to actually bring our players on stage now. So let's have a look. Have the nerves got to both Manked and SkillSpecs, or are they looking confident going in to their first quarterfinal match and potentially going through to the semi-finals? Let's welcome them onto stage and just see exactly how they're doing.
Manked versus Skill.
Wonderful little bit there. I think Skillspecs jumped the gun and tried to get off camera a little bit too early. However, not too much of a problem at all.
All right, so now these guys are going to gear up. Obviously, you guys should know the drill by now. 70 defense into 1 into 45. If we get there, it's going to be best of 3 for these quarterfinals. These guys, they've already secured themselves $200 for making it this far. They're playing for 300 more to try to advance to the semifinals. Of course, the lion's share really up top of the $30,000 prize pool, $15K going to first, $7,500 for second. That's really what these guys want. But in order to get there, they need to get past one another.
Oh yeah, and they this is not going to be an easy fight, I don't think, for Skillspecs.
No, it's not. You're going up against another beast in Mank. I mean, he's the only player that we have here that didn't drop a single fight throughout group play. And look, as much as, we were talking about Bodhi and, his coaches, some of his PvP practices that he's had, leading up to this tournament, Mike has also been practicing against the best of the best. So he's had top-tier practice coming to this one, and he's got to be feeling on top of the world with all the confidence available to him.
Maybe that, though, however, will be a bit of additional pressure, knowing that everyone believes he's one of the better players here. Obviously going to have some kind of impact on him in terms of, is it something that he thinks about? Is it messing with his head? Is it going to impact his thought process? Whereas Skillspecs might be sitting there kind of thinking, well, everyone just thinks I'm not going to do very well, so I'm going to go ahead and just do my best.
Yeah, sure. Every time you come into a series and you're the one that's expected or favored to win, there's always going to be that little bit of pressure that you have to perform up to those expectations. And when you're the player coming into the series without any expectations, it could take some pressure off of your shoulders because, everybody out there, they're already expecting you to lose, right? So it's not like you're disappointing too many people if you go out there. There you see the crawling hand, a nice pick there. That's actually how he brids, and that's actually how he sets up to hit his F keys.
Yeah, so interestingly, Skillspecs actually plays with the default F key configuration, hence why you see him having to, kind of stretch his hand all the way from escape to F6.
That explains a lot.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting style of play. A lot of people opt for the F keys to be a lot closer, but if any of you have played games before that rely on muscle memory, as soon as you've spent a considerable amount of time doing something one way, trying to change that again is the most irritating thing ever, because you just feel awful because you know that you're bad, but you know that you're not that bad. There's nothing that you can do about it apart from carry on. So you either like it and lump it and just have to put up with it and get better, or you just stick to your interesting habits as Skillspecs is now.
Yep, absolutely that. I mean, you have to take, just around equal amount of time to learn a different configuration. It's funny because during rehearsals, we were kind of all talking amongst one another like, oh, what's your F key setup? What's your F key setup? A lot of people actually have completely different setups.
Yep.
And we're like, oh, your setup's, inefficient. No, your setup's inefficient. So everybody likes their own personal preference. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. If you find one type of setup that works for you, continue to use it. No reason to change.
Exactly. At the end of the day, you just do you and don't worry about anyone else. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that does matter is you.
Yep, and here we go. The countdown has begun. Fight number 1 between Manked Up Mage and Skillspecs is about to begin. Welcome to the quarterfinal match number 2 of the Old School RuneScape All-Stars PvP Championship.
Looking at, once again, the first fight being in the 70 defense category, starting off with 2 strong barrages from both players here, frozen on spot. All 3 attack styles available to them in the position that they're frozen as well.
Well, I mean, Skillspecs is already off to a better start than his first 70 defense fight. He's got the correct +1 in, but that's a big DDS spec coming in through prayer for Manked. 21-12, forcing Skillspecs to tank up, but now it's his turn to deal some damage back.
Does manage to eat back up to full HP. Looks like both players are unfrozen now. Who's going to get the first barrage? It seems to be Skillspecs. In terms of +1s, we're looking at, I believe, the Kodai Wand for Manked Up Mage and the Armadillo Crossbow for Skillspecs as well. Going to see how that plays out for them. That's a really nice bolt hit through prayer as well for 26. That's got to hurt.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Manked, he's been sticking with the Kodai Wand throughout this entire tournament. I believe across all builds as well as his +1. Skillspecs with the ACB, of course, we touched upon that. Nice barrage hit coming out of Manked. Unfortunately, it doesn't free Skillspecs in place. That one should. But another bolt spec through prayer, 21 damage. Skillspecs is getting a little bit fortunate that these bolts are proccing, doing some extra damage. And as it stands, he's only down 1 brew. He's eaten 3 anglerfish. He still has a fighting chance here.
He does indeed. Whilst you have Skillspecs hitting all of these bolt specs, Manked is also having some severe luck hitting those barrages. Almost every single one he's cast so far has managed to hit. Thankfully, Skillspecs has caught a break for a moment. Did manage to step under, but unfortunately, Ice Blitz throws him in place once again.
Yeah, it's that Kodai Wand, that extra magic damage you get from this wand. Helping out Manked here. Trying to fake him out. Trying to get in the damage off of Skillspecs' prayer. Because now Manked, he's going to tank back up. He's also finished chugging 1 full brew, but Skillspecs is down to just 2 sips of his, down to just 6 total anglerfish as well. So both players starting to run a little bit low on supplies.
Seems like Skillspecs is probably saving those last brew doses for when he wants to pop his super combat. Since he only has 1 dose left, it looks like he will double eat now, eat over a 99 HP, and then get his stats back up to the maximum that they can be.
Yep, especially now that he's the one getting DD'd under. This is a decent time to just tank and drink those offensive potions.
Really nice barrage coming out, freezing Manked in place as he steps out to try and deal some damage. Skillspecs now has the opportunity to stand underneath. Is he going to opt to use his potions now, or is he going to hold off and use them to kind of like hide his attack styles?
We'll see. DDS coming out. This is Skillspecs' specialty right here. Anytime you see that dagger in his hands, you know that a big hit could be coming. Also, take a look at Manked. He's sitting at full spec bar as well, so as he looks, well, as he's about to get unfrozen, he should look to try to get some specs in.
Skillspecs currently sitting at more food than Manked, and both with very similar HP levels, 10 HP between them.
Oh. That DDS spec on Robes, not doing any damage. The bolt follow-up, though, 27, not bad.
Skillspecs finally catching the freeze there on Manked, whilst Manked was doing the step-ins and step-unders. Step-unders and outs. Thankfully, he's having an opportunity to kind of like pull himself together. DDS spec in there, 17-0.
Skillspecs is in the lead. He's got 4 anglers left, just 2 on the side of Manked. Still anybody's game right now.
Making sure he's getting the right prayers up as well when he needs them the most. There's often times when they are a little bit wrong. A really nice whip hit as well. Completely unexpected here from Manked, I believe, because Skillspecs hasn't used that whip for so long during this fight.
Manked now just ate his last 2 pieces of food. Skillspecs still has 1 anglerfish left. A crucial moment in the match for Manked. Both players look like they're frozen in place for the time being. But it's looking like Skillspecs, he's got a good chance to take this.
2 really big hits coming in from Manked, though. I believe this is going to be the last of Skillspecs' food. He needs to get some damage in before Manked can just completely steamroll him.
Oh, comes out to
the
the
last
final
hit.
hits. That
Oh,
10
unfortunate.
player with the range. Manked has yet to drop a fight in this tournament, but almost did. His first one against Skillspecs, certainly holding his own, and a much better performance than we saw from him in his first 70 defense fight.
Extremely close fight there between the 2 players. No food left, came down to the last hit, and Skillspecs unfortunately hitting a 0-0 on those specs with the DDS. You can see there, I believe, what was that, 6 damage between them?
Just 6, and 20 barrages connected there for Manked. You see the difference between the splashes as well. 7 splash for Skillspecs, 11 for Manked. And now, coming up as these players start to gear for their 1 defense fight. Unfortunate for Skillspecs, this is Manked's specialty, right? This is the 1v1 specialist on the table. He prefers fighting in the 1 defense setups, so he should be feeling comfortable to close this one out 2-0.
Yeah, but maybe that fight there and how close it got was enough to kind of like make Manked think twice about what he's going to do going into this fight. Maybe before he had a particular strategy of wanting to play a bit risky or, you know, focus more on mage or going for the specs, and maybe he's going to change that around because of how well Skillspecs managed to hold his own.
Oh, potentially, you know, maybe rattling the confidence a little bit. I mean, look, he knows just as well as anybody else how well he performed throughout the group stage and arguably against better opponents than Skillspecs. But the fact that that one was so much closer than some of the other fights, maybe it could be a little bit worrying for Manked. But still, he has the comfortability that, you know, this is his setup coming up next, his build that he wants, he prefers to fight in. So he's always has that kind of comfortability to fall back on.
Yeah, no, completely agree with you on that one. It's going to be a tough matchup for him now, especially being 1 down, going into an unfavorable matchup for him when it is so much, you know, a preference of Manked's. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens. Players currently just getting together their gear, making sure that both are happy to start the fight. As soon as this kicks off, we're going to head straight into the game and find out who is going to be going through to the next semi-finals.
And this player, whoever wins this matchup this series, will face off against Bodhi, so he's probably in the crowd looking on intently, trying to take a look at, you know, what strats, what kind of builds these guys want to bring out. Of course, it would be a rematch for him if Manked wins this one. We saw how that one played out in the group stages, so Bodhi's going to try to make sure that this time around, if they do face off again, it goes a little bit differently.
Very probably, as I think you mentioned before, would favor Skillspecs going into this fight.
One, he wants revenge for that 73 AGS in the past. But I'm sure he would also love to get revenge over on Manked, and I'm sure he probably wants to face off against Skillspecs just because it's a weaker opponent than Manked.
Well, only if Manked ends up winning. Skillspecs is not out of this yet. He still does have a chance to bring it back Seems like they are pretty much at the point of being ready. We should be heading into the game very shortly.
And here we go. Just got word the countdown has begun. The players are loading into the map, and here we go. Welcome to the All-Stars Arena. This might be the last battle we see SkillSpecs fight in throughout this tournament. Let's get it going.
His last chance here of survival and making it through to the semi-finals after having such a good run up to getting to where he is now. Is SkillSpecs going to be good enough to keep himself in this fight for one more round and then hopefully pull through in the 45 defense? Some really nice damage being passed between both players here. SkillSpecs again getting a lot of these bolt procs, even for but a 29-23 from Mankt, amazing damage, followed by 35 barrage, but Mankt's on really low HP. He needs to eat up now. SkillSpecs has done the same.
Both players showing a little bit of risk here, just trading DDS specs back and forth. These Canada and Hard Diaries really paying off for SkillSpecs here. Lots of bolt specs coming out in this current fight, but refreeze call here by Mankt. Back under SkillSpecs on the same tile. Now he's just looking to catch him off prayer.
Fair bit of movement now as both players are unfrozen, and then they're both frozen back in place again. So we're going to see a bit of a back and forth between Magic and Ranged here, and whoever can get the best switches and fakies is going to come out on top of this little altercation we have.
Also important to note the recoil rings that Mankt has brought here. Has a spare one in his inventory, even a Phoenix necklace if things get a little bit dicey towards the end. SkillSpecs also has a Peanut of his own, so a chance to revive some HP if it drops down to 20% of max if they're wearing it. Meanwhile, both players are going to catch a freeze on one another, so it's back to major range for the time being.
We see here now SkillSpecs trying to get in some damage with Blitz in between his Brudos chugging. Whilst his stats are lowered, he can't use the Ice Barrage, so he's opting for the lower level spell, hoping to just get out as much as he can. But Mankt is just really just keeping up the pressure here. Very high hits. Ooh. Wrong prayer there from SkillSpecs. 39 nearly died from a DDS spec. Managed to somehow tank it. 34 HP, and that was unfortunate for him. Not enough in it to keep him in the fight. Mankt just steamrolled him.
Yeah, pretty quick fight there as Mankt closes this one out 2-0. He advances further into the semifinals where he will eventually face off against Bodhi. But we still have 2 quarterfinal matchups left. Here's a look at the post-game stats from that one defense fight. I feel like we're going to see a big difference in the damage dealt.
Yep. Yeah. Nearly twice the amount of damage dealt from Mankt compared to SkillSpecs. One of the stats that's not currently shown on screen, however, is that Mankt is now up 8 games in a row without losing a single fight.
An 8-fight winning streak, especially on a game like RuneScape, it's very impressive. I mean, we talk about how just about anything can happen in this type of environment, in this type of scenario, and Mankt has found a way to stay perfect from group stages on.
Yeah, he really has. He's getting those bonus points. The next fight that we're going to be looking forward to is Mika versus Ditter Bitter.
Ooh. Some more heavy hitters going at it in round 1 of the quarterfinals. Certainly more exciting action to come here at the All-Star PvP Championships. And we still have yet to see Rexy versus MMORPG, which will round out our quarterfinal matchup, and then we can move ahead into the semis.
Straight into the semis, which will kick off things with the first best of 5 series that we're going to see throughout this entire tournament. I still can't believe how that one ended. The amount of damage that Mankt was able to just dish out towards SkillSpecs, especially at the end of that fight, it was just hit after hit after hit. And you saw the moment of regret in SkillSpecs' face as he realized that he just got hit for a huge bolt spec, or bolt hit even, with the wrong prayer. I think his mouth dropped. He almost smashed his own keyboard with his jaw rather than his fist. And yeah, it clearly just showed there that once you are on the back burner of, backpedaling, there's not really much else that you can do. Trying your best to survive, and unfortunately for him, Mankt just managed to pull through with the extra damage and
yeah,
take
without
the win.
a doubt. Especially in those fights more than others, it's all about rhythm. But I just got word that Chris Archie's standing by with both players in that quarterfinal matchup. Let's go ahead and catch up with their thoughts.
Hey guys, we're joined here with SkillSpecs and Mankt straight out of the quarterfinals. SkillSpecs unfortunately taking the loss, but securing yourself at least $500.
No complaints with that, mate.
Well done. And Mankt rather at least $1,500 going forward, potentially even $15 by the end of the night. Mankt, talk to me about those last couple of games.
They were very intense. The 70 defense, Jay truly proved himself. He did awesome. I couldn't DD him much. He was playing it well, and yeah, it was really well played.
Okay. SkillSpecs, what happened?
Well, Mankt is a friend of mine, and I've known him for a while. He watches my streams pretty much every time I eventually turn a stream on. He's a very hard opponent to beat. Yep. And anybody who's going against him, he's 8-0. That's quite intimidating, but I'm happy with how everything went. I'm happy with the people I fought. Still feel kind of bad for Alfie, but he was going to have to fight Mankt anyway, and Mankt's pretty undefeated right now. So thank you for the opportunity.
Of course, he is 8-0. That's definitely worth highlighting again. And you were nearly out very, very early on to a couple of weird mistakes, but you have definitely done well to prove yourself in this tournament. Have you improved much, do you think, during the tournament itself?
Oh yeah, I definitely do think so. I haven't done as much practicing. I considered streaming, PKing only my practice. Maybe could have done with a bit more practice, given the clicks today. But I'm happy with how it went. You know, it's all good, dude. It's all good. I'm happy.
And I really liked how Ian gave Bodhi some words of advice as he goes in further into the competition. Do you have anything you'd like to give to Mank as advice?
I prefer you to Ditter, so just beat Ditter. that's my advice. Just beat. He doesn't need any advice. He knows what he's doing. He PKs with some of the best. So. You know.
And Mank, being 8-0, do you feel the confidence might be getting to your head a little bit?
No, I'm staying level-headed. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. So hopefully it's all okay. Because yeah, if I start getting cocky, I might end up messing up and die early or something crazy like that. So yeah, I'm not gonna go ahead of myself.
That's it. Stay humble and best of luck in the future. So Skill Specs, thanks so much. And Mank, again,
good job, bro.
Good luck. Back to you, Aiza and Revan.
Thank you, Archie, and joining us on the table in a moment, which you'll be able to see, is the wonderful Foe. But before then, let's have a quick look at... Oh, okay, well, we'll go straight into it. Here's Foe, joining us to help alongside myself and Revan casting. Foe, how have you felt so far leading up to the tournament and your performance?
Oh, man. It was a little painful.
Yeah?
You know, it's a new experience for me, so I think everyone was interested to see, an outside perspective on it.
Uh-huh.
Someone that doesn't do a lot of PvP, but it's been fun, it's been a good experience.
Yeah, and do you think PvP is something that you'd want to do more of going forward?
Definitely. I've got a little bit more interest even now.
Okay.
In maybe Deadman mode tournaments, and if you guys have something like this going on again, maybe I need to put a little bit more effort into training for it. But I got to that late and kind of picked up some things, but
yeah,
just the lack of experience really caught up to me here.
Well, I remember watching all your fights. It really felt like each and every fight you got, especially towards the tail end, like you got better, you got more attuned to it. What were some of like the little small things that you were picking up throughout the tournament?
So eventually in the 70 defense fights, I just stopped trying to freeze as much because I just wasn't hitting them.
It's hard, right?
The step unders were one of the hardest parts for me, and I wasn't getting them at first. My clicks were a little shaky, but eventually we picked that up, and I got to get ahead a little bit. In the one defense fights, I just tried to be a little bit more aggressive up front, which helped quite a bit.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to pay off. I touched on just before we showed Foe on screen a graphic of the bracket. If we can switch over to that now and have a look at how it looks so far, given the fact that we know who the first two people going into the semifinals are, Boti and Manked. The next fight that we're going to be looking at is Mika versus Ditter Bitter. And then to finally decide who is going to be the last one joining them in the semifinals, we're going to be looking at Rexy versus MMORPG. Foe, coming into this now, looking at what you've seen, who you fought up against, who's going to take it between Mika and Ditter Bitter?
This is going to be tough, but I think Ditter's going to take this one. And Mika's been great this tournament so far, but Ditter's got so many tricks up his sleeve that he just really hasn't shown people. He plays a different way than everyone else I've seen so far. He likes different things. He likes to change it up and pull out something you're not going to expect. Plus, I've noticed he mages a lot more than some of the other opponents do. And you've seen that with Bodhi take advantage of that. He really, really just has destroyed with some of his mage hits, except his fights where he's splashed 90% of it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting one when you are favoring a particular attack style that isn't the most accurate, unfortunately. So would you say then in this one, Mika is your vote?
I think Ditter's my vote. I think he's going to take it. I think it's going to be close. I think it'll be a 2-1 here.
Okay, interesting.
Well, Foe actually matched up against Ditter in their own group, so he felt the wrath of Ditter at his own hands. But I'm a huge fan of Mika, man. I had a chance to kind of warm up against him a little bit. I feel like this is going to be a very close battle. I'm going to go with Mika just because me and Ditter Bitter, we've been on the opposing end of many clan rivalries. So just for my own sake, I can't go behind his corner.
Well, Mika with his Deadman run, he's certainly proved himself in the past. He's shown that he really does have what it takes to fight at this level.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, especially across all gear caps, right? 70 defense, 1 defense, 45. I think we could all agree here that we're hoping for a very close and contested fight, and I really think it could be anybody's game here.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to get a very close and contested fight between these two. Very proficient in their respective kind of categories. 70 defense for Mika, 1 defense for Ditter Bitter. I am going to go and side with Foe. Not because I think Ditterbitter is the better player, but more because I don't want to go against someone that could probably crush my head in a headlock. So I'm playing it safe and going to keep him close friend.
Fortunately for me, I've been hitting the gym a little bit, so I might be able to defend myself, but 2-on-1, I can't take both of you at the same time.
Hopefully you won't need to, because we'll end up winning and you'll be the one that'll be running away crying because you chose the wrong player.
All right, anyways, as we look ahead towards this quarterfinal matchup, I know there's a lot of little intricate rules that we have here at the PvP All-Stars. But when you're kind of looking at all these different builds, how did you approach choosing what +1 you're going to take into the arena?
So the +1s, as someone that's less experienced, I didn't want to get too overboard with trying to really surprise my opponent. I wanted to do something that could deal consistent damage, which is why I stuck with the ACB. And that's what I did with all of my categories. It didn't work out for me, so maybe that wasn't the best idea. I've noticed that some of the guys that are taking the Kodai wand are really, really getting ahead with mage hits, and catching those freezes has been so integral in their success. So maybe that's a pretty decent idea. But we've seen some interesting strategies with Bodhi really switching up the +1s outside of what anyone else has really considered. So hopefully we see a little bit more variety moving forward here.
Oh, I could definitely get on board with that. I saw Bodhi bring out the SGS, the AGS, the Heavy Ballista for 45. So seeing a little bit of everything. I was hoping to see a little bit more Dragon Claws. I know that's a bit more fond of a +1 to take outside of these tournament environments.
I don't know if I've seen that once yet, huh?
I saw it once, but it was like for a last place match between Skidler and Framed, one that really didn't matter.
Yeah, they went for a little bit of fun and decided in the last game to just put whatever they had and they wanted to use. So yeah, we saw the Dragon Claws. Didn't get to see them in action though, because he fell before he could finish off using his second spec. Maybe that will change though in these tournaments going ahead, because as we do move into the semi-finals, it's going to be a best of 5. Players do have a little bit more, room to breathe and try out different tactics, switch things up a little bit, and maybe throw their opponent off as well. Especially if it's someone they've fought before, they might think, okay, I know their strategy, I know what they're going to go into or in with, I know what I'm going to go against them with. And well, next thing you know, there's an AGS in your face and you haven't ate enough food to heal against the damage you got dealt.
Oh, without a doubt. And now, Fo, that you've watched all these fights, you touched upon it that you felt like the Kodai might be a better pick. If you were to enter another one of these tournaments or another one of these fights, is that your +1? Is that what you would switch to?
I don't know. I've seen Bodhi do some interesting things. In his fight with Framed, I think, he was doing some farcasting, which it was out of ACB range, or it seemed to be at least, so they were just both maging, and he had that advantage because he was going up against a Aram staff, which just wasn't as powerful. So it could definitely play off. I think in the future, if I did it again, I might try to bring something with a little bit more KO potential.
Okay.
Because since I can't outlast as well, maybe I need to rely on that a little bit with my lack of PvP experience.
Yeah, I saw you tried to bring Darox in one of your fights at the end there.
That was a fight that didn't really matter as much, so let's have some fun with it. It didn't work.
I could get on board with that, but I just got word that it's time to take a look at the next players come up for this quarterfinal matchup. Ditterbitter going up against Mika.
Versus Ditterbitter.
What a lovely little walk onto the stage there from those two players, and a very quick sneak peek into Fo getting his microphone cable securely attached to his back. Oh dear. Yeah, this fight is going to be very interesting. I think we have two favourites for Ditterbitter on the analyst desk here, and yourself, Revan, being the odd one out and going for Mika.
It's a brave decision. We'll see how it works.
Yeah, hopefully we're right, Fo, because I hate being wrong. I am quite a few times, but we just try and forget about it.
Well, I don't want to feed Ditter's ego too much. We've seen some of that this time, and he seems pretty sure of himself. So I actually wouldn't, I wouldn't be too upset seeing an upset on this one.
No, I mean, I wouldn't either. I always love it when, egos get shattered. And the whole point of All-Stars PvP Championship was that those egos were going to get shattered. And it seems like so far, some people's maybe have. I had a quick chat with Kevin after, whilst we had this little interval in between me absolutely ramming pizza into my mouth because I was so hungry. But Framed actually came to me, and he was very confident beforehand, and he actually turned around and said, at the end of the day, I did what I could. I think Nerves got the best of me, but in this moment, the better man won. And I was just like, wow, okay, you're meant to be telling me that you're furious, that you lost with 1 HP, that you didn't choose the recoil, but there's none of that.
I think he really proved himself. He proved a lot of people wrong there that didn't really think that he was up to Bodhi's standard. And those first fights, watching those was something else, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, they died at the same time.
It doesn't get closer than that.
But here we go. The countdown has begun. It's time to enter the second quarter, or the third quarterfinal match, sorry, of the Old School RuneScape All-Stars PvP Championship as Mika faces off against Bitter Bitter.
Straight away, each player is going to be looking to try and freeze the opponent. Both opting to go for magic as their first hit. Mika manages to get the first freeze against Bitter and is opting to stand under instantly. Unfortunately, though, Bitter does get a really good timed freeze against Mika, now freezing them in place side by side one another.
So it does look like Mika did opt to choose the ACB this time against Ditter's mage, bonus with his Kodai wand. He's again gone with that, which has worked pretty well against his opponents so far, me included.
Ditter also using the same shield switch as before.
Absolutely. So he wants that offensive bonus. He wants to get the freezes. He wants to step under. That's something he does very well. Also, Mika already dumping all 4 specs against Ditter, who has 3 of 4 already gone. They're trying to get that damage out early so they can try to get ahead in this fight.
Ditter's managed to pull out some serious numbers with that crossbow of his without even needing the ACB. I think actually the ACB might work out quite well for Mika given the fact that Ditter opted to go for the crystal shield, so it does have Heightly Slide defense against that. We said before when we saw him that the player should be trying to avoid using ranged against it because, well, it's not going to do so well, but maybe it doesn't matter when Ditter just tries to poke Mika in the eye with that wand.
Oh, without a doubt. If you could get as many range hits on the ward as possible, that's going to be your best bet. The Crystal Shield designed for just negating as much range damage as possible. And look, I'm a huge fan of the Elven weaponry. Personally, I love the Crystal Bow, but none of the players are obviously going to use it in this type of scenario.
An interesting setup here. Ditter opted to not go with the Dragon Defender. He's gone both the Malediction Switch with the Crystal Shield, so those specs aren't going to be as impressive for him, and maybe that's why he's going to sit a little bit more on Mage and range this fight.
That's a good shout as well. Obviously, with the higher tier gear, like you see in Mika's inventory, he has that option of the Dragon Defender, also with the whip hit as well, but he's got to get within melee damage. And where he talked about it, Ditter, he loves to barrage his opponents, loves to keep them frozen in place and create some space between them, right? You see it with Bodhi's fights all the time, just like in his one defense, where he stacks the Staff of Light with the Occult Necklace, just trying to create distance. And then, obviously Ditter's proficient with the switches, right? He could one-tick barrage really well, and that's where he tries to create advantages over his opponents.
Yeah, and Ditter is really doing a good job at the moment of making sure that he catches those freezes on Mika the moment that he steps out. So whilst Ditter is frozen at disadvantage, he just puts Mika back in the exact same position. And every single time it's happened to him now, he's just been able to counter it.
And that was a great 37 by Mika there. Both of these guys are keeping their spec completely drained. They want to get all of that DPS in. And it looks pretty even so far. 1 or 3 brew doses left for Ditter Bitter with nearly 2 brews for Mika left, both about 4 or 5 anglerfish left. Pretty close fight here. Haven't seen as many step unders as I would have expected, but now we're starting to see it by Mika.
It's funny, it's almost like the...
Oh, wow!
And the KO!
At the end!
Off the prayer, well done.
Bitter best chuckle because, well, I think we've said this now 3 times. You cannot die if you eat food.
It's a good strategy. I think that's the first time I've seen Ditter drop before he was up. He hasn't died much this tournament, but that was an interesting KO there. Mika definitely taking the advantage on the damage done there.
Definitely interesting. That one's got to hurt a little bit, especially Ditter Bitter being as confident as he has been leading up to this point now, to then die to something, because like for many of us, I would definitely nowhere near have any chance of being anywhere where they are right now. But for players of this kind of skill, forgetting to eat when you have so much food is a pretty big mistake.
Oh, without a doubt. And I was about to say before we saw that KO happen, it's almost like the opposite of the gear was coming true for these players. It seemed like even though Ditter was stacking for that mage attack bonus, Mika was catching the majority of the freezes. And we touched upon that Ditter didn't have the Dragon Defender, comes out with the DDS spec, and it hits like a 36 with one of the whacks. So it's definitely a bit of a weird fight, but Mika comes out on top. Maybe nerves setting in here for Ditter Bitter, as now you're going up against the top tier competition here, and you're playing for even more money.
And this time he knows all eyes are on him. It's not 4 people on stage this time, so the cameras are going to be on him. This is his first event that he's played on stage. It might get to him a little bit here. Mika has some of the Deadman experience. He's been in these championship situations before, so he's got a little bit experience up on him there.
Look at his face, man. The look of a cold-blooded killer. Not surprised at all. Doesn't seem nervous at all. Seems calm as ever. And now as we look ahead towards the 1 defense 1, this is where, Ditter should be feeling pretty comfortable, but I fought against Mika early on during rehearsals to warm up. He's certainly proficient with the 1 defense switches. I mean, he mopped the floor with me.
It was interesting.
I still expect Ditter to take a Kodai here, just because I haven't seen him use much of the ACB. In the 1 defense fight, he's still going to stick with his Dragon Dagger. That's done very well for him. I found that out firsthand. Mika, I'm not sure what he's been using in his 1 defense rounds. Do you guys remember that?
I'm pretty sure he's been using a Kodai for one defense, if I remember correctly, right? So the thing is, I'm not sure if you've been hearing us on the desk, but across all builds, like all the diaries are active. So with Candor and Hard, you get 10% bolt spec in these PvP scenarios. I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing so many specs get procced. And you don't really need to bring that ACB on a one defense build because you're always doing damage. It feels like no matter what style you have out, you're always doing damage, you're always dealing one. I feel like the recoilers are going to have a big impact here. Ditter, looks like he's going to be bringing a ring switch again. I'm not sure if he has a Berserker ring equipped now or if it's just 2 recoils, but he also has the Sour Sword. He brought that out in the last fight too.
Not only that, but you see that Ditter opted to take the Phoenix necklace this time, which Mika does not have. He brought a additional potion, or what did he do? He brought one more switch instead, actually.
Yeah, he's also using the ACB for his +1.
ACB and Occult against the Kodai and Stara Sword for Ditter Bitter.
So that's the first time I've seen Ditter use a Sarah Sword this tournament so far.
Wonder if it's going to pay out for him. If you're just tuning in and you're unfamiliar with where we are at the moment, you can head over to OSRSAllstars.com/standings to keep up with all of the recent results. This fight currently is the second fight of the quarterfinals, third match within that group. We'll be moving on to the semifinals as soon as we've got all of these out of the way. Currently, Ditter Bitter seems to be taking the lead against Mika here, making Mika eat a lot of food very early on.
Interesting point here. You see Ditter's already used some Cerebrews, and it looks like he did forget to use a Super Combat Pot. So he actually dumped a spec there that might have been a little bit less powerful than it should have been if he would have remembered to do so.
Yeah, sometimes you take control of the pace early on in the fight and you want to save, all 4 doses so you won't sit 1 super combat at the start of the fight because you're not expecting to go in with melee. So maybe it's just that situation. He caught the first freeze, saw an opportunity to go for the DDS spec, went with it, but unfortunately just forgot to pot up. And also one thing I noticed is, notice when Mika does damage, there's no recoil effect from Ditter. So he hasn't swapped over to the recoil. He's got a main ring on and he's not really swapping between the two.
He actually, I think he just put his second recoil on, so he might have brought one from the previous round, but he forgot to break it, so it might have only had maybe 4 or 6 damage left on it before it broke, based on his last round. That's not going to automatically reset between these. So
That's
it's just a misstep from him. We see that Mika's out of brews here. He does still have 1 Bastion potion, so he's going to get the range pot out of that. And Mika down to 3 Anglerfish, 2 now. A little bit behind in this fight, but he still does have 1 spec up. You could still see that out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's really going to have to hope for a decent freeze, a nice step under potentially with that spec to follow up, and hoping that Ditter Bitter just uses the wrong prayers, because at the moment he's now completely out of food. Ditter Bitter still has 2 anglers, a full brew left as well as a super combat potion and his Phoenix necklace.
You need to see Mika get a freeze here and step under. He's out of food, he's out of specs here, so he really does need to try to do something, and that's going to do it for him.
Unfortunately for Mika, he falls at the second before last hurdle against Ditter Bitter. That is his tournament running, I believe, over, given the fact that wait, Mika won the first one.
1-1, homie.
Yeah, I just saw it on the screen. I've done it again. It's not over. He's got another fight to go. It's 45 defense.
Yeah, the pressure's on Ditter Bitter to win that fight and force this third and final matchup. And I'd say, when we're talking about nerves, these pure fights are probably one of the more nerve-wracking ones you could have. You're always taking damage. You gotta keep constant checks on your HP, your gear, making sure you get your defensive prayers right. There's a lot of information that you need to process and make sure that you're executing properly. So Ditter Bitter will force this third and final matchup, and we'll see who progresses to the semifinals shortly. 135 difference between the damage between both these players as well. This time, Ditter, though, want to make sure that you bring in a fresh recoil off the bat. Certainly something that could help out. And Ditter just did a great job of just controlling the fight, getting those specs out early on. Even though he wasn't super combated for one, I feel like if you see the opportunity, you might as well go for it. It's 1 defense at the end of the day. It's still
and it could be that he's holding on to that super combat pot just to hide a spec. You never know. But it does look like he did drop one there without doing so he might have just forgot it. If he doesn't remember to switch out that recoil this time, again, he's only going to have about 10 or 20 damage on that, so that's going to be a disadvantage there. Because that's 2 food, basically, that's going to take out over the course of a whole fight if no one gets a KO. That's a huge difference.
Oh, absolutely. And free damage is the best kind of damage you can do in these fights. I mean, while you're just sitting there tanking, at least you're doing some damage back. And if you can force someone to brew down, that means that they can't barrage, at least for the time being. So upcoming later on in that sequence, you'll have a chance to move around and not worry about getting frozen.
Yeah, it really is all about that early game and getting the advantage from there, especially with a really good point that you mentioned that we've not really touched on before is that, Saradar and Brews will reduce your stats, and by doing that, it means that you can't use Barrage. Often the players will use Blitz, but if they've double Brudo up, for example, they might not be able to use any spells, and at that point, you're only having to worry about 1 attack style, which is ranged, because you're going to keep it at a distance from them anyway. So you might see more players try and utilize that a bit more often, maybe try and force their opponents down into brewing, but it all comes down to the hits at the end of the day. If they don't get them, they don't need to eat, and you don't have that advantage.
So because of that, we actually might see the ACB back in this round, probably from Mika. Ditter, yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to go with here, but I still expect him to have that mage bonus set here.
We're going to find out in the next few seconds. Just before we get into the game, a very interesting and fun fact for you. RuneScape is actually older than Ditter.
So
they both go with ACB this time.
Book. Bringing the Dragon Sword in. And yeah, ACB +1 for both these guys.
Straight away hitting the fight off. Not managing to catch a freeze on either opponent. One started to go with ranged. Now we are looking at one freeze from Mika against Ditter. And unfortunately for him again, Ditter just manages to get that freeze again on Mika. So there's no advantage here in terms of step unders. They're both side by side.
So they both drop a couple specs. Even though both had Prey melee up, they do want to get some damage in and hopefully get the advantage in this fight. They're going to keep a couple of those to see if they can catch him off of Prey melee in the future. But at least both of them wanted to get some of that out of the way. And he catches them in robes there on range spray. That was a great opportunity, just 0-0 there.
However, all three of those specs from there without that super combat pot active, so maybe the potential to hit
and again,
some more damage.
Yep.
Now, interesting to note, the Dragon's Sword does have a special attack, so it's going to make it much easier for Ditter to be able to switch into that DDS and get that one-tick special that Mika's just unfortunately not going to be able to get unless he goes from ranged into melee using that ACB. Bodhi touched on it during a post-game interview earlier on. Yeah, it's really important. Weapons that don't have a spec bar mean that you have a one-tick delay before that spec bar appears when you do switch to a weapon. So your special attacks are a little bit slower. A really nice 50 bolt coming through.
And that's those Opal Dragon Bolts coming into action. There are a little bit of additional damage from that.
Mika's certainly behind now in food. Look at how much Anglerfish Ditter has left to play. Just all the hits going in its favor. Catches the freeze as well. Looking to get the range hit off Prayer. That one connects as well, 27. Mika's just taking damage from every style Ditter's throwing at him.
It looks like he does have the freeze here, so Ditter's not going to be able to step under. That's what he wants here, and that's going to keep him ahead in this fight. Neither of them still with special attacks, so they have to sit here and basically just try to fake him out, try to catch him on the wrong prayer, or just sit back and hope.
Mika has an opportunity now to actually finally move around. Ditter still seems to be frozen for the next second or two, and there he is out there straight away with DDS spec on robes. Right prayer doesn't hit enough though.
Mika frozen here, so he can't get his out. He does have 30% again, so he has that opportunity if he can get Ditter close enough, but he needs to catch a freeze. If he can do it now, he's going to get unfrozen, and he's going to be able to step under Ditter to hopefully get back ahead in this fight. But it's going to be so hard to catch up at this point.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nerve-wracking to put on robes, especially when your opponent's just freely moving around, but you gotta take the risk, try to catch the freeze, and now Mika completely out of food, and it seems like Ditter hasn't really eaten much.
Notices that Ditter's full health there, and his only opportunity here is really to hit that DDS spec, and actually he takes the risk there anyways.
Yeah,
and he's not gonna be able to
knows
catch
this,
up on
and
this
you can
one.
just see he's protected from melee the whole time. It's the only way he's going to be able to get killed out, and he can now just sit here and AFK ranged.
Hands off the keyboard.
That's it.
Dab to finish
the
it off.
disrespect at the end.
Well, Ditter clearly showing his age on stage. Bless him though. Really, really good fight from him, managing to completely dominate Mika. A little note just came up on screen that Ditter has been disqualified for dabbing.
I was about to say, we should be queued for that 100%.
Oh, wait, hold on. It's been finished off with a winky face. I think it was a joke. We're all right. Ditter is still in it. He's going to go through to the semi-finals. We've got one more match after this, which is the...
Oh, no.
Well, that was a really awkward replay there, Ditter. You're never going to live that one down.
Well, you can't say Ditter absolutely did demolish that round. 590 damage versus, I think, what was around 240 for Mika. So just didn't have it there. As we predicted, 2-1 for Ditter there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Revan, you were wrong. We were right. No.
Happens.
Yeah, it does.
I got more matches to predict.
Well, not that many. The next fight is going to be Rakesy against MMORPG.
And both of these guys have surprised quite a bit. Curtis being known as an Iron Man, but he does have a 45 defense PvP pass. He's really shown his skill here in this tournament.
Yeah, not only just in this tournament, but throughout his entire history/career of RuneScape, with all the deadmans that he's been to, very much well placed in the finals as well.
Yep.
And yeah, really did so good in his group stages, I don't think anyone predicted. That being said, however, we're going to move over to Archie, who is on the stage currently with Ditter and Mika. We're going to hear some words from them and hopefully hear what that dab was all about.
Hey guys, we're joined with the quarterfinalists. We have Mika and Ditter walking away with the win. You had a bit of a shaky start, risked it a little bit too low. What happened in that first match?
All my other main fights, I had to start right from the beginning, and this time I was obviously losing, and I just choked. I didn't eat my food, and he KO'd me with like a 42. And then for the pure fight, I'm like, well, if I lose that, I'm done. So I used the ACB in my last pure fight versus Torvesta, but I thought if I can get the DDs down, I can control the fight, so I chose the Kodai for this one. Obviously, it worked. Then the Zerker fight, I was just feeling it. I was in my element. I don't think I had like a lot of anglerfish left. I was pretty happy with my performance in that Zerker fight.
Yeah, you were absolutely snowballing in that Zerker fight. And for the one def pure fight, you did really well to maintain your composure, of course. Getting knocked out in the quarters, rather, is not something we're used to seeing, of course. And everybody here kind of having a good time, enjoying that, cheering you on. You did really well to maintain your composure in that next fight. Mika, you won the first fight. Do you think that it affected your performance in the next fight?
Not at all. I was pretty confident fighting Dieter. And yeah, I don't know, like the main fight was just fine. I was just feeling it, like he said, in his 2 fights. And then the pure came, and I kind of didn't land anything. Anything I tried, everything didn't work. So then that was over. I think he got a nice snowball out of that. And then in my Zerg fight, I'd actually like to see the statistics. I think I maybe landed 1 barrage, maybe 2. I'm not sure. I just kept getting 52 XP drops, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I'm pretty happy with my performance. Dieter Bitter is probably going to go really far. So I'm happy with that.
You've won yourself at least 500, Dieter Bitter winning at least 1,500 going forwards. You guys played really phenomenally this tournament, so well done to the 2 of you. And from there on, we move on to Aiza, Revan, and Foe, I believe, to take it away as we move into the last quarterfinals, where we've got 1 more left. Anyways, take it away, guys.
That is indeed the last quarterfinal that we're moving on to very shortly, which is Racey versus MMORPG. Thank you for that, Chris. Mod Archie, just want to clear up a few things that you touched on there. Actually, those that fell in the quarterfinals are going to get hold of $200, and those that make it through to the semifinals get $500. I think you might be 1 stage ahead, but it's not too big of a problem. I've said much worse.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
You absolutely have throughout this entire tournament. But look, it's been a long day, a long broadcast so far. We just got past midnight here. We've been broadcasting since 5 p.m., going on nearly 7 hours straight. And we got 1 final quarter matchup to get through before we move on to the semis. We have Rexy going up against MMORPG. Rexy, he was a substitute coming into this one. He wasn't necessarily supposed to be in this one, but he took out C Engineer, earned his spot in his group. And his all-star rifle is actually sitting on the desk with us right now.
Yeah, this is still going to be one that I'm a little salty about. I was looking forward to my Sick Nerd fights, and when I found out that it was going to be one of these 2 guys, you know, my hope kind of drained a little bit. These guys have a lot more experience than Sick Nerd. Rexy's been a tri-bred for 10 years now.
Ooh.
And a lot of that wasn't only old school, obviously. He got his name in RS3, but he really does stick with this. He was actually my Deadman Mansion partner last year. I know that he knows what he's doing, and I was a little worried when I found out he was the one that I was fighting.
And funnily enough, in his group, he was actually one of the players who took down Dieter Bitter. So if he takes down MMORPG, he gets that rematch as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because the next player who goes through from this is going to face against Dieter Bitter in the semi-finals. Obviously, we're going to also see Boaty against Manked, one of the other semi-final matches. Really interesting one here. Obviously, we've mentioned many times now, Racey actually replaced the Sick Nerd. Managed to pull himself through all of those group stages to where he is now. MMORPG, however, probably even more of an interesting story. Being primarily an Iron Man, sits there for very long times camping particular monsters till he gets all of the stuff that he needs from them, but has spent the last few weeks hardcore grinding PvP.
I watched this guy kill Corporal Beast for what seems like a year straight. Every single morning, waking up, going right back into the cave.
Hold on, Revan. Don't mention the Corporal Beast.
Oh, you don't have to do that to me, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. I forgot.
Okay. Do you know how we're saying about saying bad things? I think you just topped it there.
We're supposed to be friends here. You know that, right?
Yeah. We know.
That's it for me on the broadcast, guys.
He comes over, he helps us cast, and you just want to shut him down just like that.
Can't win today. Just can't win today. Not even on stage.
I didn't mean to kick you while you were down. I apologize.
That's all right.
So looking at these 2 players, in terms of moving on, I'm probably I'll give you my prediction first. I actually think it's going to go towards the way of Rexy. I do think it's going to go 2-1, however. I believe that MMORPG will win the first fight, even though Rexy likes the semi-defense. I think Curtis will take that, and then the last 2 fights will be his.
So I'm going to go a little bit against you here. I think based on my experience from fighting Rexy earlier today, when I almost had somewhat of an edge in the 1 defense fight, I think Curtis is going to take the first one. Rexy's going to take or actually the other way around. Rexy's going to take the 70 defense. Curtis is going to take the 1 defense, and then we're going to see it go to the 45 defense. I have no idea how that's going to go.
Interesting.
Man, both of you were right with your prediction last. I don't know who I should side with in this one.
Now we're both different. What are you going to do?
Since I kind of just trashed Paul, I'm going to go with him.
That's a good idea.
I'm going to go with
That's a
Rexy.
good plan.
Rexy's going to take this one.
Okay, interesting. Well, hopefully we'll find out what's going to happen with that fight very soon. For those of you that haven't already, do check out osrsallstars.com/standings for all of the information regarding the tournament, how we got to where we are now, who's beat who, by which scores exactly, and then also keep an eye on that going forward. Make sure as well you head over to Twitter and drop OSRS PvP a follow. There's a lot of information about all of our players, just like Foe here, a lot of their information in terms of their streams, their Twitch, their YouTube, and everything like that. Do make sure you drop them a follow as well.
And remember, it's Foe_freedom.
There you go. Also, in case you're wondering, at RevanJB, go give us a follow. Thank you.
Well,
you don't have to follow. I use it. No one really cares.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last Edman, I asked for followers because I needed to hit 10K. I hit 10K. I'm happy now. Thank you, everyone. You guys just do you. Follow whoever you want, but make sure you do follow the PvP participants, please.
But I'm excited to get this quarterfinal matchup. I think whenever we talk about Curtis, just like we were saying a little bit before, a lot of people underestimate him just because he's an Iron Man and plays all sorts of different other content, but he always makes it far in the Deadman tournaments, has good performances in the 1v1, so let's not underestimate him here. I think he's certainly going to put up a fight. I just favor Rexy. I feel like Rexy's a little bit quicker with his switches, kind of plays a little bit more mind games against his opponents, and does a better job at catching people off of prayer.
Well, maybe he's done his research a little bit because it was an AGS spec that took down Curtis when he was far ahead in the last Deadman tournament. And if he brings that in the 70 defense round, that might bring some bad memories there. We might see Curtis shake a little bit.
That also brings up some of the previous fights I remember now Curtis fighting. He's also another one that likes to risk it a little bit. Sometimes, you know, he sees an advantage in the fight, knows that he's up in food on his opponent, but he just won't eat for some reason. He just kind of lets his HP sit a little bit low.
Sometimes you got to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, that's true.
It could bite you, though.
Yeah, just like we've seen many times before. Never. Well, sometimes it's okay to risk it for the biscuit, but in a situation like this, you might as well just push the advantage. You know, eat up, play it a little bit safe, and just like I keep saying, if you eat your food and you stay near max HP,
you're not going to die.
You're not going to die. I definitely wouldn't be taking any risks if I was in their position, but let's face it, I never would be. But I do think that it's important to keep your HP very high, especially when you have got that upper hand. It is a difficult decision to make, I imagine, in the moment where you've essentially got to say, do I literally stop all momentum now, as Foe touched on, to make sure that I stay safe, or do I just carry on going? Because the further that I go and the more hits that I get, the less my opponent is going to be able to deal back to me anyway. And that advantage really can just snowball out of control. We've seen it in so many fights now where the first few hits determine the rest of it entirely.
And I think a lot of what depends on that is catching that freeze. If you catch the freeze, you're losing momentum a little bit, you step under, you've got a full chance to heal when you're not trading for damage, you're not taking that damage back. You can get the bruise in, so it doesn't really matter that you're dropping your stats. Even though, you know, it's nice to brew and be able to attack between hits, which you can't do with the anglerfish, it does give you that opportunity to catch up, kind of, you know, collect yourself and see if you can grab that again.
Yeah, for sure. So we are now going to be looking at the players that are going to be heading up into the next and final quarterfinal match, Rexy versus MMORPG. Let's see them head up onto the stage.
MMORPG versus
MMORPG just ready and raring to go to the point that he's forgetting to stand center stage, just wants to get straight over to his PC, start warming up. He definitely is focused. Just before we go in to talk about these players, there's one thing I wanted to do. It's been on my mind for the last few minutes now. We shouted out Mod West for the arena design. We've shouted out ESL for the production. I do want to give a quick shout out to Mod Surma for doing these fantastic voiceovers that you're hearing, as well as the background music, I believe, is a rendition that he put together. And also, let's not forget all of the fantastic Jagex staff members that have helped make All Stars a reality, all of the work that's gone on behind the scenes, the development of it, the testing, all of the work from artists as well. And then everyone that has just actually been together in terms of making sure that it happened logistically. So it's the first time we've really done anything of this kind of scale. We've got people in from all over the world, Hong Kong, you know, America, England, Australia as well. There's, it's been absolutely crazy, and I think they've done an incredible job. I'm so grateful to be in the position that I am and being able to cast such an amazing event as this. Thank you as well to everyone that is currently at home and watching. I hope you're enjoying the show. Please do tweet me afterwards. Let me know what your best moments were. You don't have to follow me, though.
And thank you guys for not only bringing me here, but bringing me up on stage as well, and to the caster's booth here.
Oh, you're helping us out.
Yeah,
you're helping us
welcome.
out way more. It's
We
been
get to
a long
rest
day.
our voices for a little while, even though that's rare coming from me. I'm the kind of guy that just loves to talk. But no, I do appreciate it. You're doing a fantastic job, Foe. You're a natural.
And here we go, the final quarterfinal match of the day. Rakesy faced up against MMORPG. Winner advances to the semifinals to face off against Bitter Bitter. Let's get it going.
Right away, MMORPG going in for the freeze against Rakesy. Does manage to catch it. Is going to start using those step unders. Rakesy not having good luck with getting the freeze back onto MMORPG. Unfortunate. He needs a bit of that, bitter magic.
Yes, he does, and both would like to bring the ACB this time. We're going to see some early specs. Rakesy has been not as quick to drop his in most of his fights. Not only that, we see some different helmets here. Curtis ended up going with the Nezi helm, MMORPG, whereas Rakesy has opted for the Varrock helm, which I'm not sure why he wanted to choose that one. A little bit more prey bonus, but if he went with the Guthan or the Torag, he's going to get 6 more range defense bonus out of that, which is so important in these fights so far. Everyone's opting for that ACB, and you really need that.
Especially considering that they have 99 prayer on these accounts. I don't think the prayer bonus is certainly as worth it, but I do think the helmet looks cooler.
Absolutely.
Maybe a little bit of fashion skate.
He definitely does. Maybe he just wanted to go in here looking his best, feeling absolute confident as he could do, and then it's going to hopefully give him the ability to switch better and take his opponent down with style.
So Rakesy unfrozen here, and Curtis is a little bit low on his health. MMORPG is going to risk some specs here, and there's one. He's probably going to double spec, and there it is. He almost takes him down to 3 HP.
MMORPG, please do not forget to eat. It is the most important part of staying alive.
This is exactly what we brought up coming into this one. Sometimes MMORPG likes to risk it a little bit too much, but while Rakesy was doing all that damage, he wasn't eating and tanking up himself. So as Curtis was able to stabilize, now it's his turn to deal some damage, forcing Rakesy to eat some of his supplies as well. Take a look at the total angler and brew count. You see MMORPG with 8 total anglers left versus the 9 total on the side of Rakesy. So a little bit more food in the side of Rakesy.
And Frozen right next to him, he does have the opportunity here to get those DDS specs, which is tough to do when your opponent's walking under you, but it can be done if he's going to step out of melee or if he's not taking those diagonals on the range hits to try to keep away from your melee hits. So Curtis could take a little bit of an advantage here from the step unders, but their Rakesy steps back a little bit to try to avoid that.
MMORPG catching a really nice freeze here as well, just as his freeze actually decided to end, so he's jumping straight back into staying on top of him. Rakesy, however, though, did deal a lot of damage during those, there's few back and forths between the two of them, whilst he managed to keep MMORPG frozen. MMORPG, yet again, staying down on low health, has finally decided to eat back up now, currently running away, a little bit of staff bash in the back of the head, only deals a little bit of damage though, and we're probably waiting now for the next freeze from each player.
I'm not sure what's going on with Rakesy here. Just kind of ran back and forth across a few tiles. I'm not sure if he was brewed down or something, but couldn't get that barrage cast out. Maybe it's because MMORPG was moving around a lot that you just couldn't track him with his mouse. Either way, can't catch that freeze. Both players stood next to each other right now, just trying to get that next freeze, as we've seen throughout all these fights, so that they can step under
right
one another.
next to each other as well. Both have spec right now, so you got to watch out for the melee here. There goes MMORPG dropping his.
0-0 on protect from melee with tank. Decent call out there from Rakesy to see that was one coming. He's now got the upper hand in terms of spec. He'll get 50% before MMORPG does, but he needs to start using them and finding those opportunities to bring it out.
Once again, MMORPG got a little bit dangerously low on HP there. Rakesy, a little bit unfortunate that he wasn't connecting on those whip hits, even though that they were off prayer. But now Curtis, MMORPG, he's down to his last 2 anglerfish. Still 4 remaining on Rakesy, but he's only got 2 brew steps compared to the 6 left on MMORPG. So more combo potential here for MMORPG, but he has 1 super combat, 2 doses of Bastion left, whereas Rakesy, he only has that super combat left. So if he wants to brew down, he'll only be able to boost back up his melee stats.
Which, with as much of a ACB, changes things in these fights, that's really going to affect him quite a bit. He's going to have to utilize those step unders and probably, sit a little bit more mage damage more often, which he does do. He has drank those Cerebrews there. Watching out for Curtis's spec. Both of them have 1 spec right now. And Curtis and MMORPG and Rakesy both a little bit even on anglerfish, but Curtis has now taken the lead with Cerebrews, a little bit better on supplies right now.
Of course, as I just mentioned, he can brew down and restore it back up, and then boost up his offensive stats again, both melee and range. Both players now looking to catch a freeze, trying to trap Rakesy in the corner. And dangerously low on HP. He's got food to use. down to 3. Fortunately,
he catches a freeze, so he does get to catch up a little bit here. He's going to go ahead and fully brew up probably 2 more doses at least before he restores his stats back up. Try to catch himself up. He does have the advantage here. He's frozen Grixie underneath him, and he looks like he's going to open with this DDS on the range prey, and it does somewhat pay off, just not too powerful.
Really unnecessary risk being taken there by MMORPG, falling down to 3 HP. Could have seen him out of the fight, especially when he had as an advantage of food. Just please use it. Make sure that you're not going to see yourself fall for something that you shouldn't need to.
At this point, both players almost entirely out of food. MMORPG has 1 more dose of brew, but that's not going to do too much for him. Both are going to try to catch the freeze and step under because this is a crucial part of the fight here.
Absolutely, and you can see here Rexy opting to use ranged, whilst MMORPG has Protect from Magic constantly up. Is this going to be the freeze that's going to determine the rest of the fight? Who's going to catch it? It looks like the freeze goes out to MMORPG.
Seems like it was almost like 7 splashers between them. Cumulative.
So we'll see if we see the fakies there, and there it is from MMO. He's going to try to get Rexy to switch his prey over to Mage so he can get the strong range hit, and he might actually end up dropping down a little bit here.
Wow, MMORPG now out of food and only 5 HP left with 19 and a 25 bolt.
What an ending. MMORPG taking the first fight against my prediction, which I thought Rexy would pull on the 70 defense.
May I just add in line with mine?
All right, we still got more fights. We still got more fights left in the series. It's not a best of 1, but take a look at some of the post-game stats here. See the splashes between both of them. 11 for Rexy, 14 total there for MMORPG. The damage dealt so close between the two, just 18 being the difference between these guys. Everything else pretty evenly matched. Definitely opportunities for both there. And look, even though Curtis likes to risk it a little bit, certainly is a showman at the end of the day, right? He likes to put on a show for all the people out there.
Absolutely. And off note, I have a newfound respect for you guys because saying some of these letter names that aren't actually words is pretty tough to do sometimes.
Oh, without a doubt. And obviously, we're all friends, you know, in and outside of the game, so we know each other on a first-name basis. It's a little bit tough, you know. Sometimes we go Curtis, sometimes we go MMORPG.
And sometimes we go MMORPG.
Or like me, at least I can go with MMORPG. I just can't say Rexy. There we go.
Yeah. Sound it out. You got it,
It's the most
bud.
easiest one ever because it's like Rake, C, but when it goes together, I'm like, Racer-key. Why am I saying that?
You know, I think I throw an extra E in there somewhere because I've always called him Rakasi, and actually, no, that sounds right to me. I think you might be cutting it short a little bit there.
Okay, Rakasi.
There you go.
All right, that might actually make it easier for me to pronounce it going forward.
When you live with them for a week, you learn these things.
Yeah, all right, here we go. Rakasi against MMORPG. I can finally say the name. I feel brilliant.
Wait, have we been pronouncing his name wrong the entire tournament?
It's been like Racy. It's just crazy. Now it's Rakasi, and it's so much easier to pronounce. Thank you.
So moving on to the 1 defense round here, I did think that MMORPG would take this one, and he's already 1-0 up. So he does have what I think is an advantage, but Rexy has absolutely shown his stuff in the previous fights that he's done. He destroyed me, and he did very well against Ditterbitter and Torbesta in his 1 defense fights.
Yeah, most definitely. He has put up a very good fight so far, leading up to where he's got to. I am going to stick true to what I said before. It was a fantastic effort from MMORPG. However, I think his downfall is going to be the fact that he just risks it way too often. And that's probably because he's more focusing really well, and he's doing a good job, don't get me wrong, on his gear switches and his prey. But he's forgetting to eat. And I think when you're in the 1 defense pure category, it's something that, you know, Rakasi has a little bit more experience doing, and it's probably going to show out through for him.
Oh no, you certainly can't afford to sit low HP on a 1 defense build. Even through prayer, like, you're gonna hit something. It only reduces 40% of the incoming damage. And I hope you hear it through our mic. It's time to enter the 1 defense fight between Rexy and MMORPG, and pressure onto Rexy as he's currently down 0-1 in the series.
Both opting to bring the leaf-bladed axes, so they're not gonna be able to switch from that to the DDS2 successfully to bring in a spec. And it looks like Curtis MMORPG does start with a freeze, and he's got him in the corner, which is so easy to step under. Let's see, and Rexy does pull back the freeze there.
Huge amount of damage coming out from both players there, dropping very low, but managing to eat up with decent combos.
And interesting enough, MMORPG did that without wasting a spec, so he got him down to about 10 to 15 health there. He could have just risked it and went for that, and maybe pulled out something early. Looks like that's what Rexy is trying to go for here, or at least just trying to get some insane DPS done very soon here.
Yeah, these guys are trading haymakers back and forth. Now looking to close the gap. Another big DDS spec. 55 total damage as
nearly taken out by a recoil.
Was he down to like 2 HP there?
About 5 there,
yeah.
Luckily, Rexy didn't get the double D-Dagger spec, which is what he was looking for there. MMORPG was able to step under and pulls back a beautiful spec on Rexy. Double in a row, but that one on Protect Melee, and he does get the range switch for that one.
deciding to just drop all of his specs there and then, not having to worry about them for the rest of the fight. Did manage to do some decent damage, but once again, he's just not eating as much as he needs to be, and this damage is going to keep coming from Rakesy here.
He does have that Caramon still, so he can still Angler Brew to the Carom to try to catch up here, which he hasn't done. I'm not sure that he sees it.
Well, that's on the side of Rakesy.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I'm confused here.
It's all good. We all make mistakes. Curtis down to just 2 anglers, 1 Brewset. Rakesy certainly in the lead in terms of supplies, in terms of HP, but with that freeze, there's a chance here for MMORPG to bring it back in his favor. Trying to make the DDs go his way, but if you're Rakesy, you're just spam clicking right now, trying to get
really
that range
nice
damage,
hits
but that's a big battle axe hit.
And this is smart from MMORPG because he knows that Rakesy knows that he just dropped 4 specs in a row, so he's going to choose that range prey a little bit more often when he steps under, so he's trying to take advantage of that by trying to get a little bit more DPS out with his melee
Please
hits.
eat, please eat. He's got 1 food left. MMORPG, don't waste it. There we go. No food left for MMORPG. Rakesy left with 2 anglers and 1 brew sip left. MMORPG down to 11 HP. These next few hits are going to determine it. I think Rakesy is just, don't risk it, just eat up. And there we have it. A 17 bolt hit going through. It's now 1-all.
It's going to keep it exciting, bringing it to a 3rd round yet again. Now, this one's interesting because this is where Curtis MMORPG is very comfortable. 45 defense is what he thinks he's known for here with PvP. That's what he has the most experience in these Berserker Pure fights.
Yeah, and when we were looking at the 2 fights now, comparing one to the other, obviously we have MMORPG who loves to risk it, okay? It didn't work out for him in the Pure fight because you just take so much damage. However, he did manage to come out on top in the 70 defense fight. So, realistically, going into a 45 defense, he should have every now and again those hits where he would have got hit massively is going to be a little bit less. So his risky style of play isn't going to be as damaging as it was in that 1 defense category. So he does have a very good chance going into this potentially to beat Rakesy.
I wonder if any of them are going to switch over to the Ballista here for the upcoming 45 defense fight after seeing some of the success that Bodhi had. I think it's certainly a viable option. I mean, all things considered, I think overall they kind of output similar types of DPS, but I think, while you're frozen on 1 square tile and your opponent's DDing under you, it might be a little bit more beneficial to have that Ballista. You get that hit in, then because you have that delayed tick, you can comfortably eat up, right? You don't have to worry about outputting, another attacking tick right after that. You just hit with the Ballista, eat up, and then go back at it.
Now, I wouldn't expect to see Rakesy do that on this one, just based on that last fight. He only went for 3 freezes there, and I think he hit 1 of the 3. So he really tried to keep his DPS to the melee and the range hits there. Kind of interesting from him to try to opt away from that, which might be something that you'd be a little bit more prone to stay away from in the 70 defense fights where those mage hits are really hard to hit.
Yeah, those 1 defense fights are so much fun to watch. There's a lot of damage being output no matter what attack style you have. I mean, there's an opportunity really for both to get KO'd at the exact same time.
Well, right at the start of the fight, nearly both players fell. That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Remember, you're not going to see double hides in this category, are you?
No, we're not. So it's 1 single hide. Both players will opt to take a Black Dragon hide body. Maybe one of them will take a God D hide body for the extra prayer bonus. But other than that, they're pretty much exactly the same. And then they'll be filling up the rest with some rune items and the Infinity Robes, I believe.
Infinity Robes, Slate Helms, most likely. Though I've seen MMORPG try to stick to that Nezi helm a little bit, but he can't do that in this category. So if he doesn't switch that out, he's going to be a little under geared there. We'll see if he remembers to do so. You can see your opponent when you're gearing up, so he might just take a cue off of that if he hasn't already done so.
Yeah, and for those wondering why the Slayer helm in particular.
So the Imbued Slay Helm, I would assume is what they're using, does have some decent defense bonuses, a little bit better so than, and offensive than the Berserker Helm does. So they get a little bit more accuracy out of that one.
Yeah, I believe it's because it doesn't have as many or any negative attack bonuses, whereas other helms that you would typically wear do. And when you are focusing on 3 different attack styles, it does just come out on top compared to any other helm. Whereas if you were going to focus maybe on using, magic and melee, you'd probably opt for a different helm, whereas using all 3 styles, it's a great all-rounder.
Oh, plus it looks really cool.
Yeah, it does. It's pretty decent.
Pretty impressive.
It'd be really cool for future ones if we could offer like the recoloreds for them as well, just so it can differentiate between the players a little bit more. But anyways, countdown has begun. It's time to enter the Zerker fight between MMORPG and Rakesy. Winner takes it.
The last fight of the quarterfinals decides who is going to be going into the semifinals up against Ditter Bitter. Is it going to be MMORPG or is it going to be Rakesy?
I don't know which way I'm going to lean here. I think I'm going to give the advantage to MMORPG just because the 45 defense is that's his favorite category.
Oh, come on, man. We both went for Rakesy going into this one. You can't go
but
back on it
I thought
now.
he would take it on the 1 defense fight. Or actually, I thought he would take it on the 70 defense fight. So I had that wrong from the beginning.
Really nice. 41 leaf bait Alex there. MMORPG really needs to come out of those robes and switch into the tank gear whilst he's just being absolutely trained on by Rakesy here. This advantage is what we talked about earlier. Only a few moments ago, the start of these fights, if you manage to get enough damage to snowball, you just literally take control of the entire rest of it.
Scary moment there as Rakesy was around like 45 HP before he decides to eat up.
Absolutely. Could have eaten 1 or 2 dagger specs there that, even the first one could have dropped him. So a little bit of confidence there on Rakesy's side that MMORPG is just going to eat up and not try to attack back. Neither one going for too many freezes. MMORPG really has tried to stay away from him, has really stuck on that ACB quite a bit this fight so far.
Yeah, I think Rakesy has noticed that MMORPG likes to rely on that freeze a lot, which means he spends a lot of time in robes. However, Rakesy nearly did fall there, not eating when he should be doing. Don't pull an MMORPG, don't risk it when you don't need to. Make sure you eat up. But one of the things I've noticed is that MMORPG does love to rely on those freezes. He spends a lot of time in his robes and focusing on his prayers and just trying to keep himself alive, aside from eating all the time. And I believe that's probably why you're seeing Rakesy not worry so much about having to actually get in those freezes, because he's dealing so much damage with every other attack style.
Down to 12 HP. MMORPG has to eat up. Rakesy now closing the distance. Nice little poke.
A little bit of a poke there.
Not doing too much damage, but the spec follow with the 32. You'll take that any day of the week. Is now just trying to freeze their opponents away. Looks like MMORPG did not catch that one. Back into robes. Can you trap him in the corner? Yes, he can.
He does. Smart of him to keep the Infinity Robe bottoms there on instead of putting on the rune plate legs, because he wasn't frozen at that point. He does want to try to keep a little bit more magic defense, which is why he went with that with the Black D'hide top there.
Good decision from MMORPG, but he's down to just 1 Anglerfish, 2 Brews. Comparing that to the inventory of Rakesy, you could see this fight is a little bit lopsided, but still opportunities. If MMORPG is able to work perfect ticks and perfect step unders, it's still doable.
It's just one DDS spec that could turn this fight around completely for him.
It looks like we're going to see the last brew doses from MMORPG here. He hasn't opted to use them yet, but he can step under here, so he's going to have a little bit of time to catch up. He's still got 1 Bastion potion, so he's going to get his range back up. He's got 1 spec right now, and it's probably going to be another 20 seconds or so before he gets that second one up. So I don't know how this is going to turn out, but it doesn't look like it's leaning in MMORPG's favor here.
I think as soon as we see the next freeze come out from Rakesy, it's going to be the end of this tournament run for MMORPG. However, crazier things have happened in this world, and MMORPG does now have 2 specs. So if he can manage to just stop Rakesy from moving around, if he just specs now potentially, just forcing him to have to eat up and take the rest of his food, they'll both be pretty much at even playing field. But 28 hit points left, now only 15 for MMORPG. It doesn't look like it's going to go too well in his favor.
No, and I just want to say real quick before this fight ends, I never left Rakesy's corner. I was behind him from the start. He comes out on top, advancing to the semifinals where he'll face off against Bitter.
I appreciate the Iron Man representing this competition, and MMORPG has done a wonderful job of doing so,
He did.
thus far.
Huge props to MMORPG for getting as far as he did. I think he surprised a lot of us, myself included. I knew that he was a good player, but he has really stepped up to another level ready for this tournament. I have to say it, I don't always like saying it, but it does seem that I was, in fact, right. I did predict that MMORPG would win the first fight, and then Rakesy would win the following 2. I'm not really sure what that means, other than for me being able to feel a little bit good about myself for being right for once.
I'll take the L here, because I had that one wrong from the beginning.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, at the end of the day, we saw how close those fights were. It could have been anyone's game. I know that Rakesy in a lot of opportunities was very much on top and in control of it, but we saw that it seemed to be that the start would go really in favor of one of them, and then the middle, it was Rakesy's game. And then towards the end, for whatever reason, even though he was always up on food, there was like a moment of panic or something, and Curtis managed to bring himself back into the fight every single time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all comes off the back of those freezes, right? It's like one person catches the initial freeze. Okay, you control the early game, the pace of the fight. Then as soon as both get unfrozen, whoever catches the next freeze is able to step under. Then you take control of the mid game. It's all about working those step unders. It's a fun mechanic to try and learn. And look, the 20 worlds are still active. So if you're out there, you're trying to learn some PvP, go hop in. You're up in one of the Brit setups. They have loadouts that you could use as soon as you get to the table. It gives you a decent loadout across all the different builds. You can set the stats to whatever you want and go practice. It's the only way you're going to get better and learn it.
Yep, go and get good. Now
and
let's
try
go
some
and
different things.
Oh, yeah, no, exactly. Try out different builds. Sorry to interrupt you there, Foe. I am going to just pass this over to Mod Archie, who is sat on the stage, standing on the stage. Even be a bit awkward if he was sat, actually, where he is right now. You'll realise when it pans over to him. He's with Rakesy and MMORPG for an interview post their fight.
Thank you, Maraiza. I'm joined here with the last quarterfinalists. We have MMORPG taking home $500 and Rakesy winning himself a minimum of $1,500. Not too bad, guys. Talk to me about that fight, Curtis.
So yeah, the last fight came down to the Zerk. Quite comfortable on a Zerk. I've done a lot of PvP world practice on it, but it's a lot different when you know that obviously if you lose this fight, you're out of the tournament completely. Wouldn't really say the nerves got to me, but Rixie, you know, he's been stomping the competition. It's been like a really good story for him to come from, you know, not playing at all to suddenly into the semi-finals. So honestly, well-deserved win.
Right, Rakesy, you lost the first fight, but then redeemed yourself by winning the second and third. The third one quite convincingly. What did you do to change pace there?
It's just nerves. Like, I thought I'd have got past this by now, but clearly not. Like, I just get nervous. You know, I'm bricking it the first couple, like 2 rounds, then the third round I'm myself and I got a hang of it. But yeah, I don't know what else to say. It was good, it was fun, you know.
Right, now you've got yourself Ditterbitter, Bodhi, and Manked to go up against in the semifinals. Yeah. How are you feeling about that?
Well, I've already beaten Ditter. I don't know, we'll see. I don't want to say anything, you know, because I look like a right tit after when he smashes me. I don't want to say much.
Okay, and MMORPG, we're going to keep with this. Do you have any advice for Rakesy going into the semis?
Well, you know, he beat Ditterbitter once, so, you know, just keep the humbleness going and just go into it muscle memory. Honestly, when you're tired, you do better because muscle memory takes over, so keep going, man.
Maybe hold off on that Red Bull then. All right, thanks so much, guys. Back to the casters.
Thank you for that, Archie, and wonderful words coming from both of those players. Incredible to see MMORPG handing over that last little bit of advice over to Rakesy. Do not worry about being tired. Let me just say one thing. Pure Spam, it's an absolute pleasure to have you joining us back on the deck.
The traitor has returned.
Traitor, wow. Well,
we have returneth.
I had to give it a go on the stage, you know, and see what it's like to experience it as a player as well. Like, you know,
Yeah.
I can talk the talk, I've got to be able to walk the walk too. So had a lot of fun today. But I thought I'd join you guys now. You guys are doing an amazing job, by the way. So
we're doing an amazing job.
No,
you
well,
did an
well, thank
amazing
you.
job.
Well, I got knocked
man.
out, but
well, you had a chance. I mean, look, not everybody can hang with Bodhi there on the stage, and
the nerves, man, they just got to me in the end. It's completely different to sitting up here, you know, just chilling with you guys than being on stage and the pressure of the prize money and stuff, all that kind of stuff. But I had a good time, and yeah, I just want to say quickly as well, Twitch chat, give these guys some love because you guys have been doing this now for like what 7+ hours, and you're still going at it. Like that's
yeah, it's about
man.
7.
we got a couple hours left.
You've done a great job.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that, Pure Spam. Now, before we do go into a really deep hole of just complimenting each other over and over again, let's have a quick look, because I could compliment you both all day, but there's more important things just for now. Let's have a look at what happened on the quarterfinals from start to finish. All of the replays for the games coming right up. Here you can see actually Pure Spam is yourself against both teams.
Is it too soon?
Yeah, here we go. Tell us about this.
Okay,
what was going through your mind?
So, well, I was panicking. Also, I didn't realize that the camera was actually watching me. So during this fight, I think I was like dancing away.
Oh,
and
not just this fight, every fight.
I was going to block out the sound,
you didn't notice the webcam that's attached to the monitor watching you play?
They were so close as well. I had like a bit of bruise left, a food left.
Yeah.
I didn't use any of my special attacks. And what is that typing? I was so panicky. I was like, what? And then, yeah, it was a good one though. I was glad to fight Adam in the final, and obviously he's a very, very fierce opponent. And it was really hard. But yeah, he's through now, and I wish him the best of luck. Really,
he's done a really good job in the tournament so far, really showing that extra off-stream practice and coaching has actually paid off. Here we can see Manked against Skill Specs, how that fight ended up going down very close to the wire. Skill Specs nearly taking it.
Yeah, Manked, obviously one of the maybe the fiercest opponent in this competition right now.
Yep.
And Skill Specs really gave him a go for his money. I mean, the pure fight didn't do as well quite, but I mean that first fight, I thought he was going to take it, to be honest, and it was really, really close. So yeah, congrats to Jay for making it this far as well, progressing through with me from the first round.
I mean, it just came down to those final few hits. Really could have went either way in the 70 defense, and where we started off with that one defense fight is exactly where the things turned for the worse for Jay. He saw, as that bolt spike comes in, he kind of takes his hand off the keyboard. He's like, oh my God, forgets to switch to melee prayer and just gets KO'd from there.
And this is another one, like, you know, Mika coming out, people knew that he was really, really good as a player, both in the Deadman. In the DMM tournaments, he's been doing very, very well. And he you know, Ditter again, one of the fiercest competitors in this tournament, and he gave him a run for his money as well, and came very close to actually beating him. Unfortunately, just fell short at the end. But no, did really, really well as well.
What do you think of the Sour Sword switch he's been bringing in the one death fights?
Interesting. I wasn't going to use it myself because I'm a newbie bottom switcher, so I don't know. I have to put my book at the top and then grab it on again. If you can do it though, yeah, it's definitely worthwhile. The Sour Sword has got quite a few max hits over the top. But look at that fight, wow. Ditter, you know, showing that he deserves to progress through, having almost full inventory of food at the end of it, and the dab to celebrate.
Interesting way to see off what was a pretty good fight, Ditter Bitter. We'll be having words after this stream.
I was
I believe.
100% on board with DQing him after that.
And next up was Curtis versus Rakesy, and now is he the only Iron Man that's left in the competition now? If you exclude Adam, of course, I'm pretty sure he is. And he was again someone to come out through the woodworks, and people not really expect him to do as well as he's been doing. But he's a lot of experience on the stage, playing for DMM competitions. He's put the practice in. He used to be a Zerker before he was an Iron Man as well. And yeah, Rakesy again, another really tough competitor, but Curtis just about almost managed to get through in the Zerker category, unfortunately losing to Rakesy, and then, or rather fortunate for Rakesy, who goes through now to
I mean, it was a really beautiful spec to finish things off with 15-21 on Rose with the Protect from Mage. I think I called it out earlier that MMORPG just tended to stick in his robes with Protect from Magic on for far too long, really depending on those freezes and those step unders to keep him into it. Now, we have got a little graphic here on screen for you guys. You can see that the next fight that we're going to be going into is the first fight of the semi-finals. Boaty up against Mangt.
Oh my gosh.
Followed by Ditter Bitter against Rakesy. Now, please remember, guys, from here on out, we are in a best-of-5 situation. We're going to start with 70 defense. We're going to move into 1 defense, then do 45 defense. If needed, we'll go back to 70 defense, and then if absolutely necessary, the final fight will be 1 defense. We get to see everything multiple times.
This is going to be really exciting. I mean, these competitors right now, Boaty, Mangt, Ditter Bitter, and Rakesy, all titans of this competition. Made it this far. Can they go the whole way? Who's your money on, guys?
I think looking at this overall, I am going to say Mangt.
Mangt, Seb? Yeah, man. His first group bracket, I think he didn't lose a single fight, did he? He was 6-0.
Hasn't lost a fight all tournament long.
But the whole tournament? Oh
Still
my
hasn't
God.
lost one.
He is 8-0 up and just hasn't lost a single game. I think that the best part is the fact he's going to be going up against Boaty, and Boaty turned around and said that Mangt kind of like semi-destroyed him. I touched on that. I was like, what does that mean?
That wording.
It's just like, I kind of lost. No.
I kind of got destroyed, but not fully destroyed, you know, halfway between being completely dominated, but not so much dominated.
You know what they say? It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. It's winning.
It's still a win,
that
yeah.
matters.
No,
Exactly.
definitely. I mean, for me personally, I mean, like you said before, Mangt did beat Boaty before. Although saying that now, Adam's had the experience of fighting him and a bit more practice against me as well. So maybe he's watched Mangt fight as well versus skill specs too. So maybe he's learned from that and can apply that knowledge to the next situation.
I wonder if Adam has any tricks left up his sleeve. I mean, he had the SGS,
Oh my gosh,
the
those
AGS,
strategies.
the heavy ballista for 45 def. I wonder if there's any special tricks he still has left to show us.
Well, one special trick that we've got left to show you is that this stream is powered by GameBite. They are live streaming on the Facebook page, so if you haven't already, do go check them out. And if you want to leave any comments for us casters, feel free to do so in the comments. Now, we are going to be moving into the semi-finals fights. We have Mangt up against Boaty. And then after the semi-finals finish, we're actually going to look at doing a 3rd place playoff, which is also going to be a best of 5. So look forward to the next 3 matches that we've got following up for you. And then as soon as we're able to, we'll introduce the players on stage. We've got some time to talk about them now. Mangt v Boaty. 2 absolute dominant forces in this tournament.
No, absolutely. I mean, Adam's shown his worth against me and against many others in the competition so far. And I honestly think that this is going to be very, very close. I mean, obviously, Mangt's not lost a fight yet, but I gave Adam a little bit of advice that Seb gave to me versus Boaty. So maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to clutch a few wins in.
So come on, Pure Spam, tell us how much of a cut are you going to get of the winners?
Well, I was actually practicing with the same clan as Mangt a little bit. The guys called Blazers, who I used to PK with back in the old Deadman mode days.
Blazers like to wear high school jumpers.
Those are my XAF
That's
friends.
the one. That's definitely the reason they're called Blazers. And no, they're a fantastic force. These guys have been PKing for many years, and Mangt has been a very strong part of them as well. And yeah, no, he's probably one of the strongest solo players. They usually kit him out on Deadman mode to go all the way, and he's proven himself on the stage many times before as well. I don't know. I don't know which one's going to go. I really have no idea.
Okay, all right. Revan, quickly before we...
I'll go with Mangt for this one.
Yeah.
He hasn't dropped a fight all tournament long. I don't think it's going to happen here either.
Wow, okay.
All right, seems like Mangt is the favorite here. Let's have a look how he looks in person. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mangt and Boaty onto the stage.
Versus Boaty.
Well, that is an interesting pose there from Boaty. Definitely
Was he
wasn't
flexing?
only, yeah, I was going to say.
Was he flexing?
Was that just an attempt to show off biceps or anything else? I really do not know.
He's really glowed up in the last couple of years, and now we can see the old Boaty coming back. The return of the PvP master.
Yeah.
Back in the day, the way he got introduced on YouTube and Twitch was through doing PvP streams. He used to be a Zerk, which is why his specialty is the Zerk bracket. And I just hope that today, you know, he can prove to everyone that he's not just an Iron Man anymore, and he can still, you know, got those amazing clicks that he's been practicing on all different kinds of things like that aim booster thing that he does. It's insane to watch. So.
Well, I think there's probably a reason why he's typically the #1 streamer in the old school RuneScape Twitch category.
His knowledge is just...
Yeah, extensive game knowledge, great skill as well. However, let's not put Mank down just yet.
No, of course not. I mean, when DMM comes around, that is Mank's time to shine. He pulls all the viewers in DMM, and for good reason too, because he's just so skilled at the art of the game mode. And not just that, but his PvP ability, like I said before, he's been PKing now since around, I'd say 2004, 2005. The guy's been around for ages. And obviously he's here today to take all of that prize money home, as everyone is, to be fair. It's not going to be an easy match for Boaty, but I wish them both the best of luck. They're both very good friends of mine, so yeah.
Yeah, Mank has certainly been around the block, man. And when it comes down to nerves in this type of fight, I don't feel like Mank is going to be feeling the pressure whatsoever. We've already touched upon around 8 million times so far, but in case you haven't heard it yet, he's yet to drop a fight this entire tournament. The countdown is now beginning, and we'll see if, you know, Mank will suffer his first fight loss here against Boaty as the semifinal is about to begin.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Iron Men as part of the stream. Welcome to the very first semi-final match, Boaty versus Mank. Is this going to be the first fight that Mank falls down on? Probably not with the amount of damage he's just been able to dish out to Boaty in the first few seconds.
Well, getting that Kodai as your +1 obviously increases your magic accuracy by quite a big amount, and catching that first freeze is absolutely paramount to get that momentum swinging on you in your favor, so you can start putting out that damage. Like you see from Mank right now, the DDS on the right prayer as well. Now, Boaty has to catch a freeze, and if he's able to catch one in time, he can also come back into this fight. He's down a couple food, around, what, 3 anglers right now, which is nothing. It's early game still, and they both opted for the same setup as well.
And they both catch a freeze on each other. 0 tiles in between them, so now all 3 tiles are threat. Boaty connecting with the range hit there, as now Mank just looking to swap. Back and forth, catching his opponent off. Bolt hit doesn't come in there. Both hitting 0s for the time being, but right now Mank with the early advantage.
And of course, up here, up close and personal, Mage, obviously, we've seen the accuracy of it before. You can splash a lot of freezes, so you want to be using those range and those melee switches as best you can to put out the most DPS possible. And again, Mank catching another freeze on Boaty. If Adam needs to get back in this fight, he's going to have to catch that freeze and, you know, remain calm, collected, and just get back into it. Right now, 75% special attack. Mank has used all of his ups, so he's got the potential right now to, you know, easily, if he gets a good 30-30 spec, as I got specced out early in the tournament, it could happen.
Or a 41 bolt hit.
Or a 41 bolt hit, that's just as equal. Yeah.
Followed by a 41 as well. All right, you've got one, I've got one too. Unfortunately, it wasn't one hit higher. You could say, yeah, you can do that. I can do it better.
And currently right now waiting for that next freeze to come in. Both, actually, no, players are both frozen a little bit far away from each other. And like I said before, both obviously have very tanky setups, the Torix Helms, the Guffin's Helms. And as a result, actually, they're going to be mostly mage dominant, but Mank realizes that. Bit of advice that he gave me before I fought Boaty was that Boaty does switch to his magic quite a lot. So Mank just keeping that prey mage up the majority of the fight, and it's working wonders for him. But Boaty, the spec, being frozen just in place, and Mank's getting the third DD I think he's got. And again, it will just offload as much damage as possible. Boaty clutching on for dear life. Please, Adam, get a freeze, get back into this fight. You've got this, man.
Looking at this, I don't think he's got it, unfortunately, Pure Spam, unless he can pull off a miracle few specs coming out with that 95% spec bar that he has left available to him. Looking at his inventory, 2 anglerfish, 1 Brudos, no stat boosting potions left compared to, well, I can't even count fast enough to tell you how much food Mank has.
Well, I mean, in a situation like this, you've got to stay calm. And he has, like I said before, 100% spec now, 4 special attacks, and it's 1. On robes through the Prey melee, 26, not a bad spec. Another one, 0-19 on Prey range. On Prey melee again, he's just offloading as best he can right now to try and put as much damage out, but he's let the wrong overhead prayers out. So Mank is going to capitalize on that and catch another freeze again, a 35, and steps under with the whip, is getting very close now. I don't think Adam's going to be able to take it back, to be honest.
No, he's just way too far behind. Look at how much food Mank still has. I mean, Mank could just stick to one style from here on out, and I feel like he'll just be able to out DPS Boaty. Unfortunately, he just fell too far behind, and it all started at the very beginning. When Mank catches that first freeze, he dictates the pace, steps under Boaty perfectly. does a lot of damage off prayer. And from then on out, Bodhi just hasn't been able to catch up.
Yeah, well, I think that all comes down to what Pure Spam said earlier, is that Mank has cottoned on to the fact that Bodhi loves magic. He is a master magician, but unfortunately for him, Mank is a master anti-magician and can keep his protection prayers up, keep himself in tank gear when he needs to be. He's only switching to his mage gear when he wants to go for that barrage, and it's just paying off for him. I think that's one of the first actual freezes that Bodhi has managed to catch on Mank when he wasn't protecting against it.
No, he's been smashing a lot, and actually Mank utilising that Carol's top, not putting on the tank legs every single time either, seeing that the Verex plate legs don't have as much mage defense bonus as the Adams row bottoms. So Mank realizes that, capitalizes on the freezes, and right now, I mean, Adams unfortunately off to a bad start, but it is a best of 5. It is not over yet.
It most definitely is not. We're probably very likely going to be coming back to this 70 defense build as well, depending on how the next 2 fights go. And there you have it. Mank wins the first fight in this best of 5 series of the semi-final.
In a very convincing fashion at that. From start to finish, controlled the pace very well, was on top of his switches, catching Bodhi constantly off prayers, and it was tough for Bodhi to catch on up.
Oh, and looking at that, it does seem like it was a pretty tough fight. Bodhi laying out a sigh of relief and a little bit of a lean back, thinking, what just happened to me? What can I do to get myself better at that? Pure Spam, you've been on the stage, you've faced up against Bodhi, you've known what it's like to lose. What's going to be going through his head right now?
Well, I mean, when you start off by losing by that many supplies as well, having already lost to Manx in the prior stages, it's going to be a little bit defeating. He's got to try and come back and stay calm. And to be honest, if anyone can do it, it's Bodhi. He's had so much experience on the stage now, and he's look at him. He's so focused at the moment. He knows he's still got a chance. It's a best of 5. One fight, it's nothing. And the one defense bracket as well. Adam is very, very good. I mean, he beat me, Pure Spam. So.
But this is Mank's specialty. It's the one he listed here, one where he does feel the most confident in this build, and I will say from what we've seen throughout all tournament long, both players are obviously well versed in their one defense setups. They wouldn't have made it this far if they weren't. Now, one thing that Bodhi does have to maybe try to do a little bit better is stay on top of that first freeze. Trying to catch that first freeze, dictate the pace, unload those specs early on. I feel like the downfall from what I've seen from Bodhi for the most part is when he's unable to get those specs in. That's when I see him losing the most.
Yeah, I can see barrage splashes right now. Actually, Bodhi wasn't maging as much as he was in the previous fight, but look at that damage dealt. Manx doing over double the damage, actually. That's actually unreal.
It's nearly 3 times as much damage.
Oh my gosh.
Plus 356.
Wow, and look at even in terms of the amount of barrages that Bodhi did actually manage to hit, but for Mank it didn't matter because most of the time he was protected from magic and he was using his full tank gear and took hardly no damage from them.
In terms of the one defense fights, having watched both these players quite extensively from your casting over the last 7+ hours, who do you think has the advantage here?
I would probably say overall it's going to go down to Bodhi, and the only reason that I say that is because he has got some crazy movement.
Dude, oh my gosh.
It can throw you off so bad.
How annoying was that to fight?
It's difficult for me to kind of like watch. It's almost like you've literally put an ant in a bowl of sugar and it's going crazy around in a circle. But he's got really good switches, and Mank is probably used to fighting against traditional PKers. People that are going to have very kind of like predictable movements, predictable gear switches, whereas, Bodhi is just constantly going in and out of something different and he's faking and he's trying to run around like this crazy dude that Mank just might not be able to predict that as well. And when you are in something like a one defense pure build, all it's going to take is one special attack for it to make all of the difference, and I think that's what's going to make it for Bodhi, and that's how he's going to pull through.
I mean, Revan, you're a one defense pure as well, and that's one of the most enjoyable things about watching the one defense is just that movement, how fast paced it is, and we're jumping right back in to the second of the best of 5 semi-finals, Mank versus Bodhi, who will catch this first freeze and dictate the pace of this fight.
Imagine if we gave this guy a Hunter's crossbow, he'd be teleporting all around the arena. It would be nearly impossible to catch a freeze. Looks like we might be getting a restart here potentially, as you see Bodhi taking his hands off his keyboard.
Oh, but I will say something actually we can talk about is the...
I forgot water runes. Fair enough.
That's quite important. I guess he was using the Kodai before and then opted to set up with the Staff of Light.
Yeah.
Spec
Probably
bar.
put soul runes inside his rune pouch or something.
Yeah, I think you're right. It does seem like the rematch was approved. We're going to be starting away straight away. Bodhi, please bring in those water runes.
Got him.
Thank you, pal. There we go.
Yeah, you see he had soul runes in his pouch.
Yeah.
Lucky him too, because actually he got frozen first, and well, obviously he didn't have any freezes to freeze
Yeah,
away.
well, actually, I think the way that fight started off is that Mank didn't even opt to go for anything other than a DDS spec. I think he hit 11 and a 10, and Bodhi staff bashed him. And I think he staff bashed him due to the fact he went to barrage, realized he had no runes, and then you just fought. So you saw instantly the palm of his hand cupped gently into his forehead, and at that point he had knew that he had messed up.
No,
So now Jay has some company, right? You know, Jay forgets his +1, has the wrong bolt on, and Bodhi forgets water runes, but at least Bodhi lets us know early on in the fight so that we can get a rematch going. Now,
Let's see if we have to do that 5 more times, and then we can be on par.
I want to ask you one question real quick, Ian. I've seen a lot of people, just the way the inventories are set up, like you have some extra space in your inventory for these pure fights.
Yeah.
You're going to see Bodhi, he's bringing in 2 P-necks compared to a second recoil for Mank, as well as another P-neck.
Okay,
what were you bringing to fill in that slot?
So I was bringing 2 recoils because on pures, usually in terms of my own experience PKing on pures, is that when you do need 2 recoils because you hit so constantly and they just get used up so darn quickly.
Wow, a 2029 coming through from Mank. Sorry to interrupt you there, but the damage just went absolutely crazy from these 2.
No, absolutely. And also talking about inventories as well, we see him Manked actually using a Phoenix necklace versus the 2, and he's only opting for 2-way switches. Now, the reason for that is obviously, you know, oh, 28, 23 from Boaty to retaliate, but Manked hitting straight back again with a 20-20. Boaty again, on prey range, 5-8, unfortunately for him. Now, this next freeze is crucial to keep up that pace, and he catches it, but will he be caught back? And he splashes Manked, unfortunately, but Boaty doesn't go underneath. Splashes twice with the Kodai. That is very unfortunate for him.
Bodhi steps away, back under as Mank gets the click on the barrage there. Good bolt hit coming from Bodhi, and this movement just so annoying. It seems like every time Mank does finally get a click on that barrage, fortunately for him, there's enough space there, but Bodhi was just stepping under at the perfect time.
Oh, the tick dances make it so enjoyable. And right now, actually, Adam in the lead by quite a few supplies as well. He still has 6% spec as well compared to Mank's 35, which gives him quite a significant advantage. You can hit, what, 30 pluses with this gear they've got right now. And I was saying earlier, actually, the reason why Mank stopped him for 2-way switches is that he realizes the pressure of a tournament like this, when money is on the line in every single fight, it comes down to, you know, the wire. He wants to make sure that he can, you know, capitalize on those switches. And but at the same time, Boaty, he's got the occult switch, so when he does catch those freezes, he does so much more significant damage, which is clearly worth it with a
50 spec
20-30.
coming out as well from Boaty. Mank really needs to pull himself together here and try and eat as much as he can. He does manage to get up to 94 HP almost instantly. The second spec not dealing as much. He really needs to catch this freeze on Boaty now. But as you can see, Boaty is just running around like that madman we mentioned before. He's really must be throwing Mank off. He's getting hits left, right, and center. Mank staying up on Protect from Magic. Boaty gets a bolt spec in, and then just damages flying back and forth between the 2 of them.
I'm so glad to see Boaty actually sitting on high hit points for once. Usually when I see him PKing, he's just, you know, sitting on 20 HP trying to tick eat bananas and such. But now he realizes money's on the line. He's got, what, 7, 8 food advantage right now? Mank's going to pull something out of his sleeve right now. I mean, he's got 55% spec. He can go for it now. 20, 30, that's what he needed.
Really
Another one, the fakey, but Boaty realizes it's going to happen. Keeps the prey melee up, keeps calm, eats back up again, and Mank's going to have to try one more spec if he gets the extra 10%.
This is why I love these one defense fights. You can hit so hard with each and every one of these styles. Mank, there's still a chance here, 34 HP. Bodhi's sitting down at that, hugging now the P-neck. Let's see if it gets procced here with Bodhi's upcoming hits.
Yep,
and now Bodhi's completely out of food.
Knowing that Mank no longer has any special attack, he's not having to worry so much about getting a few staff bashes in there. Might even be intentional because it's a decent melee hit for him. The ranged attack coming through, dealing some nice damage, but you can see now that Mank actually procs the Phoenix necklace to keep him in. He takes it through!
That is unreal!
Wow!
Wow, 20% HP or lower.
The Phoenix necklace to heal him up.
That's insane.
Straight away into 11 HP, but that spec is enough to just take Boaty out of the fight.
What a turnover. He was up like 7, 8 food right there, Adam, and he's doing very, very well to keep his HP high as well, to not give Mank any opportunities. But unfortunately, that Phoenix necklace, when it does break, it both absorbs the damage and heals you up. So, you know, the double wombo combo for Mank right there, and he was able to, you know,
and
make
you can see
short
here,
stuff of
4 damage between the 2 of them.
What?
That was the difference. 611 from Boaty and 615 damage
wow,
from Mank.
10 splashes from Mank versus 2 for Boaty. That is...
And to keep himself in that fight
And
that
he still
entire
won.
time, yeah,
Wow.
absolutely crazy. You can see that look on Boaty's face now. He is seriously concentrating, but I can't imagine that he's coming out feeling very confident after the way that one turned out for him. Really unfortunate. However, he did have his own Phoenix necklace. I'm not sure if he had it equipped or if it had propped.
He had it equipped, he just overhit.
Unfortunately, the specs were just too much and just took him out then.
And I will say, remember at the start of the broadcast, even yesterday, there was one item I saw that nobody was using throughout rehearsal, throughout practice, that I thought could win some people some fights. It was the Phoenix necklace, and it's coming out big time here towards the late end of the tournament.
Well, now 2-0 to Mank. I mean, Adam still is a best of 5 tournament, as we said before, at this stage of the brackets. And, I mean, right now, Adam going into a Zerka fight, which should be his forte. This is where he started back on A Most Famous back in the day many years ago. And, I mean, we've seen him utilizing that Ballista as his +1, which just shreds through the 45 defense. The Dragonhide, the Mystics as well, or rather the Infinity. And, yeah, I think he's going to be utilizing that well, making sure that Mank keeps up his prey range as much as he can. But at the same time, Mank's seen that strategy now, so maybe he's going to capitalize on that and also decide to change up his his method to defeat Bote.
Excited to see what Mangt has in store for us as we look ahead towards this 45 defense fight, but you got to figure after that how that last fight ended. Maybe Bodia a little bit tilted after that one.
And here we are going into the third fight of the first semi-final round. Bote versus Mangt. Mangt currently 2-0 up.
An ancient staff.
45 defense category. And yeah, Bote opted in for the ancient staff. However, it looks like we are being looking at a new rematch because someone went in with a Dragon Defender.
Oh, bless. Well, I mean, he's changed that engine stuff up as well. I mean, the Aram stuff is a 5% damage boost now, I believe. But we'll be restarting any second now, so hold tight, ladies and gents. And yeah, like I said before, Adam opting for the Ballista as we expected. And Mangt, he just loves that Kodai. He wants to catch those freezes, especially after that last fight where...
Talk me through the Ancient Staff pick. Why are you picking the Ancient Staff over something like an Aram Staff?
Well, hopefully he's taken out now, jumping back into the... I can't think of a reason, to be honest, mate. So we could have that now.
Yeah, sure, but he's sticking with it here.
He's still got it. I don't know.
That is very interesting.
Mate, Fashionscape, baby. It matches his outfit. The Infinity looking on fleek right now for Adam, but he's getting caught by a freeze. Mangt, again, opting for that black D'hide body to minimize the amount he gets frozen by. And a DDS coming on, 316. Pretty decent, and a 45 bolt. Oh my gosh! Can he keep up this pace? Adam can't even get a hit off of the Ballista and is having to munch on his food constantly.
Opting to keep up the protect from melee there, and Mangt can see that, and he's just utilizing every other single attack style fully. Gets a nice barrage there as well, but it's just after Bote was unfrozen, so he's not frozen in place. I think he might be now because of that second barrage. He was. So just as Bote manages to break free, he's just stuck again in the clasp of Mangt.
It's just relentless.
And in that one defense fight, actually, unfortunately, Mangt did splash quite a lot. But this time around, no, not twice in a row. He's managed to catch those freezes with the Infinity Mage bonuses compared to the Elders. And he's making short work of Adam right now. But the fight is not over. Adam still has 100% special attack. And does he have a DDS?
Yes, he does.
He does
DDS as well as that Rune Defender.
Fantastic. Well, if he can utilize it properly here, but 0-1 on Prey Melee, not what he's looking for. Oh, another one. Nice fakey, but Mangt did not change his prayers. And again, that Ballista just falling short, really. Even on robes as well, hitting just terrible.
Yeah, unfortunately, the hit's just not going his way.
No, he's staying on quite low HP here as well. Does combo eat up there, but he's got to remember that Mangt does have nearly 2 specs available to him.
No, absolutely right now. And Mangt getting that freeze again, DDing underneath, keeping the pressure. 1433 DS spec coming from him. And Bote is forced to pray melee, but he prays range a little bit too late there. And Mangt's going to have a 30+ bolt out. Can he catch his next freeze? Can Bote get back into this fight?
Mangt hasn't eaten anything yet.
What? Oh my gosh, he hasn't! What?
Not
How?
a single piece of food has been put down.
I don't know what to say.
No, he's ate one piece of food.
One piece of food to overheal maybe at the start.
Yeah.
That's actually ridiculous.
And there we go. Second piece of food coming out from Mangt now, while Bote is left on his last and final piece, his last anglerfish. Will it be enough to help him win this fight? Now, if Mangt can have gone this far without having to eat, surely Bote can do the same.
I mean, that would be the dream. But unfortunately, all the coaching that Adam had was not enough to prepare himself against Mangt up Mage. Unfortunately for him, the Ballista just falls a little bit short, hitting a lot of zeros, and the 0-11 specs on the right prayer there from Mangt. He's going to clean this up nice and easy, making it a pretty decent 3-0 victory to push him through into the finals.
Unfortunately for Bote, it does look like this is going to be the end for him. His coaching was good in the sense of teaching him how to PK, but didn't teach him how to be a proficient Magikarp, because all he has been able to do is splash. And there we have it. Mangt throwing out with the 37 to finish this fight off. 3-0 against Bote. Mangt is still yet to lose a single fight.
What a confidence boost right there, man. He's defeated everybody. And yeah, like you said before, not lost once.
Yeah.
And not only that, but with good fashion too. Didn't use like one food at the end of that fight. Or
yeah,
like
two food against Bote's entire inventory on the third fight there.
Let's look at
now,
these stats.
We've just got to point out, guys, that Mangt is 11-0. You can see the difference in damage.
422 damage.
Poor Bote on that fight. But Mangt is the first person who's going into the finals.
Yeah, he's booked his ticket all the way to the grand finals. Currently 11-0, as you just mentioned in his fights. An impressive performance so far from Mangt up Mage, but this guy's not done yet. He's got at least one more fight that he wants to win.
Oh, absolutely. And Mangt up Mage will be fighting whoever wins the following semi-final, I believe.
Yep, that's correct. So we are going to be looking at Dittabita versus Rakesy. Yeah, Rakesy.
Gosh, that is a hard matchup too. But I mean, right now, Manx must feel on top of the world. So confident right now, and it's showing really.
If I was in the same position, I'd be talking so much trash to everybody on the stage, like, yo, what's up? You can't beat me 11-0, let's get it.
One comment that he said actually earlier was that he was letting people win against him to make them think.
Yeah,
the mind games there, like unbelievable.
This has gone deep, and I mean, it's paid off for him because Manct is now a minimum of $7,500.
Oh my God,
richer.
Max, buy us a drink when you snipe. Drown my sorrows.
Well, let's hear how he feels about that and how Boaty feels after that pretty unfortunate defeat for him, 3-0. I'm going to pass you over now to Mod Archie, who has got both Manked Up Mage and Boaty either side of him.
Hey guys, joined here with semi-finalist Bodhi and now finalist Manked. Bodhi, what happened in that last round?
That was the biggest beatdown I have ever had in this game in a very long time. I was literally fighting and I wasn't even getting annoyed. I was just laughing about how, like, I was either getting every prayer wrong and everything was just hitting. I was just like, this is just destruction right now. So I kind of accepted defeat halfway, played it as far as I could get, but that round, there was honestly just nothing I could do. I was destroyed.
The death dotting absolutely playing a massive part there, Manked. How did you learn to PK like this?
Just been doing it for a long time, done a lot of different builds, so just gained experience from that, I guess.
Okay, now Bodhi, we were talking a little bit earlier today about Manked's strategy, and you said he plays actually very interesting. He doesn't throw a barrage as soon as he possibly can. He waits a little bit, doesn't he? Which kind of throws you off. And I also learned something else interesting earlier this week. You listen to techno when you're PKing, and you listen to classical music.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Bodhi, do you have any advice for Manked going into the finals?
Okay, stick to your classical. I was listening to drum and bass, and it doesn't work for that fight, so stick to your classical. It definitely works. Any advice? No, in all honesty, you don't need it. I think you're currently 11-0. Just keep doing what you're doing on stage, and I wish you the best of luck in the fighting the winner of the next semi-final.
Thanks so much, Bodhi. All right, well, best of luck in the finals. Back to you, Aiza, Ian, and Revan.
No worries, there's two of us now, Aiza, Ben, Ian, and Revan. Somehow managed to clone myself. That'll be an interesting situation.
Can you believe that Mike listens to Beethoven while he's PKing?
Yeah, I'm just imagining they're like very therapeutic, like,
I put on some sick 90s playlist to, to vibe out.
Yeah, we could definitely tell you were going for it, like, probably like this, Ian. If you had your hands free, I reckon you'd be bopping about.
There must be clips everywhere.
Spinning around on the chair. It's okay, don't worry. At least you didn't finish your fight off with a dab like a bit of
True.
So just a little update for you guys out there over at home. If you haven't already, make sure you head over to OSRSallstars.com/standings to keep in tune with all of the fights that have happened so far in terms of the scores, who's coming out on top, who's not doing so well, where we are currently. We've just seen the first round of semi-finals finish, meaning that Manked Up Mage is the first person to head through to the finals. Our next fight is going to be Dittabita versus Rakesy. And whilst that fight happens, we're also going to be having a look off stream at the third place playoff match. So we were originally going to hold that off, but we're going to play those at the same time now, save us some time, because in fact it is just gone past 1 AM and we've been live since 4:30. Which is crazy to think, because it feels like I've been here for half an hour, but at the same time, I also realized I haven't. But you know what? This has been the most fun I've ever had in any kind of event, I reckon. The people that we're with, fantastic. The group that are here, that are supporting the crowd. Like, yeah, okay, it's 1 AM for us, but it's also 1 AM for those guys down there that have been supporting them all the way through.
And the Twitch chat too, the guys that are still watching, tuned in right now. Thank you everyone so much on Facebook, or if you're on Twitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Much
Everyone on
appreciated.
Facebook as well, showing us through love from the Game Bite Facebook page. Make sure you leave your comments in there. And obviously Twitch chat will... I tell you what, I bloody love Twitch chat.
Never sleeps.
No, they're probably the best thing ever. I'm going to go check through my phone a little bit later on. There's going to be multiple different images and clips, I'm sure, of how many times that my forehead has grown throughout the time of this event.
I've been hiding my forehead. I thought, it's a bit safe for the viewers at home. If the show lights on, the reflection from my massive forehead. My
Well, it's getting late now, we've,
it's a blinding hazard.
we've missed the second round of makeup, so I'm starting to get the shine come through. It's not a good look for me, but...
Don't be silly.
Well, thanks, Ian. And, obviously being joined again by yourself. It was a pleasure to have Foe here, but Foe will never be able to replace Pure Spam as the caster of Old
I think
School.
Foe did a really good job for his
He
first
did,
time
yeah,
as
he's
well.
a natural.
Yeah, with obviously his limited experience in PvP as well, he held up really well. And
It's a little bit intimidating. I feel kind of small.
What, you were trying to say? Am I not intimidating?
Well, do you know what
I feel huge sitting next to you.
Oh, wow, whoa.
Yeah, massive.
You say that, I am quite happy that he left his chair lower than mine, so at least I had that where this little bit of like hair that does stick up does stay just above him. I was like, all right, I don't feel too bad. And I didn't get to move on to you, Revan, but as well, fantastic as always. It's a pleasure casting alongside you, very experienced. You teach me a lot of things. And yeah, it's just a pleasure to be here. I'm so thankful, so grateful. Everyone that has carried on working and all of the participants to still be here and still to be able to put on a good show after 7 hours.
No, absolutely. And next up we have, like you said before, Rakesy versus Bitter. How are you guys feeling about going into this one? I mean, Rakesy especially, a true underdog story, came to the event to fight C Engineer, managed to go through that round, and since then, it just, swamped the whole competition. I think a lot of people got quite surprised, pleasantly surprised, in fact, because Tom's such a lovely bloke as well. And yeah, it's a hard fight, though. Bitter, one of the favorites in this tournament.
Rakesy has all of my respect in the world. I mean, this guy wasn't even supposed to play in this, was coming in as a substitute, had an opportunity to play in a battle to take over Sick Nerd spot, took down C Engineer, earned his spot in the group, and wound up topping it as well. Surpassed all of our expectations. We really weren't sure what to expect. He wasn't really practicing like the other guys coming to this one, because he was just like, I'm on the reserves, I'm on the bench, I'll come by, cheer on my friends, but came to play, and he's showing up big time.
And the other thing as well, obviously the rest of us have had like a month plus now of practice, the majority, and we've known about this event for a long time, so we've been preparing for it. Rakesy, on the other hand, he just come out of the blue, like you said, and just turned up, and that's it, exactly, and showing that, his confidence and his competence over the past few years of mostly being a PK and making PK videos has shown him through the whole way. Ditter, on the other hand, obviously the youngest competitor in this tournament right now.
The game is older than him.
Yeah, RuneScape's older than him.
Oh, bless him.
I think give me about 2 years and a few more days, and my actual old school RuneScape account would be nearly as old as Bitter is.
But I mean, massive respect as well for being 17, coming to an event like this, first time competing on stage, and although he is a favourite to win, he's still, the nerves, like I said before, for me personally, I couldn't overcome them, and he's doing a really good job right now, but Tom will not be an easy opponent.
No, definitely not. Now, I'm not going to act like I'm the all-knowing lord of All-Stars PvP Championship, but I have done an okay job so far of predicting who is, sorry, of predicting a great job. Well, thanks anyway, Ian. We need to stop these compliments,
Sorry,
bro.
I can't help it, man.
You're too nice. So I've done a fair decent job of predicting fights so far. Manked came out with a victory, like I predicted. Rakesy came out with a victory against Emerald RPG. However, I do think that Bitter is going to win. He seems...
I disagree.
I think Ditter is very hungry for this. He's got something to prove. He's got a big ego. He's very confident.
Whoa!
And,
shots!
No, you see. I mean, look, did you guys not listen to him?
No, we all have.
He definitely has that.
Well.
Yeah, he has that ego, but not in a terribly toxic way. He's just a confident fella.
Exactly.
And fair play to him. He's young. He's got something to prove. He wants to show to everyone that you don't have to have played old school RuneScape for 10, 15 years to be really good at it.
You say that. I think he's been playing since he was like 4 or 5 years old.
Well, no, he hasn't, because you have to be 13 years old to play RuneScape.
Sorry, yeah, of course.
Pure Spam. So I probably would recommend that he actually waited until that age, and he's had 4 years of old school RuneScape.
No, but at the same time, like I said before, he came out for like what, a year or two ago. I think he came into YouTube, and since then he's been hybriding daily. He is one of the most experienced and the guy that really PKs out of everyone the most.
Smashing YouTube as well. Let's not forget this guy's a Golden Gnome winner.
Oh yeah, of course, he won the Golden Gnome.
RuneFest recently.
He's going to take home more of a prize now with that. Well, is really the Golden Gnome's really invaluable, isn't it?
It really is. You can't put a price on a Golden Gnome.
I'll pay someone $5 for their Golden Gnome.
What we can put a price on, however, is the amount of clips that have been produced of Bitter dabbing. Let's see if he dabs whilst he enters onto the stage. Bitter and Rakesy heading up right now.
Bitter versus Rakesy.
And those two fellas looking pretty confident. What lovely smiles from them both as well. They
That's
seem
what I
to be
like to
having
say.
an absolute whale of a time.
Tell you what, everyone's been so respectful and just so lovely. Even if you know you beat someone, you lose someone. At the end of the day, we're all friends. We all go back. Many of us, many years now. We've all come around since before Old School came out. Actually, lots of been creating content. So it's great, you know, as an event, just to all get to hang out, meet each other for the last couple of days. It's been really magical, really beautiful.
Listen, you can't be friends if you can't handle a little crap talk between one another. You guys got to spice it up a little bit.
True. And leading up to this event, actually, there was a lot of that kind of talk, and people, you know, trying to push each other off their A game. But now, coming down to it, I mean, just smiles all around. Everyone just wants everyone to do well and just have a good time. Really.
It's either smiles around because everyone's happy or they're all deliriously tired.
But that too, yeah.
So they're just looking around like, where am I? I don't think that's the case, though. I'm pretty sure it's going to be showing when we get into this fight and we see the incredible levels of skill that these two players have. However, I'm going to stick true to my word, especially with that smile that Bitter had on his face as he entered the stage. I think this one's his. I think he's going to take it. I think it's probably going to end up being a first round victory for Ditter. He'll then win the second, Rexy will win the third, and then it will go back to Ditter in the fourth.
Well, it's important to know that these guys have already faced off in the tournament before. Rexy wound up taking that matchup, so if history is bound to repeat himself, I think he's slightly favored coming to this one, and it's going to be Ditter who's looking out for revenge. And also keep in mind, Ditter, as his rival coming to this tournament, he put down Manked. Manked put down Ditter as his rival. So we could see them both match up in the grand finals, which would be a great matchup to see, considering they both went at one another throughout Deadman.
No, absolutely. And I mean, my money right now, I want to see Rexy, the underdog, go all the way, although I will have to say that Ditter, probably the more experienced and the favourable PK by the majority, is probably going to go through and take this one. Like you said before, he has beaten Rexy already. So, I don't know, man. At the same time, they've had a bit of practice now. They've got into the comfort zones. It's getting a bit later. At the same time, they're a bit tired, actually. I don't know, man. It's anyone's game. That's the beauty of this competition, is that you just don't know going into this how it's going to work out. If you get yourself a 30 DS spec, it just changes the whole matchup completely.
Is it past Ditter's bedtime? What's the chances he falls asleep on stage?
Well, he is from Hong Kong, so is the time zone a bit earlier?
I think they live in the future, that's true.
Well, let's jump into it right now. Ditter Bitter versus Rexy in this semi-final matchup. Best of 5, jumping into a 70 defense hybrid NH tournament.
Winner of this fight goes on to face against Manked in the finals. Before then, we'll potentially be able to see the third place playoff match. But in the meantime, we're seeing Ditter Bitter up for his similar strategy as before. Actually, seems like they are going to end up restarting the fight. Seems one of the players ended up forgetting a particular item. Thankfully, it was just at the start before anything actually happened.
Tell me who it was.
We can restart that.
Who forgot what?
Blame.
I gotta know. I gotta know for sure. But something we've seen Ditter do time and time again for these 70 defense fights is bringing that shield switch. And it's something that I love to see. You know, you could stack a little bit of that offensive magic bonus and then throw in the crystal shield and have a really tanky shield swap. Is that something that you think is allowing Ditter to have, you know, maybe a leg up on some of the other
definitely. I mean, the four-way switch is definitely harder to master, and especially to be able to one-tick them as well with the barrage. But Ditter, being, you know, having done this very comfortable in this PK style for a long time now, the crystal shield opts for, as you said before, really high, tanky defensive armor versus range and melee. The Odin ward, very squishy against the attack styles. So to bring both and to get that magic accuracy as well, and the magic defense, is just fundamental in these fights, when that DD is one of the most important parts of it. Anyway, let's jump right into it. Ditter Bitter versus Rexy in this best of 5 semi-final. Winner of here goes into the finals versus Manked Up Mage, and the first freeze being caught by Rexy. Can he get a DD? If he wants to step under, there it is, beautiful. Unfortunately, hitting a 0 and already trying to fakey his opponent out. Will Ditter go for the freeze right now? He's trying to go for it and catches it. 29-2, Rexy praying range there. Unfortunately, now 27 again. The barrage is that Odeon ward coming in clutch and keeping himself the Carol's top on 2 for that mage defense bonus to ensure he doesn't get frozen back again either.
Rexy, food is on. You can eat, heal back up. Now, one thing that I think Mika did better than anybody else when going up against Ditter in these 70 defense fights is he made sure that he wasn't longer than, like, you know, maybe 1 square away. He was always in melee distance, which I think is something that could combat the shield switch that Ditter's bringing out here.
And he goes in for that DDS spec, but Rexy, anticipating it, backs off a little bit, catches that extra freeze, gets that DD to start to set the pace himself. He's currently down a couple food, but I mean, it's still early game. He's used up 1 spec, so has Ditter at the moment, both on 75%. It's anybody's game right now. He's opted for the ACB, so his range is going to be huge. But that crystal shield, not enough. Clearly, a 34, then a 41. The combo's coming in, and Ditter sitting quite low, trying to utilize his bruise as best he can, but another 32. What is this from Rexy? A 28 overboard spec, absolute magician right now. Can he catch a second freeze and keep up this pace?
More of a complete archer, more than a magician there. Pure Spam with those bolts going in. absolutely shredding Ditterbitter to pieces.
But I'll tell you something though, Ditter's opting for that Malediction Ward and that Kodai. His mage hits are crazy. Was that a 30 through his prey range?
Yeah.
It was insane, that Onyx Bolt spec, which also actually heals him up too. Ditter opting to go to 106 HP right now, utilizing those brews to the best of his ability. Is he gonna be able to catch this freeze next? A 42 whip, again like I said before. That shield is really squishy against melee especially. And Rakesy, you know, realizing that, going for those ACB specs. Another openable spec, only a 13 unfortunately for him. Can he catch the next freeze? A 33 man. Ditter's mage is in real, and a 26 he has spec coming in too. Rakesy in the prey melee on though, and Ditter wasting one of his special attacks too.
As soon as you see Ditter equip the Odium, you have to close the distance, right? You know a barrage is coming. If you could step under him before he gets the click off, that's obviously the best case scenario so that you could get a melee hit in right away. But closing the distance, as soon as you think he's gonna throw out magic just like this, that's going to be Rakesy's best chance at KOing him here.
Yep, now looking at these two players, you can see the potion management from Ditterbitter is definitely more favorable than it is for Rakesy over here. With just one sip of super combat potion left and no range potions, his range from this point onwards is going to be severely limited in comparison to Ditterbitter's.
And that's his biggest DPS too, opting for the +1 as the ACB. He needs that range potion realistically, but Ditter just tearing them apart with these barrages right now. I mean, Rakesy's still in it. Another 0-0 from Ditter. Rakesy got that big tank on, but a 35 ball quickly shuts him down again. Another fake into the mage. Ditter doing an absolutely fantastic job of staying calm, collected, but I say that too soon. The Staff Bash twice
in a row. He's pulling that staff up his nostrils, and I don't know whether that was just bad play or a little bit of BM from Ditterbitter. I'm going to assume it was just a bit of bad play because I would not want to be in a position where I'm throwing this fight at this late stage in the tournament.
No, just one anglerfish left for Rakesy, and right now he's going to have to eat it. Ditterbitter certainly in control of the fight for the time being. Should catch this freeze. Another staff bash coming in, but it really doesn't matter at this point. He's so far ahead that he just needs to back on up. Even the ACB spec does good damage, but still not enough here. He's so far down.
No, absolutely. And right now, unfortunately, Rakesy is going to fall in this first best of 5, but it is not over yet. Did you get spec coming in? The 0-0 Ditter just going to, just finish him off nice and easily with the barrage, I believe. And those barrages are really coming in clutch there. Great victory for
Ditter. A lot of
Ditter.
damage there with magic. Is favouring it a lot. I wonder if Rakesy manages to figure that one out and does a similar tactic that Mank did against Boaty and opts to be primarily in tank gear rather than going for the offensive freezes and just really, you know, playing it on the back foot of the fight rather than the, you know, the forefront. Maybe he wants to sit back and kind of like read Ditter a little bit more rather than trying to beat him in a, you know, a traditional one-on-one style.
Yeah, and mentioning Mank actually, he must be right now sat downstairs, you know, eagerly anticipating his next fight. Who is it going to be? And making notes on how their play styles are. I wonder if that's what he's doing. And obviously realizing that Ditter loves to go for those mage hits, and maybe the nerves are going to get to him. I'm not too sure yet. Mank just seems so calm and composed. But at the same time, Ditter just, you know, focusing up and clearly making the best of this fight and every opportunity he's got.
Yep. However, if he does keep on doing those staff bashes, I do think it's going to come back to bite him and he might end up regretting it. It would be very interesting to see what a turn of tails that would be if he was to, you know, try and be a little bit cocky and poke a few too many times and it actually comes back to cause him to lose the fight.
Yeah, for sure. And now as we look ahead, these guys are going to be gearing up in the one defense build. And one item that I think we should explain a little bit more on why players are starting to bring in their inventory is the Phoenix Necklace. So this is something that, unless you're really kind of active in PvP and clanning, you might not even know that this item exists. So this makes it so that if your HP drops below 20% of max, the Phoenix Necklace will break and it'll heal you back up. So it could potentially save you in some of these fights. And that's what you saw in the Bodhi fight going up against Mank when they were going up in one defense. You know, unfortunately, Bodhi broke the P-Neca of Mank, allowed him to heal back up. And it's not like he did it on purpose, right? It's just the way the RNG works. But unfortunately, Bodhi's didn't break. And that wound up being exactly the difference in that fight.
And as a pure, actually, Reverend, what would you say is the best +1 you would opt for in these setups? I mean, I haven't really watched too much of the fights, but Ditter versus Rakesy, what are the +1s they're opting for in the one defense, if you remember?
I'm pretty sure Ditter's going to stick with the Kodai one for this one, and Rakesy's going to go with the Armadillo Crossbow. Personally, I would go with the ACB as well, just because you get that extra tier of bolts. I think the Opal Dragon, the Opal tipped Dragon bolts just... they output so much damage, man. Especially when you have the Candor and Hard Diaries, which you usually don't have access to on the Pure. You just see so many bolt specs, one right after another.
Yeah, I think I would probably take the ACB as well. Either that or the Kodai. I do really love the Ballista that comes out, but I just think the consistent damage from the ACB just triumphs those bigger hits that you get from the Ballista, especially when it's primarily a magic and ranged-based fight, and you go in for those special attacks at the poke every now and again with melee.
Now, we spoke about Rakesy obviously having to realize that Ditta uses a lot of magic and prioritizing Mage Prey, but will Ditta also be using Range Prey quite a lot, knowing that Rakesy uses that ACB? Will Rakesy change his strategy up, use Mage a little bit more? And it looks like he is. Both catching freezes, you know, nothing much coming on right now, and looks like Rakesy's also gone for some only like two-way switches, you know, keeping calm, but a 630 spec from Ditta right now. Now here's where it starts to speed up. If he gets that barrage, he does. Another spec coming in 8, sorry. Steps underneath, get the range out next, and a 20. Again, those bolts coming in, you see right there.
So it's a small thing that I'm noticing happen once again. Foe actually picked this up the last time we watched Bitter fight is he brings a ring switch, right? So right now he has a Berserker ring on. He switches it with a recoil, but the recoil he had in his inventory
He
only
forgot
had
to break it.
Yeah, he only had a couple
No
hits
way.
left, forgetting to break it. So it breaks early on this
huge.
fight. If Rakesy stays on top of his, he just gets more free damage than Ditter does.
Unfortunately for Rakesy though, he goes in for a spec there. Hits like a 0-12 on the right prez too. He has 75% left compared to Ditter's 35%. Now those DDS specs on Pures is the game change. You can hit 30 pluses, but Ditter opting for that Saurus Sword is interesting strategy. You can hit over 40s pluses max, and especially for having one defense. Oh my gosh, could have gone through prayer there, Rakesy. Has to heal up very, very well here. Goes for DDS spec on melee.
it.
Just wants to get some damage down. Or could have been bolted out as well.
Very
There's
large
two
risk,
opportunities.
yeah, coming here from Rakesy. He's definitely playing this one knowing that he has to take those risks to be able to bring himself back in the fight. He's got some spec left available to him. Ditterbit has obviously sank all of his now. He's going to have a spec coming up very soon, but in that time, Rakesy really just wants to be able to focus on getting Ditterbit frozen, not getting himself frozen like he has now in the corner. Very soon you're going to see Ditterbit become unfrozen and run straight towards him. I would be very surprised if he didn't decide to smack him with the Saurus Sword. Rakesy is running pretty low on food. We've got 3 Anglerfish and 3 Brew Sips compared to Ditterbit's 5 Anglers and 2 Brew Sips. However, Rakesy does actually have the advantage in terms of his stat boosting potions. He still has 3 doses left of his Bastion potion. And that's a really nice hit coming back from that ACB as well.
He also has 45% spec left to utilize, maybe 50 if it goes up in time. He's going to go for those specs at the perfect time with the ACB having a spec bar already. Can one tick it over, but can he catch his freeze? He's been frozen in place. 35, bolt, beautiful. Can he keep this up? The ACB spec. He's just got no food left. He's got to go for something. I think he should have probably waited till he's unfrozen again, gone for that DDS. That might have cost him the fight. But Ditter now, down to his last food and a Phoenix necklace. It is neck and neck right here, ladies and gentlemen.
There it is.
Put it on. Yes.
Phoenix necklace just gets
And it
broken.
broke.
Straight up
No
to 41
way.
HP.
Oh,
Is this going to be what it is? A 25 hit. Rakesy needs one more hit against him. Wow. So close.
P-Neck winds up being the difference maker once again in these one-death fights. It breaks, and you clearly see a sigh of relief from Ditter right there. One more fight is all he needs to secure his ticket to the grand finals. Well, he would face off against Mic'd Up Mage.
I think the big difference there in terms of damage output was the special attacks. Unfortunately for Rakesy, actually, he got a lot of specs off prayer, but the RNG just wasn't in his favor. He was hitting like 10 5s and
Rakesy
stuff.
actually ended up dealing more damage overall during that fight.
I think that's the first time we've seen that all tournament where
that's the
person who does more damage actually loses here.
That's very unfortunate for him. But clearly, a boost to his confidence, losing quite a lot in the first fight, in the semi-defense fight. And he's a best of 5 as before, so only 2 rounds in. Rakesy is still in this competition just as much as Ditter, but he does have to win 3 series in a row now.
Yeah, and I think you made the right call towards the end of that fight as well, Pure Spam. That ACB spec probably did end up losing Rakesy that fight. However, in that situation, when you are stuck where you were like he was with no food left, and he did get frozen at a diagonal, he couldn't use melee, he had no idea whether or not he was going to survive. And the worst feeling would be if he ended up falling with full spec because he never got to use it at all.
I was literally about to say that. I can't believe that happened to me.
Well, it's almost like we read each other's minds. But yeah, just like yourself, Pure Spam, sitting there with 100% spec bar.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's better to use it than not use it, definitely.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
when the nerves are, going through you and you're in that position where you're both literally out of food, you just got to, just make that decision right then and there. And unfortunately for Rakesy, it wasn't the right one, but you never know. He could have hit 0-0 specs. He could have not even had the opportunity to use the specs, or Ditter could have gone prey melee up as well. I mean, regardless of that, it was a much closer fight. So gives, like I said before, Rakesy a little bit more confidence to push him into the next round and hopefully get at least in a couple of fights back, give Ditter a bit more competition.
Oh, without a doubt. And look, at the end of the day, it's better to use the spec than to die with it available, right? It's never a good feeling to die and you go back, watch the VOD, and you're like, wow, I had 100% spec
Oh my
left.
gosh.
Does that remind you of something, Ian?
Just a little bit. I'll never live that down, I don't think. And yeah, that's quite unfortunate.
I don't think you will. And talking about confidence, Rakesy's going to need all the confidence that he can get, given the fact that if he loses this fight, his tournament run is over, and it's going to be a Ditter versus Manked final. So for them, For him, it really is on the line at the moment. Now, we've got a little bit of time whilst these guys are just prepping up for the next fight. For those of you that might be joining us late into the broadcast, please make sure you've headed over to OSRS allstars.com/standings to be caught up with all of the details. As soon as I get an opportunity, I'm going to run through some very quick rules, but you might be able to hear it in the microphone. We are being counted down. We've got 4 seconds to go until this third fight of the final semi-finals, Ditterbitter versus Rakesy on 45 defense builds.
And absolutely, yeah, these freezes right now, both catching the freeze, and quite interestingly, Ditter is opting for the Dragon Sword. I saw Boat using that as well. I was thinking to myself, why are they using that? Is it because maybe the defense bonuses of the Zerkers are more weak to the stab bonus as opposed to the slash of the D Scimitar or the Leaf-Bladed Sword? But clearly, Ditter doing his homework right now, and Rakesy, both in very similar gear, both opting for that ACB, realizing that the mage defense, oh my gosh, 28-5, you can actually spec them out there, Ditter, and also the ACB, one of the best things about it is it has that spec bar, so you're able to one tick to the DDS, and look at these fakes from Ditter. He is feeling really confident right now and just steamrolling at the moment. Can he catch this next freeze?
That's one obviously advantage with the Dragon Sword as well as the ACB is the Dragon Sword also has a special attack which allows him to, you know, maybe go for the Dragon Sword poke, then actually switch it out with a potion and go into the DDS and get that one tick spec.
And Tom's being very, very clever here. He's putting on just the robe top, the Dragon Hide top to try and have the most magic defense possible. But Ditter's freezes are catching him pretty much every single time, which is very unfortunate for him. He's had to do some pretty quick plays here to try and get back into the fight. He does have a brew advantage left, and he has 75% spec, which can turn the fight around in seconds. As we can see here, maybe from Ditter,
wow,
the fakey.
Nice freeze though in a fakey into range. It doesn't actually hit anything in the end.
And let's think back real quick to Ditterbitter's last 45 defense fight against Mika, right? He completely dominated that matchup, so this is certainly a style that he feels very comfortable in. A big hit coming out of Rakesy there, 35, bolt hit to follow up. Only a 6 on top of prayer there.
Yeah.
Once again, just looking at the food between these players, you still have a recoil in the inventory of Rakesy, as well as it's an even angler count.
And has he actually wielded the recall yet? Can he wield it? I'm not too sure about that one. Another thing to mention, oh yeah, he's got a recall already equipped. Another thing to mention about these fights as well, 45 defense, is probably the fight that a lot of people haven't actually experienced a lot of in terms of us as competitors. I mean, talking to the other guys about it as well. And clearly, again, the practice makes perfect. And Ditter, utilizing his strategy to the best of his ability. And Rakesy's catch this freeze at the moment. He still has 20% spec. We'll get another spec before the end of the fight. Unfortunately, he wastes his last one, which didn't hit too much. But he needs to hit now. Gets the DD, and he's still in this fight. He's actually at is that a food advantage he has right now, plus the offensive potion too?
It does look like Rakesy is in the lead at the moment in terms of food, so whilst this might be a familiar setup for Ditterbitter, it doesn't seem to be working out in his favor as much as he'd hoped.
And Rakesy doing an absolutely fantastic job of getting back into this. And again, utilizing that D-Hide top, remembering that Ditter likes to use magic, but in this fight, the ACB is paramount. The DPS it does is just uncomparable to any other weapon. Taking his pro for a second there, Ditter. Has he been smited? The DDS spec could have KO'd him as well. He's frozen in place still. Oh my gosh, Ditter is going to have to clutch it back, but he's out of food, and he's out of HP, and he's out of luck. Rakesy takes this one and gets back into this. 2-1 to Ditter.
Incredible showcase of skill coming out from Rakesy there. Definitely didn't expect that, thinking that Ditterbitter would take the last 2 rounds, but he would have, you know, came through on the first. Maybe this is his chance to bring it back now. We saw a pretty confident fight from Ditterbitter when it was the first 70 defense, which is what we're going to be headed into next. However, Rakesy has had chance now to see how Ditterbitter plays, figure out what kind of gear sets he goes with and what kind of style he prefers. Do you reckon he's going to do anything to kind of like change his thoughts going into this fight?
Dude, he has done so well to read Ditter. I mean, that first fight was down like 7 food, I believe. The pure fight came down, you know, again, really, really close. And that fight, he managed to actually win it. Yeah. So, I mean, his confidence must be an all-time high right now. He realizes he has to win this to stay in again. It's 2-1, best of 5. He can do it, Revan. Do you believe as well?
Absolutely. Look, we got ourselves a fight. We got ourselves a series. I think it might be worthwhile for Rakesy maybe to bring like an extra Bastion potion, concerning how much he relies on outputting range damage here, and you know, looking at his potion management so far throughout the series, it could be a little bit better, but he could keep doing the same style if he brings that extra Bastion potion in his inventory. Also, when we're talking about Ditterbitter and his shield switch, right, I think Rakesy has to do a better job at just outputting more melee damage, right? Stay within melee range and take advantage of those squishy shields.
So going back onto semi-defense, which is Ditter's prime form, actually. He's been practicing the semi-defense for the longest time now, and I believe he's the master of it on the stage, with the exception of course, Mank, who hasn't lost a fight yet. We'll have to see if Ditter manages to make it through, who is the better of the two. But Tom, like I said before, he has got that confidence boost right now. He's been learning, he's been reading, and hopefully he can put it into play. I'd suggest that he personally, I can't know if you can hear me right now, would bring a Kodai to, you know, match that mage setup. He's been using the ACB for every single fight. But at the same time, you know, whatever you're using, whatever you're happy with, you wanna stick with that, because, you know, changing your gear setup last minute could be a bad decision too.
Yep, absolutely. And Really, everyone's just kind of been having a tough time dealing with Ditter Shield switch. I'm going to bring it up once again, you know, switching between the Ward and the Crystal Shield for a more tankier setup. The Ward obviously providing, you know, more offensive magic bonuses because he relies on the Kodai and catching those freezes. It's something that we point out time and time again, but no one's really been able to find that perfect counter to it.
And I mean, if Racing can actually take this one back, actually, it means that we're going into the one defense fight, which before was neck and neck, very close.
11 damage in
Came
it.
down to the Phoenix
actually,
necklace.
11 damage in favor, was it, of Rakesy, actually, who ended up losing because of that Phoenix necklace. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's great that Rakesy ended up winning this fight. However, the odds are stacked up against him. He does need to win 2 in a row, whereas Ditter just needs to win 1 fight. So he's definitely got the upper hand
How
in
clever
this
is
here.
this?
And you can
Double
see
highs.
straight away double highs to try and combat that magic that Ditter loves to use.
He's splashed already for Ditter. That's 2 splashes now. Rakesy, reading his opponent like an absolute wizard and going for it again. The range hits off prayer, 32, beautiful. Ditter setting his robes a bit too long there, but putting out a lot of damage and really utilizing his bruise very cleverly here as well. He's able to get back into the fight, Racing to get a freeze and step underneath, but Ditter does catch it. That was crucial for him. DDS coming in 8-7, getting the DD. Another one on parade range, but unfortunately a 0-0 on the squishy Carol's leather armor as well. That's surprising.
A very good read from Rakesy, putting the protect from melee, but then letting it drop the second time round. And again, it could have happened twice now. He's been specced out by Ditter, unfortunately hitting zeros. That's just the nature of it goes, the way it goes sometimes. RNG can be a blessing or a sin.
Oh, these fakies right now from Racer, the whip hits, just absolutely decimating Ditter Bitter. He needs to get back into this fight, catch the next freeze. Although saying that, he has actually up a little bit of food, I believe. And
look at his potion management once again, running
wow,
a little bit
was
low.
that 30 stab?
That was, yeah, if that was a DDS spec, that can be pretty powerful.
That was a DDS poke of a 30.
You'll take that any day of the week, right?
For sure, that was intended.
And again, Rakes utilizing those double Carols, but being caught as he turns into his... Oh, the stack from Ditter, almost.
Lovely protect from melee as well, though, coming out from Rakesy. He's doing a really good job this time round. Maybe it was just the first few fights he hadn't warmed up, because he's definitely changed his pace this time round.
Unfortunately for Ditter, though, he's actually getting him off prayer quite a few times, seeing a lot of zeros right now and realizing that he's got to stop using magic and start changing his play style, using range and melee much more due to the low defense bonuses that Rakesy currently has. But Rakesy it back into it, going for the ACB again, being very heavy with it and catching Ditter in robes quite a lot. The 22 whip through the prayer as well. And Rakesy is going an absolute tear right now.
And Rakesy still has 100% spec left. I don't think I've seen him use a single DDS spec. He had a successful poke of the 30, but still with the specs available. Now trying to swap there, but Ditter catches the freeze just in the nick of time. Now looking to get under his opponent, back over to his barrage. Rakesy in this situation, he's going to be able to get out of there, but Ditter, he's got a chance to take control of the pace of the fight as he's starting to output some damage of his own.
Ditter now healing up as well. Rakesy taking that opportunity to make sure that he's not in danger of dying, but a 42 to take him down as well. One of the things that's really interesting, the last few freezes that we've seen come from these players, you've seen Rakesy really utilize that melee. Just as we mentioned before, unfortunate for Ditter Bitter, once again, hitting a 0-0 when it wasn't protect from melee. It definitely has been pure spam. You are right in that front. If you were Ditter Bitter right now, you've got to be pretty mad.
Oh man, I'd be really angry because especially since the fact that Rakesy's opted for that low defense bonus versus melee, but has got the mage defense. Not only is he splashing every single freeze, but he's also hitting 0-0 DSs.
He's got
this next freeze is going to be so crucial, and Rakesy does manage to catch it, but opting not to step underneath, although he's going to go for it now, potentially. And he's up quite a bit of food. The 12 spec could have been a bit higher for him. And currently, Ditter on the ropes. Again, is he opting for that ACB spec?
Well,
every
with
time,
60% spec, perhaps that one wasn't a mistake. I mean, if that ends up making him win the fight, look at Ditter Bitter right now, 1 anglerfish left, whereas Rakesy has 4 anglerfish and 2 brew doses. If Ditter Bitter doesn't catch a freeze here, I think it's going to be Bitter, Ditter, Bitter.
I mean, he's not catching freezes now. Rakesy does not have his Carol's over top on, and therefore Ditter's able to catch the freeze, but he's out of food. And Rakesy has quite a bit left. I think he's able to clutch this one back again.
Yeah, at this point, you just want to eat all the way up to full HP. Don't take any risks. There's no way that you can get comboed out, and he's done exactly that. Yeah,
that's a vibe. When you're in a situation like that, you're like, okay, you know, the HPs are pretty close. If I catch the freeze, then the next attack you see, wow, he's got a full bar of HP.
I was going to say, we've seen comebacks in this tournament before. They've happened. And right now, Ditter trying as best he can to stay in the fight. But the ACB coming
take it down. Rakesy read him to death.
Man, I tell you what, though, that ACB spec, actually, now thinking about it, the DDS has very low accuracy on it. Obviously, Ditter is opting for that Crystal Shield, the Guffin's Helmet as well. He's got very high defense bonus. Maybe just wasting a special attack against the DDS specs. The ACB twice there, even though it was on prayer, was still hitting around 20 damage. So the accuracy and the sheer power of the ACB, just, you know, who cares about the range prey? Who cares about the defense bonus?
No, completely. I mean, at the end of the day, we've said it before, we'll say it again, just like we've said that exact saying, but it's better to have used special attack and hit something with them to not have used special attack at all. Now, by some strange turn of events, we are looking at a 2-all in the semi-finals.
Absolutely.
When, you know, Ditter was originally 2-0 up. Rexy, against all odds, has managed to win 2 in a row. This last fight determines who is going to go to the finals. A fight for $5,000.
That is ridiculous. And not only mention that as well, the last one defense fight they did just a few matches ago actually came down to the nail. You know, it was just...
And Rexy did more damage.
It was just the Phoenix necklace that was the crucial part there. And luckily for Rexy, actually, you know, having won these last 2 fights, he must be feeling so much more confident than Ditter. And Ditter right now, you know, he's come here to win. He's one of the fan favorites, or rather, the most... Sorry, one of the competitors that people think is going to go the furthest. The same with Manx right now. That was like a huge matchup for the finals. But potentially Manx might be fighting Rexy, someone, the underdog actually, that came out to this event to fight Sea Engineer for a position in this tournament after unfortunately Signo got sick, had to back out. And he's doing a fantastic job so far. And can he go all the way? What do you reckon, guys?
I think he has what it takes to beat Ditter now. Mostly down to the fact that the last fight, you could clearly see he knows what Ditter is up to. All it took was 2 fights. And then since then, he's changed his strategy. He's started using melee when he needed to. He's been more defensive against Magic, and that's just completely thrown Ditter off. That last fight was so in the favor of Rexy, considering that with 70 defense, it's either a complete whitewash from start to finish, else it comes down to the wire. And we're talking, he had 3 anglers and was over 60 HP.
No, absolutely. I mean, these fights now, Rexy's got to keep in mind that maybe that ACB spec's not going to work on the one defense, and hopefully he remembers to use the DDS, which could just be an absolute game changer, hitting 30 pluses specs, which just, you know, that's free food out of the 13 that you get, just used up straight away off the bat. So I'm personally rooting for Rexy as the underdog to go through, but either way, both have done very well to make it this far. This is a $5,000 difference match. This is the semi-finals of who will fight Manx in the final. Here we go, Ditter opting for the DDS off the bat, but actually faking it, going for the mage off the start, and catching that freeze, and going for the step under straight away, Ben.
Yeah, Rexy getting himself trapped in the corner. And unfortunately, as a competitor, this is where you feel the pressure the most. Ditter, as he was up 2-0 in the series, Rexy's been able to battle back, forcing the 3rd matchup here. We've already highlighted the cash that's available for the winner here, and Ditter's done a great job of just dictating the pace early on, already dumping 3 of his specs.
And both utilizing the 2-way switches again right now. The Kodai for Ditter with the +1, like I said before, the Rexy using that ACB, going for the DDS spec. Oh, the fakey again. Ditter faking it so well. He realizes this is a clutch moment for him. He's got to be able to output as much damage and minimize as much damage, and faking his opponent out as much as possible. And Rexy right now needs to catch this freeze, needs to get up on top of him, and needs to try, you know, bring back a few more fights.
He's definitely been taking a lot of damage in the last 30 seconds or so. Really is up against a huge wall at the moment, and that wall is Ditter sitting at the top, dabbing away. The damage is going through, both sitting at 30 HP. Oh! All the way back down now to 20 to each one. The hits just keep flying. Left, right. Which one of them is going to fall first?
I'll tell you what, Ditter is actually up quite a bit of food right now, but he has utilized all his specs. All it takes for Rexy, that 1 spec on the right prayer, but Ditter anticipating it, keeping prayer melee up, switching between the 2 to try and, you know, get Rexy into a bad frame of mind. What's he going to do? He's taking his time, potting up, you know, trying to calm himself down and make the most of whatever potentially he has.
Unfortunately, it was a 25 hit, even through protect from melee. Really nice from him, and he managed to then follow up that with a pretty decent bolt back from Ditter to pull himself back through into this fight. We're now looking at 1 anglerfish and 2 Brudo sips from Rexy compared to 4 anglers, and is that 7 brew sips for Ditter?
Ditter's just smashing him with the Sarah Sword right now, constantly. And the thing is about Pures, when you're fighting on a Pure, you usually tend to play range majority because that's just the most DPS that it does. But that Sarah Sword coming in clutch right now with the B-ring as well, and actually changing up a little bit. Oh, the DDS spec! Almost got...
Well,
the recoil KO!
Walking around with 0
finishing it off.
Can't believe it.
Well, when you have not much food or none at all, there's not really much that you can do. And it just showed there that even though Rexy had put together an amazing fight, pulling in 2 fights in a row, was the last one to take it, Ditter ultimately showing that he was the better opponent of that fight.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and, you know, round of applause for Rexy as well, guys. I mean, this guy was a substitute coming into this one, battled to make his way into the groups, and he made it all the way to the semifinals, had a shot to make it to the grand finals. I mean, you know, that first pure fight that they had could have went either way. It goes in his favor. He walks away in the grand finals.
I mean, that just goes to show us all the competition itself. Like, you just don't know whose fight is going to win, and actually going to the finals now as well, with Manx versus Ditter. I just don't know how it's going to go, to be honest.
I honestly have no idea myself. This whole tournament has been absolutely ridiculous. It's been so fun. I'm probably going to say that I think Manx is going to win, though.
You reckon so?
I said that I don't know, but I think I do. I think it's going to be Manx. And, I mean, look, we're looking at a champ who's 11-0. we've just seen Ditter Bitter nearly lose to Rakesy, and whilst, you know, it's not that Rakesy's a bad player, he's absolutely fantastic and he's proven his worth. He still was only able to practice for a few days. Imagine what he would be capable of if he was here from the start and knew for 2 months ago that this was going to happen and that he could have practiced every single day, all day, just like some of these people have been doing.
Well, we have demo mode just around the corner, so I hope he's going to put that into practice and
fingers crossed we'll
get
be
on
able
stage
to
or
see
something
that.
and get as far as he possibly can in the competition. But yeah, my money right now is probably going to be on Seb, Manked as well, since we go way back. But, I mean, like we saw just there, I mean, all it takes is just a bit of good RNG, a good spec on the right prayer, and it's
Mike
anyone's
has that
game.
killer instinct too, man. When he has a lead, he pushes it to the
Oh, he
fullest
does.
advantage, and he never takes his foot off the gas pedal.
He definitely doesn't, and we are looking now at going into a best of 7 rather than a best of 5, so a lot of opportunity to switch up the gears. Before we do that, though, let's head over and get a few words from Modarchi, Ditter Bitter, and Rakesy himself.
Okay, guys, what a final semi-final that was. Rakesy versus Ditter Bitter. Ditter Bitter taking the win, but you did give up a good fight, Rakesy. You were down 2, and you came back. What happened in that last fight there?
I don't really know. I just got DDS really high, and on one defense, there's not much you can do about that to come back, to be honest with you. So, you know, just one of those things, I guess. But I think it was quite demotivating losing 2 in a row. Like, I think a lot of people start to go down like a horrible thought process at that point. I just kept it together and brought it back. I beat you on 70 defense, which is like your main thing, so I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, I double carols, man, got you. But yeah, I'm happy with my performance overall. I mean, I was supposed to be like a backup, so I feel like I've come pretty far.
You've done really well. You've won yourself at least $1,500, and you're actually about to go fight Bodhi for a shot at $2,500 for 3rd place, so I'm actually going to send you off. Again, thanks so much for joining us, Rakesy. And go fight Bodhi for 3rd place. Now we've got Ditter Bitter winning at least $7,500, coming at least in 2nd place. You are fighting Manked Up Mage in the finals. Now you have beat him before, I believe it was a Deadman Beta. Are you nervous?
Yeah, I'd be stupid not to be. Has he lost a single fight?
No, he's 11-0.
Okay, well, I've lost a couple here and there, so I mean, I'm happy with 2nd. I'll do my best, but you know, $7,500. I'm not going to complain.
Have you learned anything from watching him play today? Anything you're going to change up to try to beat him?
He's not the fastest, but he doesn't miss click. So, yeah, I miss click every now and then. We'll just have to wait and see. I don't really mind if I lose now.
If you are going to beat him in one of the combat styles, which one would you pick?
I think the main one. Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck to you in the finals against Manked Up Mage, and best of luck to Rakesy against Bodhi in the 3rd place fight. That being said, guys, we're going to throw it back to the casters.
Thank you, Archie, and welcome back everyone that's viewing at home. I'm Mod Ieza. Joining with me is one of my best friends, Pure Spam. A very good friend as well, Revan.
What?
And fantastic
I want to be best
caster.
friends too.
Love you both.
We'll get there eventually, Revan. A few more Deadman modes, and I'm sure we'll...
a few more late nights together.
Yeah, well, let's just wait till that's off air. How about that?
What's going on.
Really late night. What are you talking about? It's 1 a.m. now, isn't it?
We are actually at 20 to 2 a.m. This broadcast has been going since 4:30 p.m. on Saturday. I actually don't even feel tired anymore.
Really?
I am so happy.
Gone through it.
We have been live for 9 hours and 8 minutes. Who would believe it? But guess what? It is coming down to the final moment. This is what we have all been waiting for. This is the end. What it's all about.
Yeah, the best of
final
7.
fight, best of 7 finals, and we're going to be looking at Manked against Ditter Bitter.
Not only that, it's a $15,000 grand prize versus $7,500 2nd place. This is a lot of money on the line for both players right now.
I'm going to ask one of them to take me on holiday.
Understandable. And Ditter right now, his first ever event, showing to everybody, you know, that he's got nerves of steel as well, only being 17 years old.
He had nerves of steel until the finals, and now all of a sudden, he's going to try and act like the cool guy. He's been like a little bit, you know, I'm humble. No, I'm really nervous. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? Oh, okay, that's not what you've been saying up to this point, Ditter.
Well, listen, coming into this tournament, these two players want to play against one another.
Yeah.
They listed each other as a rival. They went at it a little bit in DMM, maybe a little bit of bad blood. And this is where you get the most bragging rights you could ever get. A $7,500 match,
for sure.
Best of 7 format across all different builds. This is where you truly prove that you're better than one another.
I mean, last time they fought, Manct did take Ditter out on Dead Man mode, was able to get himself like a cheeky max kill. So can Ditter clutch back that victory and get his revenge on Manct up mage? I really don't know whose game this is, but I will have to say, with 11-0 right now, Manct leading, not lost a single fight in this competition. He is one tough opponent.
Absolutely crazy, but I mean, one thing I just want to make sure that we don't get the wrong message being sent across here. Whilst he has been very confident up until this point, there's been for good reason. Ditter has shown that he is a fantastic player, a formidable opponent for anyone to be going up against. And in terms of the style of fights that we see in here, absolutely incredible showcase of skill. However, he is now going up against Manked Up Mage, who, as we're all well aware, has not lost a fight to this point. Just want to quickly remind everyone that this stream has been powered by Gamebyte, who are currently live streaming the event from the Gamebyte Facebook page. Do leave your questions for the casters in the comments, and if we do get any that come through that are suitable to be on screen, we'll play them. In addition to that, you may or may not be aware that Old School RuneScape is actually available on mobile. Who'd have thought it? It's on iOS and Android. It's the exact same game that you play on desktop. If you were unfamiliar with RuneScape these days and you played back in the day, you're watching this broadcast thinking, what is going on? Well, the game is very similar to how you probably remember it. The same graphics, the same old skills, but with loads of new content, some fantastic updates, lots of great things coming forward in the future. Those of you that are viewing on Twitch, type !mobile in the chat for more information. Otherwise, just head over to the App Store or the Google Play Store and download it now. Create yourself an account, maybe get back your old one, or even continue on the one that you have at the moment and start making those gains.
And there are so many things to do on OS Mobile. I mean, me personally, as an Iron Man, by the way, I've been making quick use of the fishing, all the AFK skills, woodcutting as well.
You love it, don't you?
Love to have.
In bed with your tablet, you always tell me, especially watching Twitch, like on one device and on the other.
No, it's great. It's such a revolutionary update to the game, and it's brought so many players in, and the game just keeps growing, and events like this are possible due to things like that as well.
It's fantastic, and it's a win-win for us all. You guys get to see a fantastic event, we get to cast it, you get to participate in it, and everyone else gets to just hopefully relish in the enjoyment that more of these are going to be coming from the future. Now, that being said, let's have a quick look at how this bracket has shaped up to this point. We're now at the finals, the very last fight going into this tournament. Who is going to win? Is it going to be Ditter, or will Manct continue his absolutely flawless streak and beat Ditter to the ground?
Well, I'd say this is one of the biggest rivalries in the entire tournament. These guys, like I said before, faced up against each other again, and currently both probably opting for the semi-defense setup as their majority. Actually, no, they're both saying semi-defense is one defense, which is surprising to me, actually. Manct looking really quick on the sticks with the one defense. I'm not going to lie about that one. Ditter, though, only just beating Rakesy, and now I would definitely say that Manct is a better hybrid, especially pure hybrid, than Rakesy. No offense to Rakesy, of course. So it's going to be a very hard fight for Ditter to win.
Yeah, Manct hasn't lost a single fight. Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned it, but in support, just to highlight.
Did you know, by the way, Manct hasn't lost a fight?
Yeah, really? You guys have no. Manct has yet to lose a fight, but look, I think the only other rivalry that we have in the tournament that kind of matches this one is maybe Skill Specs versus Torvesta, but at least we get to watch one of them, right? You see they both listed each other as their rival. This is who they wanted to fight coming to this matchup, and what better way to have it than in the grand finals?
Absolutely, and I'm wondering actually if they're going to change up their styles fighting each other right now. Has Manct got a secret strategy he's not shown anybody yet, waiting for the final against Ditter to utilize it on him? And Ditter, is he going to stick with the Odium Ward and the Crystal Shield setup he's been using so far with that huge defense bonuses? Is it going to be enough to tank Manct? I guess we have to wait and find out. If this best of seven is about to start, Manct versus Ditter in the grand finale of the All-Stars event.
Whilst we get ourselves ready for that fight, we also have the third place playoff that is currently going on at the moment. We will have a replay package available. Some interesting information being passed on from that. Apparently, both players have decided to use an AGS with no helm for the 70 defense fight.
Wow, that's awesome.
So we're going to be seeing a little bit less of the defensive armors for them, basically putting on a good show for you guys that we can see on those replays. Hopefully, we're going to see some big specs coming out. Now, the reason that we're doing it that way is we absolutely do not want to delay the finals. Unfortunately, it's the way that it's had to go. The stream's been going, as we've mentioned before, well over 9 hours of length now, and whilst I'm having an absolute ball of a time, joined by some fantastic people all around me, I'm sure that others are probably wanting to go to sleep.
Yeah, it turns out sleep is pretty important to the human body. At least that's what a scientist told me. I believe him.
Well, unless, it's for the nature of competitions and games and gains, but do make sure that you guys are sensible out there, because it is unhealthy. So
I'm stay up all the time. You wait till demo mode a few weeks time. Tell me when I'm staying
it's
up for
pure
3
spam.
days.
Yeah,
Right?
3 days straight is there. Caffeine in one hand, water bottle in the other. Make
absolutely.
sure if you haven't already, grab yourself a glass of water and stay hydrated. It is very important. Yeah, I'm so excited for this next fight. I can't wait to see what is going to come from it. I think pure spam, I'm hoping that you're going to be right in the sense that we're going to see some crazy strategies that we've not seen before. And it looks like our players are ready to enter the stage now. So ladies and gentlemen, for the grand final, we have Mankt and Ditterbitter about to go towards the stage.
Mankt versus Ditterbitter.
Lovely Mank giving the little kneel down of respect to Ditter to remain at his height. I wonder if that is going to actually come to bite him back, and Ditterbitter is now looking for revenge. Gotta love it.
You got to go for it, man. These guys, they've fought each other many times in the past now. They're fighting again for a $7,500 difference in first and second place prize as well. What would be going through your head right now, Ben and Revan? What would you be thinking going into this fight?
I'll be thinking, how the heck did I get here?
I'll be thinking, I'm not losing to this guy. Anyone but Ditterbitter, I'm not losing to him.
So what do you think then? What kind of plus ones would you guys use in these fights against both competitors? Me personally, if I was fighting Mankt, probably stick with the Kodai. Having those freezes is so crucial, and that's what he opts for as well. So matching that is a smart move. Now Ditter as well, opting for those mage hits as well. I wonder if they're going to switch it up then. Maybe they'll get the AGSs out too, or the Dragon Claws. I very much doubt it with that much money on the line, but
I'm curious to see if Mankt goes for a double tank setup for the 70 defense fights. I think when it comes down to it, I would copy what Bodhi did with the pure fights and bring out a Staff of Light, combine that with an Occult, and really focus on the mage and range switches there, because you know your DDS is going to hit. But for the other ones, I think I stick with the good old reliable, the ACB.
At the same time, we've said before a million times now, Mankt is 11-0 in this tournament. So why change what your, what's worked for you so far?
No, exactly. It's, don't fix what's not broken.
Exactly.
I think for myself, going into these fights, I would have no chance of standing up against them, so I'd opt for the strategy that Foe talked about when he was joining us here on the stage, and that was actually to kind of like prioritize KO weapons. So I'd look for the AGS and hope that I can get that lucky stand under, and that just by some miracle, RNG just prays down upon me and just lets me get that one hit that lets me beat them.
When I was fighting Adam, that was the only thing that was in my mind. It was every time he was on Frozen, I was like, Ray, melee, please don't put down. It was always +1. Do not Aegis for me, because I would never live that down, especially if it was like some kind of special number or anything like that.
Well, I mean, you could imagine if that AGS hit, and as the spiral went up, the red hit splat came, and there were two numbers. One of them was a 7, the other was a 3. Can I get a smork in the chat, please, ladies and gentlemen?
Can I get a new co-caster? Come on.
No.
Look, it's nearly the end of the fight with the tournament. We've got to have a little bit of
It's
fun.
been 11 hours, isn't it now? I think that you've been streaming for something crazy like that.
Yeah,
so it's understandable, mate. It's understandable.
It's allowed, I mean, we've got to pay homage to the good old memes, and it is what it is. Now, just to let you guys know, third place fight has started. We are just about to jump into the grand final, but before that happens, to let you know, it's a battle for $1,000 between these two players. That is apparently a 41 whip hit just came through from Boaty. So
oh my gosh! Well, again, Adam liking that melee, utilising best he can, and about to jump into the fight. As we say that, jumping in, Mankt versus Ditter in the finals. About to beg my pardon. For $15,000 grand prize. Let's get it.
And that beautiful trophy as well. Let's not forget it. And look at it, even in modded game, we said it before, Mod West is best.
Right, so off the bat now, was that a little bit
How are you doing?
Talking game. Oh, wow.
I believe.
Trying to, make him a little bit nervous and such, and he gets that first freeze, and it works clearly, getting the DD, and the bolts going in, not too much damage, but that is a huge advantage to have off the bat, and Ditter not even changing out of his tank right now, but catching that freeze. That was so important for him to catch it as well, and now whipping him, and still remaining calm, but not really switching as much as I've seen him before. Maybe a little bit worried, but the 0-0 for both of them actually pretty much on the wrong prayer.
So that 33 bolt hit through prayer. Also noticing no shield switch for Ditterbitter in this fight, so already switching up his gear from what we've seen in his previous matchups.
So they've got the exact same gear setup. The only difference is the helmet, I believe, which doesn't really make much of a difference at all right now.
Just horns on top or horns on bottom.
We have 75% versus 50% spec, and Ditter is down a couple food with a spec less than Mangt. And Mangt just, as best he can, just getting those DDs, but not actually hitting when he's moving out. And unfortunately taking a big spec to the head there, 12-10 I believe it was, which, adds up over time. That's a whole angle down. Yep. But catching that freeze one more time now, and Ditter being frozen just before he gets to step under, so we can't start retaliating and jump back into this fight.
Really good play from Mangt there, especially as Ditter was charging in. Fortunately for him, though, he managed to get Ditter down to a decent amount of HP so that he did have to start eating, and that freeze in the perfect position because, well, you've seen it before. Every time that step under happens, there's a potential for you to get completely specced out when you just least expect it.
Now, so 27-26 from Mangt, and oh my gosh, Ditter must be so shaky right now. I'd be like losing it at the moment. Can he catch his next freeze as well? Can he create that momentum he just created for himself? And he can catch the freeze potentially. No, Ditter's still unfrozen, gets to the freeze first, and will he get frozen back? Unfortunately, Mangt gets one of his first splashes, I believe, this turn. He's been very lucky with those
and you say that he's managed to just freeze Ditter as he steps out, and they're now toe-to-toe next to each other. All three attack styles available to them. Ditter opting to poke the nose with the wand. Not going to be doing too much, especially with the full defense, and you do not want to be in a position where you're letting that happen right now.
Fantastic fake coming from Ditter, though, and utilizing that whip, understanding that on this account setup, on semi-defense, silent attack, is one of your biggest DPSs. But Mangt, again, catching another freeze, but Ditter's unfrozen in the grace period, unfortunately for him. Can he catch this next one again, though? Potentially another splash from both players right now. This next freeze is going to really, create the pace of the fight and who can get on top of each other. And it's Mangt again, just dominating over and over again. But Ditter is not out of this one yet. He still has one special attack left, and the opportunity. And Mangt again, the nerves getting to him too. A few staff bashes from both players coming in.
Once again, it's just relentless here for Mangt. He's always on top of his opponent. After he catches the freeze, wastes no time stepping under his opponent. There's the DDS spec in response from Ditter as he gets them frozen. Now space created between both opponents. This next freeze, crucial in this fight. You see the difference in supplies between both. Ditter has to catch this next freeze and take control of the fight, but it looks like there's going to be distance between both.
We saw Mangt saying oops in game as well when he actually staff bashed briefly, but not a single wink on his face, not changing it. He's just being concentrated as much as possible right now. And Mangt here really trying to catch that next freeze again. Ditter unfrozen, not being caught. Can he get the step under? Steps back instantly. And frozen again. That's beautiful for Ditter, but he gets frozen next to him now. All three attack styles have to keep in mind. This is where it gets tricky. If you're able to fake your opponent out with range, you have to play range. Obviously, melee and range, the biggest DPSs here. We might see a few barriers being thrown in too. Ditter utilizing his bruise as best he can, bringing down, using a little ice splits there, hitting a 22, beautiful. 0-0 DDS coming from him as well, unfortunately. And Mangt just sitting at really high HP right now, not going to throw it, not going to die to a silly DS spec.
Absolutely no point, especially when you're looking at having 5 anglerfish left as well as 3-dose Sourdome Brew compared to nothing from Ditter Bitter. Mangt and his relentlessness of barraging going down across Ditter Bitter really has helped pull through. However, a lot of damage being dealt now by Ditter Bitter. Once again, when the opponents need to stop worrying about eating, they concentrate on dealing damage. It's all they have left to them, and it's really showing because now what was that 5 anglerfish and 3 brews is currently 3 and 1 brew sip. So another few hits like that, and they're going to be neck and neck.
Yeah, nothing left available here for Ditter Bitter to heal back up. Maybe a Blood Blitz, maybe his Onyx Bolt procs, but nothing really substantial here. So a significant advantage over to Mangt. He's got the HP lead. He has the ability to heal back up. As long as he just deals some sort of damage, he should walk away with a 1-0 lead.
Absolutely, and would you look at that? It seems like Mangt actually managed to get another freeze straight away off the bat towards Ditter Bitter.
And the 0-21 threw his prayer right there. Unfortunately for Ditter, actually got a freeze, and then he accidentally stepped out, I believe, and Mangt caught it straight again, the 33 to finish him off. Wow, Mangt taking that first win in the best-of-7 finale. 1-0 in his favor.
I'm not typing GF after that fight. I'm typing sit.
Oh, wow. Brutal. I mean, that must be such a massive confidence booster. Mangt, again, we've said it many times, not lost a single fight. Not even against Ditter Bitter, one of the favorites in this tournament right now. Ditter has to come back, clutch back. I mean, he's capable of doing it. Definitely, we've seen him come back from worse. And, I mean, he started out strong versus Rakesy and then lost a few matches, gotten back in the swing of things. Obviously, fighting someone like Mangt, that kind of pressure being put on you, someone that's won numerous demo tournaments, gone to the finals so many times, has so much stage experience too. It's going to be a hard one for him.
Yeah, the main thing that I keep thinking back to is the post-game interview from the previous fight with Mod Archie and Ditter Bitter, where Ditter Bitter said that he was really happy with his placing, even if he does come second. I'm really hoping that that's kind of like, not where he's just aspiring to be, and he is going to try his hardest to bring this fight back through. Obviously, second place is a fantastic place to finish. It's still a lot of prize money, but you really want to go for that first place, and I really want to see him fight really hard for it, because that was such a good fight between the two of them. Mangt did come out on top, quite considerably with the amount of food that he had left. And I think that was mostly down to the fact that, you know, he could just control the fight with those barrages. Hardly none of them splashed, but it's not because of the fact that he was super lucky. There were a few times, yes, where he was very lucky to get those hits.
I think he was very lucky to get those freezes, actually. And Ditter, utilizing the whip really well. He got hit quite a few 40-pluses there. I didn't see Mank really using it very much. Unfortunately,
yeah, but at the end of the day, he didn't need to because he kept the distance, he was doing the step unders. And I think the most important freezes that I did see Mank catch were against the wrong pro on Ditter. So maybe overall lucky in the grand scheme of things, but when it really mattered and it comes down to it, he did what he needed to do to win.
I just can't believe it only took one fight for Ditter to go away from his tried and true strategy. You know, that shield switch, you know, he goes up against one fight against Rakesy where he pulls out double tank and immediately abandons it coming into the grand finals.
Maybe he knows that if he's been sussed out, then at that point the strategy just isn't worth doing anymore. If you are going to go against, you know, the double tank, you don't have the additional offense because you opt in for a little bit more defense, really focusing heavy on mage defense, the mage. And, well, at that point, pretty much third of your damage has just been nullified.
Yeah, it's just weird. He had so much success, and you know he doesn't even give it another shot if Mank were to bring in that double tank setup. But regardless, that's how things played out. The first match already done here in the grand final as Mank continued his undefeated spree. Let's see if he can keep it up as we move into another one defense fight.
Oh, my favorite, the one defense. And jumping this one, we both all said here today that Mank is his favorable attack style, but same for Ditter actually as well. And Ditter catching that first freeze, finally he's able to control the fight from the get-go, getting the bolt on the prey melee, Mank's prey melee, not trying to give Ditter any massive specs. And Ditter actually using that DDS to fake Mank to force him to keep the prey melee up as long as possible. And Ditter's getting loads of free bolts here. Unfortunately, a lot of them are 0-0s, and that DDS, Mank's could predict it from a mile off. Another one again, 12-9, and retaliating with 20-something, and actually getting off prayer there too.
Really nice hits coming on from the two of them now. While both of them decide on eating up. A quick update in terms of the off-screen fight for third place. Boaty won the first one with the 70 defense fight. Rakesy actually managed to come back and win the one defense fight, so it's currently 1-1. They have one fight left, which is the 45 defense to determine who comes out on third place. Let's get back to this fight, however, because this is for the grand final. Who is going to come out as our victor? Who's unfortunately going to be second place? Looking at the moment, very even in terms of food, both the exact same amount of spec. Mank got the little bit of upper hand here against it a bit until actually ended up eating the food, and now both similar HP as well.
Goes to show as well, these two competitors getting prey melee on for pretty much every single special attack being thrown at each person, and it's so neck and neck right now. Both of them for exactly the same setups too. The Saradomin sword coming in, swiping at his opponent, trying to cut his head off and trying, you know, get him down. He's got the Phoenix Nexus as well, maybe going to come in clutch near the end. So a little smirk from Mank there, seeing some big damage being output by him. Another 20 on the prey range. Can he catch his freeze? Yes, he can, potentially. He's got immunity right now, Ditter, and a beautiful
straight away. Nice freeze from both opponents. It's just absolutely crazy.
And currently both neck and neck, standing next to each other. Although I would say that Mank has a slight food advantage right now with 4-5 angler food versus 4 and 1 dose of brew for Ditter, but that's nothing in the grand scheme of things.
Don't forget one Phoenix necklace as well.
Mank's about to get his second spec as well. He's going to have 2 available here. There's one more ticket, and he's going to have a second one too.
Oh, the KO!
Wow, there.
No way.
Mank stays perfect.
Hey, that Saradomin sword clearly coming in
Panic
the
by
clutch right
sword?
That was definitely worth bringing, I suppose. I
For sure.
I was thinking about it, but
I can imagine right now in that moment, Mank is looking at his screen as that damage comes out, and he just turns around and just goes, "Ooh, yeah, nice hits."
I will say one thing though, Ditter definitely, not showing that he's not too afraid, and he's able to get back into the fight, and it's not over till it's over. It's currently 2-0 to Mank in this best of 7 grand finale.
13-0 is Mank so far throughout this entire tournament. Just 2 more fights for him to be crowned your champion here at the PvP All-Stars. You see the difference in damage there. 64 more damage done by Mank as he secures the victory there. Now it's time for them to gear up in their Zerka builds, and they'll go at it once again.
Now, I would say here that Mank has potentially the advantage. I don't think Ditter's been practicing too much on it, but Mank actually through and through, even back in the day, many years ago, he actually started out on a Zerka as well, I believe, doing a lot of high risking and such. So I think he's got the advantage here, especially being 2-0 up. But Ditter, like I said before, clutch that was a much closer fight, unfortunately falling to the Saradomin sword. Who could have predicted that one, eh?
Well, especially when I think it was mentioned earlier that someone brought it in. Mank actually, I believe his words were that it was very interesting. Might have to see how that goes for himself.
Oh, really?
And has now opted to bring it through, unless he always had that as a trick up his sleeve. I just want to make a quick correction about a statement I made a moment ago regarding the third place fight. It's actually a best of 5, not a best of 3. Apologies. So they are going to go through to the 45 defense round. After that, they're going to go back to, I believe, the 70 defense and then 1 defense if it's needed. So as soon as we have an update on how that third round went in their best of 5 for third place, we'll let you know.
I mean, tell you what, Manx looks just so cool and calm.
He does, doesn't he?
He's just like, just in his element, you know, just absolutely dominating this tournament through and through.
You can clearly tell he's played on a stage before.
I mean, that's where the confidence comes in, really. That experience of being up here multiple times now over the years. Not only that, but just being a PKer for I guess, much longer than Ditta, maybe, as Ditta is quite a young competitor, as he said before.
And just real quick, just continuing the conversation about the Sour Sword, I guess the one big deterrent on why people just wouldn't use it more is just because it's like a two-handed weapon, and sometimes it could disorganize your inventory a little bit. And with how much of a rhythm you have to be in to succeed in these one defense fights, you know, if one thing goes out of place, like for example, Ian, I know you like to brid with like your gear more towards the bottom of your screen, you equip a two-handed weapon, your book, your shield flies up to the top.
Exactly.
You're like, oh God, do I click that first?
And that happened to Manx as well, but even despite that, he's still able to use it, and it shows, you know, just how experienced he really is. Jumping into this best of 7 grand finale, Manx versus Ditta Bitter. Manx in the lead, 2-0. Now onto the Zerka fight, and who is going to catch the freeze? Both opting for, oh, actually, Manx got the Kodai. I've not seen many Kodais on the Zerkas yet, and Ditta going for the ACB for that brutal DPS and 45 defense.
We're going to see how it pays off for him. For each player, in fact, both opting for a different +1. Wonder who's going to come out on top. Looking at it before, I think it's probably safe to say that Manx's favourite at this point being 2-0 up. He definitely has the advantage going into this of the fact that he can lose 2 fights and it doesn't actually make any difference to him.
Man, these specs for Ditta Bitter are coming in off prayer, but they're just not hitting anything. Lots of 0-0s, but he's using his spec, 2 thrown in. So far, Manx has only used 1, so he's got 3 left available, but now it's Ditta's turn to control the pace. He's got the freeze, he's got the step going in. Now his DDS is starting to connect. 12 damage, a little bit, but still nice damage to get.
Surprisingly, actually, Ditta's catching those freezes with the Arim Staff versus the Kodai. Now, obviously, you bring that +1 Kodai to ensure those freezes, and Manx getting one and jumping right back into the ring with the crossbow, the D-Simi fakies, and Ditta is falling for them over and over again. But right now, looking at supplies, very even. Actually, I'd say that Ditta's potentially in the lead, but he used a lot of respects. And if Man gets a really good spec on the right prayer, on the right gear, it could change it for him right now. Not 12, unfortunate to say the least.
Could have been great. Unfortunately, it was not.
And jumping back in again, Manx being frozen in place by Ditta. Can he catch the freeze back, though, is the question. I believe Ditta might be in here, or has he been frozen in place?
I think both players now are frozen, so we're going to be seeing a bit of a stalemate in terms of attack styles between Magic and Range, trying to trick their opponent into going to the wrong place. Not having to worry so much about being low HP, but maybe not as low as Manx left himself, because whilst they can't get specced out by melee, we've seen the power of these bolts, especially with Ditta Bitter's ACB, the access to the Dragon Bolts, that additional spec damage that could come out. We've seen how many times that those things are proccing as well. Absolutely crazy. You do not want to take any chances. Make sure you're eating up, and you can see here that both players are just trying to keep themselves as full as possible. Did a bit of really hurt. It's clutching on for a freeze right now, but it seems that Mank manages to get it first, and in that he's going to be on the the back end of this fight for the next few seconds.
No brew sips left available here for Ditta Bitter. Still
wow,
here for Mank.
0. That could have been it for Mank. He could have taken him out right there and then. Unfortunately, there's 0 on the second spec though.
But still building an advantage, it's Mank, and now he just, once again, relentless. Doesn't take his foot off the gas pedal, going to look to catch this next freeze and continue to execute his game plan.
When you talk about those bolts coming in really strong, but actually a 38 there, I say that. Mank taking some 37s of the Kodai, so clearly utilising as best he can. And gear subs right now, both looking very even, both opting to sit a bit high HP. Ditta just standing still, not eating up, waiting for his opponent, trying to catch that freeze. And Mank offloading his special attacks as best he can to create that momentum, getting a decent hit in on the right prayer. Ditta retaliating with DDS, 0-0 on tank, on prey range. Could have been better. But the 33 bolt on Robes on the right prayer too. Can Ditta, make something from this and come back just a little bit?
He's really going to have to try and do something at this point, because look at the potions as well. Ditta Bitter nearly dead at this point, only has 3 anglerfish left to his name. He has no stat boosting potions, no combo food. He needs to eat those anglers now before he dies. He's opted to eat 1. At this point, I'd probably just take all 3 of them and just focus on the rest of the fight. Mank still has 3 anglerfish available to him and 3 Brewdose sips. As well as that, he's still got his combat stat boosting potions.
Yeah, and he's 100 HP pretty much right now as well, so he's absolutely dominating at the moment. That'll be a free over him. Ditta's confidence must be shredded right now.
This is 100% a vibe kill if you're in this fight and you're Ditta Bitter. You're struggling to stay alive. You got, with 9 go left, you just ate it. You're at 34 HP, and Mank is over 100.
You don't even know how much food he's got left either, and Mank's actually going to finish him off with the DDS spec potentially, but the Onyx Ball spec only a 4, and it's neck and neck right now. Ditta has a spec, but he can't utilize it. The 33 barrage to get Mank the 3-0 up, the victory, which means we're into one of the, potentially, the deciding round of this grand finale.
If Ditta Bitter is going to make it and become the champion, he has got to win. How many?
4 in a row?
4 games
4 in a row.
Does that mean that Mank is now what? Is that like
14-0?
14-0.
Oh my gosh, just Wow.
If he gets 3 more...
If you ever do a tournament like this again, please don't invite Max up, mate. Just give everyone else a chance, please.
It is obviously practiced very hard because I don't think many of us were turning around here and saying that Mank was going to be the one to win, mostly because a lot of his practice seems to have been off-stream. He's got some strategies that he's kept up his sleeve and not really told us about. And yeah, he has just been playing absolutely on point. I think Bitter said a really important fact actually earlier was that Mank might not be the fastest of players, but he's extremely accurate.
Oh, not only that, but he just keeps calm like he said before. He waits out until his opponent changes the prayers. So perfect, so precise. And just the way that he PKs, it's just experience, really. That goes to show that if you've been PKing since back in pre-UC, you know, before Old School RuneScape came out like 8 years ago, whatever, 10 plus years ago now, that Mank's got that experience under his belt. It's just very hard to really combat that, to be honest.
And you see it every time he DDs under his opponent, he waits, he heals up, and he forces his opponent to overthink the situation. You see Ditterbear just constantly changing your prayers. It's like, okay, when I get DD'd under, maybe you're thinking melee next. Wait, melee hasn't came yet. Is he going to hit me with range next? And then all of a sudden a DDS spec comes out. Just timing his hits at the perfect time is Manked, and now in a convincing position so far in this grand final. But look, we just saw Ditterbear in a similar position. Granted, it was a best of 5 as he went up 2 over Rakesy, and Rakesy was able to bring it back and force that final game. So let's not count Ditter out just yet, but it's certainly a long road ahead of him to force that final at game 7.
Yeah, he does have a very uphill battle going up against Manx 3-0 at the moment. However, anything is possible. Talking about anything being possible, Boaty manages to win the 45 defense fight against Rakesy, meaning that it's 2-1 to him currently, and they're going to be moving into the 70 defense fight.
Is our grand final going to finish before the 3rd place match?
Potentially. We'll have to wait and see how that goes.
So jumping into the next fight with Mankt versus Ditter again, 3-0 to Mankt. There's going to be a 70 defense fight. Now, Ditter opted to take away his normal strategies the whole tournament so far, which is the 4 ways of the Crystal Shield and the Malediction Ward against Mankt. Maybe the pressure of the fight versus him, he feels like he's not able to really do those 4-way switches perfectly and to really, you know, get the advantage over Mankt.
Do we think he'll bring it back?
Is he going to switch it around? Is he going to go back to his gut feeling of
I'd like to see him switch
the strategy
back
that he went? Yeah, I think so too.
Even if Mank goes for the double tank, I mean, that shield switch has been working wonders for you all tournament long. It got you to this final position. Even though you lost that fight against Rakesy against the double tank, you know, maybe sometimes RNG doesn't go your way. It could have been an example right there, but also it's important to bring up the nerves. You know, being able to get those 1-tick barrages out is what pretty much allowed Ditter to secure his spot here. It's one thing that everybody talked about leading up until these fights. You know, Ditter loves his magic. He loves the 1-tick barrages. Something that makes him so good and so feared in this tournament.
So does Mankt, though, and his 1-tick barrages have been absolutely on point this whole competition, and that's what really makes the difference between these competitors. It's not how fast necessarily you can switch, but it's how precise you are when you get those freeway 1-tick barrages in at the perfect timing, and how you're able to fake out your opponents. You haven't got to be like crazy, like 10-13, doing 10-way 1-tick barrages without using F keys and stuff like that. Mank proving right now that he is definitely one to watch in the future as well. Going into this final fight, potentially in this best of 7 grand finale of the All-Stars Championship, Ditter Bitter versus Mank.
And let's see if that precision from Mank pays off. You don't need to be the fastest person in the world if you're going to misclick 3 times. If you can do it in the same speed and actually be accurate, it's going to pay off more. Ditter Bitter, a little bit of an upper hand in this fight, manages to catch the freeze off on Mank in the first hand, but he's going to need every single advantage he can take his opportunity of when he's got to win 4 games in a row to have any chance of winning this tournament.
Bad from here because he got the DD straight off the bat. Chucked in 2 DS specs, both hitting 0-0s, 1 off prayer, on robes as well. And Mankt now keeping calm, you know, tanking them like an absolute beast, like a bet him off, getting that freeze as well, going for his DS specs back again, 0-15, trying to up the pace of the fight right now for himself, chucking some whip fakies in too. But Ditter, he's gone for his Malediction Ward, the Crystal Shield. He's got that tank bonus. Can he catch this next freeze? It's imperative right now that he catches it. But Mankt throwing another DDS spec to try and throw him off, catching that freeze potentially. But Ditter's Malediction Ward proving to be very useful. Both players frozen in place, opposite one another.
Interesting start to this fight. Love to see that Ditter went back to the shield switch. Working out for him so far early on this fight. But Mike saw how Ditter fell before. Didn't bring the double tank setup this time around. And now Ditter is going to take a slight food advantage as well. It's going to come up to this next freeze for Mank to see if he could take control of the pace of the fight. Once again, DDS spec for Ditter coming in. Once again, off prayer on robes, just doesn't hit big.
Really unfortunate, and Ditter retaliating with a few bolts there, again on robes as well. But Mank stopping his tracks. That Kodai, absolute beast of a weapon, and able to catch that freeze pretty much almost all the time for this whole competition.
Really worked out well for them. I think Kodai has triumphed over every single other +1 during this entire tournament. It just shows you the power of freezes when you are looking at a fight that is restricted to certain amounts of food. You know, you don't have unlimited supplies. You have no way of escaping it. It's a fight to the death. You can't teleport out of this one. And every single opportunity that you can get to make sure that you're not having to eat, you want to take. And you can see here that Mank's constantly being frozen against it a bitter. One thing I wanted to point out earlier is that Mank sat alone on very low HP during their last freeze altercation. And that was because, you know, there was a diagonal. Mank knows these freeze timers, knew that Dittabitter couldn't come out and spec him. And it was around about 1 second before Dittabitter became unfrozen. Mank combo ate straight back up so that as soon as he did come in for that attack, he was already on full HP and it didn't matter. He could go back and deal damage straight away.
I'll say one thing as well right now is both competitors clearly, you know, in their A game right now. Neither players are really seeing any wand bashes or anything like that. They've got calm, and Ditter knows that it's all on the line right now. He needs to win this fight, and he's got, I would say, he had a little bit of an advantage. I really don't know right now because the Brews and the Anglers are very different supplies right now.
Mank has more Anglers, Ditter has more Brew Sips.
Well, I mean, it could go either way then pretty much, but Ditter, unfortunately, is 0-0 on tank. Mank's not praying the right range, the right prayer there, but tanking nonetheless, and a whip hit coming in, and Ditter doing an absolutely fantastic job. The Blood Barrage too. Any little clutch advantage you can get right there to get you maximize your HP,
Wow,
your damage.
31 barrage, Mank down to 5 HP, now it's 32. Nice combo eat coming in from him though. That's going to set him back a little bit, slow him down. And then you can see Dittabitter, he knew that was his chance there and he didn't manage to take it. A little bit of a dam coming out.
Sure, Max, keeping cool and getting back into it regardless, mate. This is the big money on the mark. Oh, Ditter calling him a whale as well. The trash talk from both players right now going at it.
I mean, I don't know if you could call someone a whale when you're down 3-0.
Yeah, I saw that little smirk come through from Mank and he's like, whale, eh? I'll have you know I'm very skilled in this PK shit.
At that point, not even worth responding to, really, is it? Just gets back into the fight, doesn't reply again, catches that freeze, gets the DD underneath, the 27 ball into the DDS, 0-26. Very unfortunate for him. Now he's got 1 spec left. Dittabitter has none. He's only got 2 anglerfish and a bit of brew left. I believe that Mank is in the advantage, especially being full HP and just barraging like an absolute, I don't know, machine right now.
Ever since Mank was called a whale, he hasn't hit a single 0.
I know, right?
I would say now, right, that Dittabitter is the whale. He has been eating up these barrages like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet.
That's what put Manch over the edge. When he sees that in game, he's like, if anything, that wants him to push him further to try and mop up Ditter as fast as humanly possible. And Mank, unfortunately, 0-2 on robes against Ditter, against that Odium, the shield as well, Malediction Ward, and another whip. Ditter gets the Prey Melee up though too, and the range prayer. He's not giving up just yet, catches the freeze, but Mank retaliates. Can he catch it? Unfortunately not. Ditter, will he step under? Potentially,
there it is,
he got frozen.
Ditter's not taken full advantage of these step unders. He's currently just auto-casting against Mank. You can see him just lifting his hands up away from his mouse and keyboard. Wondering if he's going to change his styles up here. I think he's just trying to get the you know, as much damage as possible. He knows that it's over. He knows that Mank just had absolute full domination. And there we have it. Mank is the winner of the very first All-Stars PvP Championship.
Undefeated as well.
That guy has just gone 15-0 in total. 15-0, he gets $1,000 for every single game that he won without losing.
Wow, that's a very good point as well. Not to mention that now everyone in the competition, as well as people at home, are going to be fearing Mank the next demo competition in a few weeks' time as well. He's a fierce competitor and proving to everyone that he deserves to be here.
Looking at it a bit here now on screen. He's looking a little bit like, yeah, dude, well, whatever. You might have beat me, but it doesn't mean that you're better than me, right?
Rematch in 3 weeks' time. we got the best gear on.
We'll see. What an incredible show that was. That fight was so good. Mank has really just proven that he is absolutely fantastic. There was a lot of people talking about how there was no real PK skill when we came into this tournament. I think everyone that has participated has proved every single doubter out there wrong, because everyone has managed to show that, all right, some of them might not have been the best PKers in the entire world, all right? That's not what this one was about. This was about getting together some of the best and biggest all-stars in the old school community. And whilst they might not have PK'd, they definitely have this evening, and they've definitely shown that they're able to. And even some of them wanted to carry on and do it forward, you know, going forward, even though it's not their main thing. But I have to say there that, well, 15-0.
I mean, there are so many factors that really come into this, aren't there? And Mank proving that, you know, that experience, what we said before, of being on stage many, many times now, it just goes to show that.
And it's a completely different experience when you're playing on stage, when you're playing in front of your peers, and with all the money that's on the line, a lot of nerves came into it, but Mank stayed calm throughout the entire process, and to go undefeated throughout this entire tournament, super impressive.
I mean, he definitely deserves that one, absolutely. And Ditter at the same time, man, like, to get this far in his first ever tournament, the youngest competitor here, 17 years old, Massive kudos to him as well. He's done a fantastic job. Everyone has today.
For someone who's had a maximum of 4 years of experience in game and to be able to come out and do that, absolute incredible showcase of skill from him. A quick update in terms of the third place. That has just finished. It turns out that Rexy actually ended up winning the 70 defense fight, which tied the tournament 2-2, and then Boaty went in to actually win. So it's 3-2 to him. So Boaty ended up winning on the 1 defense fight, meaning that Boaty takes third place and that extra chunk of cash.
I don't feel too bad now that I lost to Boaty. I mean, if he takes third place and beats everyone, that's fine, and that's fine. Or you can split me a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure you can entice Boaty to buy you a drink or 20. We do have a replay package that's going to be available to you as soon as possible, so we'll be able to see some of the action that went on in that fight if it wasn't enough already for you as part of that grand final. I'm still shocked. I can't believe it happened. I can't believe we had someone who didn't lose a single fight.
I can't believe you guys are still sitting and talking and stuff. Like, you know, great job to both of you, man. That's
man.
really impressive. And everyone here today, and everyone on the staff as well. ESL as well for hosting the event. It's now, what, 2 in the morning or something crazy like that?
It's nearly 20 past 2, and here we are looking at a replay between Boaty and Rexy in that 70 defense fight where they both opted for the AGS and no helmet. 43 swing. That's what happens when you don't wear a helmet in battle, folks. Make sure you keep that on.
That was a slice at the end too to add insult to injury. And these fights too as well.
Whoa, a 26-22.
His movement, the way he's tick dancing back and forth constantly, that's just giving him the advantage that he needed. And actually, Rexy in the second fight managed to best Boaty by quite a bit of food as well, giving him quite a bit of a confidence boost. But unfortunately for him, the fight after this, I believe Boaty did end up taking, having 45 defense, that being one of his main builds that he's practiced on in the past, and showing today that, you know, he's not just an Iron Man. He's also able to, you know, to still PK. Old Boaty's still around, deep down under. And Rexy too, man, and the underdog coming through to take 4th place. That must be such a great feeling.
Oh yeah, both these guys killed it all tournament long. Boaty just slightly edged him out here. And look, Rexy also had a chance to find himself in the grand finals. Almost brought it back down 0-2 against Bitter. Just fell in that 5th and final game. So props to both these guys.
Yep, did a fantastic job of getting as far as he did. And interestingly enough, I think considering the whitewash that Mank showed across to Ditter, if Rexy had actually managed to get through, I think we could have potentially seen some different fights there. Maybe he had a chance to actually take Mank out. Obviously, we'll never know because it didn't turn out that way. However, he still did a fantastic job, just like everyone else did in this tournament. Boaty, and I'm sure we're going to see it in a few seconds.
Wow, that was such a clutch fight there as well.
It really was.
Rexy only just winning that one, and then this is the 1 defense one we talked about, and this is what Boaty really excels at. Although there, actually being chanced for 618 DDS spec, could have been KO'd by Rexy, which would have been the difference between a lot of money as well. But Boaty obviously, you know, remaining calm, cool, collected, and getting those DDS specs of 24, 23, 1 tick from the Staff of Light. That was beautiful as well.
I believe this was the fight that Boaty actually ended up losing, though, and you can see both players at this point are out of food. It's coming down to the last few hits. Oh no, Boaty won, didn't he?
That was a decider
Only
right there,
just, though.
That spec.
One spec really took it out. Wow.
So close.
Well, I'm glad that we managed to see that. We are going to head over to the stage momentarily. We've got Mod Archie with Ditter Bitter. I'm hoping he's going to have a little chat with Manked Up Mage shortly afterwards. Yeah, I look forward to hearing what they've got to say.
Hey guys, we're joined here with the 2nd place loser of the finals, walking away with $7,500. You got 4-0'd.
Yeah, I did.
How does it feel?
So when this group first got announced, part of my practice was fighting all of them on fake accounts. They didn't know who I was. And I actually fought him, and I beat him like 4 times in a row on a fake account. But now that we now know, he's just been terrible on stream so that everyone underestimates him. And obviously that's worked out fantastically because he's been the best Brit here today. You've not lost a single round. He hasn't lost a single round today. No excuses for me. He destroyed me. Congrats on 1st place.
I think I can think of one excuse, maybe not. You're used to playing on some ping, whereas over here you have absolutely no ping. What was that like adjusting to?
That's not an excuse. I definitely got I probably played the best I've ever played because I'm on low ping, and he still destroyed me. So I'll take my 7.5K. Peace.
All right, it's as easy as that, Ditter Bitter. Thanks so much for joining us, and congrats on the 2nd place finish.
Thank you.
I'll now make my way over to interview our winner, Manked Up Mage. No stranger to winning on this stage. You've got yourself $15,000 to add to your collection there. How does it feel?
Feels good. It all paid off, you know. The ego lost has paid off now. Yeah, really happy it all went through.
You were so ridiculously calm. I don't think you showed much emotion through any of those fights. Are you surprised you went 15-0?
Yeah. To be fair, because I've been watching everyone practice and everyone's done really well. There's been a lot of improvement from everyone, so I definitely thought I was going to lose a few, but got some. Well, I didn't lose any, and yeah, got some RNG, so happy.
And how much of an advantage do you think it is playing on stage? It's almost like your home turf, whereas these guys are all playing away.
Right there, I was just chilling. Like, it was very comfortable. At the beginning, when I was fighting Elliot, aka Skidler, he made me a little nervous. You know, he started doing fakies. I was like, oh God. But yeah, after a while, it was okay.
All right. Well, congratulations again, Manked, on the 15 grand. You've also got this beautiful trophy I'm going to ask you to grab. Take it away. All right, you've got your trophy full of confetti, and we've got our casters on stage, guys. It's now time for our final thank yous. Thank you so much for all of the players coming to play this event. Of course, the Jagex staff. There are so many people upstairs making this thing happen. And last but not least, by any means, ESL UK for putting on such an incredible show. We've been live since 4:30. It is now 2:30. So there's that. Congratulations again, Manked Up Mage. Thanks, guys, and we'll see you next time.